I am the senior disciple of the Great Sun sect, characterized by my integrity and kindness. Justice has been the guiding principle of my early life, and in the latter half, I aspire to continue being a good person. Chapter 1. How can the groom not wear wedding attire? In a humble abode nestled against the backdrop of a cascading waterfall, a young man sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed in meditation. His countenance was strikingly handsome, yet his pallid complexion betrayed a profound frailty. With a long exhale, a crimson stain began to seep through his white robes. Jiang Sheng cast a glance at the source of the blood, his brow furrowing in concern. As the eldest disciple of the Great Sun sect, he was known for his upright character and benevolence, earning the affection of his fellow disciples. The sect leader remained secluded in deep meditation, leaving Jiang Sheng to oversee the affairs within the sect. He took it upon himself to care for his younger brothers and sisters, even sacrificing his own cultivation resources for their advancement. No matter the request, he would not refuse assistance within his means. Whether exorcising demons or confronting malevolent beings, he consistently placed himself at the forefront, disregarding his own safety. Just days prior, a close comrade, who had entered the sect alongside him, was set to wed his beloved junior sister. She had claimed to experience a setback in her cultivation and sought a rare herb, the nirvana grass, as a wedding gift. Without hesitation, he ventured into the treacherous wilderness, risking his life against foundational beasts to procure the coveted herb. In doing so, he sustained severe injuries, even compromising his own foundation. Yet, in his twilight moments, he glimpsed an unexpected vision of his junior sister's future. After successfully cultivating with the nirvana grass, she encountered one fortuitous event after another, ascending from a minor sect to ultimately become a formidable empress. Meanwhile, in this narrative, he returned gravely injured, unnoticed, and uncared for. The disciples of the sect were only concerned with whether the spiritual stones would be distributed next month or if the herbs had arrived. Reluctant to consume the nirvana grass, he remained stagnant at the chi refinement stage for many years. The thought of his junior sister surpassing him in cultivation, only to return and mock him, filled him with resentment. Especially after she attained a high position, she would conceal her humble origins and her bond with him, leading to the sect's downfall at the hands of demonic cultivators. In her eyes, the last image of him would be of him standing defiantly before the sect, sacrificing himself, while she dismissed him with a disdainful remark, "What a good person." Upon witnessing his own fate, Jiang Sheng's heart harbored a singular thought. Let those who desire to be a good person take that role. Congratulations, host has awakened the betrayal system. Detected that 3 individuals have an intimacy level of 80 with the host. Please betray them. Mu Hongli's favorability, 88. Nangong Yaya's favorability, 81. Fang Xiang's favorability, 83. Gazing at the system interface before him and the names listed, he fell into silence. These were his once cherished friends, his negligent master, the ungrateful junior sister, and the brother who had stolen his love. The system manifested after he glimpsed his junior sister's future, leading him to suspect that a demonic force had invaded his mind, conjuring these illusions. Regardless, these individuals were his beloved companions and brothers. How could he bring himself to betray them? Suddenly, the door of the humble abode swung open with a crash. A youthful man with striking features rushed in, excitement radiating from him. "Da Sheng, my wedding with Yaya is about to commence. Why are you so slow?" His gaze fell upon the conspicuous bloodstain on Jiang Sheng's chest, prompting him to awkwardly avert his eyes. Yet, meeting Jiang Sheng's calm gaze made him feel like there were insects crawling over his skin, rendering him uncomfortable. He forced a smile, feigning nonchalance. "You are the matchmaker for Yaya and me. Without you, the wedding cannot proceed. By the way, don't forget the nirvana grass. Yaya is eagerly anticipating it." With that, he waved and hurriedly exited the humble abode, leaving Jiang Sheng in silence. Previously, he would have interpreted his brother Fang Xiang's behavior as guilt, assuming his reticence stemmed from his inability to articulate his feelings. However, from an objective perspective, Jiang Sheng realized that Fang Xiang, well aware of his injuries, had barged in regardless of the potential impact on his healing or his ability to attend the wedding. This was sheer self-centeredness, an egotistical disregard for the well-being of others. Detected betrayal target. Issuing betrayal task, please substitute for Fang Xiang in the bridal chamber during the wedding with Nangong Yaya. Task reward, Sacred Heart. Absolutely, I shall betray that brother. Jiang Sheng stood up, brimming with righteous indignation. Reflecting on the years he had been drained by these individuals, his anger surged. While he fought valiantly outside, they enjoyed the fruits of his labor, living lives of luxury and ease. They wished to marry? He would thwart that endeavor. The Sacred Heart was an ancient physique long thought to be extinct. Those who possessed it could enhance their cultivation by performing good deeds. When traversing the world, any conflict with a Sacred Heart bearer would invariably be attributed to the other's fault. It was the perfect fit for a good person like him. Emerging from the humble abode, He heard the sounds of celebration echoing through the mountains, and he squinted his eyes. The wedding had already begun. Fang Xiang had not come to invite him. He intended for Jiang Sheng to present a gift. He retrieved the nirvana grass from his storage bag and consumed it. The nirvana grass was a primary ingredient for foundational pills, capable of healing injuries and enhancing cultivation, which he had previously refrained from using. He chewed and swallowed the herb, feeling a warm flow spread through his limbs. His previously injured body gradually regained its strength under the nourishment of the nirvana grass. He channeled the Great Sun mystic method to guide the warmth throughout his body. As the medicinal essence was digested, his complexion began to regain its color. Qi refinement stage 8. He had returned to his peak. Removing the blood-stained garments, he plunged into the spring to cleanse himself of impurities. Upon returning to the shore, Jiang Sheng conjured a black storage bag in his hand. This was a trophy from a female demon of the Hahuan sect he had encountered during his journey in the wilderness. He recalled how she had seductively lured him while partially clothed, her voluptuous figure illuminated by flickering candlelight, coupled with the distinct fragrance of incense. In the room, almost ensnaring him in temptation, the thought sent shivers down his spine. Why hadn't he tried it? To understand the depths of temptation, one must experience it firsthand. Shaking his head, he dispelled the alluring thoughts and began to examine the contents of the black storage bag. The first items that caught his eye were heaps of women's garments, some intricately designed, others more modest, and many of a sheer, net-like fabric. Unsuitable. Jiang Sheng quickly turned his gaze to other objects. He collected some common rejuvenation pills and qi refinement pills, then meticulously examined the remaining items. There were alluring fragrances, dizzying pills, and a small wooden box. Inside lay a love charm, a type of goo insect commonly crafted by Hahuan sect practitioners. Feeding the insect with one's blood and implanting it into a target would induce an infatuation with the user to fulfill the betrayal task. This righteous person would have to employ some underhanded tactics. With everything prepared, he gazed at his reflection in the spring water, feeling as though something was amiss. Of course. He suddenly clapped his hands. Retrieving a set of brilliant red garments from his storage bag, he donned them. His long black hair was loosely tied up, and even while standing still, he exuded an air of grace and elegance. The red robes, rather than appearing gaudy, imparted an impression of nobility and refinement. Much more pleasing to the eye. Jiang Sheng chuckled softly, murmuring to himself, how could the groom not wear wedding attire? Chapter 2. They all say I am a good person. The Daylight sect had not been this lively for quite some time. Ever since the sect leader entered seclusion, the disciples had become considerably more cautious in their actions. No one knew whether the sect leader would emerge safely. Yet, their eldest senior brother, Jiang Sheng, was known for his unwavering sense of justice. He was always willing to lend a hand when he encountered injustice, which had earned him the ire of numerous disciples and countless demonic cultivators. This caused considerable dissatisfaction among many disciples towards their senior brother. However, today's joyous occasion provided them with a means to vent their pent-up grievances. I heard that senior brother has always harbored feelings for junior sister. Do you think he will cause a scene at the wedding? Don't be ridiculous. Our senior brother is a good person, others might, but he absolutely would not. With gifts like nirvana grass, I almost feel inspired to find a partner myself. If you have the ability, then go ahead and marry junior sister. The young cultivators exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mix of rivalry and understanding, clearly aware of why senior brother was so generous. Should good people be bullied? Upon hearing a voice nearby, Jiang Sheng's gaze fell upon a figure clad in vivid red attire. The gossiping disciples quickly lowered their heads, clasping their hands in apology. Second brother, please forgive our indiscretion. Jiang Sheng observed the group with a shifting gaze. They had mistaken him for Fang Xiang, the second senior brother, who often reprimanded the disciples harshly. Thus, many disciples feared him more than Jiang Sheng. It was truly a reversal of fortune. He quickly donned a smile, assisting the timid disciples. No need to be so formal. It is I. As they lifted their heads to see Jiang Sheng, their expressions shifted from embarrassment to relief. This stark contrast did not diminish Jiang Sheng's smile. Instead, he beckoned them to accompany him into the wedding hall. Thank goodness it's senior brother. If it were second brother, we would be in trouble. Do you think senior brother will wear wedding attire? And others might, but senior brother is kind-hearted and would never do such a thing. He must have other reasons. Hearing their hushed whispers, Jiang Sheng could not help but smile wider. Being a good person had its merits. Upon entering the grand hall, the festive atmosphere seemed to freeze. Guests who were merrily drinking and conversing began to scrutinize Jiang Sheng, who appeared to be dressed like the groom himself. Wasn't that clearly causing a scene? Fang Xiang, who had been toasting, also set down his cup, a glimmer of concern flashing in his eyes. Yet, he quickly approached with a feigned smile. Sheng, what is this? He gestured toward Jiang Sheng's red attire. Before Jiang Sheng could respond, he lowered his voice. Even if you are dissatisfied, you cannot behave like this in such a setting. Not only are there junior brothers and sisters present, but also elders of the sect and other cultivators. Don't give them a reason to laugh at us. Jiang Sheng looked at him in surprise, his voice raised. What are you thinking? He playfully patted Fang Xiang's back, laughing heartily. Did I not tell you I was injured recently? The wound is prone to reopening and bleeding. Hence I chose attire that is less conspicuous. Fang Xiang recalled the scene he had witnessed earlier on the back mountain and smiled broadly. However, he quickly felt it inappropriate and was about to rein in his expression when Jiang Sheng continued. Let's not dwell on that. Let's drink. Today, my brother and my sister are getting married, and I am elated. I shall not return sober. The atmosphere was reignited. They had never seen such a side of their senior brother before. Typically, he was earnest and honest, dedicating himself to cultivation and battling demons to secure resources for the disciples. Perhaps he was wounded by love. The female disciples of the sect looked at their senior brother with newfound sympathy. At the same time, they envied Nangong Yaya even more. Why couldn't the senior brother show them some favor? By now, the wedding ceremony had concluded, and after the ceremonial drinks, the cultivators from the nearby sect began to depart, riding their magical artifacts back to their own sect. Those who had indulged a bit too much stayed close by. The number of people in the grand hall gradually dwindled. Jiang Sheng gazed at the unconscious disciples sprawled across the floor, giving his face a light slap to regain some clarity. The back courtyard. He discerned the direction, stepping on Fang Xiang's back to wipe his shoe soles before proceeding deeper into the hall. Pushing open a door, he entered a room dominated by crimson hues, the flickering red light creating an intoxicating ambience, accompanied by a fragrant aroma that filled the air. Even without consuming alcohol, the atmosphere was enough to make one's heart race, let alone the delicate figure seated by the bed, veiled in red. Each husband, you are here. Her shy voice sent a tremor through Jiang Sheng's heart. In this enchanting environment, her calling him husband was more stirring than anything else. And crucially, she was another's bride. Jiang Sheng remained silent, as beneath Nangong Yaya's veil, he could only see her graceful figure moving about in her wedding attire. First, she lit incense, secured the door, and finally took a seat beside him. Husband, did you obtain the nirvana grass? Jiang Sheng did not cause any trouble, did he? Upon hearing this, Jiang Sheng's previous exhilaration instantaneously cooled. With his left hand grasping the goo worm, he gently pushed Nangong Yaya onto the bed, lifting her veil in one smooth motion. That I did not cause any trouble, but I certainly have caused a stir in the bridal chamber. Nangong Yaya smiled, intending to shyly push Jiang Sheng away, but then noticed something was amiss. Lifting her gaze, she locked eyes with Jiang Sheng's mischievous expression. What are you doing here? Nangong Yaya exclaimed in shock. Jiang Sheng remained unfazed, merely leaning closer, observing his once innocent junior sister adorned in red. She was indeed the woman he had once cherished. Her delicate features, fair skin, and eyes resembling tranquil waters stirred a protective instinct within him. The alluring curves of her figure and the graceful indentation of her waist were enough to spark imagination. And now, this body was entirely at his mercy. Senior brother, what are you doing? Fang Xiang will arrive soon. It would not be good for him to see this. Initially alarmed, Nangong Yaya quickly regained her composure upon meeting Jiang Sheng's fervent gaze. Pushing against him while calling out, someone must have heard me just now. I know you drank too much. I will not hold it against you, but you must leave. If word of you barging into someone else's bridal chamber gets out, you will certainly be expelled from the sect. She realized she needed to stabilize Jiang Sheng for the moment. However, her mind was already racing with thoughts of how to leverage this situation to her advantage. Should she demand nirvana pills, more cultivation resources, or even her senior brother's treasured artifact? After all, she had not suffered any loss, had she? Jiang Sheng, unfazed, merely pointed to the soundproof talismans affixed to the door and said, I have already placed soundproof talismans inside. Even if you scream at the top of your lungs, no one will hear you. And even if you use your innocence to threaten me, no one would believe it, for they all say I am a good person. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Nangong Yaya felt a surge of panic. She realized that her senior brother was not acting on a whim but had indeed plotted this. The seemingly easily manipulatable brother, who would be rendered dizzy by a mere display of affection, had transformed. She noticed she was not wearing her storage bag, and as she began to channel her spiritual energy, she felt something burrow into her body. The ethereal energy eluded her grasp, leaving her body utterly limp. With doe-like, glistening eyes, she gazed at Jiang Sheng with a hopeful plea. Senior brother, please refrain. I am your junior sister, she continued, and I am also the partner of your dear brother. Jiang Sheng, instead of being deterred, found himself even more exhilarated by her words. With such an abundance of advantages, what reason did he have to relent? Nangong Yaya sensed Jiang Sheng's restless hands and feet, prompting her to curl up and softly plead, Senior brother, I acknowledge my fault in asking you to procure the nirvana herb for me. Truth be told, I hold a fondness for you. My union with Fang Xiang was merely to provoke you. please do not tarnish the image you hold in my heart. Her voice dwindled to a whisper. Under the influence of the incense and the manipulations of the goo worms, her gaze grew increasingly dazed, and her long legs brushed together awkwardly. Do you still wish to morally compel me? Jiang Sheng chuckled lightly at the sight, halting his movements and drawing back, intending to extricate himself from the confines of the bed. He had no desire to indulge this manipulative green tea who clung to him, feasting on his essence. With the enchantment of love at first sight in play, his junior sister would only become more infatuated with him. Yet, he was resolute in denying her, determined to subject her to a cycle of torment. Nothing is more agonizing than yearning for what one cannot attain. However, before he could fully withdraw, a pair of delicate arms encircled his neck. Junior sister, please don't do this. I am not that kind of person. Chapter 3. Foundation Establishment Pill. The vibrant spring blooms cannot be contained, as a single crimson apricot branch extends beyond the wall. Nangong Yaya slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the pristine summer tent adorned with dragon and phoenix motifs. A frown creased her brow. What has happened to me? She felt a pervasive ache throughout her body. Her consciousness muddled like a porridge. She vaguely recalled that yesterday was her wedding day. Her senior brother, Fang Xiang, was entertaining guests in the main hall and had yet to return. Meanwhile, she remained in her chamber, quietly awaiting Fang Xiang to retrieve the nirvana grass. Unlike those female cultivators who were obsessed with beauty-preserving elixirs, she understood her true desires. Only by enhancing her cultivation could she attain longevity, preserving her youth and splendor. Thus, she began preparing for foundation establishment after reaching the 4th level of chi refinement. Where's my nirvana grass? She extended her fair arm from beneath the covers, bracing herself against the bed to rise and search. However, upon noticing her unclothed state and the peculiar sensations coursing through her body, Nangong Yaya's pupils dilated, and her heart raced with incredulity. How could this be? She had never intended to engage in anything with Fang Xiang. Both her senior brother and Fang Xiang were mere tools for her. She had manipulated Fang Xiang to provoke her senior brother, compelling him to risk his life for the nirvana grass, thereby securing the foundation she needed for her advancement. As for her senior brother's well-being, she was utterly indifferent. A fool trapped at the 8th level of chi refinement, burdened by the entire sect, was not worth her concern. Senior brother? Nangong Yaya's chaotic memories seemed to crystallize somewhat. Her senior brother had visited yesterday, and then, her pupils constricted, disbelief etched on her face. The strange fragrance, the silence talisman, the inability to wield spiritual power. Confused memories gradually sharpened. The warm glow of red candles, intoxicating scents, and wild abandon. Each scene unfolded like a dream, yet her body betrayed the truth. Nangong Yaya clutched her head, desperately denying it all. It was not that she cared for her chastity. Cultivators had long transcended matters of love. A Tao companion was merely someone to support one another on the path of cultivation. Yet, chastity could fetch a handsome price. A single nirvana grass was far from sufficient. No, she hadn't even obtained the nirvana grass. The thought sent her into a frenzy, and she felt an overwhelming urge to confront Jiang Sheng for an explanation. She would demand that Jiang Sheng compensate her for all the resources, be it her personal magic weapon, the nirvana grass, or the resources Jiang Sheng had acquired for other disciples. She wanted it all. After securing her share, she would report to her sequestered master, urging her to strip Jiang Sheng of his cultivation. Then, Jiang Sheng would be at her mercy, allowing her to finally assuage her resentment. Junior sister, are you awake? A commotion arose outside the door, prompting Nangong Yaya to swiftly wrap herself in a quilt. However, as she exerted force, she felt something pressing down on the covers, rendering her unable to move. Turning her head, dizziness overwhelmed her, nearly causing her to faint. Why is he still here? Jiang Sheng is leisurely propped up beside her bed, gazing at her with an expression that seems to convey, the person outside is calling for you. You ought to respond. She presses her mouth tightly shut, refraining from uttering a scream. Outside, Fang Xiang, sensing the lack of a reply, grows increasingly awkward. Shimmy, please don't be angry. It was a joyful wedding yesterday. And with the Xiang having poured me some wine, I've only just awakened. I promise I'll go find a Xiang for the nirvana grass shortly. Could you please let me in? He pleads, I beg you, Xiang. It would be one thing to bungle the new wedding night due to alcohol, but to remain locked out when other friends come to visit would be utterly humiliating. If word got out, Fang Xiang would surely become a laughingstock. For the sake of his pride, he has no choice but to lower himself in this moment. Thinking of this, he cannot help but slap himself. With such a captivating wife, what is an apology worth? Moreover, she is the beloved of the Xiang. The mere thought of appearing before Jiang Sheng with Nangong Yaya, witnessing Jiang Sheng's look of unfulfilled love, brings an involuntary chuckle from him. It is simply delightful. Clearly, they entered the sect at the same time. Why should Jiang Sheng be favored as the Xiang, and why should his aptitude surpass his own, despite not having time for cultivation? His prowess is still regarded highly both within and beyond the sect. At last, he has the opportunity to assert dominance over Jiang Sheng. How exhilarating. Yaya, I know you're angry with me. I'll stand here at the door, awaiting your forgiveness in silence. Nangong Yaya glances at the figure lying on the bed, then shifts her gaze toward the door, speechless for a long while. She feels utterly disheveled. On the second day of their marriage, the groom is at the threshold. The person on the bed is his wife, and beside her is his Fang Xiang. This situation is simply absurd. She wishes she could leap forward and bite Jiang Sheng to death. However, she understands that even if she is brimming with fury, there is no way to vent it at this moment. She must first navigate through this predicament. Otherwise, Fang Xiang would surely confront Jiang Sheng fiercely. The uproar would leave her utterly ashamed to face anyone. Fang Xiang, I hold no grudge against you. It's just that I am currently practicing a technique and cannot receive visitors. I kindly ask you to return later. Nangong Yaya bites her lip, her voice slightly muffled as she speaks. As soon as she finishes, she turns her head and glares at Jiang Sheng with indignation. At such a time, how could his hand still be so unruly? How audacious! Does he truly wish for Fang Xiang to learn of this affair? Jiang Sheng genuinely harbors such intentions. Target detected. Nangong Yaya. Assassination task issued. Nangong Yaya wishes to conceal last night's events. Please betray her so that Fang Xiang may uncover the truth. Task reward. Foundation establishment pill. Grade increases with the level of discovery. From the moment Nangong Yaya awoke, this treacherous task materialized. If he were to be ruthless, he could simply walk out of the room, instantly achieving maximum task completion. However, the consequence would be the tarnishing of both Fang Xiang's and Nangong Yaya's reputations, shattering the illusion of virtue surrounding him, rendering him an outcast, and leading to his disgrace. Such a price is exceedingly steep. To commit a wrongful act so soon after receiving the Sacred Heart is indeed a defilement of its purity. Jiang Sheng, touching his Sacred Heart, felt a fleeting moment of remorse. Yet, the allure of the Foundation Establishment Pill is undeniable. Ordinary Foundation Establishment Pills are typically of lower grade, with a mere 10% chance of reaching the Foundation Establishment stage when consumed by someone at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Medium-grade pills offer a 30% chance, while high-grade pills provide a 50% chance. Achieving a high-grade pill is already a rare feat, making it a highly coveted treasure in the outside world. Only the 4 great sects and the 8 superior sects possess channels for high-grade Foundation Establishment pills. Lower-tier sects like the Dei sect, among the 81 minor sects, can scarcely find even half of one. As for the perfect Foundation Establishment pill, it has not graced the world in ages. Those who consume the perfect Foundation Establishment pill are guaranteed to ascend, establishing a remarkably solid foundation, far surpassing their peers in the same realm. How could Jiang Sheng not be tempted upon seeing this task? He himself is at the 9th level of Qi refinement. A gamble could yield him a chance at a perfect Foundation Establishment. The only thing he stands to lose is his Fade. Junior sister, what cultivation technique are you practicing that I am unaware of? Surely it cannot be that of the Huan sect, which involves the practice of yin and yang. Jiang Sheng feigned astonishment, shaping the words with his lips. While speaking, his hands continued their movements unabated. Nangong Yaya, having recently been awakened to her own sensitivities, felt her fair skin flush with a rosy hue, her previously cold demeanor gradually softening. Her lips parted slightly, and her eyes grew glistening and moist. At this moment, she was both embarrassed and anxious, daring not to utter a sound, biting her lip tightly. Even the slightest resistance felt daunting. She feared that Fang Xiang outside might discover the happenings within the room. Junior sister, I never imagined you would practice such a technique. No wonder you were so wild yesterday. How could you not spare even your elder brother? Jiang Sheng conveyed with a mix of indignation and mischief in his gaze. He relished the sight of Nangong Yaya's inner turmoil, her rage simmering beneath the surface, yet restrained from revealing even a hint of it. In this predicament, she had no choice but to endure. Yet, he was eager to test the limits of her endurance. Otherwise, how would Fang Xiang ever catch on? No, not there. Chapter 4. The deceitful woman Nangong Yaya could not suppress a sound. Her eyes were reddened, and her hands firmly grasped Jiang Sheng's, attempting to prevent him from descending into the abyss. The blanket that had half covered her body silently slipped away, revealing her flawless, pristine skin. From head to toe, there was not a single blemish, resembling a delicate work of art, especially since Jiang Sheng had savored its allure the day before. Now witnessing Nangong Yaya's unguarded state brought forth a surge of vivid imagery. Yaya, are you all right? Fang Xiang inquired anxiously upon hearing the sound. Nangong Yaya fixed her gaze on Jiang Sheng, her eyes filled with a hatred so intense it seemed capable of piercing him like a sword. Yet at that moment, she could only take a few deep breaths and hastily replied, I'm fine. I encountered a slight issue with my energy flow, but I have already rectified it. Just as Fang Xiang breathed a sigh of relief, he was abruptly met with a muffled groan from within the room. The sense of calm he had just regained tightened once more. Was this another mishap with her energy? Given her fragile meridians, a single misstep could lead to severe injury, hindering her cultivation. Before he could voice his concerns, his brow furrowed in confusion. Something felt amiss. That sound did not resemble a mere mistake in energy flow. Rather, it bore an unusual, intoxicating allure. If he were alone in the room, any disciple who heard such a sound would likely wear a knowing smile and quietly withdraw, certainly not interrupting his intimate moments. Yet he was the groom. He was indeed the groom. Why then did Nangong Yaya emit such sounds? The mere thought sent Fang Xiang's mind into turmoil. Yaya, is there someone in your room? Fang Xiang asked, his lips parched with disbelief. He could hardly fathom such a possibility, but as a man, his instincts compelled him to pose the question. Nangong Yaya shot Jiang Sheng a furious glare. Just as she was about to explain, Jiang Sheng lifted the blanket, raising his hand to deliver a sharp slap. Smack! The crisp sound resonated, mingling with the chirping of insects and birds, creating a cheerful symphony. This time, without the need for Nangong Yaya to speak, Fang Xiang could vividly imagine the events transpiring within the room. His eyes instantly turned crimson. With a swift motion, he drew the long sword from his storage bag, consumed by a singular desire for vengeance. It was his wedding night, and not only had he not been present, but someone else was also enjoying the bridal chamber. Such humiliation was unbearable for any man. How dare you do this to me? Fang Xiang roared, gripping the sword tightly. However, before he could break through the door, Nangong Yaya's cold voice rang out. If you dare come in, I will never speak to you again. I told you, I encountered a problem with my energy flow, and my body is experiencing some unusual reactions. At this critical juncture, should you intrude and create complications for me, I shall never forgive you in this lifetime. Nangong Yaya drew several deep breaths, her gaze fixed upon Jiang Sheng, whose face was already flushed. She could not fathom Jiang Sheng's intentions. Rather than attempting to conceal such a situation, why was he still playing with fire? At that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to abandon all restraint and see Jiang Sheng, that scoundrel, utterly disgraced. Yet, a flicker of compassion stirred within her. She was perplexed. Prior to encountering this rogue, her mind was saturated with vengeful schemes. However, upon seeing Jiang Sheng, those malicious thoughts were systematically erased. Could it be that she had genuinely developed a sense of pity for this scoundrel? Reflecting upon it, Jiang Sheng had indeed treated her quite well in the past. With just a hint of whimsy or dissatisfaction, he would go to great lengths to appease her every desire. This favoritism had led her to take it all for granted, her appetite growing ever larger. To this day, she believed that Jiang Sheng must still harbor feelings for her. Perhaps his extreme behavior was a reaction to her impending marriage. Compared to Fang Xiang, who merely complied with her whims, if Jiang Sheng could also be manipulated, then the current predicament would be more bearable, and there would be no need to ruin him completely. After all, Jiang Sheng still possessed a nirvana grass. In contrast, Fang Xiang's erratic conjectures at this moment were increasingly distasteful to her. Though his speculations held some truth, she could not entertain such thoughts about him. Brother Fang, you must understand that our marriage is merely a facade. I have never made any promises to you. Nangong Yaya spoke coldly. If you continue to tarnish my name, then there is no need for us to remain together. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiang's previously heightened emotions were instantly doused, as if splashed with cold water. No, how could Yaya possibly share a bridal chamber with another man? She had not even looked at someone as exceptional as her senior brother. He truly believed there was no one within the sect who surpassed him. Once this thought crossed his mind, his confidence surged. Slap. Fang Xiang hastily struck himself across the face. Yaya, I was wrong. My thoughts were base. I shall never entertain such notions again. I shall leave at once. I will fetch you the nirvana grass. Jiang Sheng, overhearing the words from outside, could not help but smirk. The once formidable second brother, stern before the disciples of the sect, now resembled a meek lamb before Nangong Yaya. If others were to witness this scene, they would surely be taken aback. Jiang Sheng could not help but marvel at Nangong Yaya's cunning. She had masterfully maneuvered both the senior and second brothers of the sect, reaping all the benefits without any cost. Indeed, she was a true angler. Had it not been for his body undergoing a transformation, he would have been oblivious to the schemes of that wicked woman, employing the most rudimentary and blunt methods to confront the unfolding narrative. Hearing the commotion of footsteps departing outside, Jiang Sheng gracefully descended from his bed, reapplying the silencing talisman he had previously removed. After completing this task, he finally picked up the dried fruits from the table and began to indulge himself. You scoundrel! Nangong Yaya's pent-up fury erupted at last. She covered herself with the quilt, her face flushed crimson. Heaven knows how arduous it would be for her to fend off Jiang Sheng's advances while simultaneously placating Fang Xiang. Get out of here. Jiang Sheng feigned innocence, gazing at her with curiosity. I was about to leave yesterday. Yet you insisted on clinging to me. Brother, did you not call me so affectionately? Why the sudden reversal? Nangong Yaya trembled with rage at Jiang Sheng's brazen remarks. Was this truly the senior brother she had known? The selfless individual renowned within their sect? How had he so suddenly transformed? I never anticipated you to be so treacherous. I truly misjudged you. How can you live with yourself, betraying your master and your brothers? What about me? I have always regarded you as my dear brother. How could you commit such an act? As her words grew increasingly impassioned, she ultimately buried her face in her hands and wept. After merely a couple of seconds, with tears glistening in her eyes, she lifted her head and declared, I demand a foundational elixir, at least a mid-grade one, or else I shall not forgive you. Just yesterday, when she had not suffered a loss, she had contemplated how to leverage Jiang Sheng for her own benefit. Now, having faced a setback, she sought to gain even more. No, I consumed the nirvana grass. Otherwise, how could I have subdued you yesterday while severely injured? Do not mention other conditions. I shall refrain from bringing up the troubles you caused me last night. Jiang Sheng nonchalantly tossed a dried fruit into his mouth, pretending to be magnanimous. Nangong Yaya quaked with indignation upon hearing this. He still sought to take advantage, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Sheng. She stammered for a moment before exclaiming in exasperation, I shall report this to our master. I will ensure you are expelled from the sect, scorned by all, and utterly disgraced. Fang Xiang will not let you off either. He is undoubtedly on his way to confront you now, when he finds you missing, without my cover. Let us see how you manage. Jiang Sheng chuckled as he sauntered toward the door. Do you think he has left? As his hand made contact with the door, poised to push it open, Nangong Yaya's heart raced with trepidation. Stop. However, Jiang Sheng paid her protest no heed. He was entirely confident that Fang Xiang had not departed, for his betrayal mission had yet to reach its conclusion. Once he opened that door and came face to face with Fang Xiang, his task completion would soar to its pinnacle. Initially, he had not intended to proceed in this manner, but he later discovered that the effects of the goo worm were far more significant than he had anticipated. Nangong Yaya had just mentioned exposing herself, leading to her own disgrace, yet now she seems to be obstructing her own intentions. A duplicitous woman indeed. Chapter 5. I am the groom. Outside the bridal chamber, Fang was pacing behind a distant tree, his gaze fixed upon the tightly shut door. Could it be that Yaya truly had not betrayed me? He murmured to himself, brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have already donned his attire and sought out Jiang Sheng for the nirvana herb, intending to present it to his little junior sister. The mere thought of her satisfaction and a smile from her would illuminate his world. Yet, at this moment, his heart remained in turmoil. He was no fool. It was evident that such sounds could not stem from mere practice. Perhaps it was the techniques of the Hahuan sect. But if someone were indeed inside, who could it be? His first thought was Jiang Sheng, as he was the only one within the sect who could rival his status, if not surpass it. Yet he quickly dismissed that notion. He understood Jiang Sheng's character well. He was a man of unyielding goodness, unlikely to take advantage of another's misfortune. Moreover, if his little junior sister had any connection with Jiang Sheng, how could she possibly agree to be his partner? There would be no benefit in toying with him. On the contrary, he had always been aware that his junior sister harbored no romantic feelings for the senior brother. She merely sought to leverage his resources. He had never thought poorly of Yaya for utilizing the senior brother in such a manner. Cultivation was a relentless endeavor, and without remarkable talent, resources were indispensable. To acquire resources, one must possess means and abilities. Having a partner who was both graceful and beautiful, endowed with considerable skills, was indeed a stroke of fortune. The more he pondered, the more he appreciated Yaya. He dismissed all the fleeting shadows that had crossed his mind, leaving only one possibility. Was he being overly sensitive? Fang. With such a partner by his side, what more could he desire? How could he dare to harbor malicious thoughts about Yaya? After calming himself, his mood brightened considerably. Just as he was about to seek out Jiang Sheng to boast and request the nirvana herb, the door to the bridal chamber suddenly swung open. His steps halted, a radiant smile gracing his face as he turned his attention to the chamber. However, the figure that emerged left him momentarily speechless. Draped in a gown of pale lavender, embroidered with peonies and adorned with intricate designs, Yaya turned gracefully, her skirt billowing like willows swaying in the breeze, exuding an ethereal beauty that seemed to glow. For a long moment, Fang stood entranced, unable to regain his senses. Such a celestial being is my wife. He felt that as long as he could preserve this bond, he would willingly brave any challenges that lay ahead. However, after a fleeting moment of eye contact with Fang Xiang, Nangong Yaya averted her gaze, as if she had not seen him at all, and silently strode outside, her demeanor as cold as that of a stranger. Fang Xiang remained undeterred, convinced that Nangong Yaya was merely upset with him. After a night apart, he observed that she seemed even more enchanting than before, her lips a luscious shade of red, and an alluring fragrance emanated from her, leaving him utterly content merely by gazing at her. He hurried to catch up, offering a charming smile as he asked, Yaya, have you completed your cultivation? Is your body all right? He presented her with a storage pouch, saying earnestly, this contains gifts from yesterday, along with some of my cherished items. It will surely assist you in your practice. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yaya could not help but glance at Fang Xiang. She had been avoiding him to conceal the discomfort she felt in her body. After all, she was sore all over and her gait was somewhat awkward. If he noticed, it would be all too easy for him to deduce something was amiss. Yet now, with Fang Xiang offering her resources, she felt compelled to respond. Wasn't forming a partnership with him precisely for the sake of receiving such gifts? The nirvana grass from Jiang Sheng, cultivation resources from her sect's disciples, gifts from visiting guests, and a promise of additional offerings once her master emerged from seclusion. To refuse would be to squander her efforts. Thank you, Senior Brother Fang. Nangong Yaya gracefully retrieved the pouch. As her consciousness probed inside, revealing the cultivation resources, a smile inevitably graced her face. She felt an immense sense of relief for having intercepted Jiang Sheng. Had she been the one to lead Fang Xiang away, their paths might have crossed, and she would have lost control over this invaluable pawn. Fang Xiang's grin widened, radiant and infectious. He had known Yaya would not easily harbor anger. A simple coaxing would suffice. Yaya, although we may not share the bond of a couple, isn't it somewhat distant to address each other as senior brother in public? Noticing the smile on Nangong Yaya's face, he could not help but voice his thoughts. The mere image of her referring to him as her husband in front of others filled him with uncontainable joy, particularly before Jiang Sheng. The thought of it was simply delightful. He could hardly wait to boast in front of Jiang Sheng. Nangong Yaya remained silent. Had it been the day before, she would have readily complied. After all, it was merely a title, one that held no significant loss for her. Yet now, the very notion of uttering it felt insurmountable. As soon as the words crossed her mind, Jiang Sheng's visage invaded her thoughts. The dissonance sent a shiver through her, igniting an inexplicable thrill within her heart. Nangong Yaya vigorously shook her head, attempting to dispel such thoughts. How could she possibly think of that scoundrel Jiang Sheng? Were it not for him, she would not find herself in this predicament. Brother Fang, it is merely a title. As practitioners of the Tao, why should we concern ourselves with such trivialities? I have previously told you that Yaya's heart is solely devoted to her cultivation. She will not entertain matters of love until her training has borne fruit. Nangong Yaya furrowed her brows and spoke with a voice as frigid as ice. Fang Xiang gazed at the ethereal and immaculate Yaya before him, akin to a celestial being untouched by the dust of the mortal realm. Even though Nangong Yaya was his wife, he felt no resentment at being reprimanded over a mere title. Rather, his resolve intensified. He cherished this aspect of Yaya, her unwavering focus and purity, unclouded by worldly distractions. Entirely devoted to her spiritual path. How utterly sublime. He believed that his sincere heart would one day stir Yaya's affections. Wait for me. Just as they were about to depart the rear courtyard, a sudden voice called out from behind. Nangong Yaya's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes filled with alarm. How dare he? He truly has emerged. Was an entire night as the groom not exhilarating enough? Now he insists on confronting the rightful partner? Fang Xiang instinctively turned upon hearing the familiar voice, his habitual smile fading as he recognized the speaker. Jiang Sheng, emerging from his bridal chamber? In an instant, a heavy shadow loomed over him, his visage darkening with a mix of anger and embarrassment, his hair seemingly altered under the sun's glare. Jiang Sheng, how did you come to be here? With a swift motion, he drew his sword, rage surging within him as his gaze darted between Nangong Yaya and Jiang Sheng. He grasped the truth of the matter. His earlier suspicions regarding his junior sister were baseless. It was evident that a scandal was afoot. The sounds from within, his junior sister's unusual reaction, and her tender, flushed lips. This was not mere allure. She had clearly been kissed. Before Jiang Sheng could speak, Nangong Yaya interjected with a cold shout. Fang Xiang, enough? Enough? Fang Xiang widened his eyes in disbelief. He brandished his sword, bewildered, feeling as though he did not belong in this moment. Yaya's demeanor suggested he was the one causing trouble. He should retreat and allow the elder brother and junior sister their privacy. Why should he endure this? He was not the one at fault. That is my wife. I am the groom. Chapter 6. This poisonous woman you cannot control. Allow me. Brother Fang, why do you draw your sword? Jiang Sheng inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Upon witnessing Jiang Sheng's feigned innocence, Fang Xiang's fury erupted uncontrollably. With his sword pointed at Jiang Sheng, he bellowed, "What do you think I intend to do? I shall slay you, you beast. He is, after all, your younger sibling. How could you bring yourself to strike him?" Fang Xiang's eyes turned a blood-red hue, and the spiritual energy within him surged, rapidly channeling into the sword he held. The long blade, adorned with intricate engravings, began to shimmer with a phosphorescent glow. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Sheng spread his fingers wide, causing the spiritual energy in the air to stir, and a phantom hand materialized above Fang Xiang's head. As Jiang Sheng pressed downward, the enormous hand moved in tandem, forcefully pinning the charging Fang Xiang to the ground. Fang Xiang was at the 6th level of qi refinement, while Jiang Sheng had reached the 8th. Although the cultivation realm had its share of instances where the weak triumphed over the strong, those were typically due to differing techniques or extraordinary talent. However, he and Fang Xiang were of the same lineage. With his superior cultivation, it was futile for Fang Xiang to expect victory in a direct confrontation. Release me. A true man should wield a magical artifact. What skill is there in ambushing from the shadows? Fang Xiang shouted defiantly, sprawled on the ground like a turtle, his limbs outstretched. The colossal hand above him remained unyielding, resembling a turtle shell that heavily pressed him into the earth. Though defeated, he refused to concede. He could not utter the words that would invite Jiang Sheng to end his life, for he still clung to the desire to live. Yet, to admit defeat was a fate worse than death. Thus, he resorted to issuing threats, hoping Jiang Sheng would allow him a chance to recover. He believed that his swift downfall was solely due to Jiang Sheng's underhanded tactics. How could he possibly be attacked when he was gathering his strength? Nangong Yaya, witnessing this scene, felt her mind go blank. They had clashed. Who should she assist? Fang Xiang, with her current cultivation level. It was doubtful she could be of any help to either. To overcome Jiang Sheng, she would first need to delay him, creating a tremendous commotion to draw the attention of other disciples from within the door, ideally disturbing the master during his seclusion. With the master intervening, victory would be assured. However, such actions would undoubtedly expose her involvement with Jiang Sheng, tarnishing her reputation. But if she aided Jiang Sheng, what would that make her? Assisting a stranger against her nominal husband. Such a betrayal was too heinous. Moreover, her husband had recently bestowed upon her an abundance of resources, while Jiang Sheng had offered her nothing, treating her with utter disregard. When she proposed terms, Jiang Sheng shamelessly deflected her requests by referencing his own experiences. Her senior brother had changed. He had turned dark. With this thought, she arrived at a decision. She would help Jiang Sheng. She would not aid Fang Xiang. The lovesick fool would not blame her. Even now, Fang Xiang had not uttered a single word of reproach towards her. Yet, should she choose not to support Jiang Sheng, given his current disposition, he might resort to ruthless measures. Though the odds were slim, she dared not gamble. Hadn't Jiang Sheng easily overpowered Fang Xiang, even when he was gravely injured? With this realization, Nangong Yaya glanced towards Jiang Sheng, playfully gesturing with her finger at her neck in inquiry. Jiang Sheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! He had indeed underestimated Nangong Yaya. She was nothing short of a black widow. Her heart was ruthless. In a moment of discord, she would push him into the abyss. If it were any other disciple, it might have been a different story, but for Fang Xiang, the second senior brother of the Dari sect, to perish on his wedding night, Nangong Yaya would be the first to bear the consequences. And he could scarcely hope to escape, for their master would likely emerge from seclusion to stabilize the situation. A peak foundation establishment cultivator possessed the ability to trace matters back to their source. The consequences were simply unfathomable. Moreover, by the time Fang Xiang attempted to act against him, the task would have already been completed. Backstab task completed, task completion rate, perfect, task reward, perfect foundation establishment pill. Indeed, it was a perfect foundation establishment pill. The pressing concern now was how to deal with the aftermath. Jiang Sheng cast a sidelong glance at her before approaching Fang Xiang. Squatting down to look him in the eye. Have you calmed down? Calm. How can I be calm? You beast. Let me go. I wish to engage in a life and death struggle with you. Jiang Sheng let out a deep sigh. You know you can't defeat me. Why put yourself through this? I could have remained hidden, yet I chose to come out. Don't you wonder why? Upon hearing this, Fang Xiang's tumultuous thoughts began to settle. Indeed, he had already dismissed his suspicions. If Yaya emerged, he would only join her in seeking out Jiang Sheng. Even if they could not find him, he would harbor no doubts, for Jiang Sheng's reputation was impeccable. Noticing the contemplative look on Fang Xiang's face, Jiang Sheng sighed. Have you come to a realization? Are you deliberately humiliating me by coming out? Fang Xiang exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Jiang Sheng was somewhat taken aback. This lad had guessed quite accurately, for his emergence did indeed carry that intent. Since Fang Xiang did not regard him as human, he had no intention of treating Fang Xiang as one either. How could you think that? Very well, since that is the case, I shall not conceal any longer. He lifted his gaze toward Nangong Yaya and said, somewhat displeased, I told you not to hide it from Fang Xiang. It would have been better to confess sooner. Nangong Yaya's expression was beyond her control. She had never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. She now questioned whether her senior brother had been possessed, for how could he speak such disgraceful words with such conviction? What is there to confess? I was coerced. Jiang Sheng continued. Junior brother Fang, the situation is as follows. After drinking yesterday, I returned home. This morning, I thought I had yet to deliver the nirvana grass to you, and worried that you might perceive me as unwilling to send a gift due to its value. Hence, I hurried over early. However, for some reason, you were not in the room. The junior sister, upon hearing that I was here to deliver the nirvana grass, allowed me to enter. Jiang Sheng, with a hint of nostalgia, remarked. The junior sister expressed her desire to first utilize the nirvana grass to reshape her meridians. I thought it inappropriate for her to consume something meant for both of you, so I attempted to dissuade her. Alas, I was unsuccessful. She consumed it outright. After this, Jiang Sheng fell silent. However, Fang Xiang had already pieced together the narrative. Jiang Sheng had come to bestow the nirvana grass, and the junior sister, in her eagerness, wished to claim it alone. Though Jiang Sheng intended to intervene, he could not, and fortuitously, he had arrived just in time. At that crucial moment of the junior sister's meridian reshaping, she sought a pretext to prevent him from entering. Jiang Sheng, fearing a misunderstanding, chose to remain silent. The strange sounds he had heard were merely the junior sister's attempts to mask the agony of her meridian transformation, not wanting him to discover her distress. In that instant, everything seemed to fall into place. Had he not overindulged the previous day, none of this would have transpired. Yaya, how could you think so poorly of me? It is merely a piece of nirvana grass. Am I truly that petty? Elder brother, please release me. I have come to a realization. Fang Xiang's heart suddenly felt liberated. The greatest fear lies in one's own assumptions. Had Jiang Sheng elaborated too much, addressing every concern, Fang Xiang might have remained doubtful. Yet, coming to this understanding on his own significantly bolstered its credibility. Observing this, Jiang Sheng dispelled the spiritual energy pressing down on Fang Xiang, revealing an expression of mentorship on his face. In our youth, we pledged ourselves to our master together. Now, after many years as fellow disciples, we are akin to brothers. If not by blood, then by bond. If I do not emerge this time, the matter may sow discord in your heart. Even if it does not become a source of inner turmoil, it could still hinder your cultivation, and I would feel a pang of conscience. Fang Xiang was deeply moved by his words. Had he truly departed with Yaya from the courtyard, he might not have pondered the matter immediately. However, the memory of her peculiar behavior would inevitably surface, and it would distract him from his cultivation. Elder brother, thank you. I had even acted against you earlier. I am truly. Fang Xiang's lips moved, momentarily at a loss for words. Remembering how he had once sought to impress Jiang Sheng, he now found himself saved by him, a stark contrast that filled him with guilt. Jiang Sheng waved his hand dismissively, smiling warmly. Why discuss such matters between brothers? He touched his storage bag, and a long sword of ice blue hue materialized in his grasp. I noticed that your energy was somewhat obstructed while wielding your sword. In a battle, this could prove to be a fatal flaw. This spirit sword has accompanied me for many years, and I shall gift it to you. Now both you and the junior sister shall possess a token from me. Fang Xiang, elated, grasped the long sword and channeled his energy into it. A burst of ice blue spiritual energy erupted from the sword's tip, striking the ground and creating a deep crater. A top-grade magical artifact. His smile was uncontainable, and he found himself enamored with the sword. The sword has accompanied the senior brother for many years, crafted from numerous precious treasures he painstakingly collected. A fine magical instrument is akin to a cultivator's second arm. Parting with such a sword is like losing a limb. Therefore, he has repeatedly sought to bestow it upon the junior sister, yet to no avail. Now, at last, this sword is in his possession. Eldest brother. Fang Xiang intended to return the sword to his storage pouch without a hint of hesitation. He simply grasped Jiang Sheng's hand tightly, exclaiming with fervor, I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. This is the finest gift I have ever received. Second brother. Eldest brother. Shameless. Scoundrel. Nangon Yaya scoffed, her disdain evident as she observed the camaraderie between the two brothers. She could not comprehend why Jiang Sheng would relinquish such a precious gift. Previously, she would have deemed it a matter of course. After all, it is not uncommon for a good person to act selflessly. Yet Jiang Sheng was no longer a good man. What sort of virtuous person would, as he did now, sleep with another's wife and elicit tears of gratitude from the wronged husband? Jiang Sheng, with a hint of nostalgia in his voice, remarked, The moment I laid eyes on this sword, I was transported back to that winter's day, amidst falling snowflakes, when I wielded it to vanquish demons and eradicate foes. Now, with my injuries, this sword would gather dust in my hands. I bestow it upon you, hoping you shall not let me down. I will not disappoint eldest brother's expectations. Fang Xiang was momentarily taken aback. Had he truly suffered such grievous injuries that he could bestow upon him such a treasure? The disparity between him and Jiang Sheng seemed so vast. Moreover, was this sword not originally named the Ice-Cold Sword? When had it been renamed? His confusion soon dissipated. Overwhelmed by the joy of acquiring a precious artifact, seeing Fang Xiang's elated expression, Jiang Sheng couldn't help but smile. He knew that Fang Xiang would undoubtedly berate him internally for his foolishness. Not only had he given away the nirvana grass he obtained while gravely injured, but he had also gifted his own life-saving magical instrument. Yet, only a fool would not seize the opportunity to exchange a superior magical weapon for a top-tier spiritual treasure. Moreover, if the disciples within their sect saw that Fang Xiang's sword was originally his, they would surely spread tales of his benevolence far and wide. In his recollection, Fang Xiang had significantly aided Nangong Yai's growth. Soon, Fang Xiang would face an opportunity due to his magical instrument's inefficacy, leading him to acquire a top-tier spiritual treasure. However, his excessive kindness often led him to share his fortunes with Nangong Yaya, as if ensnared by some enchantment. Ultimately, after her growth, Nangong Yaya would eliminate Fang Xiang from the equation, having exploited his fortunes. At this moment, Jiang Sheng gazed at Fang Xiang with a hint of pity. Poor tool, he mused. You cannot handle this venomous woman. Allow me to take the reins. Chapter 7. The Lost Pearl of the Vast Sea in the Flame Domain. There exist 4 great immortal sects and 8 major sections. The 8 sects under the banner of the 4 great immortal sects also govern hundreds of smaller sects like the Sunlit sect. The 4 immortal sects reign supreme. To gain entry among them is to be but a heartbeat away from ascension and enlightenment. However, the more formidable the power, the more stringent the requirements for aptitude become. And vice versa. Within the Flame Domain, all practitioners of exceptional talent congregate within the 4 great sects and the 8 major mountain gates. This cyclical dynamic results in the stronger sects growing ever stronger, while the weaker ones deteriorate. Practitioners from the smaller sects are often disparagingly referred to as the refused discarded by the larger sections. Yet, even though these sects possess vast influence, there are inevitably instances of oversight. A gem may be lost in the vast sea. It must rise to the surface on its own. Thus, every 3 years, the smaller sects are granted an opportunity for promotion, known as the Ascension Conference. However, this conference merely serves as a selection process conducted by the 8 major sects for the disciples of the 300 smaller sects, while the 4 great sects abstain from participation. After all, what can truly be considered a genius if they remain buried in obscurity? Jiang Sheng himself possessed the aptitude to enter one of the 8 major sects. Yet, due to the kindness his master bestowed upon him, he devoted his entire life to the sect. In retrospect, he feels akin to a cow tethered by a rope, grazing on grass to produce milk, while also being compelled to toil in the fields, utterly drained of his essence. His master is perpetually consumed by seclusion and cultivation, neglecting all external affairs. Nevertheless, as the most accomplished disciple of the sect and the highest-ranking elder brother among all disciples, the weight of the sect's responsibilities rests heavily upon him. Were it someone else in this predicament, they might have fled long ago. However, Jiang Sheng perceives this as a test from his master. The better he performs, the more his master shirks responsibility. Should he wish to focus solely on his cultivation and disregard the affairs of the sect, he would be met with reproach from his master and the disciples. Everyone regards his contributions as a matter of course, taking for granted the time he sacrifices for his own cultivation. 3 years again. He is the most qualified among the disciples to attend the Ascension Conference held every 3 years, yet he relinquishes this opportunity. His master leverages the future of all sect disciples to coerce him, as if the Great Sun sect could not function without him. Thus, he bears this burden with a sense of duty toward the disciples of the sect. How noble, how selfless. The mere thought of his former self fills Jiang Sheng with revulsion. What concern does the future of the sect hold for him? He shifts his gaze to Fang Xiang, who is currently apologizing to Nangong Yaya, and suddenly speaks. Let us depart. Today resources will be distributed, and the disciples returning from the outside will also be present. Let them share in your joy. Fang Xiang's eyes darted, and upon turning back, a hint of hesitation graced his face. Is that appropriate? Most of the resources were reclaimed by you from the demonic cultivators. Such a significant event as the monthly resource distribution is a splendid opportunity for you to consolidate the hearts of the people. How can I overshadow your moment? Jiang Sheng waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly. What do you mean by overshadowing? The fact that you two are becoming partners fills me with joy, and I wish for everyone to share in that happiness. Moreover, as practitioners, why should we concern ourselves with trivial matters? Fang Xiang scrutinized Jiang Sheng intently, failing to discern any peculiarities upon his visage, before breaking into a smile and taking a step forward. Jiang Sheng remained excessively benevolent. This time, he was destined to become the center of attention during the congregation of disciples, ensuring that every sect, great and small, would be aware of his joyous occasion. Nangong Yaya displayed an expression of discontent. She truly wished to keep her prospective union with Fang Xiang from spreading too far, particularly given her health condition. However, feeling powerless to prevent such matters, she withdrew a delicate veil from her storage pouch to conceal her features. Her already frosty demeanor now appeared even more chillingly enchanting. exuding an air of aloofness that starkly contrasted with her usual playful and approachable charm. It seemed as though the previous night had allowed Nan Gongya to shed the mask she had worn for years, rendering her even more captivating and reminiscent of the future version Jiang Sheng had envisioned. She resembled an unreachable celestial being, a sovereign whose majesty was untouchable. Yet, just before departing, she abruptly turned to cast a piercing glance at Jiang Sheng, one filled with irresistible allure that shattered the illusions in his mind. What exactly are you planning? Nan Gongya mouthed silently, unveiling her veil. Jiang Sheng merely grinned at her, offering no response. What did it matter if she were destined to become an empress? Would she not still call him brother so affectionately? Were it not for the grand performance awaiting him, he would not have minded allowing this ethereal figure to descend back to the mortal realm behind him. In Nan Gongya's future, she would initiate the distribution of resources the day after her wedding to Fang Xiang, seizing the opportunity during the assembly of disciples to determine the quotas for the Ascension Conference. She would find herself disheartened, severely injured, and heartbroken by her brother's union with her beloved junior disciple, longing to participate in the Ascension Conference to escape this sorrowful place. She would express her intentions before the assembly of disciples and elders, only to be met with a strange silence of disapproval. At this moment, Fang Xiang would step forward, claiming that his primary magical artifact had suffered damage and expressing a desire to partake in the trials for spiritual treasures at the Ascension Conference, not to ascend among the 8 great sects, but merely to exchange for a new artifact. He would promise to return to the sect and continue his service once he procured the artifact. This proposal garnered the approval of the entire sect. Despite his reluctance, he would ultimately yield to the entreaties of Nan Gongya and Fang Xiang, relinquishing this opportunity. After all, he was the sect's eldest disciple, possessing a superior magical artifact, while Fang Xiang wielded a flawed medium grade one. Surely, you wouldn't be so selfish, would you? Eldest brother? Aren't you afraid that I might catch up to you with a superior artifact of my own? Or do you wish to deny the younger disciples their chance for advancement? Such remarks compelled him, the benevolent eldest disciple, to withdraw once more. Thus, 3 years of arduous waiting ensued. Yet, Fang Xiang did not follow through on his promises. One of the 8 major sects, the Lingjin sect, conducts a trial of spiritual treasures that permits disciples from smaller sects to enter the Lingbao cave and select a sword. The magical artifacts lie dormant, awaiting those destined to claim them. The quality of the acquired artifact determines the success of ascension to immortality. Even in the event of failure, one is guaranteed a magical sword, at the very least of medium grade. However, Fang Xiang managed to uncover a top-tier spiritual weapon, thus elevating his status within the Lingjin sect. Once he had firmly established his position, he brought Nan Gongya over as well. He vividly recalls how Fang Xiang engaged him in earnest conversation, shattering his pride and compelling him to kneel in front of him, allowing him to vent his long-suppressed grievances. Despite his overwhelming resentment and confusion, in the face of true power, he was but a jest. Before departing, Fang Xiang even healed his leg, maintaining a facade of respect in public. Everyone remarked on Fang Xiang's unwavering dedication to his original aspirations. Jiang Sheng's master, Mu Hongli, even proclaimed Fang Xiang to be her most satisfactory disciple. Any attempt to expose Fang Xiang's true nature would be met with reprimand from the master and elders, leading to whispers among the sect's disciples that he was envious of Fang Xiang and narrow-minded. At that time, Fang Xiang had become a figure upon whom the entire sect relied. The fade of a good person offered him no assistance. Just reminiscing about that scene made Jiang Sheng realize how naive he had once been. However, he has since matured. Now, he seeks to possess both the persona of a good person and to enhance his power without regard for others. He has already assisted Fang Xiang in acquiring the top-tier spiritual treasures. Chapter 8. Undercover in the Hahuan sect. Ding. Ding. The melodious chime of the bell resonated. Disciples, whether immersed in their cultivation or those who had prepared in advance, began to make their way to the hall of rewards and punishments. This is where tasks are accepted and delivered, a place of fair rewards and just penalties. For disciples of smaller sects like the Dei sect, avenues for resource exchange are limited. Aside from the marketplace at the foot of the mountain, they rely on trading items with wandering cultivators. The advantage of belonging to a sect is the ability to exchange worthless resources for valuable ones to support their cultivation. Moreover, compared to the marketplace, small sects benefit from their affiliation with the 8 major sects, ensuring that even rare materials have channels for distribution, with significantly lower commission rates than those at the marketplace. As for why Jiang Sheng is said to supply the sect, it is because he acquires the most resources, whether reclaiming mines from demonic cultivators or slaying ferocious beasts. He contributes all of it. This enables many disciples who fail to complete sect tasks to still possess a share of cultivation resources. Consequently, numerous disciples have begun to adopt a lackadaisical attitude, emerging only to collect their monthly stipends while retreating into seclusion during non-distribution periods. The entire sect resembles a rusted machine, relying solely on him and a few cogs to keep it operational. There are whispers that the senior brother has been injured, leaving uncertainty as to whether this month's resources will diminish. In my opinion, it is utterly inappropriate for the senior brother to seize the nirvana grass. Not only did he take it without exchanging it for resources for our benefit, but he also gifted it to Nangon Yaya, which is truly a waste of precious resources. Just yesterday, the senior brother attended Brother Fang's wedding, dressed in red attire, reportedly due to his wounds frequently bleeding. How infuriating. Why must we foot the bill for gifts to Nangon Yaya? The disciples often gather in pairs, their conversations invariably revolving around Jiang Sheng, our senior brother, expressing their discontent. Compared to Fang's wedding with Nangon Yaya, their primary concern lies in whether their cultivation resources will be secured. Amidst the crowd, a seemingly youthful disciple, puzzled, inquired, "What connection does the senior brother's injury have with the sect's distribution of resources? Is it true that the senior brother of the Daylight sect is so domineering that if he is injured, he demands our resources for his recovery? This is utterly absurd. How could the sect possibly consent to this?" Others glanced at him, their expressions a mix of confusion. "Are you new here?" The youthful disciple nodded. "I was just accepted as a disciple by Elder Sen yesterday." "What of it?" After retorting, he fervently added, "Rest assured, I am highly valued by Elder San. If he truly were to act in such a manner, while you might hesitate to report it to the sect, I would not." The crowd, taken aback, exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to suppress their laughter. It is indeed amusing that someone in the Daylight sect is unaware of the reputation of our senior brother, Jiang Sheng. His renown is widespread. To be oblivious to the fact that he is still cultivating within the sect is quite ludicrous. An older cultivator kindly explained to him, "You are still unfamiliar with our circumstances. It is not that the senior brother is depriving us of resources. Rather, most of our resources are provided by him. If he is injured, he cannot venture out to procure resources for us. Consequently, if our cultivation resources diminish, how can we refrain from voicing our grievances?" His words were delivered with conviction, devoid of any sense of wrongdoing. The other cultivators nodded in agreement. The youthful disciple, upon hearing this, was momentarily speechless, struggling to comprehend. "Do none of you undertake sect missions? Shouldn't you strive to secure resources for yourselves? The sect offers you cultivation methods, basic resources, and trading channels. It is your responsibility to acquire resources and reciprocate to the sect." The young cultivator gazed at the group with a perplexed expression, incredulous at their claims. If what they said were true, it would indeed be bizarre. How could a sect rely on a single disciple for sustenance? What of the other disciples? What of the sect leaders and elders? This is utterly abnormal. You are still too inexperienced. The older cultivator, far from feeling ashamed, chuckled and said, "Once you spend more time in the Daylight sect and witness other sects, you will realize how fortunate we are. Is there anything wrong with obtaining resources without having to slay demonic beasts or engage in battles with malevolent cultivators? The pursuit of immortality is ultimately for the sake of longevity. If one were to perish due to a moment's carelessness, what significance would cultivation hold?" The young monk furrowed his brow even deeper. One cannot burden one's future upon others. This perspective starkly contrasted with what he had come to understand. Cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. Without relentless effort and a tenacious spirit, one inevitably regresses. Even the highest level of cultivation amounts to nothing if one lacks ambition and drive. Such a person is destined to remain on a lower stage, never to witness the vastness of the world. This is precisely why he had joined the Daylight sect, to strive, to seize opportunities, and to manifest his grand aspirations. The other cultivators, upon hearing him, cast disdainful glances at the young monk before turning away without a word. Even the elder cultivator who had previously offered to explain things to him wore an expression of disbelief, shaking his head and choosing silence. So young, he thought. When he encounters setbacks and realizes how scarce resources truly are, he will no longer believe he was wrong in his assertions today. The elder had initially intended to cultivate a rapport with the disciple of the third elder, but it seemed he was merely naive. Surprised? The Daylight sect is perhaps not what you envisioned? The young monk turned his head to the side, where a striking man with long hair tied back stood beside him, inquiring gently. The man's voice was soft, and the sunlight illuminated his smile, radiating warmth. For reasons unknown, the young monk felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards this man. He could not comprehend why such an endearing adjective arose within him. Although this was their first encounter, the man's proximity did not elicit any discomfort, a sentiment that surprised him. "Are you also here to collect the resources gathered by your senior brother?" The young monk took a step back, his tone somewhat stiff. Jiang Sheng raised an eyebrow, finding the situation amusing. It was indeed peculiar that someone in the Daylight sect did not recognize him. It was not due to his fame. Rather, a statue of him stood in the Hall of Rewards and Punishments, making it difficult not to recognize him based on appearance. After all, apart from the various sect leaders, he was the only one who had left a mark there. He recalled that the statue had been awarded to him after he had seized a small spiritual stone mine, though the actual rewards had been meager, providing him only the semblance of honor as the senior brother. Yet, what use was honor if it could not be converted into sustenance? Now, as he engaged in conversation, he found the young monk's reaction to be rather amusing. It was not that the monk's thoughts were particularly profound. Rather, amidst the many peculiar disciples, one whose mind remained untainted stood out as exceptionally unique. Of course, I am here to collect resources distributed by the senior brother. After all, it is through our senior brother's acquisition of resources that we can focus on our cultivation and, in turn, generate greater benefits for the sect, Jiang Sheng replied playfully. Following the young monk's lead, the young monk did not appear in Nangongya's memories. In his eyes, he was merely a passerby. Since the moment he had decided to embrace darkness, he had committed many misdeeds. It was only now, while jesting with this young monk, that he recalled the person he once was. Absurd, the young monk indignantly remarked. A cultivator must strive for self-improvement. Relying on others may yield fleeting benefits, yet it cannot establish enduring achievements. Not to mention the various generations of the Flame Emperor, even among the 4 great sects and the 8 major factions. Such absurdity is utterly unheard of. What you are doing is akin to the practices of the demonic path. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, until he could no longer restrain himself from pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Sheng, exclaiming, "Such parasitic behavior, resting comfortably upon others while draining their vitality, is something even the demonic path would not engage in. It is simply lamentable, and your senior brother is exceedingly foolish. Why should he relinquish his cultivation resources? Surely he understands the tale of the fish and the fishing rod. He is either a great fool or a wicked scoundrel. Otherwise, who would act in such a manner?" Jiang Sheng was momentarily taken aback by these words. He scrutinized the young monk's face. Though he appeared youthful and rather ordinary, he possessed a surprising depth of knowledge and insight, qualities not typically found in those who would tread the murky waters of the Great Sun sect. However, Jiang Sheng had no recollection of this young monk, and given the latter's forthrightness, it seemed that a great future was unlikely for him. His senior brother was simply too kind-hearted. When everyone places their hopes upon you, even if those hopes are misguided, it is a rare virtue to bear such burdens. Yet, I concede one point. Indeed, the senior brother is rather naive. Initially, Jiang Sheng was as perplexed as anyone else, lacking the clarity of thought that this young monk possessed. Yet now that he had come to understand, he recognized the rarity of such perspectives. He silently hoped that when the young monk next encountered him, he would refrain from rebuking him. Without waiting for a response, Jiang Sheng smiled and continued towards the hall of rewards and punishments. He appeared to walk leisurely, but in just a few strides, he vanished from the young monk's sight. The young monk stood there, dazed, feeling utterly out of place in his surroundings. What sort of person could the senior brother of the Great Sun sect be? Yu Yinling felt an urgency to discover the appearance of this man like never before. Since accepting the mission of vengeance from the Harmony sect, she had indeed gathered information on the senior brother of the Great Sun sect. However, the records merely stated that he was a good person who had repeatedly attacked the disciples of her sect, portraying him as a hypocritical scoundrel. In this era, many claim to be good, and many are labeled as such by others. She had encountered numerous men whose outwardly virtuous facades concealed their sordid natures. Thus, she had come to trust the contents of the reports. Yet, if one pretends to be a good person for a day, it may be for ulterior motives. But what if one maintained that facade for a year, 3 years, or even 5? Surely, there must be a grander scheme at play. Her curiosity about her target intensified. If that senior brother were truly wicked, she would feel no remorse in fulfilling her mission. But if he were indeed a genuine good man, failure was not an option. Yu Yinling. Oh Yu Yinling, you are the next generation saintess of the Harmony sect. You cannot be deceived by a man. In this world, aside from your master, where can one find true goodness? Yu Yinling clenched her fist tightly, rallying her spirits within. Just as she finished her mental pep talk, the image of that man, whom she found surprisingly tolerable, surfaced in her mind. Aside from his good looks and amiable demeanor, how detestable were his words. Men are such vile creatures. Yet, the more she thought of his visage, the clearer it became. Yu Yinling shook her head vigorously. It had always been her sect, the Hahuan school, that ensnared men. When had the tables turned? Indeed, the disciples of the Daylight sect were peculiar. Should she seize the opportunity while their master was in seclusion and eliminate these wretched beings? Chapter 9. The Righteous King's Manual. Congratulations, second senior brother. A match made in heaven. I always said only you were worthy of Sister Nangong. Recently, while I was away on a mission, I couldn't return in time. This small token of appreciation is but a gesture of my respect. Your kind intentions suffice. There's no need for gifts. Fang Xiang stood proudly in the center of the hall, continuously responding to the disciples who came to congratulate him. Those close to him would even highlight how his senior brother lost to him in this matter, further amplifying Fang Xiang's delight. As the gifts accumulated, the smile on Fang Xiang's face became increasingly strained. The presents were one aspect, but the other was the feeling of being the center of attention, something he had not experienced in a long while. During the monthly resource distribution, almost all disciples would attend, and he would invariably be relegated to a supporting role beside Jiang Sheng. Now, he was the first to feel and finally comprehend the sensation of being the protagonist. Nangong Yaya did not stand alongside Fang Xiang, relishing in the adulation of the crowd. Instead, she felt utterly uncomfortable. The once decent pawn in her eyes had, for reasons unknown, become exceedingly irksome. Previously, if Fang Xiang had helped her collect gifts, she would have been filled with joy, for resources would be secured without the need to undertake missions. In the days to come, her cultivation would surely soar. Yet now, she only felt embarrassment on Fang Xiang's behalf, and Jiang Sheng's image persistently intruded upon her thoughts. A scale appeared in her heart, one side representing Fang Xiang, the other Jiang Sheng. Initially, their standings were equal, but now Jiang Sheng had decisively overshadowed Fang Xiang. This sentiment was profoundly unsettling. Though she loathed Jiang Sheng, wishing to expose his misdeeds and tarnish his reputation before the entire sect, the thought of doing so felt insurmountable. Was it possible that she had truly developed feelings for Jiang Sheng? This notion flickered in Nangong Yaya's mind, causing her pupils to tremble violently in a panic. Such doubts were not unfounded. Previously, she held a disdain for Jiang Sheng due to his character, yet now he has undergone a transformation. He has become audacious and unruly. In that fleeting moment, he has emerged as a promising prospect. Jiang Sheng's courage and tenacity in pursuing resources far surpasses that of Fang Xiang. In the past, Jiang Sheng would allocate resources to the sect, but now that is no longer certain. Nangong Yaya, feeling her heart race, thought to herself that this was troubling. Am I truly moved? Yaya, what are you thinking? Everyone in the sect is watching. You are standing next to me. Fang Xiang had been receiving guests for quite some time, but he had yet to catch a glimpse of Yaya. When he finally spotted her, he found her lost in thought. He hurriedly approached, intending to draw her back to the open space. Today as protagonist was not solely him. Without Yaya, how could he perform in this drama? Moreover, with a partner as enchanting as her, how could he not flaunt her presence before the crowd? Don't touch me. Nangong Yaya suddenly snapped back to reality, instinctively taking a step back to shake off Fang Xiang's attempt to hold her hand. Fang Xiang's smile froze momentarily. The other disciples were equally uncertain, unsure of how to react to the complimenting expressions on their faces. Soon, Fang Xiang regained his composure and quietly asked, Yaya, what is wrong? I am your husband. Is it so wrong to hold your hand? His forced smile was on the verge of breaking, his words laced with an unspoken grievance. It was utterly humiliating. He had intended to showcase their affection before others, yet now he felt like a scoundrel. Nangong Yaya too sensed that her reaction was somewhat excessive. Yet at that moment, she simply did not wish for Fang Xiang to touch her. Even the thought of holding hands felt awkward. Before she could contemplate an explanation, the elder in charge of rewards and punishments emerged from the great hall. Instantly, all disciples fell silent, their gazes converging on the middle-aged man with a long beard standing at the hall's entrance. With the authority to reward and punish, all disciples lined up to receive their monthly stipends. Sun San, the elder called out. A young cultivator stepped forward from the crowd and approached the elder. Sun San, you have overseen the spirit plant garden for a month. You are rewarded with 5 low-grade spirit stones. However, due to improper management, 3 spirit gathering grasses have withered. You are fined 6 low-grade spirit stones. Thus, you will receive a total of 9 spirit stones for this month. As one disciple after another walked past, the elder marked off names in his ledger until only one remained. Yu Yanling. He glanced at the next name and called out. Yet this time, after repeated calls, no one emerged from the crowd. Yu Yanling. After a second summons, the concealed Yu Yanling finally responded. Here, he exclaimed, jogging out from the throng, raising his hand in slight embarrassment. Next time, be quicker, the elder admonished with displeasure, continuing to flip through his roster. This month, there are no rewards or punishments. You will receive 10 low-grade spirit stones. Yu Yanling did not depart like the others. Instead, she seemed hesitant to speak. The elder in charge of rewards and punishments furrowed his brow and admonished her. What are you doing standing here, instead of collecting your spirit stones? Yu Yanling was deeply conflicted. Since her arrival at this hall of just punishments, she had learned from her peers that the rumors about the senior brother's clandestine dealings with the sect were indeed true. Strikingly, no one seemed to find this troubling. When she voiced her dissent, she was met with ridicule from many, which left her seething with anger. Now, without having to lift a finger, she was to receive 10 low-grade spirit stones, a phenomenon unheard of in smaller sections. It was akin to the first disciple who emerged to collect their spirit stones being penalized with a monthly deduction for wrongdoing, while still guaranteed the basic 10 stones without any effort. This system of rewards and penalties felt fundamentally wrong to her. However, she had come here with a mission and should not draw attention to herself. Yet, she felt increasingly uneasy. Indeed, I am ill-suited for covert tasks. Perhaps I should consult him? If his response displeases me, I could eliminate this old man and then find Jiang Sheng and dispose of him as well. Thus, the mission would be complete, right? Why aren't you leaving yet? The elder's impatience grew as he noticed her stammering silence. Do you disciples truly not comprehend your fortune? Are 10 spirit stones not sufficient for you? In days gone by, such generosity was unheard of. If you are dissatisfied, you may forego your stipend and let it be given to someone more deserving. Yu Yanling, chastised by his tone, felt her internal struggle dissipate instantly. This old fool was courting disaster. Did he truly believe her to be as malleable as dough? Raising her chin, she boldly declared, I believe there is an issue with the sect's system of rewards and punishments. Are you questioning me? The elder's eyebrows shot up, and the air around him crackled with the aura of a foundation establishment cultivator. Waves of spiritual pressure enveloped them, making it difficult for even the distant disciples to breathe, let alone the young cultivator at the epicenter of this oppressive force. Everyone held their breath, silently cursing her for being so reckless as to offend an elder. Yet, Yu Yanling felt no discomfort. The spiritual pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator was trivial to her. Instead, she was filled with indignation. Although the Daylight sect was a minor one, it still held a place within the righteous path. She merely pointed out a flaw, and here was an elder ready to strike. He exhibited none of the decorum expected of a mentor. What kind of righteousness was this? It was less reasonable than her own Hawan sect, which was deemed demonic. Just as she was about to unleash her fury, a figure stepped in front of her, shielding her from view. This unexpected intervention deflated her pent-up rage. She was caught in a dilemma. Should she act or refrain? All she could do was tilt her head and gaze at the familiar silhouette clad in black, frowning. Senior brother. The eldest senior brother has arrived. How is he going to assist that young disciple? The voices of those around Yu Yanling reached her ears, and her eyes widened in astonishment. The principal had arrived. Just as she prepared to strike with her hand as if it were a blade, Jiang Sheng had already begun to speak with a smile. Elder, to intervene on behalf of a disciple from our sect would be beneath your dignity. Are you intending to assist him? The expression of the punishment elder softened slightly, yet her words remained somewhat rigid. If there are issues among the disciples, it is my responsibility as the eldest senior brother to address them. Matters of educating the junior disciples should be left to me. Jiang Sheng channeled his spiritual energy, repelling the elder's spiritual pressure. This was not to imply that he could rival a foundational elder. The elder had not exerted her full strength, and out of respect for his status, had restrained herself considerably. His refusal to yield was merely a declaration of his stance. He could not afford to remain silent. Originally, he had intended to hide in the shadows, waiting for the punishment elder to distribute the monthly allowances before stepping forward to negotiate the quotas for the Ascension Conference. With Fang Xiang's affection for Nangong Yayao serving as a backdrop, he was naturally able to garner sympathy from other disciples, aligning them with his cause. Moreover, he now possessed even greater justification to attend the Ascension Conference than Fang Xiang. After all, Fang Xiang had acquired a new magical artifact. While his injuries were yet to heal in the eyes of the others, how reasonable it would be for him to seek a medicinal pill at the conference. It was indeed unwise to offend the punishment elder at this juncture. However, not long ago, the future of Nangong Yayao had taken an unexpected turn. In the vision he beheld, Nangong Yayao had not obtained the Nirvana grass, and her useful pawn, Fang Xiang, was also set to participate in the Ascension Conference. Trapped within the Great Sun sect, her progress in cultivation was exceedingly slow, until she encountered Yu Yanling, a forthright young woman of demonic lineage disguised as a man. For others, it might be difficult to discern her true identity, as even foundational cultivators could see through Yu Yanling's disguise. Yet, for Nangong Yayao, it was not challenging at all, for Yu Yanling exhibited no interest in her whatsoever. However, under the manipulation of this wicked woman, Yu Yanling soon regarded her as a close friend. A new pawn had thus emerged. With Yu Yanling's resources and connections, she was once again on the path to the pinnacle of her future. Detected betrayal target, Nangong Yayao. Issuing long-term betrayal mission. Establish a good relationship with Yu Yanling in advance. Mission reward. The Righteous King's Tome, Volume 1. The more Yu Yanling despises Nangong Yayao, the higher her goodwill towards you, resulting in more abundant rewards. Chapter 10. Betraying Nangong Yayao. Is it you? Yu Yanling exclaimed, her pupils dilating at the sound of a familiar voice. You are that big foolish senior brother? Jiang Sheng's lips twitched in resignation. Hadn't he clearly told this young disciple before that he hoped not to be scolded upon their next meeting? Yet, she had completely forgotten. Under normal circumstances, he might have relished the surprised expression on the young disciple's face upon discovering he was the eldest senior brother, enjoying a laugh at his expense. But now, he found himself devoid of any amusement. compelled to feign ignorance. In the future of Nangong Yayao, Yu Yinling occupies a significant role. After their falling out, Yu Yinling becomes Nangong Yayao's greatest adversary. Having witnessed the disguise of Yu Yinling in his memories, how could he not recognize the clear-minded young cultivator he encountered on the road? Initially, he contemplated reporting this matter directly, believing that his master would not dare offend the future saintess of the Hahuan sect. Surely, the 8 great sects would have the courage to do so. The benefits of reporting a demonic infiltrator would undoubtedly be substantial. However, he would undoubtedly become a target for the Hahuan sect, and elimination would soon follow. Despite the disadvantages outweighing the advantages, he felt compelled to act, for he knew that Yu Yinling intended to kill him. He had originally planned to leave the Day Sun sect through the Ascension Conference, intending to leave this mess for the sect to handle. However, the recent events felt utterly amiss. The infiltrator confronting the sect's elder, who revealed his foundation establishment cultivation pressure to the visibly weaker chi refining cultivators, suggested an imminent clash. Once Yu Yinling dropped her facade, the first casualty would be the sect elder, and the second would surely be him. Just then, a backstab mission appeared before Jiang Sheng. Detected backstab target, Nangong Yayao. Issuing long-term backstab mission. Establish a good relationship with Yu Yinling ahead of time. Mission reward. The Righteous King S Classic, Volume 1. The more Yu Yinling despises Nangong Yayao, the greater her goodwill towards you, resulting in more generous rewards. Recalling Yu Yinling's attitude towards other male cultivators from his memories, he felt the mission was doomed to failure. Although Yu Yinling hailed from the Hahuan sect, her cultivation method was not the yin-yang harmonization technique, but rather the pure and lofty practice reserved for direct descendants. With desires to be severed by a single sword, her heart remained untainted and immaculate, standing in stark contrast to the teachings of ordinary disciples of the Hahuan sect. At this moment, having just emerged from the Hahuan sect, she still possessed a youthful mindset, limited perspective, and her principles had yet to be solidified. However, as time passed, she became increasingly formidable, almost misandrist, harboring disdain for male cultivators, lacking constraints within the demonic path. The corpses of male cultivators who fell at her hands could form a small mountain. Some had perished merely for casting a few glances in her direction. At present, he dared not dwell on these thoughts, focusing solely on overcoming the immediate challenges. Elder, please continue to oversee the rewards and punishments. I assure you I will provide a satisfactory outcome afterward. Do not allow one disciple to hinder the greater matters at hand. Observing the elder's increasingly grim expression, Jiang Sheng softened his tone, genuinely fearing that this elder's erratic behavior might lead to his own downfall. Thus, while it appeared he was merely seeking the elder's favor, he was, in fact, saving the elder's life. The elder, perceiving the concession in Jiang Sheng's words, gradually tempered his displeasure. He retracted the spiritual pressure he had been emitting and spoke in a low voice. I wonder who your master is, to have raised a disciple so lacking in respect. Were it not for your senior brother's protection, you would find yourself in quite the predicament. The elder of rewards and punishments snorted coldly, choosing to ignore the presence of Yu Yinling who cowered behind Jiang Sheng. To him, Yu Yinling was merely a lowly chi refining cultivator, and affronting his dignity required a lesson. With a figure of greater stature elevating his own, what more could he desire? In other words, this minor cultivator's enmity with Jiang Sheng was simply not worth the trouble. If you claim I lack respect for hierarchy, then refrain from bullying the weak. Yu Yinling's face flushed with indignation. Stepping forth from behind Jiang Sheng, she exclaimed, her cheeks aflame. You, a foundation establishment cultivator. Do not strive for resources for the sect, but instead distribute what your senior brother has procured. Have you no sense of shame? Her words sent a shockwave through the disciples of the sect, who could scarcely believe such audacity. Not only had she scolded the elder of rewards and punishments, but she had also spared none in her retort. An instant later, the assembly was engulfed in a cacophony of outrage. Nonsense. You, a mere novice, dare to question the elder of rewards and punishments? You harbor ill intentions. Are you attempting to sow discord among the disciples of the sect? Investigate this person. They must be an infiltrator of the demonic path. Many disciples shouted in vehement condemnation, some out of anger, others seeking to curry favor with the elder. However, the more astute among them, including Fang Xiang, refrained from immediate outbursts, instead directing their gaze toward Jiang Sheng. They appeared to be assessing whether this minor cultivator had spoken under Jiang Sheng's directive. If that were the case, the implications were far more grave than they had anticipated, for it would signify Jiang Sheng's intention to withhold resources and initiate a counteroffensive. Is this your will? The elder of rewards and punishments squinted, his beard quivering with barely contained rage. Jiang Sheng, too, felt a tremor of fear. This group seemed intent on courting disaster. He dared not glance at Yu Yinling, terrified of witnessing her unleash her wrath upon the assembly, potentially leading to his own demise at her hands. She possessed the capability to do so, and even if Jiang Sheng's master were to intervene, he would be unable to restrain her. As for the consequences of their demise, it would be akin to the righteous slaying the demonic. Was that not simply the natural order? Should you possess the ability, seek vengeance. If not, perish in vain. This matter is of my own design. What do you intend to do? Yu Yinling retorted defiantly, hands planted firmly on her hips. To an outsider, her demeanor resembled that of a child wronged, stubbornly refusing to yield. Yet, Jiang Sheng, observing from the corner of his eye, noted that her fingers rested upon the storage pouch at her waist, poised for action at any moment. A cold sweat began to trickle down his brow. Meanwhile, the elder of rewards and punishments, upon hearing her words, was left fuming, for within the Great Sun sect, none had ever dared to address him with such audacity. Even the sect leader treated him with utmost courtesy, when had it ever been the case that a junior dared to reprimand him. To him, this young cultivator was merely emboldened by the support of Jiang Sheng, allowing him to act so recklessly. If he did not retaliate, would it not appear to others that he feared Jiang Sheng? Just as his anger surged and he prepared to strike, Jiang Sheng unexpectedly called out, "Elder, benevolent reward and just punishment is your principle. I shall bear the mistakes of this junior brother. You shall bear it." The elder's expression remained grim as he spoke in a deep voice. "You are resolute in protecting him today, are you not?" "Indeed," Jiang Sheng replied firmly. "He is simply standing up for me. While I do not agree with his viewpoint, I cannot allow him to be punished on my behalf. Not only for him, but I will not stand idly by if other disciples suffer because of me." Upon hearing this, many female disciples' eyes sparkled with admiration, and numerous male disciples were similarly touched. The cacophony of insults ceased completely after Jiang Sheng's declaration. Many felt a sense of identification, envisioning themselves as offended by the elder because of their senior brother, and imagining their senior brother standing up for them. None dared to predict whether they would make mistakes in the future, yet they had undeniably witnessed their senior brother advocating for the disciples within the sect. Winning hearts with mere words is a cunning strategy, Fang thought. Observing the attitudes of others, unable to suppress a soft curse, he anticipated that after this uproar subsided, although Jiang Sheng would have made an enemy of the elder in charge of rewards and punishments, he would undoubtedly win over many hearts. It was simply too devious. Nangong Yaya's eyes flashed with disdain as she listened, scrutinizing Jiang Sheng and Yu Yinling. She sensed something was amiss. Previously, she would have thought Jiang Sheng overly compassionate, seeking trouble for himself. But now, having glimpsed his true nature, she found the scene inexplicably strange. Did this young cultivator possess some extraordinary quality? At the center of the confrontation, Yu Yinling's brow was tightly knitted. Once again, her spell had been interrupted. Every time her anger began to coalesce, just as she was about to unleash it recklessly, this man before her would obstruct her. The sensation was nearly suffocating. "I do not require you to bear this," Yu Yinling exclaimed in dissatisfaction. Just as she stepped forward to shield Jiang Sheng, preparing to confront the elder, a large hand grasped her wrist and pulled her behind him. The contact sent a wave of heat coursing through Yu Yinling's body. Instinctively, she prepared to retaliate, but upon meeting his cool, undeniable gaze, her mind went blank. She fell silent, merely nodding obediently. She could not strike Jiang Sheng, nor did she have any justification to do so. Her emotions were a tumultuous blend as she regarded this good person, who had made her feel a sense of familiarity on their journey and was now standing up for her. Although this was her first encounter with a male's touch throughout her life, the other party was unaware of her gender. Ignorance absolves one of guilt. She was a person of principles. Despite being a practitioner of the dark arts, she would never resort to indiscriminately harming the innocent. At this moment, Yu Yinling's thoughts shifted once again. She decided to observe how Jiang Sheng would navigate the situation, as his approach and its outcome would determine how she would fulfill her task. Thus, it was settled. Yu Yinling concealed herself behind Jiang Sheng, nodding affirmatively as she lightly tapped her small hands together. At this moment, Jiang Sheng's heart raced. Acting impulsively was truly a last resort. He had no time to ponder Yu Yinling's thoughts. His sole focus was to assist this ineffective undercover agent in overcoming the immediate challenge, while simultaneously surmounting his own predicament. "I shall bear the burden myself," Jiang Sheng declared, his chest puffed out, the wind stirred by his spiritual energy howling around him, causing his garments to flutter. In that instant, his figure appeared monumental in the eyes of all present. Though merely a chi refinement practitioner, he stood resolute before the foundation establishment cultivators, not retreating an inch. His tone was unprecedentedly assertive, altering the perception of this benevolent senior brother in the eyes of the onlookers, revealing a side of him they had never witnessed before. "What do you intend to shoulder?" The elder in charge of rewards and penalties, furious yet sardonic, retorted, "Disrespecting one's elders, according to the sect's regulations, could warrant the revocation of cultivation and expulsion from the sect. Do you wish to take his place?" Upon hearing this unexpected opportunity, Jiang Sheng felt a surge of joy. It was a double blessing. He had never desired the title of senior brother, as his cultivation time had already been consumed, given his talent, cultivation level, and reputation. Even if he ventured to one of the 8 great sects, he would not lack for opportunities, so why remain here? Had it not been for his concern for reputation, he would have long since defected to another sect. Now that someone had handed him a knife, how could he not seize the chance to sever the shackles binding him? Why the silence? The elder in charge of rewards and penalties, seeing Jiang Sheng in a stupor, assumed he was intimidated. He immediately resorted to mockery. Aren't you the senior brother who stands up for his disciples? Why do you hesitate now? What is there to fear? I have accumulated years of virtuous deeds within the Daylight sect, and I am willing to sacrifice my cultivation to relinquish my title as senior brother. Regardless of whether I can remain in the sect, I hold no grievances. His words were resolute, yet while Fang Xiang displayed delight, the others were taken aback. Was this a jest? How could the senior brother consider leaving the sect over such a trivial matter? Some harbored resentment towards Yu Yinling, but many more lamented the elder's excessively rigid demeanor. Clearly, it was not a significant issue, yet he insisted on escalating it. If the senior brother were to depart, could the elder truly assist them in acquiring resources? Chapter 11. A sense of disgust. The elder in charge of rewards and penalties observed Jiang Sheng's unwavering gaze. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He felt cornered. He had always known that Jiang Sheng was straightforward and kind-hearted, but now his display seemed excessively obstinate. Could it be that Jiang Sheng has already harbored ulterior motives, and is now seizing the opportunity to act? Feeling the accusatory glances of the other disciples, he quickly suppressed his inner doubts, adjusting his emotions as he intently observed Jiang Sheng for an extended period, hoping to discern even the slightest flaw on his face. Yet, no matter how long he stared, Jiang Sheng remained resolute, standing tall with unwavering focus, his eyes betraying not an ounce of doubt. Have you truly considered this? That is the merit you have accumulated over many years. Moreover, by resigning from your position as chief, can you truly face your master? Can you face the sect? The elder of rewards and punishments, though his tone had softened, remained sharp and incisive, lacking the ability to coerce him directly. He resorted to a more subtle form of moral persuasion. The resources Jiang Sheng acquired each month were not particularly abundant, at least from the perspective of a foundational cultivator. They seemed merely adequate. However, the fact that Jiang Sheng sought out resources meant he could avoid the peril of venturing out to slay demons and face the risk of ambush by malevolent cultivators. Over time, he had long since quelled his desire for conflict. Furthermore, as the sect leader's eldest disciple, he could not afford to sever ties with Jiang Sheng, even if it meant disregarding his own interests for the sake of the sect leader's reputation. Thus, he employed his usual tactics, exerting pressure through his authority. In the past, the mere mention of master and sect would have caused Jiang Sheng to hesitate and ultimately yield. But now, moral coercion requires a foundation of morality. Particularly the mention of his years of accumulated merits made him want to laugh. The elder of rewards and punishments had long ceased to discuss his accolades, as they were beyond his means. Had he not noticed the statue erected in his honor outside the hall of rewards and punishments? The disciple's resolve was firm. I have made my decision, Jiang Sheng declared with unyielding certainty. How can this be? Yu Yinling exclaimed in alarm. This would mean foregoing all the contributions I have made to the sect and relinquishing my position as chief. What merit do I possess to warrant such a sacrifice? Upon contemplating this, she suddenly felt a surge of confusion. In this world, there are no unearned good deeds, nor are there baseless evils. Jiang Sheng's kindness and willingness to stand up for her were understandable, but to such an extent, merely for an ordinary disciple? Jiang Sheng must either be a sage or have discovered his true identity. As the second thought flitted through Yu Yinling's mind, she swiftly dismissed it. She did not believe anyone in this small sect could see through her guise, especially since Jiang Sheng was merely a chi refinement stage cultivator. Could such a person truly exist in this world? Yu Yinling found it hard to believe, and her curiosity about Jiang Sheng deepened. At this moment, she was determined to conceal her own cultivation level. She yearned to uncover what kind of person Jiang Sheng truly was, a genuinely kind soul or a cunning individual with ulterior motives. Yu Yinling has developed an intense curiosity towards you, and her favorability has increased. Quest Reward, Volume 1 of the Benevolent King Sutra. Seeing the words before him, Jiang Sheng's previously anxious heart finally settled. He had initially considered merely preserving his own life, not anticipating the unexpected delight that would follow. Fortunately, Yu Yinling remained quite innocent, untouched by Nangong Yaya's malevolence. Given the current circumstances, even if Yu Yinling were to erupt in fury, it should not extend its repercussions onto him, Jiang Sheng mused, arriving at a fundamental conclusion. Now that the matter concerning Yu Yinling was resolved, he needed to hasten his own affairs. The Renwang Sutra resided within the recesses of his mind. At present, he was unaware of its true nature and lacked the leisure to investigate. However, in comparison to establishing a rapport with Yu Yinling, He prioritized the expansive platform ahead of him. He simply had to attend the Ascension Conference. Jiang Sheng's tone, once resolute, took on a sorrowful note. It was not that he wished to abandon his sect, but rather that he was grievously injured, a state that had fundamentally compromised his foundation. The identity of the eldest disciple of the Daylight sect no longer suited him. He yearned to participate in the Ascension Conference to procure a medicinal pill that could heal his injuries. With reluctance, Jiang Sheng cast a lingering glance at the disciples below the main hall. Should fortune favor him in regaining his health, he would unreservedly embrace his role as eldest disciple and lead the Daylight sect to ascendancy. If, however, he failed to heal, remaining within the sect would render him a mere burden, and it would be wiser to depart in search of a remedy. His words left everyone momentarily speechless. The severity of the eldest disciple's injuries was indeed alarming, having evidently compromised his very foundation. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. If there had been any uncertainty regarding the future allocation of resources, Jiang Sheng's candid admission clarified it. They all understood now that the monthly stipends would plummet drastically. As there were hardly any disciples undertaking tasks within the sect, a sense of trepidation began to take root in their hearts. Once individuals become accustomed to a situation, they establish a comfort zone that is difficult to abandon. No one wished to step outside this familiar realm, yet if departure became inevitable, they were left with nothing but confusion. Eldest disciple, please do not leave, they cried in urgency. Yes, the sect leader and the elders will surely heal your wounds. The Daylight sect cannot thrive without you. The disciples clamored, as if Jiang Sheng were the very leader of their sect, embodying the collective hope of many. Yet, Jiang Sheng was acutely aware that few among them were genuinely sincere. Instead, they were predominantly cold-hearted, selfish individuals, believing that as long as he remained, even in his injured state, he could still procure resources for them, merely resigning himself to a future devoid of advancement. What relevance did that hold in the present? Nangong Yaya perceived the situation most clearly, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. She finally discerned Jiang Sheng's scheme. In this moment, the truth revealed itself, allowing her previously tumultuous thoughts to settle. He sought a place in the Ascension Conference, while others might be oblivious to the state of Jiang Sheng's injuries. She was acutely aware that he was, in fact, unscathed and remarkably robust. He had likely consumed the nirvana grass. Should Jiang Sheng truly depart from the Daylight sect, he would be free as a bird, soaring high into the sky. Her eyes darted, and in a barely audible voice, she expressed her thoughts. He must not be allowed to participate in the Ascension Conference. If he recovers from his injuries, how can you possibly assume the role of the sect's senior disciple? He will forever overshadow you. Upon hearing these words, Fang Xiang's eyes reddened instantly. How could that be permissible? Not to mention that Nangong Yaya was not present to provoke him. The mere matter of the Ascension Conference's quota was enough to stir his heart. Among the 300 minor sects of the Flame Domain, approximately 1,000 participants attend the Ascension Conference every 3 years. The weaker sects are allotted but a single quota, while the stronger ones may have 2 to 3. The Great Sun sect, despite its rightful standing among the 300 minor sects, was unfortunately relegated to such a low status due to the sect leader's prolonged seclusion and the solitary foundation elder, who spent his days in the hall of rewards and punishments, rarely making appearances for important matters. Thus, their reputation remained obscure, with only one quota available every 3 years. During the last Ascension Conference, Fang Xiang had intended for his junior sister to accompany him. However, at that time, her cultivation was insufficient, and coupled with her ill fortune, she did not even pass the selection stage. This time, Fang Xiang was determined to secure his place in the Ascension Conference. Yet, with Jiang Sheng now voicing such sentiments, how could he possibly reclaim the quota from him? The malfunctioning of his life-bound artifact. Fang Xiang snapped his fingers, and just as he was about to speak, he remembered he had acquired a new life-bound artifact. Furthermore, in a bid to alter his standing within the sect, he had revealed Jiang Sheng's unhealed injuries and the fact that the life-bound artifact had been gifted to him. If Jiang Sheng was incapacitated, then he would naturally ascend to the leadership within the sect. Presently, he still bore the flying sword bestowed upon him by Jiang Sheng at his waist. What other rationale could he conjure to attend the Ascension Conference and acquire a new life-bound weapon? Just as he sank into contemplation, Jiang Sheng suddenly cast his gaze upon the two of them, particularly softening his eyes when they fell upon Nangong Yaya. My junior sister has received the nirvana grass I gifted her. It won't be long before she becomes a foundation cultivator. Fang Xiang, having obtained the flying sword I bestowed upon him, will undoubtedly become more formidable in our sect's confrontations with external threats. And he rightfully deserves to succeed me as the senior disciple, contributing more resources to our sect. All the resources I possessed have been entrusted to the sect. I now stand as a solitary figure, much like when I first joined. Jiang Sheng gazed longingly at the mountain where his master was in seclusion, filled with nostalgia. Now, I shall take nothing with me. I hope the elders and fellow disciples can honor my wishes. In an instant, Nangong Yaya and Fang Xiang felt the weight of everyone's gaze fixated upon them. Nangong Yaya seethed with indignation. When did she ever receive the nirvana grass? This was sheer slander. Yet, she found herself unable to voice her grievances. Revealing the truth would leave Fang Xiang unable to explain himself. Fang Xiang, too, felt a chill run down his spine. He was being cornered. He merely aspired to the status of the senior disciple, never intending to adopt Jiang Sheng's self-sacrificing and self-serving mindset. Wait, why would I, of all people, take on the role of the senior brother? The sect cannot be without you, so let me attend the Ascension Conference instead. In a moment of urgency, Fang Xiang spoke his mind candidly. As soon as he finished, he felt it was inappropriate and quickly added, "What I mean is, since you are injured, it would be better for me to fetch healing herbs for you, as that would yield a greater chance of success." Jiang Sheng waved his hand, offering a wry smile as he replied, "That is out of the question. I have heard that the Ascension carries certain risks. You, as the strongest living force within the sect, what if you were also to sustain injuries? During my absence from the sect, the disciples' resources will be entrusted to you." Upon hearing this, the other disciples felt that this approach was quite reasonable. Although the senior brother was incapacitated from acquiring resources, the second brother could still do so. Moreover, the second brother had a partner in possession of nirvana grass. If Nangong Yaya were to successfully break through to the foundation establishment stage, would their resources not flourish? After a moment of internal contemplation, those who had previously spoken up in persuasion fell silent. They were rather straightforward. As long as their interests were not harmed, they were content. Instead, they looked at Fang Xiang with anticipation, as if awaiting a second Jiang Sheng. Yu Yinling felt a wave of nausea upon witnessing this scene. Her gaze towards Jiang Sheng's back turned to one of pity. Earlier, in the Hall of Rewards and Punishments, she had heard many tales of Jiang Sheng and his companions, while Fang Xiang boasted of his partner. Yet, she never expected Jiang Sheng to be so infatuated. He truly gave away the nirvana grass, and even his own life treasure to his rival. Simultaneously, her feelings towards Nangong Yaya and Fang Xiang soured. What kind of rationale is it for Nangong Yaya to send Jiang Sheng into danger while she marries? This is worse than the senior sisters of their sect. Fang Xiang, too, accepting the life treasure of another yet attempting to deny Jiang Sheng the opportunity to participate in the Ascension Conference, revealed his ulterior motives. The other disciples in the sect, by remaining silent, only confirmed that no one truly cared for Jiang Sheng. At this moment, she wished to abduct Jiang Sheng to the pleasure sect, away from the current quagmire. Although the pleasure sect had no male disciples, she was to become the next holy maiden. Making an exception for her would not be unreasonable, would it? Other senior sisters would keep paramours within the sect. So nurturing a sage wouldn't be excessive, would it? Yu Yinling, moved by sympathy, intensely desires to abduct you to the pleasure sect and has developed a disdain for Nangong Yaya. Mission Reward, Volume 2 of the Righteous King's Scriptures, Chapter 12. The return of vitality. This matter is of great significance and must await the sect leader's conclusion upon finishing his seclusion. The Elder of Rewards and Punishments gazed calmly at Jiang Sheng and the others within the sect, delivering a decisive conclusion. With Jiang Sheng's words, he had no desire to blame the young cultivator hiding behind him. Others may not perceive it, but they believed Fang Xiang would succeed Jiang Sheng and continue to procure resources for them. Yet, others are astute and naturally comprehend that a fool like Jiang Sheng is a rare gem, appearing but once in a century. Not to mention, this fool possesses considerable abilities. Should he manage to escape, it is likely that I, as the Elder of Rewards and Punishments, would have to venture out and compete with other sects for resources. Such a scenario is unacceptable. He continued, as for your injuries, the sect will devise a solution. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sheng realized that the old man was attempting to delay matters, and he could discern the ulterior motives with ease. He promptly replied, upon my return to the sect, I requested my master to emerge from seclusion to aid in my recovery, yet he remains unresponsive due to the critical phase of his meditation. In previous years, when my master did not emerge, it was you, Elder of Rewards and Punishments, who presided over the Ascension Conference. This year should be no different. Do you mean to suggest that my merits and capabilities are insufficient for participation in the Ascension Conference? Jiang Sheng's face contorted with sorrow as he lamented. All I desire is to recover swiftly and continue serving the sect. Do you truly wish to witness my demise within these walls? The Elder of Rewards and Punishments was taken aback. When had Jiang Sheng become so articulate? Were it not for the unchanged aura surrounding him, he might have doubted the identity of the person before him. Yet, the more resolute Jiang Sheng became, the more reluctant he felt to let him go. With Nangong Yaya and Fang Xiang on the verge of marriage, Jiang Sheng had already relinquished his precious possessions. It was evident that he was wounded and yearning to leave the Great Sun sect, a place of sorrow. If he were to let go now, it would be unlikely to see Jiang Sheng again. Not to mention, he would find it difficult to explain to the sect leader. However, with Jiang Sheng having articulated his position so clearly, it was challenging to refuse, especially as the disciples below began to voice their support for Jiang Sheng. After all, a robust elder brother could foster greater benefits for them all. Just as he found himself in a quandary, Fang Xiang finally stepped forward, declaring with righteous fervor, "I cannot permit this." Others turned their gazes, and upon realizing it was the second senior brother speaking, their eyes sparkled with anticipation of the unfolding drama. Observing the attention directed towards him, Fang Xiang's tone grew serious, his face feigning concern. "Elder brother, you have already contributed immensely to the sect. Now it is time for us to reciprocate. Allow me to procure the medicinal pills for your recovery." Gripping the floating sword at his waist, he proclaimed with confidence, "Now, with the floating sword in my possession, I am no weaker than you. If you insist on proceeding, you must first defeat me." The elder of rewards and punishments scrutinized the two, a glimmer of insight igniting in his eyes as a plan formed in his mind. "Excellent. This shall be the course of action. According to the rules, the strongest disciple among them is to participate in the Ascension Conference. After all, when disciples ascend through the conference to join the 8 great sects, the sect stands to gain resources in return." With a knowing tone, the elder of rewards and punishments remarked, "Previously, the strongest disciple of our sect was Jiang Sheng, yet due to various circumstances, he could not attend, leading to your recommendation of another disciple. Originally, the candidate for this year's Ascension Conference was to be Fang Xiang, but since you have expressed this notion, I shall, as an elder, naturally lend my support. However, it is imperative to adhere to the established rules. You must defeat Fang Xiang." In the past, he would not have mentioned such regulations. This is because Jiang Sheng's cultivation level stands unparalleled among the younger disciples, nearly rivaling the outstanding talents within the sect. The only one close to him is Fang Xiang, who is at the 6th level of qi refinement. But now, with Jiang Sheng gravely injured and having relinquished his primary weapon to Fang Xiang, he truly cannot fathom how Fang Xiang could possibly lose. Do any other disciples harbor dissent? The elder in charge of rewards and punishments squinted at the other disciples outside the hall. Ordinarily, such a significant decision would not permit the involvement of other disciples. Today's inquiry is merely to exert pressure on Jiang Sheng. The disciples unanimously expressed their lack of objections. What a joke! Even if they had objections, it would matter little, as the opportunity to ascend to immortality would never fall to them. Either the senior brother or the second senior brother could effortlessly defeat them. When not directly involved, they naturally remain aloof. "Jiang Sheng, what is your decision?" The elder in charge of rewards and punishments smiled with satisfaction. "Will you accept your junior brother's challenge, or will you concede your spot?" Naturally, he would accept the challenge. Jiang Sheng turned to Fang Xiang, who had already drawn his sword, nodding in a gesture of respect. "I hope you will show mercy in the duel." The smile on Fang Xiang's face was unmistakable. The mere thought of defeating Jiang Sheng before the entire sect filled him with exhilaration. "For the sake of your safety, I shall give it my all," Fang Xiang thought, as he began to gather spiritual energy, swirling around the floating sword in his hand. The other disciples stepped back, clearing the space. They were also curious as to who among the senior and second senior brothers was stronger. It was previously unquestionable that the senior brother was superior, but now the situation was uncertain. At this moment, Yu Yanling, surprisingly, remained silent. She too stepped aside, her gaze flitting between Fang Xiang and the elder in charge of rewards and punishments. If Jiang Sheng were to win, that would suffice. She would only seek revenge on the elder, ensuring he faced significant repercussions within the sect. However, if Jiang Sheng were to lose, she was prepared to execute her ultimate plan. Overturn the table. The elder in charge of rewards and punishments shall not escape. Everyone else will accompany him. Jiang Sheng would be taken directly. Backstab target detected. Fang Xiang, backstab mission. Defeat Fang Xiang before everyone. Seizing his spot at the Ascension Conference. Mission reward. Revitalization, dragon battles in the wilderness, vitality and blood intertwined. As long as one firmly believes they are not dead, there shall always be a glimmer of hope. Upon seeing this reward, a smile crept across Jiang Sheng's face. This meant that as long as he remained resolute, no matter how severe his injuries, he could still survive. A mere fatal wound? He had already intended to teach his young brother a lesson. Now that the backstab mission had emerged, he felt compelled to exert himself, for anything less would not do justice to this reward. "I am aware that many within the sect believe I am inferior to the senior brother and unworthy of the junior sister." As Fang Xiang advanced, he proclaimed aloud, "I have never sought to justify myself before. It is not that I share your sentiments, but rather that I disdain to articulate them. For I shall demonstrate through my prowess that I am not inferior to the senior brother. What belongs to me will ultimately remain mine, unassailable by anyone." With a flourish, Fang Xiang raised his hand, his sword soaring to point directly at Jiang Sheng, his aura reaching its zenith. Narrowing his eyes, he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Sheng, declaring, This time, I shall not allow you to ambush me. Ambush. The moment Fang Xiang uttered this term, the other disciples erupted in astonishment. Quickly recalling the past encounter between Jiang Sheng and Fang Xiang, when Jiang Sheng had allegedly bested Fang Xiang through a sneak attack. However, only a few entertained this notion, for they could hardly believe that Jiang Sheng would resort to such underhanded tactics. Do you not wish to explain yourself? Fang Xiang pressed, noticing Jiang Sheng's indifference. Just as Jiang Sheng prepared to respond, Fang Xiang suddenly waved his hand, unleashing a barrage of icy shards that shot forth from his sword like arrows. Hurtling towards Jiang Sheng at a breathtaking speed, Jiang Sheng deftly maneuvered, managing to evade the onslaught, though the urgency of his defense was palpable. In warfare, deception is paramount. Distraction only serves to provide the enemy with an opening. Oh, senior brother, you are so naive. How can I trust you to participate in the Ascension Conference? Fang Xiang's taunting voice was accompanied by a flurry of ice, akin to a relentless downpour, making evasion nearly impossible. Such an assault was exceedingly rare even among those in the Qi refinement stage. The gathered disciples watched, entranced, exclaiming in exhilaration. While dodging the icy projectiles, Jiang Sheng gathered his spiritual energy, finding Fang Xiang's self-justification laughable. Presently, Fang Xiang's perspective was limited to the confines of the Daylight sect, and both his actions and words struck Jiang Sheng as remarkably juvenile. His desire to toy with Fang Xiang began to wane. To wield an ice sword in a sect that played with fire, how absurd. Jiang Sheng shook his head in resignation as a palm engulfed in flames descended from above, crashing down upon Fang Xiang with astonishing swiftness. The same technique, the same posture, yet at this moment, the protective shell adorning Fang Xiang gleamed with a new coat of red paint, making it all the more conspicuous. Ah, you have betrayed me, Fang Xiang exclaimed in frustration. This sword was given to me by you. You must have tampered with it. Jiang Sheng crouched before him, retrieving the blue longsword that had fallen to the side. Its icy blue blade still emanated a lingering chill. This sword is not meant to be wielded in such a manner, Jiang Sheng asserted, pointing the sword behind him. Instantly, red and blue energies entwined around the blade, erupting from the tip with a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye, striking the ground near the elder in charge of rewards and punishments. Boom! The perfect amalgamation of ice and fire significantly enhanced the sword's might, producing a deafening roar that compelled the other disciples to shield their eyes and ears. As the dust settled, a massive crater emerged before the astonished onlookers. Everyone was astounded by the immense power displayed by Jiang Sheng. The elder in charge of rewards and punishments, with a grim expression, retracted his intention to intervene discreetly. He harbored deep doubts about whether Jiang Sheng had truly sustained injuries. How could one who was supposedly wounded subdue Fang Xiang? Furthermore, he could keenly sense the elder's movements and compel him to retract his small actions with a strike capable of injuring a Foundation establishment cultivator. It even seemed that Jiang Sheng had grown stronger than before. Yet, such a formidable disciple repeatedly claimed to be gravely injured, to have damaged his foundation. Something did not add up. Elder, is it time to announce the results? Jiang Sheng inquired of the elder in charge of rewards and punishments. The elder, however, remained silent for an extended period, casting his gaze upon Fang Xiang, hoping to discern whether Fang Xiang had any hidden cards that might allow for a reversal of fortune. Meanwhile, Fang Xiang was entirely absorbed in the power of that last strike. Had he been struck by that attack, he likely would have been obliterated. What was that technique called? Fang Xiang asked, bewildered. Jiang Sheng looked down at him and replied in a calm tone. It is called the duality of ice and fire. I have previously taught it to my junior sister. If you are interested, you may have her come to me for further instruction. I will be leaving soon, and her guidance will be sufficient for you to master it. As he spoke, he sheathed the flying sword back into Fang Xiang's scabbard and dispelled the fiery handprint pressing upon him. Thank you, Fang Xiang uttered before tightly closing his lips, choosing silence. Clearly, the clean and decisive defeat at Jiang Sheng's hands had dealt him a significant blow. Previously, he could have made excuses about lacking a suitable weapon, but now, having attempted a sneak attack without success, any further excuses would only invite ridicule. Senior brother is incredibly strong. Even injured, he remains so formidable. I cannot imagine how powerful he would be if unscathed. We ought to have senior brother participate in the Ascension Conference. With his character, he would never betray the sect or us, unlike others. Senior brother's integrity and benevolence truly illuminate our Duri sect. I almost wish to lend him my heirloom weapon. The law of the jungle was starkly evident within the Duri sect. When the situation was uncertain, they had hesitated. Now, with Jiang Sheng having decisively defeated Fang Xiang through overwhelming means, there was no need for further guidance on where to stand. The elder in charge of rewards and punishments squinted at Jiang Sheng for a long moment before ultimately declaring, the reward and punishment conference is hereby concluded. All of Jiang Sheng's previous merits are nullified, and he shall temporarily hold the title of senior brother to participate in the Ascension Conference. Disperse. With that, he let out a cold snort and turned to leave. Backstab mission. Defeat Fang Xiang before everyone and seize his spot in the Ascension Conference. Mission reward. Return to life. Dragon fights in the wild. As long as one believes they are not dead, there will always be a glimmer of hope. As the elder announced the conclusion, powerful energies erupted from within him, enveloping him in a refreshing embrace akin to a spring breeze. Previously, the hidden wounds of the nirvana grass had not been mended, yet under the current cleansing, they have returned to normal. Jiang Sheng had never felt such vitality within his body. Though his realm remained unchanged, he was imbued with an abundance of strength. This sensation of receiving rewards for backstabbing one's peers was truly delightful. Chapter 13. Master Brother, so this is who you are. In the rear mountains of the Daylight Sect, the sun shone warmly, and the breeze whispered gently. Jiang Sheng sat cross-legged beside a waterfall, exhaling deeply, releasing a visible vortex of spiritual energy. The air around him began to tremble, drawing in more spiritual energy into the whirlpool, ultimately forming a sizable mass of spiritual essence. As Jiang Sheng continued to exhale, the mass expanded further, and the wind stirred into a howling rush. At that moment, he began to inhale, drawing the mass of spiritual energy into his abdomen with the finesse of peeling layers from a silk cocoon. Once he had consumed it all, tranquility returned to the area. It had been 5 days since the reward and punishment conference. Jiang Sheng had also replaced his cultivated technique with the Renwang Sutra. He was unsure of the origin of this technique, having found no information about its creator within the sect. However, he understood that this method was vastly superior to the practices of the Daylight Sect. Without delving into other techniques, the method of refining spiritual energy alone was sufficient to render his previous technique obsolete. Now, with his spiritual energy fully purified, although his realm had not changed, his strength had significantly increased. If he used his former self as a unit of measurement, he could easily defeat 5 of his past selves. The first volume pertained to the Qi refinement stage, while the second volume dealt with the foundation establishment stage. To obtain the subsequent techniques, he would need to enhance his rapport with Yu Yinling. Just the thought of it caused him a slight headache. The Renwang Sutra was incomparable to other techniques, as it was highly compatible with him. Based on the spells and the nomenclature of the techniques within, he surmised that the creator of the Renwang Sutra must also be a possessor of a sacred heart. His cultivation progressed with remarkable efficiency. With the purification of his inner spiritual energy, he felt confident that in a few days, he would ascend to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. After that, he could embark on the journey of perfecting his foundation establishment. The future gleamed with promise. The mere thought of it uplifted his spirits. Master Brother, are you there? Jiang Sheng turned at the call, seeing a youthful disciple standing outside his humble abode, addressing him. Clearly, the young man had spotted him, yet out of politeness, he still inquired. This was their first encounter since leaving the Hall of Just Punishment. Jiang Sheng was uncertain of how to interact with Yu Yinling, especially since he had been surrounded by other disciples, showered with flattery, immediately after the assembly. He was oblivious to when Yu Yinling had departed. To his surprise, just as he was contemplating ways to enhance his rapport with her, she had come seeking him. Junior brother you? Jiang Sheng asked, puzzled. What brings you here? Is someone in the sect bullying you? Yu Yinling hastily waved her hand in denial. No. With you backing me, who in the sect would dare to bully me? Then who are you? I am here to express my gratitude. Yu Yinling felt somewhat bashful, her hand lingering over her storage pouch, hesitant to speak. I have found some medicinal pills for treating injuries. They are quite effective. In the end, she gritted her teeth and retrieved a porcelain vial from her storage pouch, handing it to Jiang Sheng. This was her first time giving a gift to a man. Embarrassment aside, she feared that Jiang Sheng might not recognize the potion's value and thus refuse it. Jiang Sheng accepted the vial with a smile, placing it into his storage pouch without even glancing at it. All right, I appreciate your kind gesture. I will make good use of it. Jiang Sheng knew, without looking, that this medicinal pill must be precious, especially since it was gifted by a foundation establishment cultivator. However, he was not seriously injured. Even the accumulated hidden injuries had been cleansed by the revival of vitality. Since he was not concerned, he did not feel the urgency to examine it. Hey! Yu Yinling noticed Jiang Sheng's casual demeanor and wanted to explain further, but in the end, she could find no suitable reason, so she could only mutter. You must remember to take it. That pill is truly important for healing. It is one of my very valuable treasures. She emphasized the latter part of her statement to stress the pill's efficacy. Observing Yu Yinling's serious expression, Jiang Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. In his memory, Yu Yinling was a formidable force, capable of causing mountains to crumble with a mere wave of her hand. Yet now, she exuded a sense of youthful innocence. The juxtaposition of the two images evoked a sense of amusement in him. Do not bear too much weight on your shoulders. I intended to participate in the Ascension Conference. Abandoning my current status, as you said, I have realized that continuing to support the sect disciples will only render them ineffectual. As for the merits, I have no need for them, as the resources for bestowing merits upon the disciples are all derived from my own efforts. You merely happened to cross paths at this moment, and I coincidentally assisted you. Jiang Sheng articulated his thoughts clearly, fearing that Yu Yanling might later perceive this situation as hypocritical. Given her young age, her understanding of good and evil was not yet firmly established. There was still an opportunity for her to reshape her perspective. If given the chance, he wished to guide this young girl in a positive direction, rather than resorting to deceit or manipulation to enhance his rapport with her. He was not attempting to revive his former self, an individual who only gave without taking, but rather, he did not wish to be a mere do-gooder, nor did he intend to become a villain. The future Yu Yanling, having mingled with Nangong Yaya for an extended period, could become increasingly extreme, potentially evolving into a heartless female fiend. Upon hearing Jiang Sheng's explanation, Yu Yanling felt not disappointment, but rather her eyes sparkled with excitement. Did you change your mind because of what I said? Jiang Sheng wished to refute, yet upon gazing into Yu Yanling's large, luminous eyes, the words of denial inexplicably lodged in his throat. Despite her efforts at disguise, concealing her future breathtaking beauty, her eyes remained a window to her soul, revealing an essence that belied her ordinary appearance. Truly, she was a natural enchantress. Jiang Sheng could not help but click his tongue, hesitating before offering his response. Your words have indeed aided me somewhat. Yea, Yu Yanling exclaimed, her fists clenched in excitement. I can help others too. This feeling is delightful. She resembled a child basking in praise, unable to contain her exhilaration. Jiang Sheng, akin to a doting father, smiled at her infectious joy. Is the senior brother present? I have matters to report, a voice called from afar. Instantly, Yu Yanling's exuberance dampened. She stuck out her tongue at Jiang Sheng, whispering, those people are here for me. It's so annoying. Senior brother, could you cover for me? Just say I'm not here. Jiang Sheng closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surroundings. To his astonishment, he discerned over a dozen disciples encircling the outer ridge of his mountain. So many have come seeking you? He questioned, perplexed by the events that had transpired during his recent seclusion. What mischief have you been up to? Hee. Yu Yanling grinned sheepishly. I noticed that the sect's disciples often preferred seclusion over undertaking missions. I thought I would lend a hand by stirring things up a bit at their training grounds to boost their motivation. If they cannot cultivate within the sect, they have no choice but to venture outside, right? Jiang Sheng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. While Yu Yanling had yet to fully embrace her more mischievous tendencies, she was undoubtedly a little imp. How could he afford to be complacent? Disrupting one's cultivation was no trivial matter. While a minor disturbance could be dismissed, an interruption during critical training could lead to injury or, worse, chaos within their spiritual essence, potentially harming their foundation. Such an affront could result in dire consequences. Noticing Jiang Sheng's frown, Yu Yanling chuckled nervously, then turned to express her discontent. They show you. Our senior brother, such disrespect. They barged in without awaiting your response. What if you were meditating and they disturbed you? She trailed off, suddenly aware that her actions mirrored those of the intruders. Yet, she felt no remorse. Why don't you hide in my cottage? I will handle this. Jiang Sheng said resignedly, gesturing toward his room. Yu Yanling grinned, darting inside. Once in the room, she did not remain idle. Her wide eyes scanned the interior with curiosity. It is human nature to be inquisitive, especially about someone as genuinely kind as Jiang Sheng. Her curiosity about what he was like in private only intensified. In this secluded abode, subtle hints of intrigue may emerge. The humble dwelling is sparsely furnished, containing merely a mat and an earthen bed, devoid of any bedding. However, upon encountering a mountainous pile of garments in the corner, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Delicately embroidered, silk, and various netted attire lay before her. As the next chosen saintess of the Hahuan sect, how could she fail to recognize these? Senior brother, so this is your true nature. Chapter 14. I truly am not that kind of person. In the clearing of the back mountain, a group of disciples stormed in, their tempers flaring. Their gazes swept across the area, scanning the vicinity of the waterfall and behind the grand trees, leaving no stone unturned in their search. Yet, their quarry remained elusive until one of them spotted the thatched hut, at which point their attention became singularly focused upon it. In their eyes, the humble dwelling was the only suitable place for someone to conceal themselves. Just as one disciple, brimming with indignation, prepared to search the hut, Jiang Sheng cleared his throat. The remaining disciples turned their attention to him, even the one who had been eager to search halting in his tracks, his anger momentarily abated. What do you intend to do? Jiang Sheng inquired, his tone even. The aggrieved disciple, unable to contain his fury, replied, Senior brother, the one you protected earlier has gone too far. He has disrupted the cultivation of his peers, causing significant losses. My spirit tool was damaged due to his interference while I was refining it. We all saw him enter the back mountain. He must have hidden in your residence. Are you suggesting that you will invade my quarters without my consent? Jiang Sheng questioned, his demeanor calm. Of course. The disciple retorted nonchalantly. I intend to find him and give him a good thrashing, demanding compensation for my spirit tool. The other disciples chimed in. I was absorbing the spiritual energy from my spirit stones, and he caused it to dissipate. He must reimburse me for my stones. Me too, they echoed, oblivious to the impropriety of their intentions. They had already reported this to Senior Brother, and even if their actions were a bit extreme, they felt justified. After all, Senior Brother would never hold such matters against them. Even if he did, it would only be a verbal reprimand, with no real consequences. Jiang Sheng found their words laughable, his frustration morphing into mirth. He raised his hand, summoning a concentrated burst of spiritual energy into a palm strike, which swiftly took form and landed heavily upon the disciple who had spoken out. Poof! The disciple coughed blood, his body flung backward like a broken doll. The other disciples stood agape, their pupils dilating in shock, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. Now, who else wishes to enter my abode? Jiang Sheng surveyed the remaining disciples, a familiar smile gracing his face. Yet this time, none of his companions found warmth in it. The back mountain is my sanctuary for cultivation. No one is permitted to enter without my express permission. You have been disturbed in your cultivation, and yet you dare to intrude upon my practice? The disciples exchanged glances, for under normal circumstances, they would have offered some explanations. However, with a fellow disciple recently sent flying by the elder brother, none of them dared to speak up. They stammered for a long while, none willing to break the silence. It appears I have been too lenient in my demeanor, allowing you to lack even the most basic respect. Each of you is to seek out the elder of punishments and rewards to accept an external task, should this occur again. There shall be no place for you in the grandson sect. How can this be? One voice protested. There are no enforced tasks within the sect. We merely ventured into the back mountain. How is this so severe? You are merely our elder brother, and a temporary one at that. What authority do you possess to dictate this? Jiang Sheng scrutinized the speaker, who he recognized as Song Dang, a close associate of Fang Xiang. The sudden outburst raised suspicions. Was Fang Xiang probing for something? After having demonstrated his power moments ago, anyone still bold enough to speak must have ulterior motives. And Jiang Sheng found it hard to believe otherwise. Fang Xiang would also be perceptive enough to notice something amiss. Jiang Sheng did not respond to Song Dang, but turned his gaze to the other disciples. Do you share his sentiments? The remaining disciples quickly shook their heads, stepping back to distance themselves from Song Dang. They had merely come to confront Yu Yanling and teach that rascal a lesson. It was Song Dang who had instigated their venture into the back mountain, hinting that Yu Yanling might be in the thatched cottage. And it was also Song Dang who had suggested that the impetuous one scout ahead. With the elder brother's sudden display of power, even the dullest among them recognized the shift in circumstances. We shall heed the elder brother's words. We accept our punishment. Among the disciples, a clever one cupped his hands and turned to leave. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Song Dang felt the sweat bead on his forehead. After all, the law does not punish the masses, and if the other disciples would not stand with him, he lacked the confidence to face the transformed elder brother. For the elder brother had changed. He had never before acted against his fellow disciples. Come back. The elder of punishments and rewards is in seclusion due to problems with his cultivation. Who will you seek for punishment? He called out repeatedly, but no one paid him heed. Just as he was about to slip away amidst the chaos, Jiang Sheng stepped before him. Problems with the elder of punishments and rewards? Jiang Sheng inquired with curiosity. Song Dang swallowed hard, his earlier bravado evaporating as he cautiously replied. Yes, the elder announced his seclusion the day after the punishment conference, stating that he should not be disturbed unless for significant matters. Jiang Sheng refrained from glancing toward the thatched cottage, for he understood that the elder's predicament was surely connected to Yu Yanling. This girl truly harbors a grudge and shows no inclination to spare herself. Jiang Sheng gently patted Song Dang on the back and whispered, I am currently acting in the position of the eldest senior brother. With the elders in seclusion and the sect leader in retreat, I hold the highest authority in the sect. What dissatisfaction do you have with my decision to mete out punishment? Song Dang, his bravado dissipated, could only stammer, none at all. The recent taps from Jiang Sheng had rendered him unable to utilize his spiritual energy, leaving him powerless to resist. Go and receive your punishment. And remember to take that unconscious disciple with you. Yes, yes. Song Dang, feeling a sense of relief, hurriedly ran off, dragging the fainted disciple down the mountain. Jiang Sheng watched Song Dang's retreating figure and shook his head. Why such fear? He had committed no grave misdeed. He had merely sealed Song Dang's cultivation. Only a practitioner of greater prowess could lift the ban. With the only 2 foundation-building practitioners in the sect currently in seclusion, being rendered an ordinary person was not so dire. Of course, whether an ordinary person could survive on a mission depended entirely on their luck. He had already foreseen the repercussions of this incident. Some would believe, while others would doubt. Yet, such rumors would scarcely tarnish his reputation, as the previous impressions were too deeply rooted. Approaching his wooden cabin, he intended to inform Yu Yanling that the disciples had been dispatched. Instead, he was met with a face so red it seemed about to bleed. "Junior brother Yu?" Jiang Sheng called out in confusion. Receiving no response, he stepped behind Yu Yanling, following her gaze. Initially, he noticed nothing amiss until he spotted a pile of dubious items in the corner, causing cold sweat to bead on his brow. In an instant, numerous thoughts flooded his mind. Yu Yanling might perceive him as a hypocritical figure, benevolent on the surface, yet a deviant who collected women's garments in secret. He opened his mouth to explain that these items were spoils from slaying demonic cultivators, yet he swallowed the words before they could escape. It was true he had vanquished demonic cultivators, but he had also slain disciples of the Hahuan sect. Seeing the belongings of a fellow disciple, Yu Yanling was already restrained in her reaction. Provoking her further would be tempting fate. Thus, he nervously stammered, "These things are not mine. I am truly not that kind of person." Chapter 15. A Tale of Ice and Fire. Hearing Jiang Sheng speak closely, Yu Yanling finally regained her composure. She glanced at the pile of garments, then turned to Jiang Sheng, her expression a curious mixture of surprise and intrigue. "I never imagined you had such a peculiar hobby. Eldest brother, fear not. I, Yu Yanling, am tight-lipped, as if sewn with needle and thread. I would never speak of this." After this declaration, sensing it lacked conviction, she added, "We are all men, I understand." Jiang Sheng, upon hearing her words, felt a mix of helplessness and relief wash over him. Fortunately, Yu Yanling did not recognize the owner of those garments. However, this was to be expected, as a junior saintess of the Hahuan sect. She could only be familiar with those within her own sect, and it was unreasonable to expect her to recognize everyone. Even he, a well-meaning individual concerned for his junior disciples, could not recall the auras of all the disciples within the sect. Nonetheless, it was not favorable for Yu Yanling to harbor any misunderstandings. Upon realizing the efficacy of the Renwang scripture, Jiang Sheng's demeanor towards Yu Yanling transformed significantly. Previously, he had aimed to expedite his departure from her clutches through the Ascension Conference. His own survival took precedence over any alliance with the likes of Nangong Yaya. However, after the Reward and Punishment Conference, his perspective shifted. Firstly, the Renwang scripture was undoubtedly a profound technique, surpassing the most confidential tomes of the 8 major sects. Whether it could rival the 4 grand sects remained uncertain. Presently, he possessed the first and second volumes, and according to his future cultivation plans, the foundation establishment stage would not impede his advancement. The significance of the 3rd volume, pertaining to the golden core stage and subsequent techniques, was paramount. During the chi refinement stage, one could still interchange techniques, but as one's cultivation deepened, the costs of switching methods increased substantially. Thus, he aspired to cultivate a good rapport with Yu Yanling before attending the Ascension Conference, striving to acquire the subsequent volumes as well. Secondly, he discovered that Yu Yanling was not as inaccessible as he had presumed. Following the blunder at the Reward and Punishment Conference, she had developed a favorable impression of him. At the very least, instead of reprimanding those disciples from other sects who pursued her, she sought him out for protection and even gifted him healing elixirs. All signs indicated that if he was willing to befriend Yu Yanling, obtaining the remaining volumes would not pose a significant challenge. Thus, when he noticed her diminishing fondness towards him, he felt a surge of anxiety. As Jiang Sheng racked his brain for a way to mend the situation, Yu Yanling suddenly furrowed her brow and said, "Senior brother, someone is approaching. They will soon arrive at the clearing." At her words, Jiang Sheng's eyes brightened. He had been troubled by a lack of time to devise a strategy. Normally, no one sought him out, and now that someone was coming, it was undoubtedly to confront Yu Yanling. If he could step outside and delay the disciples, he would have ample time to formulate a solution. "Junior brother Yu, wait here for a moment. I will return to explain the origins of these garments. I must first attend to our pursuers." With that, Jiang Sheng hurriedly departed without looking back. Yu Yanling opened her mouth to protest, but Jiang Sheng had already rushed out of the hut. The individuals approaching were not his pursuing disciples, but rather Nangong Yaya, the one he had once admired. Yu Yanling muttered softly to herself. This time, she chose to disregard the pile of garments and instead expanded her perception, attuning herself to the sounds in the clearing. As Jiang Sheng stepped out of the hut and awaited the arrival of the sect's disciples, his mind was also occupied with thoughts on how to explain the matter of the garments. Was it not he who once resided in this humble abode? The mere thought was swiftly dismissed. Who could forget that the mountain's rear belonged to his sanctum of solitude? Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he clapped his hands in delight. He would assert that he had been gathering resources outside the sect and during his quest for the nirvana grass. It was Nangong Yaya and Fang Xiang who took up residence here. Thus, the origin of the garments would be accounted for. "Master brother, what occupies your thoughts?" As Jiang Sheng pondered the feasibility of this excuse, A melodious voice chimed from not far away. Turning, he focused intently, his eyelids fluttering with surprise. What brings you here? He discreetly cast a glance at the cottage, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Nangong Yaya appeared resplendent in a flowing blue and white robe, a long sword cradled in her arms, exuding an ethereal grace that was both pure and distinguished, yet carried an invigorating charm. She was breathtakingly beautiful, a stark contrast to the crimson bridal attire she had worn on their wedding day, and unlike the celestial demeanor she had displayed during the punishment assembly. In this moment, she resembled the curious girl who had once trailed behind him, full of questions, charming and playful, impossible not to adore. Jiang Sheng's mind was whisked back to those days, each memory vivid as if it were yesterday. What? Am I not welcome? Nangong Yaya pouted, her delicate nose crinkling in discontent, appearing somewhat adorable. Jiang Sheng, brought back to the present, suddenly recalled the biting sarcasm she would soon unleash, the imagery of her leading a demonic sect to obliterate the daylight sect flooding his mind. Those fleeting, tender moments were swiftly overshadowed. What brings you to me? Speak if you have matters to discuss. Otherwise, kindly take your leave. I must return to my cultivation. With an impassive expression, Jiang Sheng uttered these words and turned to stride towards the cottage. He was wary of engaging too deeply with this woman. Though conversing with Nangong Yaya might reveal her true nature and reduce her favorability with Yu Yanling, it also risked her inadvertently divulging the events of their wedding night, ensnaring him in a quagmire. Master brother, you certainly possess quite the temper. Nangong Yaya darted in front of him, blocking his path, sword in hand. I just heard that someone trespassed into your sacred training grounds and was met with your fierce retribution. I wonder what the disciples of the sect would think of this. With a playful blink, she continued, but I trust it must have been their fault. You should have acted sooner. Otherwise, the disciples would lose their sense of reverence. Jiang Sheng furrowed his brow in confusion, uncertain of what mischief Nangong Yaya was concocting. 5 days prior, she had threatened to end his life, branding him a scoundrel. Yet, now, it seemed as though she had transformed entirely, as if nothing had transpired between them. Her tone and demeanor reverted to the familiarity he once cherished. However, if Nangong Yaya wished to play this charade, he would not be the one to shatter it. The current situation mirrors the moment when Fang sought out Nangong Yaya. Nangong Yaya, fully aware of his true nature, still chooses to shield him, feigning ignorance. Junior sister, I am truly devoted to my cultivation at this critical juncture and cannot afford any delays. If you have matters to discuss, might you return later? Jiang Sheng donned a warm smile, gently adding, after all, you are now the wife of junior brother Fang. If you were to come alone, it would undoubtedly invite idle gossip from the other disciples. I, on the other hand, am quite fine alone, as I am soon to attend the Ascension Conference. Even if there were whispers, they would not affect me. However, should you be harmed by such rumors, I would certainly feel remorse. Nangong Yaya's smile grew ever more radiant. Since the last disciplinary assembly, she had refrained from contacting Fang, instead contemplating how to navigate her relationship with Jiang Sheng. In her view, Jiang Sheng still harbored feelings for her. Observing his actions rather than his words made that evident. On their wedding night, he supplanted Fang and seized his opportunity to enter the Ascension Conference, demonstrating his cunning. In front of everyone, he effortlessly defeated Fang, employing techniques that even the foundation-building elders regarded with caution, showcasing his prowess. Now, Jiang Sheng, dissatisfied with his current standing, feigned severe injuries to attend the Ascension Conference, thereby revealing his ambition for greater heights. What reason could she have not to be drawn to such a man, one who possesses cunning, capability, and ambition? Each of these incidents bore his mark, indicating that Jiang Sheng indeed harbored affection for her. In the past, she had been overly harsh towards him, seeking benefits without offering sweetness in return. After several days of reflection, she resolved to adopt a new approach in her pursuit of Jiang Sheng, determined to turn him into her loyal subordinate. Senior brother, should we truly fear idle gossip? Have you not always been a good brother to Yaya? A glimmer of seduction flickered in Nangong Yaya's eyes, her voice trembling with allure. Unbeknownst to her, the hand that once clutched her sword loosened and found its way to Jiang Sheng, beginning to caress him. Alarmed, Jiang Sheng instinctively took 2 steps back, creating distance between them, his face now a mask of terror. What madness is this woman exhibiting? He thought, as he instinctively scanned the surroundings, probing with his senses. Yet, no one else was present but Nangong Yaya. Eliminating the possibility of her plotting against him, it seemed she was indeed there to offer him something. Had she become addicted to the pleasures of their previous encounter? Observing the seductive glimmer in her eyes, intertwined with a deeper ambition, Jiang Sheng came to a realization. This woman was enticing him, seeking to conquer him. He was willing, but today was simply not the right time. Junior sister, please refrain from this behavior. I have guests in my abode. Jiang Sheng, wary of Nangong Yaya's potential for indiscretion, promptly divulged the presence of company within his quarters, hoping she would take heed and retreat. However, Nan Gongyi dismissed Jiang Sheng's words entirely and boldly leaned closer, whispering, I am aware that you have guests. It is that junior brother, you, I assent it? Quite a number of our fellow disciples pursued him to your location just moments ago. I did not anticipate your unwavering support for him. Pray, enlighten me as to what makes him so remarkable. With a curious glance towards the cottage, she inquired further. At this moment, Jiang Sheng comprehended her intent. Nan Gongyi evidently believed that Yu Yanling was concealed within his cottage and could not overhear their conversation, which emboldened her actions. Yet, Jiang Sheng was acutely aware that Yu Yanling could hear them distinctly. Should Nan Gongyi continue to speak, their secret would be utterly compromised. There is nothing particularly special about him. Today is indeed inconvenient, Jiang Sheng replied, his expression darkening, his voice turning rigid. Another day, I shall visit you in Fang Xiang, and we can discuss matters then. That is unacceptable, Nan Gongyi persisted, her face alight with playful mischief. With a graceful flourish of her delicate hand, the sheer garment draped over her shoulders slipped away. Have you forgotten your promise to teach me the dual arts of ice and fire? Do you intend to go back on your word? Chapter 16. The red carp, Nan Gongyi, having shed her outer veil, revealed a fitted ensemble ideal for sword practice. Yet, Jiang Sheng discerned a deeper implication in her gaze. Was her interest in the dual arts of ice and fire genuine, or merely a jest from a prior conversation? He had never anticipated that Fang Xiang would send Nan Gongyi to him for sword instruction. If she truly arrived, would it not amplify the absurdity of the situation? He was uncertain whether this was Fang Xiang's design or Nan Gongyi's initiative. Yet he sensed the latter was more probable. This woman was willing to go to great lengths for her development. Absolutely not. Jiang Sheng firmly refused. Before Nan Gongyi could respond, he continued, mastering the dual arts of ice and fire requires the assistance of the chill emitted by the flying sword. Without the flying sword, it is utterly impossible to cultivate this technique. Undeterred, Nan Gongyi's smile only widened. Then let us practice something else. Since you have guests, let us go to my place. I assure you it will be quiet and uninterrupted. Her voice bore an alluring quality, soft and enticing, making it difficult to resist her request. Regardless of her temperament, in terms of appearance, she undeniably held an advantage. While her current cultivation was modest, her demeanor did not yet rival that of the fairies among the four great sects. However, with the advancement of her skills, she would not be outshone and could even surpass her peers, ultimately being deemed the most beautiful female cultivator in the flame domain. Although one's cultivation plays a significant role, at this moment, she has already begun to display an enchanting beauty that is difficult for any man to resist. Nan Gongyi gazes intently at Jiang Sheng, her captivating eyes sparkling, her brows delicately arching, stirring the heart. She cannot fathom why Jiang Sheng is putting on such an act. He is capable of committing the most egregious acts, yet now he presents himself as a paragon of virtue. She refuses to believe that Jiang Sheng is oblivious to the implications within her words. Initially, she did not intend to be so overt, but upon seeing Jiang Sheng, her heart began to pound uncontrollably. Words she never meant to utter now spill forth. Senior brother, let us cease this charade between us. I know your depths, and you know mine. What I said to you that day was the truth. With her gaze lowered, Nan Gongyi's tone softened. In truth, the one I have always cherished is you. My intention to unite with Fang Xiang was merely to provoke you into action. Asking for your assistance in obtaining the Nirvana herb was solely to test your sincerity. As she spoke, tears brimmed in her eyes, rendering her utterly pitiable. I never anticipated that a mere casual mention to Fang Xiang would lead to the rumor of our union. The situation escalated so dramatically that I had no choice but to comply. Senior brother, to this day, I have not allowed Fang Xiang to lay a finger on me. The one in my heart is solely you. Jiang Sheng, observing Nan Gongyi's delicate and coy demeanor, felt an inexplicable annoyance. He was aware of the truth and would not be deceived by the same tactic. Yet, before he could respond, Nan Gongyi continued, her voice laced with sorrow. On the night of our wedding, you committed such an outrageous act against me, and I have kept silent about it. Can you not see my sincerity? Ding. Jiang Sheng's gaze darted towards the door of the thatched cottage, his heart racing uncontrollably. She had heard everything. Yu Yanling had overheard these words. He knew that Yu Yanling despised disloyal men and any form of coercion against women. Anyone who fell under her scrutiny faced dire consequences. Now, not only had she discovered a plethora of incriminating evidence within his abode, but she had also heard Nan Gongyi's declarations. It was evident what sort of image he now projected in Yu Yanling's eyes. This was akin to being stuck in a quagmire from which he could not extricate himself. He hastily feigned confusion. What outrageous act? Junior sister, I cannot comprehend a single word you say. Have you perhaps injured your mind during your cultivation? Allow me to examine you. As he spoke, his hand grasped Nan Gongyi's wrist. The cursed insect he had planted within her heart emerged, slithering back down her arm into his palm. With a swift motion, he concealed the evidence within his storage pouch, successfully retrieving the incriminating proof. Yu Yinling stood nearby. The presence of the Gu insect from the Hehuan sect within Nangong Yaya would be easily detected. Should this come to light, he, as the beneficiary, would find himself in a precarious position. Fortunately, the other party dared to come at this moment, allowing him to hastily remedy the situation. Your body seems to be in perfect condition. How peculiar, Jiang Sheng muttered, feigning ignorance. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yaya could not help but furrow her brows. Her delicate demeanor somewhat dulled. Still pretending? Deceiving others is one thing, but how could one deceive oneself? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she silently mouthed to Jiang Sheng, "Can he hear me? In this world, there exists not only the innate talent for cultivation, but also extraordinary gifts manifested in other realms, such as heightened senses that surpass the ordinary. If Yu Yinling possesses such abilities, then the dialogue between the two could be exceedingly perilous." Nangong Yaya squinted, her gaze shifting subtly. She made a small gesture on her neck, evidently harboring thoughts of murder. Jiang Sheng's eyelids twitched more violently. He realized that Nangong Yaya had undergone a significant transformation. Her heart had grown exceedingly ruthless. With a mere disagreement, she was ready to silence anyone. Fang Xiang, as well as Yu Yinling, had stirred such murderous intent within her. Yet, given his presence by her side, if he remained tight-lipped, Nangong Yaya would be unable to act. However, should he relent and join her in safeguarding their secrets, they would truly become co-conspirators, their bond inevitably tightening. Could this truly be her intention? This thought sprang to Jiang Sheng's mind, and his gaze towards Yaya grew increasingly vigilant. What a treacherous woman, so unpredictable. Thankfully, I merely refused to play the role of the Good Samaritan, rather than descending into the depths of villainy. Otherwise, I would have fallen into her trap. Jiang Sheng was uncertain whether Yu Yinling could perceive the scene. Thus he refrained from responding to Nangong Yaya's movements. He merely sighed, lamenting, "I am no longer ensnared by matters of the heart. My sole focus is now on cultivation." In an instant, Nangong Yaya comprehended Jiang Sheng's insinuation. To spare lives, the charade must continue. Why does this situation feel so familiar? However, while it is trivial for others to discover that I still harbor feelings for Jiang Sheng, the repercussions of the events of that night becoming public would be monumental. Thus, despite her reluctance, Nangong Yaya feigned compliance, stating, yes, it was my mistake. My mind was so preoccupied with thoughts of you on the night of my marriage that I mistakenly replaced Fang Xiang's face with yours. Since you wish to pursue your cultivation, I shall take my leave." Her words were devoid of emotion, dripping with insincerity. Anyone could discern the resentment woven into her speech. For reasons unknown, her gaze towards Jiang Sheng no longer bore the same fondness as before. Schemes against him began to unfurl in her mind. Awaiting the day after today to take action, determined to exact revenge on this scoundrel who viewed her as nothing more than a tool, Jiang Sheng hypocritically admonished, "Since you have united with Fang Xiang as partners, you ought to support one another. I shall soon depart for the Ascension Conference. It remains uncertain whether I shall return to the sect, so it is best not to harbor feelings for me any longer." Nangong Yaya shot him an exasperated glare. Gathering the light gauze from the ground and placing it into her storage bag, muttering with discontent, "Indeed, you are lofty and remarkable. It was my own folly." With that, she suddenly rolled her eyes, a smile returning to her face. "Master brother, you wouldn't be so deeply wounded by me that you've developed a disdain for women, would you? You are so protective of junior brother Yu. Could it be that you have a fondness for his delicate appearance? If that's the case, master brother, you must be cautious not to let the disciples within the sect find out. Good deeds remain within, while misdeeds travel far." She clicked her tongue, feigning regret. "Junior brother Yu is so frail. I wonder if he can withstand your onslaught. You mustn't break him." Clang. The door of the thatched cottage shook violently, producing a crisp sound. Jiang Sheng inwardly cursed Nangong Yaya for causing trouble. However, such matters were trivial. After all, he had no intentions toward Yu Yinling. At most, she would merely be on guard. This was far better than the pile of inexplicable clothing in his room. With a smile, he said, "Isn't it you who has conjured such wickedness? You may as well assume I have a fondness for junior brother Yu. The garments you and Fang Xiang left in my abode, I shall simply burn. In the future, please refrain from visiting my dwelling without my consent. Even if one seeks thrills, one must consider whether I mind." Nangong Yaya was utterly bewildered. What was this all about? Initially, she sought to vex Jiang Sheng, only to have him admit he liked Yu Yinling. Moreover, what was this talk of chaos, clothing, and visiting Jiang Sheng's residence? The first sentence was somewhat comprehensible, but the subsequent words left her increasingly confounded. Was he attempting to frame her? To make her bear the blame? Upon realizing Jiang Sheng's insinuation, Nangong Yaya could only stifle a laugh. She had sought to accuse Jiang Sheng, hoping to sow discord between him and Yu Yinling. But what use was Jiang Sheng's counteraccusation? She was not particularly close to Yu Yanling. Even if Yu Yanling regarded her as a villainess, what of it? Without Jiang Sheng, she would hardly have cared for such an inconspicuous little cultivator. Yet, junior brother, you knew too much, and she remained uneasy. If given the chance, she would certainly ensure Yu Yanling kept her silence. She turned her gaze toward the cottage, her eyes seeming to penetrate the wooden structure to see the person behind the door. Just then, with her eyes fixed intently, the wooden door was abruptly pushed open. A fair-faced young cultivator peeked out, his face flushed, his expression peculiar as he regarded the two. Reluctantly, she called out, "Someone else has arrived." Quite swiftly shall we hide. Having overheard so much gossip, Yu Yanling had initially intended to retreat like a turtle into its shell. After Nangong Yaya left, she would hastily vacate this place. Who would have thought their words to be true? Moreover, Nangong Yaya claimed Jiang Sheng was disinterested in women, yet Jiang Sheng's response suggested he might have feelings for her, though it was uncertain whether it was said in anger. However, the aura she detected was overwhelmingly potent. Within the Great Sun sect, only one individual possessed such peak foundational cultivation. The sect leader has emerged from seclusion. Moreover, he is hastening towards Jiang Sheng's location. It would undoubtedly appear strange for the two of them to be alone together without any warning. Yet, this concern pales in comparison to her fear of being exposed by them. She was not ready to confront the sect leader of the Great Sun sect so soon. The critical point is that she suspected the sect leader's emergence was somehow related to her. Chapter 17. A play starring 3 women. Nangong Yaya was momentarily taken aback upon noticing Yu Yanling's presence. She turned to glance at Jiang Sheng, only to find him equally astonished. In that instant, she comprehended that her suspicions were indeed correct. Yu Yanling's senses were undoubtedly extraordinary. While even the eldest senior brother had failed to perceive her, Yu Yanling, at a lower cultivation level, could sense her presence. Moreover, judging by the expression on Yu Yanling's face, it was evident that their conversation had been overheard. This accounted for her apparent embarrassment. With a smile gracing her lips, she gracefully approached Yu Yanling. "Ah, it appears junior brother Yu is here as well. How fortuitous that someone can attest to the innocence of myself and the eldest senior brother. What does it matter who arrives?" As she spoke, she swiftly reached Yu Yanling's side, her delicate hand extending to grasp the latter's arm, while simultaneously articulating, "Let me see, junior brother Yu. What makes you so special that the eldest senior brother pays you such attention?" The spiritual energy within her surged to her hand. Once she made contact, her superior strength would enable her to instantly imprint a mark of affection within Yu Yanling. The mark of affection was a boon derived from an advanced technique known as the 7 emotions formula. Joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire. Each of these emotions could be inscribed as a mark. Currently, she had only mastered the mark of love during her chi refinement stage. When faced with someone of a higher realm, like Fang Xiang, she could only subtly embed the mark within them. Conversely, with those of a lower cultivation level, success was instantaneous and undetectable. Those who bore the imprint would harbor unconditional affection for her, incapable of refusing her requests. Even the most egregious actions could be forgiven. The only uncertainty lay with Jiang Sheng. She had indubitably inscribed numerous marks of affection within him, yet his attitude towards her had drastically shifted. She had questioned multiple times whether the eldest senior brother loved her, yet this affection had seemingly transformed. However, upon their reunion, she realized that those engraved marks of love had vanished. This revelation intensified her curiosity regarding Jiang Sheng. "You little rascal. Were it not for the need to monitor the eldest senior brother, I would not squander a mark of affection on you," Nangong Yaya silently cursed. Yet her actions remained uninterrupted. The moment her hand made contact with Yu Yanling, a mark of love silently slipped into Yu Yanling's body. However, the instant the mark entered, Nangong Yaya sensed something amiss. She abruptly lifted her head to meet the gaze of Yu Yanling. In those eyes, brimming with mirth, there lay an unmistakable perplexity. The charm of love had faltered. She sensed that the love charm she had wielded had penetrated the body of the young cultivator before her, akin to a clay ox sinking into the sea, vanishing without a trace. Yet, the smile would not dissipate, it would merely shift. Suddenly, a smile emerged in Yu Yanling's eyes. "Senior sister, what have you placed within my body? So this is how you manipulate men," she whispered softly, just as Nangong Yaya, her face a mask of horror, attempted to withdraw her hand from Yu Yanling's arm. The latter swiftly grasped her, pulling her back. In an instant, Yaya felt her spiritual energy confined. Not only that, but her limbs and mouth were rendered immobile, leaving her standing like a puppet, unable to move within the room. What on earth was happening? She soon realized that this was no mere chi-refining cultivator. This was clearly a hidden powerhouse. No wonder Jiang Sheng had treated her with such courtesy. He must have known all along. Regret flooded Nangong Yaya's heart as she looked on with pleading eyes. In her darkest thoughts, she surmised that these two intended to silence her permanently. Now, Her life was no longer in her hands. And with no ability to speak or move, her only weapon was her gaze. Please, I beg you, do not kill me. Yet her internal pleas went unheard. Yu Yanling called out to Jiang Sheng, Senior brother, I hope you will not reveal my presence here. I will explain later. After uttering those words, she began rummaging through her storage bag, producing various materials unknown to Jiang Sheng, including a fist-sized spirit stone and an assortment of array flags. In an instant, the door before them had closed tightly, and a circle around the wooden house became ethereal. Even with his eyes closed, he sensed not a hint of the two's presence. Observing Yu Yanling's anxiety, Jiang Sheng deduced the identity of their visitor without her needing to disclose it. His master, Mu Hongli, the very woman who, after his grievous injury, had callously ignored his pleas for assistance, had now come to seek him in the back mountains. At that moment, Jiang Sheng's emotions were tumultuous. His master had not inflicted excessive harm upon him. She had merely cast the sect upon his shoulders, choosing to cultivate independently, leading to years of burdensome delays in his own progress. She had disregarded his severe injuries and only sought minimal gains for herself. Nevertheless, she had not committed any grave misdeeds. She was merely too selfish. With a long sigh, Jiang Sheng released his breath, choosing not to dwell further. Today had already become chaotic enough. 3 troublesome women had arrived, and his performance had yet to conclude. He found a large rock by the waterfall and sat down to commence his cultivation. Seemingly in the blink of an eye, Jiang Sheng sensed another presence behind him. 8th level of Qi refining, impressive. It seems that during my seclusion, you have not been idle. Jiang Sheng turned to see a striking woman standing before him, adorned in crimson robes with her hair elegantly styled high. In contrast to Nangong Yaya's practical attire that exuded competence, this enchanting woman radiated an alluring maturity, embodying both grace and opulence. She appeared as if enveloped in a red lotus, exuding waves of warmth that rendered even the nearby cascading waterfall devoid of any cooling effect. Master, why have you suddenly emerged from your retreat? Jiang Sheng rose respectfully from the stone, bowing to Mu Hongli. His demeanor was impeccable, devoid of any flaw. Have you broken through to the golden core stage? Mu Hongli's stern expression faltered momentarily, a hint of discomfort crossing her features, though she quickly masked it. She had previously informed her eldest disciple that she would not emerge until reaching the golden core, even when Jiang Sheng was gravely injured and sought her assistance. She remained steadfast in her commitment to cultivation. Thus, upon hearing his words now, she could not shake the feeling of underlying mockery. Her keen gaze scrutinized Jiang Sheng, her brow slightly furrowing. She pondered whether her sensitivity was misplaced or if, as the elders had suggested, her eldest disciple had indeed changed. Not yet, Mu Hongli replied solemnly. I was engrossed in a critical phase of my seclusion and did not respond to your calls. Now that I have traversed the urgent matters, I emerged to assist you in healing. As she spoke, her hand rested on Jiang Sheng's shoulder. With her peak foundation establishment cultivation, his injuries were beyond concealment from her discerning eyes. Rather than wholly believing the outward claim of Jiang Sheng's foundational injury, she questioned how an 8th-layer Qi refining cultivator, severely wounded and without a life-bound weapon, could have defeated Fang Xiang. Although she had been in seclusion, she was not entirely unaware of the happenings within the sect. Mu Hongli's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Sheng. If her honest and straightforward eldest disciple was indeed feigning injury to secure a spot at the Ascension Conference, his intentions would be all too transparent. Jiang Sheng intended to leave the Daylight sect. She could no longer afford to be complacent in her cultivation. This realization was one of the significant reasons for her emergence from seclusion. Chapter 18. The key to the hidden vault of the transformation deity. Do you think the senior brother is truly gravely injured? In the thatched cottage, Yu Yanling loosened the seal on Nangong Yaya's mouth, her curiosity piqued. The array she had set was of high caliber, a gift from her master for self-preservation. In the face of insurmountable foes, she could conceal herself within the formation, rendering both her presence and speech undetectable from the outside world. She observed Mu Hongli outside, her hand resting on Jiang Sheng's shoulder in silence for quite some time. Driven by curiosity, she turned to inquire of the individual beside her, who shared an unusual bond with Jiang Sheng. At that moment, the astonishment still lingered within Nangong Yaya's heart. She initially believed that Yu Yanling, even while concealing her cultivation, would not be excessively formidable. However, the formation she had arranged was so intricate that even her master had barely noticed it. This was utterly astonishing. Could it be that this individual's cultivation surpassed that of her master? No wonder her senior brother had changed. He must have found a new ally. With this shift in her thoughts, Nangong Yaya wisely refrained from calling for help and cautiously remarked, I'm not entirely certain. However, I am curious as to how senior brother could exhibit such formidable combat prowess if he were gravely injured. Yu Yanling cast a sidelong glance at Nangong Yaya, a faint smile playing on her lips as she replied, do not attempt to outsmart me. You are still too inexperienced compared to my senior sisters. Could it not be that senior brother is simply strong? After uttering this, she proceeded to silence Nangong Yaya once more, leaving her utterly bewildered. Didn't you ask me first? If you already possess the answer, why inquire of me? Yu Yinling redirected her gaze outside. She had complete faith in Jiang Sheng's words over those of Nangong Yaya. After all, she had witnessed Jiang Sheng's merits firsthand. As for Nangong Yaya's faults, she had also heard of them. How could a female cultivator, already bound to another, dare to express lingering affection for Jiang Sheng? It was utterly shameless. Presently, she could simply interpret Nangong Yaya's response in reverse. Indeed, senior brother has no faults. It appears I must abduct Jiang Sheng. There are far too many nefarious individuals in the Daylight sect. In the courtyard, Mu Hongli furrowed her brows tightly. She withdrew her hand from Jiang Sheng's shoulder and retrieved a vial of pills from her storage ring. How could your injuries be so severe? Were it not for my own examination, I would scarcely believe that your meridians are so extensively fractured, impeding the flow of spiritual energy. At this moment, you ought to be resting in bed rather than standing here conversing. She extended the elixir to Jiang Sheng, her brow knitted in concern. This is a revitalization pill. It can slightly mend your damaged meridians and bodily injuries. For complete recovery, however, you may need to seek a continuation pill from one of the 8 major sections. Jiang Sheng accepted the pill and consumed it before Mu Hongli's eyes. In just a few moments, his complexion grew rosy, and his internal injuries began to show slight improvement. It truly hurts. He silently cursed. Ever since the last time he had been betrayed by Fang in pursuit of a spot in the Ascension Conference, he had acquired a peculiar ability called revival. Even when mortally wounded, as long as he believed he was not dead, he would not perish. His body's recovery capabilities were also maximized. Multiple injuries could heal themselves, and with the aid of medicinal pills, his recovery could be expedited. Just moments earlier, while meditating on the stone, he had shattered the meridians within his body. Although mending them would require some time, the results were certainly promising. Thank you for your concern, Master, Jiang Sheng said with a sorrowful smile. I am well aware of my own condition. The ordinary elixirs have proven insufficient for healing. Yet my disciple has learned a technique that can maintain optimal condition for a time. Should we pass the trials of the spirit elixir sect, there may be a chance to acquire a potion to mend my injuries. In doing so, I would not betray my master's high expectations. Mu Hongli furrowed her brow even tighter. Her eldest disciple lay gravely wounded, and the only path to recovery lay in participating in the Ascension Conference, the outcome of which remained uncertain. After a quarrel between the Elder of Rewards and Punishments and Jiang Sheng, disruptions to their training ensued, necessitating a period of seclusion for recuperation. All of this felt too coincidental, as if an invisible hand were orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Could it be Jiang Sheng? She cast a questioning glance towards him, her eyes filled with uncertainty. No, the severity of the injuries could not be feigned. Moreover, she had witnessed Jiang Sheng's actions over the years. So who could it be? Nangong Yaya? Fang Xiang? Or perhaps the newly initiated disciple? After all, if it were not for Nangong Yaya, Jiang Sheng would not have been harmed. If it were not for that disciple with the surname Yu, Jiang Sheng would not have clashed with the Elder of Rewards and Punishments. Mu Hongli dismissed her chaotic thoughts, pursed her lips, and spoke. My master is currently at a critical juncture in his cultivation, and the Elder of Rewards and Punishments is unable to oversee the situation. Would it not be better to entrust the matter of seeking elixirs to Fang Xiang? Could you temporarily assume the position of acting sect master to stabilize the sect? How absurd. Jiang Sheng's initial prejudice against Mu Hongli had not been so pronounced. He sought her aid in his time of need, and whether she chose to assist him or not would not lead to resentment. Yet now, Mu Hongli had abruptly emerged from seclusion to dissuade him from attending the Ascension Conference, fully aware of his grievous injuries. She urged him to place his fate in the hands of others. This selfishness was akin to the deliberate malice of Nangong Yaya. Jiang Sheng lowered his head, a flicker of unusual light dancing in his eyes. When he raised his gaze again, it was clouded with mist. Master, you understand your disciple well. With my talent, had I devoted myself wholeheartedly to cultivation, I would not be merely at the 8th level of qi refinement at this moment. For the sake of the sect and my junior brothers and sisters, I believe I have fulfilled my duties as the eldest disciple, perhaps even more than expected. Jiang Sheng inhaled deeply, his voice tinged with sorrow. My body can no longer procure additional resources for my disciples. Fang Xiang has also grown, sufficiently capable of managing the affairs of the Great Sun sect. I wish to seize my own fate, even if I do not obtain an elixir at the Ascension Conference. I will have no regrets. TSK, your master is truly something else. Yu Yinling felt a pang of anxiety as she witnessed Jiang Sheng's demeanor. Turning to Nangong Yaya, she expressed her dissatisfaction. Truly, a master reflects their disciple. Yu Yinling herself was unsure why she felt compelled to stand up for Jiang Sheng. She had never encountered such a situation before. Yet, The familiarity she felt with Jiang Sheng instinctively led her to regard him as one of her own. When her own kind was wronged, it sufficed not to remain silent. Merely voicing a complaint seemed inadequate. Yu Yanling swiftly convinced herself. At this moment, Mu Hongli was also engaged in self-persuasion. The words spoken by Jiang Sheng were like pearls of wisdom, and his sorrowful demeanor began to weigh heavily on her heart. She couldn't help but reflect on whether she had been too harsh on him. After years of seclusion, the pressures of the sect had been placed upon Jiang Sheng. While others might not recognize his talent, she was acutely aware of it. It was precisely because of his remarkable aptitude that she, averse to trouble, had taken him under her wing. When did she begin to fear Jiang Sheng's departure from the Daylight sect? Oh, it was the moment she decided to let go completely. That feeling was incredibly comforting. As long as she focused on her cultivation, Jiang Sheng would handle everything. Even now, she was reluctant to step out of this comfort zone. Jiang Sheng, I have been remiss in my care for you. Mu Hongli sighed and spoke solemnly. You shall attend the Ascension Conference. Regardless of whether you obtain the elixir, the Daylight sect will always be your home. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sheng immediately clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, Master, for your generosity. However, before he could savor his joy, Mu Hongli continued, over the years, the Daylight sect has contributed considerable resources to the Spirit Sword sect, and I still have one quota left for the Ascension Conference. I will entrust it to Fang Xiang. With him by your side, nothing untoward should occur, and the likelihood of both of you obtaining the elixir will increase. After all, you are my first disciple, and you deserve this care. Jiang Sheng suddenly raised his head, his pupils widening in astonishment. In the past, he would have been overwhelmed with gratitude. His master had sacrificed a precious quota to enhance his chances of recovery. Yet now, he felt a palpable hostility enveloping him. Why had this quota not been revealed sooner? After witnessing his distress and finding it impossible to persuade him to relinquish the quota to Fang Xiang, she had chosen this moment to mention it. This was not an act of allowing Fang Xiang to assist him. It was clearly an attempt to have Fang Xiang monitor him. Did she fear that he might not return to the sect after obtaining the elixir? Oh, Master, even if I had the intention to return, your actions have sown seeds of doubt in my heart. How could our master-disciple bond come to this? He was intensely tempted to inquire of Mu Hongli whether he was truly her disciple. Was his purpose merely to serve as a useful tool? If so, it would be better to impose a restriction upon him rather than bind him with the ties of a master-disciple relationship. Detected betrayal target, Mu Hongli, betrayal mission, join the 8 great sects and obtain the title of envoy to return to the Daylight sect. Betrayal reward, key to the hidden vault of the transformation god cultivator. Upon seeing the betrayal mission before him, the sorrow in Jiang Sheng's heart vanished in an instant. He had never intended to remain in the Daylight sect, and now his master had inadvertently provided him with a betrayal mission. He realized he had misjudged her. She truly cared for her disciple. In the realms of Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul, only beyond these stages does one attain the transformation of divinity. At the golden core stage, one is already capable of serving as an elder within the 8 major sects, while the nascent soul represents the cultivation level of sect leaders and venerable elders. The stage of divine transformation, however, is reserved for the leaders of the 4 great immortal sections. By betraying Mu Hongli, he could obtain the key to the hidden treasures of a divine transformation practitioner, akin to stumbling upon a vein of spirit stones at the very moment he steps outside. A joyful expression adorned his face as he exclaimed, Thank you, Master. With junior brother Yofang's assistance, I shall surely return safely. Chapter 19. Come with me to the Hahuan sect. Mu Hongli nodded in reassurance. Yufang felt a sense of relief knowing she was at ease. Should anything happen to Jiang Sheng, she would be informed in a timely manner. The eldest disciple before her remained as dutiful and amiable as ever. By the way, have you encountered Yu Yanling? I heard that you recently had a dispute with the Elder of Rewards and Punishments because of him. Mu Hongli's tone shifted suddenly as she inquired. This matter has become known throughout the sect. Rumors are circulating that the senior disciple of the Daybreak sect is at odds with the Elder of Rewards and Punishments. I suspect he may very well be an undercover agent of the demon sect, deliberately sowing discord between the two of you. Within the thatched cottage, Yu Yanling's heart seized with alarm, for she indeed was an undercover agent of the demon sect. She had devised a series of plans against the Daybreak sect, including schemes to create discord, aiming to incite chaos within the sect and ultimately lead to its self-destruction. Yet, it seemed that her plans had somehow already borne fruit before she could even enact them. It appeared she was indeed a competent infiltrator. Her gaze fixated on Jiang Sheng, awaiting his response. Should he expose her, she would undoubtedly feel disheartened, compelled to dismantle the formation and flee. After all, a mere peak foundation establishment practitioner could not hope to detain her. Nevertheless, she understood his disposition. For Jiang Sheng was a kind-hearted individual deeply concerned for the well-being of the sect, having sacrificed so much already for its stability. As Yu Yinling contemplated further, the fear that Jiang Sheng might reveal her whereabouts grew within her, and a sense of grievance began to overwhelm her. She clutched the array talisman tightly, her heart racing. No, please do not expose me, she fervently repeated in her mind. Is he truly an undercover agent? Jiang Sheng furrowed his brow, incredulous as he questioned. How can a mere qi refinement practitioner serve as an infiltrator? What appears on the surface is not always the truth, Mu Hongli replied calmly. You remain too kind and too trusting, unaware that you have been manipulated. Thankfully, I have emerged from my retreat. Otherwise, who knows what calamity might have ensued. Jiang Sheng, visibly shaken, suddenly recalled, Junior brother Yu has been causing disturbances among the disciples recently. Not long ago, he sought refuge with me. After the disciples departed, Junior brother Yu left, but he should not have gone far. With Master S strength, we shall surely be able to capture him. At this, Mu Hongli nodded in agreement. Lightly stepping forward, her form soaring into the air, a powerful consciousness enveloped the rear mountain. After a moment, Mu Hongli spoke. There is no trace of him on the mountain. Focus on your recovery, and once I have captured this despicable character, we shall interrogate him. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, it is never acceptable to disrespect one's elders. When you return from the Ascension Conference, and the Elder of Rewards and Punishments emerges from seclusion, you may seek him out to apologize. He will spare you the consequences for my sake. With that, Mu Hongli transformed into a beam of light and vanished upon the mountaintop. Once she departed, Jiang Sheng did not rush into the house in search of Yu Yinling. Instead, he gazed in the direction of her exit, a smirk curling upon his lips. Apologize? Must he bow to someone merely because the Elder of Rewards and Punishments was at the Foundation Establishment stage while he was still at the Qi Refinement stage? If he himself were at the Foundation Establishment stage, would the Elder dare to speak to him in such a manner? Ultimately, it boiled down to a lack of strength. His master, who disregarded right from wrong and only considered rank and power, truly exemplified an unjust fairness. Senior brother? A voice called from behind, and Jiang Sheng turned to see Yu Yinling standing a short distance away. Her tone was cautious, laced with trepidation. Pray tell, what is the matter with the undercover operation? What brings you to the Daylight Sect? Jiang Sheng inquired sternly. Despite Yu Yinling's superior cultivation, she shrank back, appearing as if before her own master. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Honestly, there is no grand scheme. I merely intended to dismantle your Daylight Sect. If that proves unfeasible, then to eliminate you. Jiang Sheng felt his eyelids twitch. Such brutal honesty. Could it be that Yu Yinling had reconsidered her intentions and planned to kill him? Hence her frankness? He regretted his earlier pretense immensely, wishing he had simply informed Mu Hongli that her target was within the thatched cottage. In his effort to win favor, he had ensnared himself, and he would slap himself hard before his demise. Noticing his increasingly grim demeanor, Yu Yinling quickly reassured him, I no longer harbor such thoughts. Whether to destroy the Daylight Sect or to kill you, I shall not pursue either. She added in a hushed tone, regardless. The Daylight Sect is destined to fall without my interference. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sheng finally exhaled in relief. If the Daylight Sect were to perish, so be it, as long as he was not caught in the crossfire. Senior brother, you have helped me once again. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Yu Yinling said, her sparkling eyes fixed intently on Jiang Sheng. Your master is not a good person. She does not regard you as a disciple, but rather as a mere tool. The elders of the sect are of even poorer character, and the disciples are selfish and lack ambition. Rather than rot away in such a sect, why not come with me? Her enthusiasm grew with every word, her eyes shining ever brighter. Yet, Jiang Sheng's heart grew colder. Accompany her? To where? To the Harmony sect? It sounds appealing, yet that place is filled with enchantresses. If he were to venture there, he would undoubtedly be drained to the core, akin to a mere puppet. Ultimately, would it not result in death? Even a swift demise is unacceptable. Jiang Sheng promptly shook his head in refusal, stating, my master treats me exceptionally well, and the disciples of our sect are immensely supportive of me. How could I possibly leave with you? Moreover, I remain unaware of your origins. I merely sense that your nature is not inherently malevolent. You are not a pure disciple of the demonic sect, and there exists a possibility for redemption, which is why I have refrained from disclosing your whereabouts. The more Yu Yinling listened, the more she felt that someone like Jiang Sheng was far too valuable to be found in the Dari sect. Her eyes twinkled with intrigue, and she began to contemplate her next move. Do not attempt to coerce me. I do not have an affinity for males. I am currently gravely injured, and if you wish for me to survive, refrain from forcing me into action. Yu Yinling's thoughts were laid bare, and with a hint of dissatisfaction, she murmured, my master is incredibly formidable. Regardless of the severity of your injuries, as long as you agree to return with me, you will undoubtedly be healed. My senior sisters have a way of effortlessly reclaiming their followers. With merely a flick of a finger, no matter how reluctant the other party may be, they would obediently comply. Why, Then, do I find myself having to offer incentives to you? Jiang Sheng remains unmoved. It must be that I have not shed my disguise. Once I do, I am certain I will captivate Jiang Sheng completely, she pondered inwardly. She glanced back towards the thatched cottage and then at Jiang Sheng. A brilliant idea forming in her mind. But let us set that aside for now. How do we deal with your little junior sister? She is not only aware of my true identity as an undercover agent, but also knows of your assistance in concealing it. If I were to let her go, I could escape, but what would you do then? Yu Yinling's voice turned ominously cold. Perhaps you should join me in defection, or I shall simply eliminate her, leaving the blame upon your shoulders. The door of the cottage stood ajar, revealing Nangong Yaya, who was rooted in place like a wooden statue, unable to move. Furthermore, her mouth was sealed by Yu Yinling's spiritual energy, rendering her voiceless. She could only beseech Jiang Sheng with her eyes, her expression a pitiful mask of tears. Yu Yinling continued to incite. I see you are reluctant to part with your sect and your position as senior brother, so why not allow me to take her life? After all, she has betrayed your feelings for her and has caused you grievous harm. Such a woman is not worth lamenting. Upon hearing these words, Nangong Yaya's complexion drained of color. She was on the brink of death. Her life rested in Jiang Sheng's hands. Were their roles reversed, she would undoubtedly choose the path of murder without hesitation. After all, she knew far too much, and with her demise, the events of the wedding night would remain forever concealed. To speak candidly, Jiang Sheng found himself genuinely swayed. Had it not been for Nangong Yaya's future, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. He would not have suffered grievous injuries, nor would he have ultimately perished before the sect. To eliminate her would result in the worst outcome being the loss of two eyes capable of foreseeing the future. However, with the betrayal system in place, he harbored no fears of failing to rise in the future. Yet, his gaze shifted to Yu Yinling, who at this moment truly embodied the essence of a future little demoness. Given his familiarity with her character, it was evident that this was a test. Paranoid and sensitive. Even if he had not betrayed her, she could not be certain of his sincerity. If Yu Yinling truly wished to act against him, she would not have waited until now to seek his opinion. I harbor no desire to defect from the sect, nor to harm my junior sister. If you insist on committing murder before my eyes, it only proves I misjudged you. Then, you may as well end my life first. Jiang Sheng closed his eyes, adopting a posture of resignation. Senior brother, Nangong Yaya's tears streamed down her cheeks. You are such a fool. If you truly wish to protect me, why not feign agreement and escape back to the sect? Now, you have truly doomed her. Nangong Yaya closed her eyes, silently awaiting her fate. At least in her final moments, she could ascertain that Jiang Sheng still held her in his heart. Chapter 20. 9 steps to the ground. Hee. I was merely jesting, Yu Yinling remarked, her eyes fixed intently on Jiang Sheng, who appeared ready to face death. A radiant smile graced her face as she saw that she had not misjudged him. While she could refrain from killing him, she could not allow him to leave unscathed. At the very least, she felt the need to exert some control over him before he departed the sect. As she spoke, her delicate hand flicked, sending a black insect darting onto Nangong Yaya, crawling up her arm and settling upon her heart. This is a cursed insect from our sect. Should she harbor any thoughts or intentions of revealing the contents of our conversation today, the insect will feast upon her heart. Thus, we need not worry. Nangong Yaya gazed at the smile on Yu Yinling's face, perceiving a demonic presence. However, being restrained was preferable to death. Yet, the presence of the cursed insect brought with it a sense of eerie familiarity, as though she had encountered it before. Once the insect entered her body, the restraints upon her were lifted. Though she was able to move and speak, she dared not utter a word or make any motion, fearful of drawing their attention back to herself. Yu Yinling's words were meant for Nangong Yaya's ears. Having spoken, she continued to gaze cheerfully at Jiang Sheng. Senior brother, I shall not let you escape. A talent like you is most suited to be my consort. With you by my side, I need not fear the whispers of my senior sisters who claim I have an affinity for women. But fret not, I shall not force you. I, Yu Yinling, have never desired what I could not obtain. With a confident declaration, she extended her hand, retracting the formation she had previously set in the thatched cottage. In the blink of an eye, she vanished, leaving only her voice echoing in the air. If that old woman, your master, seeks me out, I shall hide for a while. We shall meet again, and I hope you will recognize me upon our next encounter. Jiang Sheng tugged at the corner of his mouth, uncertain whether being the focus of Yu Yinling's attention was a blessing or a curse. As long as it did not hinder his participation in the Ascension Conference, he could endure it. Surely she would not attend the conference as well. This thought flitted through Jiang Sheng's mind. After all, he was soon to depart from the Daylight sect. During his absence, Mu Hongli would undoubtedly preside over the sect, and Yu Yinling, if she were not foolish, would not wait for him there. However, it seemed rather audacious for a future saintess of the Hahuan sect to participate in the Ascension Conference, seemingly disregarding the 8 major sections. Jiang Sheng could not fathom whether Yu Yinling possessed such audacity. He could only hope that she would not cause him trouble in her endeavors. As he pondered, a piercing gaze was cast upon him. Turning around, he found Nangong Yaya looking at him with a gaze full of pity. Pity? Jiang Sheng mused, and quickly deduced her thoughts. In Nangong Yaya's eyes, he was likely the target of a highly skilled male cultivator. Yu Yinling's words were laden with ambiguity. Fortunately, her assumptions were unfounded. Otherwise, it would indeed be quite tragic. Noticing Jiang Sheng's gaze upon her, Nangong Yaya hastily declared, I will not speak of today's events. Upon my return, I shall enter seclusion. As if I had never visited the back mountain. After all, I value my life quite dearly. Hearing the coldness in her tone, Jiang Sheng understood that she viewed his future as uncertain and had no intention of betting on him. Not only was there no seduction, but even her goodwill seemed lacking. Little junior sister, do not be in such haste to leave. There is another method to employ the ice and fire duality. I shall teach you now. No. You should seek your own fortune, Nangong Yaya replied, swiftly avoiding Jiang Sheng's approach while discreetly assessing him. If you cannot manage, perhaps seek assistance from the master. As you lack any restrictions. This, she declared, was her final piece of advice. With that, she fled the back mountain as if escaping a dire situation. In her eyes, even if Jiang Sheng were to heal, it would be futile. How could a mere Qi refinement stage cultivator contend against one in the foundation establishment stage? He could not remain within the sect forever, reliant on others for protection. In her mind, she had already pronounced a death sentence upon this tool. Jiang Sheng made no attempt to stop her departure. He, too, had pronounced a death sentence in his heart for Nangong Yaya. This woman had become devoid of any utility for him. Fang Xiang, on the other hand, was back on the right track and still intended to partake in the Ascension Conference. The leg of Yu Yinling was one he had secured for himself, leaving Nangong Yaya without any chance to rise. In the short term, he had thwarted her opportunities. With no new future fragments emerging, he found himself largely indifferent to her fate. Compared to her, Fang Xiang still possessed much untapped value. Jiang Sheng sat cross-legged upon a stone, beginning to reflect upon whether Fang Xiang had encountered any fortuitous events during this time. In his memories of the future, the perspective predominantly belongs to Nangong Yaya, while Fang Xiang's recollections are rather scant. Through meticulous unraveling, he indeed discovered a matter ripe for interception. According to the predetermined future, Fang Xiang had secured a coveted spot in the Ascension Conference from him. In pursuit of enhancing his strength, Fang Xiang, accompanied by Nangong Yaya, had sought him out specifically, wishing to borrow an opportunity to enter the Grand Sun Sect's treasury. This treasury housed the most precious resources of the Grand Sun Sect, elixirs, weapons, and techniques, all of which were not accessible to disciples, only to be utilized in times of dire crisis for the sect. Previously, due to his significant contributions to the sect, he had been bestowed with 2 treasury tokens by the sect leader. However, in a bid to conserve the sect's resources and preserve its foundation, he had refrained from utilizing them. Yet, he could not escape the bonds of brotherhood with Fang Xiang or the charming persuasion of Nangong Yaya, ultimately gifting the tokens to them. This allowed Fang Xiang to bolster his combat prowess before the Ascension Conference and provided Nangong Yaya with resources for cultivation within the sect. Reflecting on it now, he realized he was merely an honest man, foolishly asking whether the price was sufficient and offering more if it fell short, truly a level of naivety bordering on the ridiculous. Nevertheless, he also recalled what Fang Xiang had gained in return. One was a vial of high-grade spirit-gathering elixir reserved for Nangong Yaya, and the other was a fragment of a technique known as the 9 steps of ground traversal. This technique excelled in both small-scale enemy relocation and extensive mobility, allowing one to move with a swiftness comparable to that of the foundation establishment stage during the Qi refining period. After acquiring this technique, Fang Xiang had repeatedly evaded perilous situations, eventually gathering the fragments to form the golden light of ground traversal, enabling him to traverse vast domains with ease. It was indeed the optimal choice for evading pursuers while engaging in deadly confrontations. Jiang Sheng retrieved the 2 tokens from his storage bag, contemplated for a moment, and then departed from the back mountain, heading towards Fang Xiang's residence. In stark contrast to the bustling nature of Fang Xiang's abode in times past, it now appeared rather desolate. Ever since Jiang Sheng had defeated Fang Xiang publicly, many who had aligned themselves with Fang Xiang felt disheartened. After all, how could someone who had so decisively bested his elder brother wielding his weapon achieve any significant success in the future? Even those who sought to extend a helping hand during this trying time were met with Fang Xiang's irritable dismissal. A realm of icy fire. How could such a phenomenon coexist? In the courtyard, Fang Xiang grasped the flying sword, continually infusing it with spiritual energy. As the technique circulated, waves of heat surged forth from him, starkly contrasting with the chilling aura radiating from the sword in his hand. When the 2 forces collided, The violent impact rendered his grip on the sword tenuous, forcing him to relinquish it. What was he to do? How could ice and fire ever harmonize? Fang Xiang gazed at the sword on the ground, exclaiming in a frenzy. Since his last confrontation with Jiang Sheng, where he suffered a crushing defeat and witnessed the dual might of the Ice Sovereign, he has sequestered himself within the confines of the courtyard, relentlessly striving to improve. The thought of begging Jiang Sheng for assistance was more unbearable than death itself. He could not fathom how Jiang Sheng could achieve the fusion of ice and fire, a feat beyond his grasp. Yet, after 5 days of fruitless attempts, he found himself at a standstill. With the opportunity to participate in the Ascension Conference now lost, his junior sister had grown distant, and the disciples within the sect whispered disparaging remarks about him. Were it not for the indomitable spirit surging within his chest, he would have crumbled long ago. A sword is not wielded in such a manner. If you wish to learn, I am willing to teach you. Fang Xiang abruptly lifted his head and gazed toward the entrance of the courtyard, his hair in disarray and his eyes bloodshot. Upon recognizing the speaker, a surge of anger ignited within him. Are you here to mock me? Come on, let us duel once more. He swayed unsteadily, reaching for the sword lying on the ground. However, before his fingers could grasp it, a hand swiftly lifted the sword first. In the blink of an eye, the blade was poised against his neck, awakening his frenzied consciousness with its chilling touch. He swallowed hard, his voice dry as he uttered, "Senior brother, what are you doing? Did you not desire a rematch?" Jiang Sheng replied, holding the sword with a grave expression. "Look at what you have become." He continued, "Are you still the second senior brother of the Daylight Sect, the partner of Nangong Yaya, the future Grandmaster, and the prospective sect leader?" Fang Xiang exclaimed. "What do you mean?" Chapter 21. The Deceived Neil's Senior Brother. What do you mean by that? Fang Xiang was momentarily stunned by Jiang Sheng's words, struggling to comprehend their meaning. Are you saying you are dying? He understood the first 2 sentences, but the latter left him bewildered. The future Grandmaster, the future sect leader, were those not positions belonging to Jiang Sheng? If you do not perish, how could I ascend to such heights? Suddenly, a troubling thought struck him, causing his anxiety to spike, and his speech faltered. Is it possible that your injuries cannot be healed? No. Jiang Sheng shook his head. The flicker of joy in Fang Xiang's eyes instantly transformed into dismay. Jiang Sheng inwardly cursed Fang Xiang for being such an ungrateful wretch. Yet, he spoke with earnest gravity. In truth, I do not care for the position of Grandmaster. I have no desire to lead the sect. My only wish is to contribute to our sect, to see the disciples of the Daylight Sect rise like dragons. Regrettably, no one seems to understand this aspiration. He sheathed his sword and firmly patted Fang Xiang's shoulder. In fact, you have surpassed me. The disciples within the sect fear you more than they do me. My hope has always been for you to become the sect leader, with me as your elder. Together, we could elevate the Daylight Sect to the status of the 8 great sects. Yet, your current state has left me profoundly disappointed. Jiang Sheng lamented. How can you allow a minor setback to lead you to despair? Being defeated by me will not cost you your life. But if you venture out and are bested by demonic cultivators, you may never have a chance to wallow in self-pity again. Senior brother. Fang Xiang's eyes brimmed with excitement. Sweeping away his earlier despondency, he grasped Jiang Sheng's hand tightly and anxiously inquired, "Is everything you said true? Have you ever seen me lie?" "Never." A spark ignited in Fang Xiang's eyes. He was acutely aware of his senior brother's character. Although the recent incident had sown seeds of doubt in his mind about whether his senior brother had changed, the deep-rooted memories of his senior brother's selflessness and virtue prevailed. The moment Jiang Sheng uttered those words, Fang Xiang believed half of them. He envisioned a future where he would become his senior brother and even the sect leader, with Nangong Yaya as his partner, while Jiang Sheng, as a revered elder, would alleviate his worries. This was precisely the future he had always dreamed of. So why should he concern himself with trivial matters? Wasn't it merely a quota for the Ascension Conference? Jiang Sheng was to be a respected elder in his future sect. Wasn't it just a public defeat to Jiang Sheng? Jiang Sheng was to be a revered elder in his future sect. Fang Xiang, who had yet to glimpse the broader world, remained unaware of the path he would tread in the future. His aspirations were thus refreshingly simple. Hearing Jiang Sheng's words now brought him immense joy. Jiang Sheng also recognized Fang Xiang's straightforward nature, which allowed him to deceive him so easily. After all, if Fang Xiang were truly astute, he would not be so easily manipulated by Nangong Yaya in the future. All the schemes and machinations originated from her, while Fang Xiang was merely an executor. Contemplating the future actions of Fang Xiang, Jiang Sheng resolved to take good care of him. Junior brother, I know mere words may not suffice to convince you. Have you heard that our master has emerged from seclusion? The master has emerged? Fang Xiang's face lit up even more. Has master broken through to the golden core stage? Jiang Sheng shook his head. Not yet. He has only emerged to tend to my injuries. Fang Xiang's joy tempered, and he remarked with a hint of jealousy, Master certainly cares for you deeply. Ever since he took Yaya and me as disciples, I have hardly seen him. Our training has been entirely under your guidance, and we have wandered countless detours. Jiang Sheng was momentarily taken aback by Fang Xiang's complaint. Could this be a subtle provocation? A pleasant surprise? After waiting for a long time without seeing the task to backstab Mu Hongli appear, his desire to stir discord gradually waned. Fang Xiang too sensed that his emotions were awry, quickly adding, "Will Master be able to heal your injuries?" Jiang Sheng shook his head again. Before Fang Xiang could respond, he spoke first. "I must attend the Ascension Conference. However, seeing your eagerness to experience it as well, I implored Master to secure a spot for you too. 3 years from now, right now, you shall accompany me to the Ascension Conference." Fang Xiang's eyes widened, overwhelmed with joy. The lifespan of a Qi refinement stage cultivator is inherently brief, and every step in cultivation is crucial. Previously, he had forfeited his spot at the Ascension Conference for Yaya's sake. This time, having publicly lost to Jiang Sheng once again, Fang Xiang initially believed he would have to wait another 3 years. However, unexpectedly, a delightful surprise awaited him. Just as he pondered how to express his gratitude to Jiang Sheng, the latter extended his hands to reveal 2 tokens. "Are these the tokens from the Daylight Sect's treasury?" Fang Xiang inquired, astonished. "Indeed," Jiang Sheng affirmed with a nod. "The 2 of us shall soon attend the Ascension Conference, a gathering of prodigious talent. Without some means to elevate ourselves, we may struggle to stand out. This token is for you. Together we shall select treasures from the treasury to enhance our strength, which is our only hope for prominence. Brother." Fang Xiang was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. "You have always considered my well-being. While I foolishly regarded you as an adversary and even coveted the woman you cherished, I am truly despicable." He clutched his chest, an excruciating pain weighing down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Guilt surged within him. Recalling his past actions towards Jiang Sheng filled him with remorse, for he felt he had betrayed Jiang Sheng's sincere heart. Jiang Sheng was taken aback by Fang Xiang's reaction. Is this child truly so easy to deceive? He thought, feeling a twinge of compassion. Fearing Fang Xiang might harm himself in despair, he quickly steadied him by grasping his shoulders to help him regain his composure. "We are not merely brothers in arms, but true brothers. What is one woman like Yaya? In the future, once we both elevate our cultivation, what kind of woman could we not attract?" Upon hearing Jiang Sheng's words, Fang Xiang's already reddened eyes grew even more inflamed, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. "Brother, you do not understand. After we married, Yaya changed. She became indifferent towards me. No one cared for me except you, who has remained steadfast. I cannot accept this token." Fang Xiang protested, hastily wiping away his tears while obstinately shaking his head. "This token was earned through your sacrifices and the peril you faced for the sect. It rightfully belongs to you. How could I dare to take it?" Jiang Sheng's insistence left Fang Xiang bewildered. Guilt surged within him. In the past, he would have gladly accepted and mocked Jiang Sheng for being foolish, yet now the token felt like a hot potato he could not grasp. Jiang Sheng, however, was even more resolute, forcing the token into Fang Xiang's hands. "Have you forgotten what I said earlier? You will be the sect leader, and I will be the elder. If you, as the leader, do not possess the requisite strength, who will follow you? I could exchange these 2 tokens for significant enhancements. But what about you?" Jiang Sheng exclaimed, irate. "Do you wish to squander an opportunity as Yaya did?" I do not wish to," Fang Xiang stammered, his mouth agape. Struggling to find his voice, Jiang Sheng seized the moment to apply further pressure. "Tokens can be regained, but this opportunity, once lost, will never return. Brother, how can I repay you if you insist on this?" Fang Xiang felt utterly shattered by Jiang Sheng's relentless persuasion. At that moment, Jiang Sheng transcended the role of a mere elder brother or nominal kin. He had become something far more significant in Fang Xiang's eyes. "Yet, he is my own elder brother, my flesh and blood." He clutched Jiang Sheng's hand tightly, and with a thud, he knelt down. "Brother Fang, please hold your words." Fang thought to raise his head to gaze upon the towering figure before him, his heart heavy with sorrow. "I have wronged you before. I doubted whether you had a private relationship with Yaya, and I even contemplated seizing your opportunity at the Ascension Conference. 1,000 deaths would not suffice to atone for my transgressions. However, that shall not be the case henceforth. I, Fang Xiang, will never again suspect or harm you. Whatever decisions you make, I shall support unconditionally. You are my true elder brother, and we are bound as brothers in this lifetime." Jiang Sheng's lips twitched. The scene was almost too painful to behold. Was he truly kneeling down like this? It is said that physical force may compel submission temporarily, but words can yield a lasting surrender. He finally comprehended how Fang Xiang intended to unfold the manual. Following this trend, it seemed unlikely that Fang Xiang could remain a mere pawn for Nangong Yaya. Instead, it appeared that he might become the tool for Jiang Sheng. To be candid, Fang Xiang was indeed quite useful at present. Jiang Sheng glanced at the palm that had just patted Fang Xiang's shoulder. Indeed, the goo worms from the Hehuan sect proved to be effective as well. Originally inspired by Nangong Yaya, Jiang Sheng had intended to plant goo worms on Fang Xiang to vex the two of them. Yet, he never anticipated that the situation would evolve into this. It was far better than he had envisioned. Hastily, he assisted Fang Xiang to his feet. Second brother, rise quickly. I have never harbored any resentment towards you. I only blame myself for not being able to assist you further. Do not dwell too heavily on matters regarding Nangang Yaya. As long as you achieve success, what fear is there of her departing from you? Jiang Sheng brushed the dust from Fang Xiang's clothes, revealing his characteristic benevolent smile. Now, let us proceed to the treasure vault together and select some treasures. Enhancing our strength cannot be delayed. Yes, brother. Fang Xiang nodded vigorously in response. Seeing Fang Xiang finally acquiesce, Jiang Sheng let out a sigh of relief. It had been a trying ordeal. Performing while suppressing laughter was an immense test of his acting skills. He could only wonder how that wicked woman, Nangang Yaya, would react upon witnessing their brotherly affection. The thought of that scene was nothing short of delightful. Chapter 22. The Treasure Vault. Jiang Sheng and Fang Xiang set out together, leaving the disciples traversing the sect in a state of astonishment. Some even rubbed their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they were mistaken. Ever since their previous confrontation, many believed the two had fallen out. To meet without exchanging sharp words, yet displaying such intimacy, was unexpected. This caused numerous onlookers to halt in their tracks, observing the spectacle. Brother, let us hasten our steps. I find it rather uncomfortable with our fellow disciples watching us so intently, Fang Xiang remarked, his expression visibly awkward. He lowered his head, walking closely behind Jiang Sheng, fearful of being recognized. However, his efforts were in vain, for the sight of the two of them together was a grand headline. How could it possibly go unnoticed? Jiang Sheng observed the bashfulness of Fang Xiang, akin to that of a shy maiden, and inwardly noted that something was amiss. His younger brother exhibits peculiar behavior. Your actions only serve to foster misunderstandings. Though he remained silent, his footsteps hastened considerably, as if to distance himself from Fang Xiang. However, Fang Xiang clings closely, and after a brief tug-of-war, they arrive before the entrance of the Pavilion of Techniques. Elder, I request permission to enter the treasury, the disciple states. An elderly man, on the verge of death, sits outside the Pavilion of Techniques. As the appointed guardian of the pavilion, his cultivation has reached the 9th level of qi refinement. Due to limited aptitude, he has been unable to break through to foundation establishment and has taken on this leisurely role as his lifespan wanes. Several elders like him serve as the foundation of the Great Sun sect. Do you wish to enter? The elder raises his drooping eyes, briefly scanning Fang Xiang and Jiang Sheng. Indeed, Jiang Sheng replies with a proud posture, while Fang Xiang, glancing around nervously, dares not lift his head. Jiang Sheng pats Fang Xiang's back, compelling him to raise his gaze. Not just I, Fang Xiang also wishes to enter. As far as I know, he has not yet obtained a token. I possess 2 tokens. I am willing to bestow one upon Fang Xiang, so that we may enter the treasury together as brothers. The disciples who had followed out of curiosity to select techniques were taken aback. Jiang Sheng is actually sharing a treasury token with Fang Xiang? Such tokens from the Great Sun sect are awarded only for significant contributions to the sect. Currently, Jiang Sheng is the sole disciple in possession of a token. To give away something so precious so casually? The others looked at Fang Xiang with disdain, believing that he must have deceived the elder brother once again, exploiting his kindness for personal gain. How infuriating! The elder brother is far too benevolent. A smile reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum appeared on the elder's wrinkled face. What an enviable brotherhood you display. As the elder's reminiscing began to fade, he gestured for the two to follow him. Next to the Pavilion of Techniques lay a small cave, its entrance adorned with various formations. Upon reaching the cave, the elder pointed at the token in Jiang Sheng's hand and said, "Only those holding a token may enter. You may take only one treasure, and the token must remain with you at all times during your passage. I hope you both find something valuable within. You are the future pillars of our Great Sun sect. May your bond never wane." Afterward, the elder waved his hand, signaling them to enter. Jiang Sheng and Fang Xiang both clasped their hands in respect to the elder, each holding a token, and stepped into the small cave. Their figures vanished from the view of the onlookers. The other disciples erupted in excitement, rushing to spread the news. The elder brother and the second brother have reconciled. And the elder brother has even gifted a treasury token to the second brother. Those who had previously chosen sides were left in confusion, neglecting the practice. They followed the crowd to the entrance of the Techniques Pavilion, eager to witness for themselves whether the rumors held true. Inside the cavern, the passage initially narrowed before opening up into a vast expanse after several dozen steps. Before them lay a resplendent cave adorned with luminous pearls. Within this cavern, there were no other exits, only stone platforms rising from the ground, each displaying a variety of treasures. Each platform bore a label, ensuring that visitors would not be left in confusion. After all, this was the treasure trove of the Grand Sun sect. not a trial for ascending to immortality where one's fortune dictated what they could take. As a reward for the juniors, one need not gamble on the spoils of the past, for they could still glean something of value from the treasury. Jiang Sheng casually approached one of the stone platforms, upon which rested a tome entitled Indestructible Vajra Technique. The accompanying label indicated that it had been acquired by an elder named Mu Yang from a rogue cultivator. Due to the technique's lack of origin and its fragmentary nature, it had not been placed within the technique's pavilion. However, its efficacy was remarkably potent. Upon mastering the first volume, one's physical attributes would double. The second volume would quintuple them. In combat, should both sides be evenly matched and deplete their spiritual energy, a formidable physique could help secure victory. Yet, Jiang Sheng found this technique rather impractical. Battles between cultivators seldom reached a point where one party completely exhausted their spiritual energy. If one could not win, they could always retreat, and if they were unable to escape, could even the strongest body withstand the onslaught of techniques? While not impossible, it was certainly beyond the capabilities of this fragment left here. Fang Xiang, also entering for the first time, scrutinized each stone platform with great care. Soon, a look of distress crossed his face. "What troubles you, second brother?" Jiang Sheng inquired as he approached. "Have you found the treasure you seek?" Fang Xiang shook his head. "I am looking for a pill that can swiftly enhance my strength. Currently, I have the choice between the Superior Spirit Gathering Pill and the Meridian Expansion Pill, but I am uncertain which to select. With the Superior Spirit Gathering Pill, my speed in breaking through to the 7th level of Qi refinement should see substantial improvement. However, if I take the Meridian Expansion Pill, my internal reserves will immediately increase, granting me an instant boost in combat capability." As he spoke, Fang Xiang's gaze shifted towards several platforms displaying techniques. In truth, he also desired to learn some powerful techniques to elevate his combat prowess. Nevertheless, since his elder brother had decided to teach him the ice and fire duality, he opted to forego the techniques. Jiang Sheng sensed something amiss. Fang Xiang was not considering the techniques. How could he obtain the fragment of the supreme technique 9 steps to the earth under such circumstances? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Sheng remarked, "Let us set aside the pills for now. A formidable technique would yield greater benefits for you. Merely possessing offensive techniques without mobility once would render you nothing more than a target. But I can only choose one," Fang Xiang lamented, his eyes darting between the pills and the techniques. "If I select a technique, I cannot choose a pill. In truth, I lean towards the elixir, as it is but a single vial, and ye could also partake in some." Fang Xiang, feeling bashful, scratched his head, wearing a foolish expression. Jiang Sheng inwardly cursed Fang Xiang for his infatuation with love. Yet, on the surface, he feigned a sudden inspiration, clapping his hands, just in time. "I've been considering learning a new step technique. How about you assist me in selecting one? This way, you can choose the elixir, and together we can cultivate the technique, achieving a splendid balance." "Assist you in selecting a technique?" Fang Xiang instantly grasped Jiang Sheng's ulterior motive. With Jiang Sheng's cultivation level and his extensive experiences in the world, he was undoubtedly far beyond Fang Xiang. If he wished to choose a technique, why would he require Fang Xiang's assistance? This was clearly a guise to choose a technique that he favored under the pretense of seeking help. Fang Xiang quickly declined. "No, no, no, that's impossible, elder brother. You have already gifted me a token. How could I squander your opportunity? Perhaps I should forfeit this token and instead find you some healing elixirs." "Second brother, do not speak such nonsense." Jiang Sheng interjected sharply, stifling Fang Xiang's attempts at persuasion. "If there were healing elixirs within the sect that could mend my injuries, I would not need to attend the Ascension Conference. I would have long relinquished my spot to you and Yiya. Whether my injuries will heal remains uncertain. But you are different. You are the future leader of the Daylight Sect. If you do not strengthen your abilities, how shall you acquire the resources you desire at the Ascension Conference? Do you truly wish for me to bear the weight of the sect for a lifetime?" The combination of soft persuasion and firm reasoning rendered Fang Xiang speechless. On one hand was the vision of himself as the future leader, and on the other, the reality that he could never surpass Jiang Sheng's cultivation, forever watching his elder brother carry the sect forward. No, he could not simply concede. Jiang Sheng's words instantly rekindled his fighting spirit. Nothing could hinder his resolve to grow stronger. A moment of emotional indulgence would only lead to lifelong regret. "I understand now. Elder brother, thank you for your enlightenment." Chapter 23. I have been purified by my senior brother. Fang Xiang bowed deeply to Jiang Sheng, suddenly coming to a realization. Previously, he always thought Jiang Sheng was foolish and easily manipulated. However, now he harbored no such thoughts. Jiang Sheng's foresight extended far beyond his own. While he was still contemplating the bonds of love and brotherhood, Jiang Sheng was already envisioning the future of the sect. He truly possessed a grand vision and an expansive heart. Reflecting on how he treated Jiang Sheng and how Jiang Sheng treated him, he recognized that such a person was the model he should aspire to emulate. He ought to heed his elder brother's counsel. all else was mere illusion. For him, the only truth now was the necessity of diligent cultivation to enhance his strength. Elder brother, I, Fang Xiang, may have once been a petty man, but I have now awakened and resolved to start anew. No one has ever treated me with such kindness as you have. Fang Xiang pressed his lips together and, with a resolute expression, declared, this time, consider it a debt I owe you, junior brother. I, Fang Xiang, hereby vow that regardless of the opportunities one encounter at the Ascension Conference, I shall gladly share them with you, my elder brother. Should I breach this oath, may my cultivation be forever stunted. Jiang Sheng, taken aback by Fang Xiang's earnest vow, found himself at a loss for words. An oath among cultivators is not made lightly. If Fang Xiang fails to uphold his promise, he would be burdened by it in his future practice, potentially giving rise to inner demons that would hinder his progress. He could not discern whether it was the effectiveness of the goo worm from the Huan sect, or if Fang Xiang was simply too naive to realize he was being deceived. The once wholly darkened character of Fang Xiang now seemed to show signs of redemption. What to do? Should he still take advantage of him? Jiang Sheng fell into contemplation. He felt no remorse for deceiving a scoundrel, yet he was troubled by the thought of exploiting a fool. Oh, hadn't he previously pressed a turtle shell on a Fang Xiang? Brother. Before he could arrive at a conclusion, his body instinctively acted. He grasped Fang Xiang's hand and exclaimed, why go to such lengths? You are trustworthy, and what need is there for an oath? Fang Xiang stubbornly shook his head. Without this, how can I demonstrate my determination to change? Sighing, Jiang Sheng exhaled deeply and replied, since it has come to this, I shall not say more. Choose your cultivation method first. He had never considered sharing half of his gains from the Ascension Conference with Fang Xiang. Deceiving others was one thing, but deceiving himself was entirely another. If he were to relinquish resources, it would depend on the worth of his own gains. Knowing he could secure a top-tier spiritual treasure at the conference, giving half to Fang Xiang would be foolish. He could not encourage Fang Xiang's notion of unearned benefits. Very well, I shall select the premium gathering spirit pill, and I will carefully choose my cultivation method. Fang Xiang nodded, his gaze sweeping across the array of cultivation stone platforms. He examined them with utmost seriousness, as this was not merely a path for himself, but also one for Jiang Sheng. He aimed to choose a method that suited both of them, honoring his elder brother's earnest intentions. Yinqing technique, willow leaf step, shadow following method. He scrutinized each stone platform, even paying close attention to the experiences of the collectors noted beneath them, correlating them with the figures he remembered and sharing his insights with Jiang Sheng. I recognize the owner of the shadow following method. It is a renowned technique of an elder in our sect who excels in movement arts. It focuses on small-scale combat, rendering the enemy unable to perceive one's movements by exploiting visual blind spots and corners. Whether for assassination or confrontation, it proves remarkably effective, especially during initial encounters when the enemy struggles to gauge one's abilities. Fang Xiang spoke to himself. I've heard this technique is also accompanied by a profound breath-concealing art, though I cannot ascertain its truth. If there exists a technique for concealing one's presence, it would undoubtedly be the most suitable. However, in its absence, it resembles a mere chicken rib, easily detectable in terms of direction. Jiang Sheng found himself increasingly perplexed. Fang Xiang realized that this young man had transformed. Burdened by inner pressure, he hesitated to gamble on the unmarked techniques, opting instead to select from the existing annotations and the renowned footwork recorded in the history of the Daylight sect. If this continued, the coveted 9 steps of the earth would drift further from his grasp. There was no need to be fixated on the techniques left by previous masters. While these methods were indeed precious, the arts discovered within the technique repository would not be significantly weaker. You need not bear any burdens, simply choose what resonates with you. Jiang Sheng suddenly advised. When faced with indecision, entrust it to fate, whether good or bad, it is all preordained. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiang pondered for a while before directing his steps toward a remote stone platform. Jiang Sheng followed closely behind, his gaze fixed on the annotations beneath the platform. A disciple of the Daylight sect had extracted footwork from a loose cultivator, who was at the foundation establishment stage, hence its inclusion. Such techniques were not scarce in the treasury, but lacking a clear origin, they were hesitantly withheld from the disciples, merely accumulated here for the sake of quantity. However, for a minor sect like the Daylight sect, any association with the foundation establishment stage elevates its value significantly, even if the technique itself might be rather trivial. Brother, I believe this technique is fated for me. Fang Xiang hesitated, saying, if you are willing to trust my intuition, let us choose this method. Excellent. We shall select this technique. Jiang Sheng asserted with unwavering conviction. At these words, Fang Xiang's heart fluttered. Jiang Sheng exhibited no trace of doubt. Anyone would hesitate to exchange a precious token for a technique merely derived from a foundation establishment cultivator. In comparison to the unknown techniques, The annotated ones were all left by formidable practitioners skilled in footwork at the foundation establishment stage. The superiority of one over the other was evident. Brother, your trust in me is overwhelming. Fang Xiang felt an immense wave of gratitude swell within him, even as he silently prayed that this technique would indeed surpass those with annotations. Otherwise, how could he justify Jiang Sheng's faith in him? Previously, Fang Xiang's heart had space only for Nangong Yaya. Yet at this moment, the warmth Jiang Sheng provided continually pierced through his defenses, creating a crack in his heart through which it surged. Brother, let us depart. I can hardly wait to see if this technique will merit your trust. Jiang Sheng nodded, quickening his pace. He too was eager to delve into the 9 steps of the earth. An unknown technique, particularly a footwork technique, was of utmost importance, especially one that Fang Xiang felt a connection to. With all these factors combined, it was difficult to believe that this technique was anything but the 9 steps of the earth. Did he truly wish to have Fang Xiang gamble on other unknown footwork methods? The two exited the treasury, their token dissolving into ashes and scattering with the wind. At this moment, Fang Xiang was able to unlock the restriction on the technique in his hands, revealing its entirety. Within the treasure vault, both the elixirs and the techniques were ensnared by prohibitions. Without the treasure vault, elixirs could not be unsealed, and techniques remained unreadable. Otherwise, a single token would suffice to consume all the elixirs and peruse every technique within the vault. The instant Fang Xiang exited the treasure vault, he began to scrutinize the technique in his grasp, impervious to the cacophony of disciples outside. The 9 steps of earth only yielded the first 2 steps, which were mere fragments. The more he read, the paler his complexion became. The value of a foundational technique, even as a remnant, was self-evident, far inferior to the complete techniques housed within the vault. His lips moved as if rusted, and he dared not lift his gaze to meet Jiang Sheng's. Jiang Sheng had placed such trust in him, yet he had chosen this worthless fragment based on sheer happenstance. Not only had he squandered a treasure vault token, but he had also squandered Jiang Sheng's faith in him. Already burdened with pressure, the revelation of the technique's entirety crushed him utterly. While he hung his head, too intimidated to face Jiang Sheng, a hand unexpectedly reached before him, snatching away the technique he held. Before he could react, another technique appeared in his grasp. The spirit butterfly steps, a complete foundational technique. Fang Xiang abruptly lifted his head, eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at Jiang Sheng. Yet, the only response he received was Jiang Sheng's warm, radiant smile. Take it. This is a step technique I obtained from the hands of a demonic cultivator. While it may not possess the exquisite intricacies of those from our esteemed predecessors, it certainly has its merits. Most importantly, it is complete, sufficient to address your deficiencies in this area. Jiang Sheng waved the 9 steps of earth in his hand, tucking it away into his storage pouch without a second glance. There are no inferior techniques, only those unsuitable for the practitioner. Your opportunity has been seized by me. After all, it was you who helped me select the step technique. Holding the scroll of the technique, Fang Xiang found himself at a loss for words to express his feelings. Jiang Sheng, who possessed foundational techniques himself, still believed in him, urging him to find a powerful technique suited to him. This was entirely for his benefit. At this moment, he had even exchanged a worthless foundational technique from his hands, clearly intending to ease his heart. The elder brother was so gentle, magnanimous, and attentive, utterly flawless. The soft sunlight bathed Jiang Sheng, enveloping him in a golden glow. The radiance surrounded that towering figure, as if Jiang Sheng himself were the sun, warming both body and spirit, leaving no room for impurities. This scene was deeply etched in Fang Xiang's heart. He felt that no matter how much time passed, he would never forget it. I will return now. You should also go back and cultivate. Yes. Fang Xiang snapped back to reality and responded promptly. It was only after Jiang Sheng's figure vanished that he became aware of his body, his cheeks slightly damp and cool to the touch. He extended his finger and gently touched his face, unaware of when the tears had begun to flow. Was it the piercing brightness of the sun? No. It was the purification bestowed by my senior brother. Chapter 24. The golden light reveals the good and evil. The intensity of my cultivation progress was astonishing. Jiang Sheng dashed away from the crowd, racing towards the back mountain. It was not until he reached the base of the flying spring waterfall that he began to sit in meditation. An oppressive heat enveloped his body, his heartbeat pounding like a drum. Jiang Sheng shed his outer garments and stepped into the frigid waters of the spring, closing his eyes to channel the Ren Wang scripture. Golden patterns coursed through his flesh, revealing themselves upon his skin. Beginning at his heart, they gradually spread throughout his entire being. An immense amount of spiritual energy was frantically absorbed into his body, merging with the golden patterns. At that moment, Jiang Sheng suddenly opened his eyes, which were instantly suffused with golden light, altering his perception of the world around him. Everything became remarkably clear, especially the densely concentrated golden patterns upon his chest. which manifested as ethereal shadows before his gaze. Convincing the wicked, small goodness, the golden patterns gradually transformed into tangible words before him. The spiritual energy within him steadily ascended until he heard a faint sound reminiscent of an egg cracking. Only then did the golden light around him retract, returning to his heart, concealed once more. Yet the golden light in his eyes showed no sign of waning. The golden light sees through people, discerning good from evil. Jiang Sheng softly murmured this phrase. It was the divine ability awakened after he performed his first act of kindness. With the golden light, he could perceive whether a person was virtuous or malevolent. The virtuous were enveloped in golden radiance, the wicked surrounded by dark mist. And those neither good nor evil were shrouded in white fog. For a possessor of the Sacred Heart, possessing the ability to judge good and evil was essential for punishing the wicked or, as before, persuading the malevolent. Is this truly possible? Jiang Sheng sensed the quantity of spiritual energy within him, clearly having broken through to the 9th level of qi refinement. Yet, what he had done was merely deceive Fang Xiang, who sought to take the 9 steps of earth from him. The quota for the Ascension Conference was originally meant for Fang Xiang by their master. He had merely gained Fang Xiang's gratitude due to a timing discrepancy. He surmised that their master, maintaining his dignity, would certainly not explain how this quota had come to be. As for the notion of himself becoming an elder and Fang Xiang the sect leader, that was nothing but a fanciful dream. In this wretched sect, if Fang Xiang wished to be the leader, he could go ahead. He would still have to heed Jiang Sheng's wishes. The command token was merely a result of his covetousness for the 9 steps of earth, which he wanted to seize from Fang Xiang. Upon reflection, he realized that, from the perspective of his true intentions, he had not performed a single good deed. Yet, from the outcome, Fang Xiang had indeed experienced change, even swearing an oath to repay him. Could it be that the Sacred Heart's principles do not consider the heart, but rather the actions? Engaging in malevolent deeds incurs no consequence, while performing good deeds earns rewards. Jiang Sheng felt an overwhelming sense of dramatic irony. Historically, those who possessed the Sacred Heart had been renowned philanthropists. However, he came to understand how the Sacred Heart enhances one's cultivation, and he immediately felt that history had been exaggerated. Regardless of whether the possessors of the Sacred Heart throughout the ages were virtuous individuals, at the very least, they presented themselves as such in public. The longer one lives, the better one becomes at masquerading. If one were truly a born sage, they would have perished or been severely harmed by others long ago, just as he had been. To save one person is to ascend one level. What if I were to save an entire sect? Jiang Sheng's thoughts began to wander. It is difficult to speak of other places, but as for the Daylight sect, he could confidently assert that there were scarcely any commendable individuals to be found. On the other hand, Fang Xiang had also collected himself and returned to his residence. In such a short span of time, he had experienced profound shocks and emotional upheavals. Even after a period of cooling down, he found it challenging to emerge from the depths of these intense feelings, to the extent that he couldn't recall what the observing disciples had said. "Senior brother, you are finally back." As soon as he entered the courtyard, Fang Xiang spotted a disciple, drenched in sweat, calling out to him with a look of grievance. He frowned and scolded. "What on earth have you done to yourself? As a disciple of our Daylight sect, and one under my tutelage, how can you present yourself in such a disheveled manner? Is this not a disgrace to the Daylight sect, and to me?" In the past, Fang Xiang would have prioritized his own standing, often neglecting to mention the Daylight sect. However, after his recent experiences, he had subconsciously begun to view himself as the future leader of the Daylight sect, considering its interests first and foremost. Song Dang, oblivious to the underlying tension in Fang Xiang's words, angrily retorted, "Isn't it all because of that pretentious good man, Jiang Sheng?" "You are right, senior brother. Jiang Sheng is indeed suspicious. Not only did he injure a disciple who attempted to trespass into his humble abode, but he also sealed my cultivation, forcing us to undertake tasks for the sect. To mention others is one thing, but to have my cultivation sealed for such tasks is tantamount to seeking my demise." Unbeknownst to him, Fang Xiang's expression had become exceedingly grim. Despite his complaints, Fang Xiang's narrowed eyes and dark demeanor suggested a brewing storm. Song Dang continued obliviously. "He is nothing but a hypocrite, a false good man. Rest assured, senior brother, I have already dispatched someone to spread the word about Jiang Sheng's unwarranted assault on fellow disciples. Just wait for the news of his disgrace to return." As he spoke, a sense of smug satisfaction spread across his face, and he eagerly looked up at Fang Xiang, anticipating praise. However, what he received instead was a massive fist. Song Dang was sent flying like a toy, crashing against the courtyard's pillar and sliding to the ground like a rag doll, blood gushing from his mouth like water. His teeth littered the ground. Before he could fully comprehend what had happened, Fang Xiang, still unsatisfied, charged at him and delivered a flurry of kicks. "I instructed you to investigate the senior brother's condition. Who permitted you to trespass into someone else's residence? If you were killed by the senior brother, it would serve you right." Furthermore, as a disciple of the Daylight Sect, undertaking sect tasks is a matter of course. I believe the senior brother has shown you far too much leniency in your punishment. Fang Xiang, while mercilessly striking Song Dang, berated him, exclaiming, "Were it not for the necessity of keeping you around to retract the rumors, I would relish the opportunity to end your life. Who in the sect is unaware that the senior brother treats me as his own kin? Your actions have brought me to the brink of ruin." Song Dang, dazed from the blows, could hardly believe his ears, let alone the reality of Fang Xiang before him. The emotional wounds he endured were far more agonizing than the physical pain. Had his body not been incapacitated, he would have rubbed his eyes vigorously, scrutinizing this individual to ascertain whether he was indeed Fang Xiang. Even now, he suspected that this was an impersonation by Jiang Sheng. The situation was utterly terrifying. Just moments ago, he had been urged, with a sinister countenance, to devise a means to probe Jiang Sheng. Should Jiang Sheng have indeed changed, it would imply that the previous gifts, such as the floating sword, were merely traps to ensnare him in battles. And the peculiar atmosphere with Nangong Yaya would suddenly make sense. He would need to exact a fitting revenge upon this senior brother who had strayed from the path of righteousness. A senior brother with such intentions, willing to leverage Jiang Sheng's participation in the Ascension Conference to shed the burdens of his sect's disciples, would undoubtedly incite considerable dissatisfaction within the Daylight Sect. Jiang Sheng would surely retaliate or, at the very least, provide explanations before the disciples. If Fang Xiang could orchestrate further provocations towards Jiang Sheng, the transformed Jiang Sheng might be compelled to act recklessly. In due course, he would spread the word among nearby sects, creating a tumultuous uproar that would render Jiang Sheng's entry into the 8 great sects a formidable challenge. This plan, indeed, bore a sinister edge. Yet now, everything was unfolding according to Fang Xiang's design. Why the sudden change of heart? He simply could not comprehend. Was this not a test for Jiang Sheng, but rather for himself? And to what end? Overwhelmed with sorrow and indignation, tears streamed down Song Dang's cheeks. Fang Xiang, furrowing his brow, kicked him out into the courtyard, exclaiming, "A grown man weeping is utterly vexing. Depart at once and bring back those who spread the rumors. Furthermore, if I hear you slandering the senior brother again, the consequences shall be yours alone to bear." Song Dang, unable to respond due to his missing teeth, could only flee the courtyard in a hasty scramble. Taking a deep breath, Fang Xiang expelled the pent-up frustration from his heart. With such subordinates, when would the Daylight Sect rise? His aspirations of becoming the future sect leader felt exceedingly distant. "Brother, why such fury?" A gentle voice, like a soft breeze, enveloped Fang Xiang's agitated heart, soothing his tumultuous emotions. He abruptly lifted his gaze toward the courtyard entrance. Nangong Yaya leaned against the doorframe, her charming smile directed at him. Fang Xiang immediately felt flustered and, with a hint of embarrassment, replied, "Apologies, junior sister. My disciple has had a lapse in judgment, and I have just reprimanded him. I hope I did not cause you any amusement." Nangong Yaya approached him with a lightness akin to a dancing butterfly, her gaze flitting over him as she assessed his demeanor. "I never anticipated your rapid growth, dear brother. Although you did not secure a place in the Ascension Conference, you have obtained 2 treasure tokens from Jiang Sheng. Many outside are circulating rumors about the harmonious relationship between the senior and junior brothers of the Daylight Sect. Yet there are whispers suggesting you deceive the senior brother." Nangong Yaya spoke with a tone laced with joy, remarking, "But what does it matter? Jiang Sheng merely gained a good reputation, while you have truly reaped tangible benefits. Pray tell, how did you manage to ensnare him?" Chapter 25, Fang Xiang, come to your senses. Nangong Yaya was genuinely curious. Upon hearing of the events within the sect, she could hardly contain her eagerness to find Fang Xiang. In her eyes, Jiang Sheng was no longer a reliable ally. Having caught the attention of a foundational male cultivator, he was bound to face peril. However, Fang Xiang was different. The thought of continuing to extract advantages from the already corrupted Jiang Sheng was simply unfathomable, particularly since Fang Xiang's attitude was 1,000 times stronger than that of the current Jiang Sheng, who would remain under his influence. The mere thought of this softened her tone and demeanor significantly. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Fang Xiang, awaiting his explanation. In the past, Fang Xiang would have eagerly recounted how he acquired the tokens, anticipating a couple of compliments in return. "But now why are you silent?" Nangong Yaya inquired, her brow furrowing. Fang Xiang lowered his head. The delight in seeing Nangong Yaya's joy faded, replaced by deep inner turmoil. "Yaya," he said, his voice hoarse, and when he raised his head, a bitter smile graced his face. "I did not deceive the senior brother. The tokens were given to me willingly, and the footwork was selected by me for him. It was merely a fragment. The senior brother, wishing to alleviate my guilt, gifted me a foundational footwork." Fang Xiang produced the flying sword, cradling it in his palm. "This sword is the senior brother's life instrument, and he has already bestowed it upon me. Furthermore, he has given you a rare nirvana herb. The senior brother also mentioned that once I complete the footwork, he will personally teach me the duality of ice and fire. He has treated us well. Shall we not show him kindness in return? Let us consider him our elder brother. Something is amiss. It felt distinctly wrong. Doubt filled Nangong Yaya's eyes as they locked onto Fang Xiang's, her gaze unwavering. She sensed that matters were far from simple. The senior brother had changed. The evidence was clear from the wedding night and the decisions made in the Hall of Rewards and Punishments regarding the Ascension Conference. Jiang Sheng's cunning was apparent, especially his calm demeanor while deceiving their master, which left her feeling alarmed. How could such a character be swayed or deceived by Fang Xiang? She now realized that Fang Xiang had indeed fallen under Jiang Sheng's influence. Did this not lead her to be more favorable towards Jiang Sheng, even referring to him as an elder brother? Yet, this was the man who had taken your woman and snatched your place in the Ascension Conference right before the entire sect. Before Nangong Yaya could utter a word, Fang Xiang suddenly broke into a joyful expression and said, "Ah, Yaya? There is another piece of good news I have yet to share with you. Our esteemed master has emerged from seclusion, and my senior brother has implored the master to secure me a spot in the Ascension Conference. Every generation of the Dai sect's leaders has participated in this grand event, where they have made their names and subsequently declined the overtures of the 8 major sects, ultimately ascending to the position of sect leader." He revealed 8 pristine teeth in a radiant smile, exclaiming, "What do you think I should do to express my gratitude to my brother? This kindness is simply monumental." Nangong Yaya felt a sudden wave of dizziness. How shameless. Jiang Sheng is utterly devoid of shame. The quota that Fang Xiang received was not requested by Jiang Sheng. It was clearly the master's concern that Jiang Sheng might harbor ulterior motives that led to Fang Xiang being tasked to keep an eye on him. She desperately wanted to tear off Jiang Sheng's mask and reveal the truth to Fang Xiang. However, just as the words hovered on the tip of her tongue, she couldn't help but clutch her chest, a wave of discomfort reminding her of the necessity to keep the events she witnessed in the back mountain a secret. "Fang Xiang, you need to be more discerning." Nangong Yaya could not restrain her tone as it grew more intense. If it weren't for Jiang Sheng, you would have naturally obtained a quota for the Ascension Conference. Without him, the future sect leader would undoubtedly be you. It is precisely because of him that your future is fraught with uncertainty. Do not forget how he snatched the quota from your grasp and humiliated you before everyone. But my senior brother has always been there for me, hasn't he? Fang Xiang retorted with a furrowed brow. It is precisely due to my senior brother that I have obtained the flying sword, the high-grade gathering spirit pill, and the spirit butterfly steps. Aren't these tangible benefits bestowed upon me by my senior brother? Moreover, he has promised me that I shall become the senior brother of the Dari sect and the future sect leader. Fang Xiang. Nangong Yaya could no longer contain herself, gritting her teeth as she said, "These are merely sugar-coated missiles. Once you become the sect leader, won't you be able to select treasures from the treasury at will?" Jiang Sheng is not as simple as you perceive him to be. He possesses a benevolent visage but a malevolent heart. Everything he does is with intent, and although I am still unclear about his true motives, you absolutely cannot continue to lean towards him so blindly. Fang Xiang's brows knitted tightly together. With each of Nangong Yaya's words, his frown deepened. By the time she finished speaking, his countenance had turned exceedingly grim. "Have you come to understand?" Nangong Yaya's eyes glimmered with a hint of joy at the sight. She had already lost Jiang Sheng as a pawn. It was imperative that she prevent Jiang Sheng from leading the naive Fang Xiang astray. As long as Fang Xiang could grasp this point, it would be effortless for her to manipulate him. If this situation continued to develop, Fang Xiang would truly become Jiang Sheng's little brother. "Yaya, you are being excessive." Fang Xiang raised his head, his gaze resolute as he said, "We both know my senior brother is not that kind of person. I have remained silent about your previous disparagement of him and your accusations of manipulation, but one must not solely focus on self-interest. Such a narrow-minded and extreme perspective is not conducive to a virtuous life. Both you and I owe an apology to the esteemed elder brother. You accuse me of being extreme and narrow-minded, and you expect me to apologize to Jiang Sheng?" Nangong Yaya, filled with indignation, laughed bitterly as she placed her hand atop Fang Xiang's head, inquiring, "What kind of enchanting potion has he fed you that you so ardently defend him? Is he your companion, or am I?" As she spoke, her hand began to accumulate the essence of love, which she sought to infuse into Fang Xiang's being. Given that Fang Xiang's cultivation was superior to hers, she had previously refrained from pouring too much into him at once. However, urgency now coursed through her veins. Fang Xiang had changed so drastically that she scarcely recognized him. The once compliant Fang Xiang, who would offer her every precious item, had not only withheld the high-grade spirit-gathering pill from her, but was now attempting to educate her as well. "Yaya, what are you doing?" Fang Xiang suddenly retreated a step, distancing himself from her touch. Alarm flickered across his face as he hoarsely questioned, "What have you placed into my body?" A sense of inexplicable familiarity washed over him. This sensation of foreign energy within his body was not new, especially in the presence of Nangong Yaya. Yet he had always managed to dismiss it as mere overthinking. This time, however, the signs were unmistakable, and he could no longer deceive himself. Nangong Yaya's expression faltered momentarily, but was quickly masked. Pouting, tears welled in her eyes as she implored, "Brother, how could you think so of me? I am merely concerned that Jiang Sheng has cast some spell upon you, which is why I sought to check on you discreetly. If you do not trust me, then I shall take my leave and spare myself the embarrassment." Upon witnessing her tears, Fang Xiang's heart softened instantly. He called out, "Yaya, do not go. It is my fault. I have wronged you." With her back turned to him, a subtle smile crept upon Nangong Yaya's lips. The familiar Fang Xiang had returned. Yet, the moment he spoke, her smile dissipated. "But rest assured, elder brother would never cast a spell on me. Moreover, with only 2 levels of difference in our cultivation, how could he employ any magic without me detecting it?" Nangong Yaya couldn't help but roll her eyes, but when she turned back, her face radiated gentle joy. "Indeed, you are correct." She had contemplated relinquishing her feelings for Fang Xiang. He was simply too naive, easily manipulated by herself and others alike. However, for now, he still possessed some value to exploit. "Brother, what is a high-grade spirit-gathering pill like? May I see it?" Nangong Yaya's large, glistening eyes blinked as she asked in a voice sweet enough to make one swoon. Fang Xiang instinctively moved to retrieve the spirit-gathering pill from his storage bag, but his hand halted just outside, remaining motionless for a while. "Well," Fang Xiang hesitated, finding it difficult to articulate. "I was thinking about all that my senior brother has done for me. I wish to present this exquisite gathering spirit pill to my senior brother, as a means to alleviate some of my guilt." Nangong Yaya's smile gradually faded, and when she looked at Fang Xiang, her expression was devoid of emotion, resembling a wooden figure frozen in place. Taking a deep breath, she abruptly turned and strode away without uttering a word. "Yaya, where are you going? I was moved by your feelings for the senior brother. You should go apologize to him now." After shouting this, Nangong Yaya, irritated, stamped her foot and quickened her pace. She had no desire to see that foolish Fang Xiang at the moment. The memory of Jiang Sheng, who had been willing to sacrifice himself in the back mountains to protect her, solidified her resolve to hedge her bets and cling tightly to Jiang Sheng. As long as Jiang Sheng could evade the calamity posed by Yu Yanling, with his capabilities and his attachment to her, she would undoubtedly reap significant benefits. Chapter 26. Forgive me, Master, for the momentary distress. The news of the senior brother of the Sunlight sect bestowing the sect's treasury token upon his junior brother, and allowing him the opportunity to select a cultivation technique, quickly spread throughout the entire sect. Not only was it known within the sect, but numerous nearby sects also caught wind of it. The tales that circulated became increasingly outrageous. The most accurate version originated from Fang Xiang's residence, where it was said that he utilized the token to acquire a superior gathering spirit pill, yet failed to meet the senior brother's expectations by choosing an incomplete foundational cultivation technique instead. However, the kind-hearted senior brother Jiang Sheng not only refrained from reprimanding Fang Xiang, but also gifted him a foundational step technique. Some versions went so far as to claim that Jiang Sheng was a born sage, with the holy light illuminating his disciples, each akin to dragons. Many disciples from external sects resented their own circumstances, lamenting that they were not part of the Sunlight sect. How could their sect lack such a remarkable senior brother? Even the disciples of the Sunlight sect harbored envy, wishing they could be like Fang Xiang. Although they had already gained considerable benefits from Jiang Sheng, their insatiable desires craved even more. Mu Hongli hovered in the air, her gaze piercing through every corner, ensuring no one could evade her scrutiny. Yet, despite her extensive search within the sect, she found no trace of Yu Yanling, as if this individual had vanished into thin air. Just recently, someone had spotted Yu Yanling before her retreat. Our senior brother has gained fame. If the various small sects in Bailiang province were to identify the most righteous individual, our senior brother would undoubtedly be first. The relationship between the senior brother and the second senior brother is truly enviable. I find myself envious of the second senior brother. You have no idea. Lately, the senior brother has been dedicating his spare time to instructing the second senior brother on how to cultivate the step technique. I heard that Nangong Yaya has become jealous and has secluded herself from the second senior brother. I've also heard that the second senior brother will participate in this Ascension conference. Do you think the two of them might conspire to abandon us and ascend together? Quite possibly, but what can we do? If the Sunlight sect finds itself in a void of leadership, we shall have to forge our own paths. Listening to the idle chatter of the disciples below, Mu Hongli's brow furrowed ever tighter. The news of Fang Xiang's desire to participate in the Ascension conference has leaked. Is it by Jiang Sheng's design or merely a coincidence? A flurry of thoughts surged through her mind in an instant. Jiang Sheng not only intends to abandon the sect, but also wishes to take Fang Xiang along. The initial intention of having Fang Xiang keep an eye on Jiang Sheng now appears to be a farce, turning into a buy one get one free situation. When did their bond grow so profound? Wasn't Fang Xiang always at odds with Jiang Sheng due to Yiya? Mu Hongli pondered silently. Despite her prolonged seclusion, she understood her three disciples' personalities exceedingly well. The eldest disciple, Jiang Sheng, is kind-hearted and upright, with a strong sense of justice and an aversion to wickedness. Wholeheartedly devoted to the sect's disciples, she possesses the best aptitude among her peers. The second disciple, Fang Xiang, is steadfast in her beliefs and does not easily waver. Yet her thoughts are multifaceted, harmonizing two seemingly disparate modes of thinking within her. Her aptitude ranks just below Jiang Sheng's. The youngest disciple, Nangong Yiya, possesses beauty rivaling her own. Upon entering the sect, she was pure-hearted but harbored a fierce competitive spirit, unwilling to be outdone, which led her to devise ways to elevate herself. Her aptitude is on par with the average disciples, and had it not been for her appearance, she would not have been accepted into the fold. Everyone has an appreciation for beauty, and women tend to nurture one another even more. She has remained in seclusion for years, with the sect governed by the elders' rewards and punishments alongside Jiang Sheng. As for Nangong Yiya's attempts to extract resources from Fang Xiang and her desire to surpass Jiang Sheng, Mu Hongli was well aware, yet she never inquired. She preferred to allow her disciples to grow freely, believing that enduring some setbacks during their development was inconsequential. Being betrayed by one's own is preferable to being deceived by outsiders. After enduring enough hardships, growth is inevitable. However, she now vaguely sensed that Jiang Sheng had matured, and she was reluctant to see her progress. No, she must ascertain whether Jiang Sheng harbored intentions of departure. Otherwise, she must not attend the Ascension Conference. She also needed to subtly probe Fang Xiang's thoughts. The more Mu Hongli contemplated, the more she felt the weight of her responsibilities as sect leader and master. Rather than managing these matters, her heart yearned solely for cultivation, yet out of respect for her deceased father's wishes, she had to exert extra effort. How could she confirm this? Mu Hongli stood in the air, her brows furrowed in concentration. The earlier conversation among the disciples lingered in her mind. As a master, Jiang Sheng would not speak the truth, but what if I were to assume a different identity? An identity capable of expressing heartfelt thoughts? By disguising herself as Fang Xiang with her peak foundation-building cultivation, would she not be able to discern whether Jiang Sheng and Fang Xiang were preparing to leave the sect together? Yet such insights into Fang Xiang's thoughts remained elusive. Gradually, Mu Hongli seemed to arrive at a peculiar realization, her expression growing increasingly strange. As she emerged from the spring, Jiang Sheng summoned her spiritual energy, which enveloped her in waves of warmth, swiftly drying her drenched garments. He took a step forward, and waves of energy surged beneath his feet, causing his figure to vanish in an instant, as if 3 or 4 of him were shifting positions simultaneously. Remarkably, despite his swift movements, the sand and gravel beneath him remained undisturbed, and no sound of his motion could be heard. Jiang Sheng halted, unable to suppress his admiration. Truly, this was the remarkable footwork that Fang Xiang would rely upon in the future. Even the first step was so profound. Unfortunately, the teachings of Lingdai's step over the past few days had not elevated Fang Xiang's cultivation. Otherwise, he could have already begun to establish his foundation. Ever since he had coaxed Fang Xiang into a breakthrough last time, he had sought out several disciples with faint traces of dark energy to persuade them. However, this act of kindness did not result in any enhancement of his own cultivation. Thus, he approached Fang Xiang again to instruct him in his steps, while simultaneously attempting to influence Fang Xiang's mindset. It was akin to shearing a sheep repeatedly, yet regrettably. It ended in failure. Convincing the entire sect to abandon evil for good proved challenging. At least, surpassing Mu Hongli in status was difficult. However, in terms of wrongdoing, there were certainly others who were not inferior to Fang Xiang. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Sheng thought of Nangong Yiya. Compared to Nangong Yiya, Fang Xiang's purity was akin to that of paper. The depths of her ruthlessness had left Jiang Sheng astounded on numerous occasions. If he could persuade Nangong Yiya towards the good, the rewards might very well elevate him directly to the pinnacle of qi refining. By then, he could astonish everyone at the Ascension Conference. Yet, persuading Nangong Yiya was far more challenging than convincing Fang Xiang. Previously, he had placed a parasitic insect in Nangong Yiya's body, merely causing her to lean slightly towards him in front of Fang Xiang. This demonstrated her resilient heart, as even the insect could not exert significant influence over her. Jiang Sheng reflected on Nangong Yiya's future conduct. He realized that although she was cruel and merciless, employing any means necessary to achieve her goals, a pretty female cultivator of average talent could reach the pinnacle only through an exceptionally strong resolve. Everything she did was to grow stronger and not be subjugated by others. Changing the principles of such a determined individual would require far more than a single effort. Just as he thought of her, she appeared. Jiang Sheng narrowed his eyes and gazed towards the foot of the mountain. Since the last incident involving a disciple's intrusion, he had set up some simple formations around the back mountain, serving as a warning and misdirection. Now, he sensed Nangong Yaya's aura approaching the rear mountain. He stood firm, directing his gaze towards the approaching figure, his brow furrowed. Nangong Yaya was someone who would not rise early without profit. After experiencing the previous incident, she dared to seek him out again. He did not believe she had come without a greater scheme. Perhaps it was due to Fang Xiang's change, and she felt an urgency to confront him. As Jiang Sheng pondered, the graceful silhouette he awaited gradually came into view. Nangong Yaya donned a flowing red dress, the hem trailing elegantly, her fair and shapely legs teasingly visible with each step, a red ribbon tied around her ankle adding an alluring touch. Was she adopting a seductive approach this time? Jiang Sheng remained silent, his arms crossed as he patiently awaited Nangong Yaya's move. Observing Jiang Sheng's somewhat awkward expression, Nangong Yaya refrained from the bold advances she had made during their previous encounter, where she had flirted with him almost immediately. Instead, she kept her distance, her lips moving for a considerable time before she timidly called out, "Big senior brother." Jiang Sheng found himself momentarily entranced, as the Yaya before him bore a striking resemblance to the timid girl who had first entered the sect. Her unfamiliarity with the realm of cultivation, coupled with her presence in an alien environment, rendered her hesitant even to speak to him or Fang Xiang. This vulnerability easily evoked a man's protective instincts. It appeared that this time she was adopting a more innocent persona. Regaining his composure, Jiang Sheng deduced her intentions. As long as she still wished to entice him, it would be manageable. He had a soft heart and couldn't allow Nangong Yaya to fail in her attempts at seduction every time. He needed to offer her a taste of sweetness to keep her intrigued and prevent her from harboring any ill thoughts. "What is the matter?" Jiang Sheng donned a familiar feigned smile, speaking gently. "What brings you to me? Do you wish to learn the art of ice and fire?" With no outsiders present, she could choose wherever she wanted to learn. Ice and fire? Nangong Yaya expressed her confusion. However, recalling recent events, she quickly grasped the situation. During the punishment and reward conference, after Jiang Sheng had defeated Fang Xiang, he had demonstrated the use of his life-bound magical artifact in front of everyone. The fusion of ice and fire resulted in a powerful explosion capable of injuring foundation-building cultivators. Such techniques were typically the trump cards of chi-refining cultivators, and it was uncommon for anyone to readily impart them. Yet, if the one teaching was her esteemed senior disciple, she could comprehend the rationale behind it. Mu Hongli's scheme involved masquerading as Nangong Yaya. Given the relationship between Nangong Yaya, Jiang Sheng, and Fang Xiang, she was confident that she could extract the answers she sought. However, upon arriving at Jiang Sheng's side, she began to regret her decision. Referring to her own senior disciple as big senior brother felt utterly humiliating. Yet, with the arrow already knocked, she had no choice but to release it. She would rather utter shameful words than risk her true identity being discovered. After all, she was adorned in Nangong Yaya's guise. "Yaya, for the future of the sect, I must endure this embarrassment." Mu Hongli silently apologized to her. Chapter 27. Rebellion against the master. Let us proceed with the cultivation. Mu Hongli feigned excitement, saying, "I cannot express my gratitude enough for being taught such a precious technique by you, big senior brother. However, I must caution you that such techniques should not be imparted lightly. If everyone possessed such formidable skills, they would lose their reverence for powerful techniques." Although she was pretending to be Nangong Yaya, Mu Hongli could not help but impart a word of wisdom before Jiang Sheng's generous offer. The Daylight sect was not devoid of powerful techniques similar to those employed by Jiang Sheng. Not only were the cultivation requirements stringent and unsuitable for general dissemination, but those who mastered formidable techniques often became arrogant. Most cultivators who met an untimely demise along the way fell victim to this hubris. Thus, she had yet to instruct disciples such as Jiang Sheng, fearing they might develop a sense of arrogance. However, she indeed harbored a curiosity regarding Jiang Sheng's magical prowess. Jiang Sheng cast a peculiar glance at Nangong Yaya, noting her surprisingly mature demeanor. Was she masquerading as a mentor, intending to provide him with a novel experience? A cunning woman, indeed, skilled in the art of seduction. Jiang Sheng had never been one to be courteous towards such temptresses. With a light step, he circled behind Nangong Yaya, and before she could react, his hands naturally found their way to her slender waist, embracing her. Before he could proceed further, he sensed her body stiffening in his grasp, as if she had transformed into a wooden post, her entire being tensed. "Big senior brother, what are you doing?" Mu Hongli gritted her teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws. She had been fervently reminding herself that Jiang Sheng was unaware of her true identity. Ignorance is no excuse. Ignorance is no excuse. Even if she were indeed Nangong Yaya, Jiang Sheng had no right to act so brazenly. Nangong Yaya was a companion to Fang Xiang, a rebellious disciple. A rebellious disciple. Noticing Nangong Yaya's unusual demeanor, Jiang Sheng mused, "This girl is quite committed to her role." He had to admit, this charade was rather entertaining, and he didn't mind indulging her for a while. Unlike the previous outing, there was no meddlesome Yuanling to interrupt them this time. He gently pinched her waist, the fabric of her clothing failing to conceal the palpable heat between them, especially with her waist devoid of any excess flesh. Jiang Sheng could feel her smoothness even through the layer of cloth. You. Mu Hongli abruptly turned her head, glaring at him with furrowed brows. Yet, Jiang Sheng maintained a playful smile. Did you feel the spot I just touched? The flow of spiritual energy must commence from that very point. Moreover, the essence of mastering the duality of ice and fire lies in the footwork. Have you heard the saying that strength begins from the ground up? Jiang Sheng shrugged, gesturing to his legs. If I do not guide your movements, how could you ever learn? Mu Hongli could not help but perceive Jiang Sheng's words as nonsensical. However, she had never witnessed him employing this technique firsthand, leaving her unable to validate his claims. Yet, having seen it before, how could Jiang Sheng dare to act so indiscreetly without fear of her wrath? Was this truly how the technique was practiced? It was entirely normal for practitioners to engage in such interactions. Perhaps she was simply being overly sensitive. Yaya, what is going on with you today? Jiang Sheng suddenly frowned, his expression darkening as he inquired. You do not think I am taking advantage of you, do you? Upon hearing this, Mu Hongli immediately panicked. She could not allow Jiang Sheng to sense any abnormality. Thus, she hastily forced a smile and replied, how could that be? I was merely concerned that Fang Xiang might overthink things. I think I shall refrain from learning this duality of ice and fire for now. She stepped back 2 paces, distancing herself from Jiang Sheng's grasp. Having already endured enough, she merely wished to clarify their intentions and leave this place swiftly. However, before she could retreat too far, Jiang Sheng stepped forward to grasp her hand. Mu Hongli was nearly frantic. What on earth was wrong with her eldest disciple? A mere disagreement had escalated to physical confrontation. Although she could see and evade his actions, given her current status, evading him would only lead to further misunderstandings. She could only endure as Jiang Sheng held her hand tightly, and then she forcefully pulled away. Eldest brother, please show me some respect. Mu Hongli exclaimed in frustration. Jiang Sheng was taken aback. He gazed at his palm, feeling the smooth softness he had just touched, his brow furrowing in confusion. Something was amiss. Nangong Yaya was certainly not behaving normally. He presumed she was merely playing hard to get. Even in her current state of anger, he found nothing peculiar, as he believed she was attempting to recapture the essence of her earlier self when she had just entered the sect, employing cunning tactics to manipulate him. Yet, the anomaly lay in her ability to break free from his grasp. This was indeed perplexing. A cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement managing to escape the hold of one at the 9th level, leaving him utterly unresponsive. That posed a significant issue. He felt he had encountered something similar not long ago. A Qi refinement cultivator had set up a formation to elude the scrutiny of a peak foundation establishment practitioner. But that Qi refinement cultivator had been Yu Yanling, whose cultivation and appearance were mere facades. And this person before him? Jiang Sheng swallowed hard, maintaining an outward appearance of composure. He spoke, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Yaya, I must admit my impatience. I was hoping you would quickly master the ice and fire duality and then teach Fang Xiang. After all, if he could learn it, it would greatly aid him in participating in the Ascension Conference. Mu Hongli scrutinized Jiang Sheng's face with suspicion, yet she could discern nothing unusual. Only the sincerity in his gaze. Her tone turned somewhat stiff as she responded, Eldest brother, please do not think too much of it. After all, I am Fang Xiang's partner. She emphasized the final words. Mu Hongli genuinely feared that Jiang Sheng might suddenly act again. At that moment, Jiang Sheng stood obediently in place, refraining from any further movement. His gaze remained perplexed as he inquired, Yaya, do you have any other matters to discuss? Mu Hongli was momentarily stunned. She nearly forgot the primary purpose of her visit today. However, with the boundaries between herself and Jiang Sheng so clearly delineated, attempting to extract information from him would undoubtedly prove arduous. She would have to leverage his feelings as her devoted disciple. She adjusted her expression, striving to present a facade of innocence. What is it, eldest brother? Am I not allowed to seek you out for matters beyond cultivation? Upon uttering those words, Mu Hongli couldn't help but shiver. Her tone was overly sweet, sounding almost like a coaxing child. Jiang Sheng replied nonchalantly, You are, after all, Fang Xiang's partner. It would not reflect well for you to come to me alone. Cough, cough. Do not be misled by the fact that Fang Xiang and I are now partners. In my heart, you will always be my dear brother, she added. So, brother, will you heed my words? Of course. Mu Hongli replied resolutely. Jiang Sheng pondered for a moment before speaking. Shall I continue to teach you the duality of ice and fire? Mu Hongli, at a loss for words, felt an unsettling sense that Jiang Sheng was attempting to take advantage of her. However, observing his demeanor, she realized that if she declined, her inquiries regarding other matters would likely become challenging. Rebellious disciple, she silently cursed, preparing to refuse, when Jiang Sheng interjected, Yet, your argument holds merit. Allow me to guide your movements through words from behind. Let us attempt this method, and if it proves ineffective, we shall abandon it. You can then approach me with any other concerns." Upon hearing this, Mu Hongli's heart leapt with joy, and she immediately nodded in agreement. Had Jiang Sheng proposed to guide her from a distance initially, she would likely have refused, for her interest in the duality of ice and fire had waned, and she simply wished to conclude her questions and depart the back mountain swiftly. However, given their prior interactions, the prospect of remote guidance no longer seemed bothersome. Rather, it brought her a sense of relief. Jiang Sheng positioned himself behind Mu Hongli, his eyes shimmering with golden light. A veil of white mist enveloped her instantly, predominantly ethereal, yet a ring of dark energy coiled around her waist. After observing others within the sect for an extended period, Jiang Sheng had learned to analyze an individual's disposition based on the distribution of good and evil energy surrounding them. Upon examining the malevolent energy surrounding the person masquerading as Nangong Yaya, he felt a sense of relief. The preponderance of white mist indicated that this individual was neither wholly good nor evil, having committed both virtuous and wicked acts. Overall, they were not a malicious person. The localized dark energy around the waist suggested that she was burdened by a significant malevolent deed that had lingered for some time without resolution. As for the nature of Nangong Yaya's own energy, Jiang Sheng had previously taken the initiative to observe her out of curiosity. The dark energy enveloping her was not particularly dense, yet it was uniformly distributed across her entire being, with no trace of white mist to be found. While Jiang Sheng contemplated these observations, the individual before him, masquerading as Nangong Yaya, suddenly inquired, "Is my senior brother not ready yet? How should I circulate my spiritual energy?" Not receiving a response from Jiang Sheng, she turned back, calling sweetly, "Senior brother?" Yet, Jiang Sheng remained lost in thought. Mu Hongli wrinkled her nose, her steps light and sprightly as she approached him, waving her hand before his eyes. It was only then that Jiang Sheng snapped back to reality. Lowering his gaze to behold the creamy white snow-like skin encased within her crimson dress, quivering in response to her movements. Her smooth thighs, exposed beyond the hem of her gown, were long and alluring. Yet, Jiang Sheng dared not even swallow, merely stating dryly, "I suddenly recalled that without the icy chill of the floating sword, the duality of ice and fire cannot be utilized. Please, feel free to ask me anything. I must soon teach Fang Xiang the method of movement." Mu Hongli nodded in satisfaction, finally ready to delve into the heart of the matter. She pondered for 2 seconds as if making a decision, then suddenly stepped forward to embrace Jiang Sheng's arm, playfully saying, "Senior brother, will you participate in the Ascension Conference and then not return after regaining your strength?" Feeling the softness of her touch on his arm, Jiang Sheng's heart raced like a drum, pounding incessantly. Even though Mu Hongli was not focused on this aspect, she sensed a wave of warmth radiating from her arm. It seemed that Jiang Sheng's earlier abrupt behavior was merely an attempt to teach martial skills. He truly remained an innocent young boy, Mu Hongli mused to herself. She recalled how Jiang Sheng had appeared so indifferent while he had held her waist and touched her hand. Yet now, simply holding his arm made his heart race uncontrollably. Jiang Sheng wished his heart would not race so fast. Previously, he had been certain of who stood before him, attributing the situation to mere coincidence. But upon hearing her question, how could he not recognize her? It was unmistakably his master, Mu Hongli. Now she was disguised as Nangong Yaya to extract information from him. Chapter 28. If the master is unfriendly, the disciple is disrespectful. Although he was the first to learn of Mu Hongli's significant emergence from seclusion, it wasn't long before she announced before the entire sect that Fang Xiang would also participate in the Ascension Conference, providing an explanation for the sudden seclusion of the elders in charge of rewards and punishments. At that time, Jiang Sheng had just obtained the eye of good and evil and was naturally curious about the true nature of his master. Then he witnessed the combination of white mist and black energy encircling her waist. Such a manifestation of malevolent aura was not unfamiliar to him, having seen it in others. Thus he did not dwell on it. However, possessing such an aura and still managing to disguise oneself without revealing flaws while posing questions about whether he would leave the Sun Moon sect was quite peculiar. There was only one person in the entire sect capable of that. Jiang Sheng felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. The thought of his recent actions towards Mu Hongli dried his lips. He had truly crossed a line, especially now, as Mu Hongli clung to his arm, playfully engaging with him. This scene was something he had never dared to imagine. He absolutely could not let her discover that he knew her true identity. Otherwise, he would be doomed. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Sheng abruptly withdrew his hand from Mu Hongli's embrace. Looking at her with utmost seriousness, he inquired, "Why did you suddenly ask that?" Mu Hongli appeared startled, responding somewhat flustered. "The disciples in the sect are saying such things. Everyone is anxious right now, and I was merely curious to ask you, why are you being so fierce?" She pouted, attempting to squeeze out a few tears to convey her vulnerability. Yet, It had been years since she last cried. Even recalling sorrowful memories failed to bring forth tears. Jiang Sheng, witnessing this comical scene, dared not laugh. With a stern expression, he stated, "If others think that way, it's one thing, but how can you think so as well? You have forgotten that I once confided in you. The sect is my home, and my master treats me as both father and mother. Although the disciples may occasionally murmur against me, they are nonetheless my younger siblings. What family does not bicker or quarrel? Yet, after the disputes, do we not remain a family? Your thoughts of me are profoundly disappointing." Upon hearing this, Mu Hongli felt a twinge of guilt. How could she have doubted Jiang Sheng's loyalty to the sect? Such suspicion was unwarranted, especially towards someone who regarded her as family. It shamed her to think otherwise. More troubling was the fact that Jiang Sheng had reprimanded Nangong Yaya over such matters, lending credibility to the rumors. However, as she recalled the whispers within the sect, her heart hardened once more. Her senior brother could not fault her. Fang Xiang had confided in her his desire to leave the sect through the Ascension Conference, seeking broader horizons. With her head bowed and hands covering her face, she sobbed, expressing her fear that Fang Xiang might depart without her, leaving her with no one to rely upon within the sect but him. Ironically, it was Jiang Sheng's closeness to Fang Xiang that compelled her to inquire. Jiang Sheng inwardly cursed Mu Hongli's feigned tears as mere crocodile tears. Yet, outwardly, he approached her, hesitatingly placing a hand on her shoulder. He was astonished to learn of Fang Xiang's intentions. "Do not worry, I shall persuade him shortly. If he remains obstinate, I will seek counsel from our master," he assured her. Feeling the warmth of his hand on her shoulder, Mu Hongli's body tensed momentarily. She feigned sobs as she spoke. Fang Xiang is not in the wrong. It is natural for one to aspire for greater heights. The confines of the Dari sect are too small for him. His desire to seek a grander stage is understandable. I hope you too will not be confined to the Dari sect, and, should you flourish in the future, do not forget your little junior sister. Jiang Sheng marveled internally at her performance. Mu Hongli had embodied Nangong Yaya to an impressive degree. Her casual remarks almost made him believe she was the genuine article. To test him, she had gone to such lengths. Truly, it was burdensome for her. Detected betrayal target. Mu Hongli. Betrayal task. If the master is not friendly, the disciple must not be respectful. Please express affection towards Mu Hongli and engage in 5 instances of physical contact. Each lasting 5 seconds counts as 1. Betrayal reward. Step 3 of the 9 steps of the earth. Seeing the betrayal task refresh once more, Jiang Sheng felt the tension in his heart tighten further. Under normal circumstances, he would find it insurmountable. Yet, the situation had changed. Mu Hongli was now masquerading as Nangong Yaya, making the task far more feasible. His hand remained on her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. He merely needed to express his affection. "I will not leave," Jiang Sheng's voice softened. His gaze tender as he looked at Mu Hongli. "For as long as you are here within the sect, my feelings for you will remain unchanged. Even though you are now Fang Xiang's partner." Before Mu Hongli could fully comprehend the situation, Jiang Sheng continued, "You previously told me that your intention to become Dao partners with Fang was merely to provoke me. However, I did not anticipate that Fang would escalate matters to this extent. Even if you do not wish to marry, it seems you have no choice but to do so. You claim that although you and Fang are nominally partners, he has never touched you, and that your heart still belongs to me. I chose to believe you." Jiang Sheng's voice grew increasingly tender, his hand shifting from Mu Hongli's shoulder to her hair, caressing it gently. "Though I did not forgive you then, seeing you suffer now softens my heart. We need not harbor any more grievances. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one shall bully you." His words were resolute, yet Mu Hongli trembled uncontrollably. The chill she experienced that day surpassed anything she had felt in her entire life. Due to her seclusion, she had neglected to understand her disciples well. She never imagined their relationships would become so tangled. It seemed that Nangong Yaya was indeed playing both sides. Her eldest disciple was foolish to believe such words. It was clearly a bait. No wonder Jiang Sheng had acted so peculiarly. The root of it lay here. As Jiang Sheng's hand began to wander dangerously close to forbidden territory, she hurriedly inquired, "Then I no longer wish to remain in the Daylight sect. Will you take me away?" Jiang Sheng was taken aback by Mu Hongli's continued probing. He was uncertain whether she relished this charade or simply held herself in excessive regard. Her obstinacy was striking. Jiang Sheng felt a flicker of irritation at her relentless testing. Given how things had unfolded, he was certain Mu Hongli would not turn against him. After all, he was leaving regardless, and he was not afraid of her later scheming against him. In a sudden movement, he lunged towards Mu Hongli, enveloping her tightly in his embrace. Her face flushed immediately, warmth radiating throughout her body. "I am being held," she muttered to herself in a daze. Since she could remember, she had never experienced such intimate contact with another man. Her sole focus had been on cultivation, which had enabled her to reach the pinnacle of foundational training in such a short span. Among the disciples of the four great sects, she was no less formidable. Yet now, in an attempt to continue her ruse, she had disguised herself as Nangong Yayao, only to endure experiences she had never encountered before, not only being exposed but also taking the initiative to wrap her arms around Jiang Sheng's. Initially, she thought of him as her own disciple, not a stranger. However, being forced into such an embrace was beyond her endurance. Rebellious disciple, I shall end you. Mu Hongli screamed internally. But in the next moment, Jiang Sheng sorrowfully spoke, I am sorry. If you wish to leave the sect, then we are destined to be fated, yet unfulfilled. Listening to Jiang Sheng's resolute tone and trembling body, Mu Hongli felt her nearly lost composure being forcefully reined in once more. A surge of anger was quelled within this desolate body. Jiang Sheng was willing to forsake even Yiya for the sake of the sect? Mu Hongli's heart trembled. For this disciple, whom she had scarcely come to know, her heart swelled with sympathy. Like herself, he bore the heavy burden of the sect. With his remarkable talent, he ought to have contended with the elite of the 8 great sects and 4 great immortal sects to behold a broader horizon. Yet at that time, the Daylight sect was in a state of disarray, much like it is today. The moment she departed, the sect would dwindle into mere existence. Bound by her father's dying wish, she confined herself within its walls. Her devotion to the sect rendered her unable to stray far, forcing her to seek resources nearby. Eventually, she resorted to seclusion to escape the chaos of the world, for in those moments, she could rediscover her former self. Now Jiang Sheng, too, found himself shackled by the sect, and all of this stemmed from her own actions. She recognized that, like her father, she had become selfish. Yet she could not allow the Daylight sect to perish under her watch. In an instant, she found herself incapable of harboring any thoughts of reproach, leaving only a sense of guilt. A single, quiet inquiry lingered. Is it worth it? This question seemed to echo towards Jiang Sheng, while simultaneously reverberating within her own heart. Undoubtedly, it was worth it. Jiang Sheng buried his head beside the tips of Mu Hongli's hair, relishing the softness of her form and the subtle fragrance. Lost in a delightful reverie, how extraordinarily worthwhile this was. To enact a charade, to soothe Mu Hongli's heart, to gain an advantage, and ultimately achieve the 3rd step of the 9 steps to the ground. Where could one find such an opportunity? Chapter 29, A Harmonious Union? I am not as you. Mu Hongli extricated herself from Jiang Sheng's embrace, gazing at him with newfound composure, devoid of the previous indignation. Jiang Sheng was a commendable disciple, a devoted soul. Faced with the choice between the two, he unhesitatingly opted for the sect. This alone rendered him far superior to her, for she had been compelled to stay, while Jiang Sheng had chosen to remain willingly. To possess such a disciple was indeed the fortune of the Daylight sect. What nonsense are you speaking, Yiya? Jiang Sheng inquired, puzzled. Mu Hongli merely shook her head, refraining from explanation, and forced a smile as she said, what I just told you was all in jest. I will not leave the sect. Today's events will be forgotten once I depart from the back mountain, and we shall maintain our previous relationship. Taking a deep breath, Mu Hongli turned and walked away. Jiang Sheng made no attempt to stop her, instead closing his eyes to savor her lingering presence. Only after he confirmed that she had genuinely left the back mountain did he exhale a long sigh of relief. However, he did not outwardly display any unusual behavior. Instead, he sat cross-legged upon the large stone beside the spring. He was uncertain whether Mu Hongli had truly departed or if she had merely shed her guise to return and observe whether he had discerned her true identity. His formations were effective against those in the Qi refinement stage, but would be rendered insignificant against a peak foundation establishment cultivator. Jiang Sheng opened his eyes, having completed the task of backstabbing Mu Hongli. In his mind, he had also acquired the 3rd step of the 9 steps of ground control. The 1st step emphasizes minor, stealthy movements, as elusive as a ghost, making it difficult to be struck. The 2nd step belongs to the foundational stage, allowing for significant movements, with an added capability to penetrate formations and dispel illusions. Now, the recently attained 3rd step delves into the transformation techniques of the Golden Core stage, requiring him to reach the foundational stage to practice. Once he achieves this, few in the foundational stage will be able to match his speed. Battles among cultivators, particularly those of lower ranks, are not inherently complex. They simply hinge on the elevation of one's realm and the potency of their techniques. If one cannot withstand an attack and cannot escape, death is inevitable. If one can evade, then the initiative lies with the swifter individual, able to choose between striking and fleeing. This is indeed a true safeguard for survival in the outside world. Master, I misunderstood you. You are truly a kind soul. Jiang Sheng thought, realizing that his impending departure prompted this act of kindness. He gazed intently in the direction Mu Hongli had departed, his expression imbued with significance. I will surely repay you in the future. Meanwhile, Mu Hongli hovered in the air, her gaze fixed on Jiang Sheng below, her expression becoming increasingly complex. Especially upon seeing that his eyes lingered on her path of departure, she felt a pang of regret for her actions. It was too dark, too petty, although unintentional. It seemed she had wounded the heart of her benevolent senior disciple. Perhaps it was time for her to act with a touch of recklessness. Her resolve began to solidify. Time flies, and the years weave past like threads in a loom. Events that once astonished will be smoothed over by the passage of time, particularly within a sect. The ripples caused by transient occurrences will eventually be overshadowed by greater waves. Cultivators must prioritize their practice above all. However, today was different. Many disciples who had been in seclusion emerged, and several who had been on external missions returned to the sect. This day marked the departure of Jiang Sheng and Fang Xiang. Numerous disciples gathered outside the sect, their eyes filled with envy as they watched the two at the forefront. Eldest senior brother, you must return safely. Second senior brother, do not forget us upon your success. Each disciple voiced their presence, a chorus of concern. Who wouldn't he feel anxious? After all, whether anyone would return from this journey remained uncertain. They believed that if Jiang Sheng's injuries healed, he would undoubtedly return to the sect. Similarly, many had formed judgments about Fang Xiang's character. As long as he grasped the olive branch thrown by the Ascension Conference, he would surely seize the opportunity. For some time, many had speculated about the uncertain future of the Sun sect. As the two prepared to set forth, this anxiety erupted fully, with attempts to emotionally bind them. Fortunately, neither possessed the moral fortitude to be ensnared. All that remained were the hollow promises of Jiang Sheng and Fang Xiang. Master brother, I implore you, as you embark on your journey to Liangjuan's Yanglan city, to exercise utmost caution along the long and treacherous path ahead. Should you encounter demonic cultivators or ferocious beasts, it is wise to evade them if possible. Master brother, your injuries have yet to heal. Do not display undue bravado. In such circumstances, it is inevitable that Nangong Yaya will make her appearance, her worried gaze lingering particularly long on Jiang Sheng. She alone is aware that outside the sect, Yu Yinling is also watching Jiang Sheng closely. Within the sect, with the protection of the master, Jiang Sheng remains safe. However, once outside the gates, the consequences could be dire. Likewise, Fang Xiang, accompanying Jiang Sheng, seems to her to be unable to escape this calamity. But what does it matter? After all, she remains within the sect, and the high-grade spirit-gathering pills and other resources left by Fang Xiang are sufficient for her cultivation for quite some time. At present, she is merely indulging in her emotions. Should something untoward occur, the disciples of the sect would surely sympathize with her, with only her as the master's disciple remaining. She might even receive extra care. Conversely, if both men emerge unscathed, her prior display of concern would serve her well in the future. It is a win-win for her. Yaya, do not fret. I have fully mastered the spirit butterfly step. Furthermore, I am on the verge of breaking through to the 7th level of qi refining. With my protection over master brother, you need not worry, Fang Xiang said earnestly. Once I have made my mark at the Ascension Conference, I shall return to seek you out. Unlike his indifference towards other peers, his feelings for Nangong Yaya are genuine. Even his desire to return to the sect after achieving fame is sincere, though many disciples find it hard to believe given his prior demeanor. Yaya, why not accompany me? Although you may not have a quota to participate in the conference, even observing from the periphery would help you accumulate experience for the future, Fang Xiang invited sincerely. Nangong Yaya quickly shook her head, insisting, No, my cultivation is quite low. Should any mishap occur while we are out, my presence would only hinder you. I have already gleaned much from the last conference, and I can only blame my own lack of fortune for not seizing opportunities. I shall focus on enhancing my strength within the sect. Fang Xiang could only nod in understanding, no longer pressing the matter. Although he had secured a place at the Ascension Conference, it did not guarantee that he would gain any opportunities. Talent, strength, and luck are all indispensable. The journey from the Daybreak sect to Liangjuan's Yanglan city is not a short one. Upon arrival in Yanglan city, one must pay a certain amount of spirit stones to board the flying vessel to Pingwan Prefecture, the venue of the Ascension Conference. When Nangong Yaya attended the conference previously, her striking beauty attracted no small amount of trouble, and she faced numerous trials before finally reaching Pingwan Prefecture. Though Jiang Sheng and Fang Xiang do not face such distractions, they too must remain vigilant. Every 3 years during this period, numerous demonic sects issue hunting missions to eliminate promising candidates for the Ascension Conference. Likewise, rogue cultivators covet these spots, resorting to murder, theft, and impersonation. While successful attempts are rare, one must remain cautious. From the moment of departure, the trials of the Ascension Conference had already commenced. Brother, it is time for us to leave. Upon hearing Jiang Sheng's call, Fang Xiang reluctantly cast a lingering glance at Nangong Yaya. He stepped forward, yearning to embrace his beloved for a final moment of tenderness. Since their union as partners on the path of cultivation, they had never shared intimate contact. as Nangong Yaya consistently found myriad excuses to decline. Now that he was about to depart, was it too much to ask for a mere hug? Yet, Nangong Yaya swiftly retreated a step, her gaze instinctively flickering towards Jiang Sheng behind Fang Xiang, as if to assert her disconnection from him, declaring their relationship was purely platonic. However, after a brief glance, she averted her eyes, lowering her head in apparent guilt. Why, after all I have given, do you still refuse to accept me? Fang Xiang stood frozen, his body rigidly following Nangong Yaya's line of sight. Deep within, he was loath to acknowledge that her attention was directed at Jiang Sheng, his beloved and his elder brother. Torn between his heart's desire and familial ties, he felt utterly conflicted. Yet, when he turned to see Jiang Sheng and the figures behind him, his anxious heart finally found solace. Rubbing his eyes to confirm his vision, a smile broke across his face as he exclaimed, "Master, have you come to see us off?" "Greetings, sect leader." Other disciples reverently called out upon the sudden appearance of Mu Hongli. It was a rare occasion to behold the sect leader, akin to a celestial event. However, they quickly rationalized that with the eldest and second disciples attending the Ascension Conference, it was only fitting for Mu Hongli to come and bid them farewell. For they represented the sect's promising future. Nothing could garner loyalty more effectively than the personal presence of the sect leader. "What brings you here, master?" Jiang Sheng could not restrain his curiosity. He had assumed Mu Hongli, after disguising herself as Nangong Yaya and experiencing a setback, would prefer to avoid him. To his surprise, she seemed to possess a remarkable resilience. Yet, he wondered what further words she might utter to win the hearts of him and Fang Xiang. Now, nothing Mu Hongli did could astonish him. After all, she had even masqueraded as Nangong Yaya to charm him. His only concern was to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities before her, lest the truth of her disguise come to light. "How could I not come to see off my two disciples attending the Ascension Conference? Are you not welcoming me?" Mu Hongli regarded Jiang Sheng with an expression of indifference, not even casting a glance at Fang Xiang. Fang Xiang stood speechless, unsure whether to speak or remain silent. Ultimately, he exercised discretion and quietly closed his mouth. Another day of being overlooked. Jiang Sheng was momentarily taken aback, experiencing an odd sensation that Mu Hongli's words carried a hint of resentment. Had she become addicted to impersonating Nangong Yaya? "Your character is not quite like this." He skillfully donned a mask of feigned cheerfulness. "Of course, it is a pleasure to have you here, master. I am truly delighted that you could take time from your busy schedule to visit. I am merely a bit taken aback." Mu Hongli's expression was somewhat unnatural. Jiang Sheng's words sounded like an insult. She had been engrossed in her secluded cultivation. What could possibly occupy her time? If it weren't for her understanding of Jiang Sheng's temperament, she might have exploded in anger. If it were Fang Xiang making such remarks, she would certainly have made it clear to him what it meant to respect one's master and the teachings. Noticing Mu Hongli's expression, Jiang Sheng realized he had misspoken and quickly added, "Master, have you not been searching for the demonic infiltrator, you youngling? I feel guilty for wasting your time." Upon hearing this, Mu Hongli's expression softened slightly. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, a faint smile graced her lips, and she transmitted a message to Jiang Sheng. "Do not speak of this widely. I intend to accompany you to the Ascension Conference." Chapter 30. Has brother entered the house with the master? What? Jiang Sheng's heart trembled, unable to contain his exclamation. Is this some sort of jest? Mu Hongli wishes to attend the Ascension Conference with him? How could he then extricate himself from the Daylight sect? Even if he did manage to leave, with Mu Hongli by his side, retaliation would be impossible. His persona of a devoted disciple, deeply concerned for his sect, would undoubtedly crumble. Even more critically, he could not possibly maintain a state of severe injury every day. Thus, he was wholly unwilling to acquiesce to Mu Hongli's request. Just as he contemplated revealing Mu Hongli's intention to attend the Ascension Conference, thus alerting all the disciples, she cleared her throat, seemingly reminding him to remain silent. The warning glare she cast upon him sent a shiver down his spine, and he quickly sealed his lips. "Come, I shall escort you for a while longer. But then I must continue my search for that rogue." "Everyone else may disperse," Mu Hongli decisively declared. With a graceful motion of her hand, a small boat appeared above the ground, hovering just above the surface, leaving a gap of about a leg's length. With a leap, Mu Hongli ascended, standing at the bow of the boat with her hands behind her back, gazing ahead. "Thank you, master," Fang Xiang exclaimed joyfully, hurriedly jumping onto the boat, fearful that Mu Hongli might change her mind. With a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator piloting the vessel, their sense of security was immensely heightened. Who wouldn't want aboard? Nangong Yaya's feigned smile was on the verge of breaking. Had she been afforded such treatment back then, she might not have squandered so much time on the road. Perhaps she too would have had the opportunity to seize some fortuitous encounters, rather than waste a chance at the Ascension Conference. The master is far too biased. It is a boat that only Foundation establishment cultivators can operate. I truly hope one day I can steer one myself. I have never done so in my life. If I could attend the Ascension Conference with such a boat, my life would be complete. Do not harbor illusions. That is an arc personally piloted by the sect master. Perhaps you should first learn the abacus to ascertain your own worth. If we say that Nangong Yaya is envious, then the others lack even the capacity for jealousy, as such matters could never befall them. All that remains is mere admiration. Jiang Sheng glanced at the figure of Mu Hongli standing resolutely at the bow of the ark, then turned his gaze to Fang Xiang, who was foolishly grinning while touching the vessel, and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. What are you waiting for? Come. Jiang Sheng heard Mu Hongli's cool voice and, regaining his composure, dared not delay, leaping onto the ark to stand behind her. As Jiang Sheng's feet touched the deck, the ark suddenly soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light that gradually vanished from the spectator's view. This was not Jiang Sheng's first experience aboard an ark. Yet all previous journeys had been aboard medium-sized vessels for long-distance travel within the Grand City. This was his inaugural venture on a personal small ark. The ark was the size of a room, enveloped by a layer of spiritual energy that shielded against the howling winds outside. The spiritual energy within was palpably denser than that of the external environment, and it was evident that an array for gathering spiritual energy was inscribed beneath the vessel. It was, in essence, an exceptional mobile sanctuary for cultivation, rivaling the upper chambers of medium-sized arks. If Jiang Sheng felt this way, one could only imagine Fang Xiang's wonder, as he curiously explored every nook and cranny like a child. Perhaps he was intrigued by my decision to accompany you. You might even suspect that I suddenly appeared to escort you out of fear that you would leave the sect. With hands clasped behind her back, Mu Hongli suddenly spoke, her silhouette obscuring her expression from the two. Fang Xiang, perplexed, could not comprehend Mu Hongli's intentions. Was it merely an escort for a short distance? Even if it was to win hearts, there was no need to articulate it so plainly. He would never commit such a foolish act. Fang Xiang turned his gaze toward Jiang Sheng, seeking understanding. Jiang Sheng did not conceal the truth, for only the three of them remained in this place. And Fang Xiang would inevitably learn the reality. The master is not merely escorting us for a brief journey. She intends to accompany us to the Ascension Conference. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiang's eyes sparkled with delight. What a fortuitous turn of events. With our master protecting us, who would dare to target us? He had previously heard that among the 300 minor sects, the formidable ones would send foundation-building cultivators to safeguard their paths, and he never imagined their sect would also experience such a day. Gratefully, Fang Xiang bowed to Mu Hongli and exclaimed, "Thank you for your unwavering care, master." Influenced by Jiang Sheng's aspirations, he had long contemplated remaining in the Day Sun sect to become its leader. Until he glimpsed broader horizons, he had not entertained other thoughts. Thus, in the face of this situation, he expressed his sincerity so openly. "Why do you remain silent?" Mu Hongli turned, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized Jiang Sheng. In contrast to Fang Xiang's exuberance, Jiang Sheng's silence rendered him particularly sheepish. He sighed softly and replied, "How could I be joyful with your presence?" Fang Xiang was taken aback by these words. "Even if you, elder brother, have the desire to sever ties with the sect, it is inappropriate to express such thoughts in front of the sect leader." He frantically gestured to Jiang Sheng, urging him to voice his true feelings. "Oh." Mu Hongli raised an eyebrow, seemingly unperturbed, as she awaited Jiang Sheng's subsequent words. "Although master has been in seclusion for many years, outsiders are aware of your presence within the sect, serving as a stabilizing force that deters demonic cultivators from daring to invade. However, if you were to reveal this situation to protect me and junior brother, how could an elder with cultivation issues possibly safeguard the sect?" Jiang Sheng's expression turned bitter, tinged with a hint of reproach. This time of year is notorious for the rampant activities of demonic cultivators, especially with the recent infiltration of an undercover agent into the Daylight sect. If the Daylight sect were to face a crisis because of our presence, then he refrained from finishing his thought, yet anyone could sense the gravity of his concern. Fang Xiang suddenly understood the crux of the matter. While he felt secure under the protection of his master, should he return to a disbanded sect, what kind of sect leader would he be? "Master, please return. My senior brother and I are fine. The sect can survive without us, but it cannot thrive without you." Fang Xiang spoke urgently. A look of satisfaction flickered in Mu Hongli's eyes. She knew her eldest disciple would not disappoint her. Just as Fang Xiang contemplated surface matters, Jiang Sheng had already begun to consider the future of the Daylight sect. He was indeed the most promising heir to the sect. The future of the Daylight sect would rest solely on Jiang Sheng's shoulders. "You need not worry about this matter," Mu Hongli said with a smile. "I am heartened by your concern. After years of seclusion, it is time for me to venture out. Let me indulge myself this once. Moreover, I cannot watch my eldest disciple suffer injuries while striving to acquire healing elixirs. Would that not render me a master in name only?" She turned her back and clasped her hands, her voice softening considerably. "Every 3 years, before the Ascension Conference, an auction is held in Fangqiu City of the Pingwan Prefecture. At that time, I shall do my utmost to procure a healing elixir for you, honoring your years of dedication to the sect. As for the sect, there is no need for you to worry. I have already made arrangements. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sheng finally understood why Mu Hongli insisted on accompanying them. Clearly, his prior performance had evoked a sense of guilt in her, prompting her to make an exception and join them for the Ascension Conference in hopes of helping him acquire a healing elixir. What a burden. Yet he could not continue to express dissatisfaction or persuade Mu Hongli to return. He could only feign gratitude and say, "Thank you for your concern, Master." Mu Hongli smiled knowingly. There was a certain warmth in caring for others. She descended from the front of the boat and walked directly toward the only clean room aboard. As she passed by Jiang Sheng, a rich yet subtle fragrance enveloped him. Mu Hongli's exquisite beauty, long legs, and the majestic peaks of her figure seemed to magnify before his eyes. That day, the intimate sensations from the rear mountains surged back into Jiang Sheng's heart, causing his thoughts to wander. However, Mu Hongli's demeanor seemed less intense. Yet, the allure of the contrast behind her persona was undeniably captivating. Who could foresee that this woman, who appeared so stern and humorless, could don such alluring attire and exhibit a playful demeanor when masquerading as another? Come to my quiet chamber. Allow me to examine your physical condition. Mu Hongli passed by Jiang Sheng, also sensing the fragrance that enveloped him, her expression shifting to one of unease. Nevertheless, in order to maintain her image as a strict mentor, she merely uttered a few casual words before entering the solitary room aboard the Ark. Oh, the burdens of a beautiful benefactor. Jiang Sheng gazed longingly towards the quiet chamber, a frown of distress etched on his face. With heavy steps, he approached the chamber, simultaneously channeling his spiritual energy to sever the meridians within himself. The excruciating pain compelled him to curse Mu Hongli inwardly for her meddling. Standing at the threshold of the quiet chamber, he furrowed his brows, glancing at Fang Xiang before looking back towards the chamber. A peculiar sensation surged within him. Had Mu Hongli improved? Had Fang Xiang also transformed? This was troublesome. The act of betrayal would now carry a burden of guilt. Clenching his fists, he resolutely stepped into the quiet chamber, hoping that Mu Hongli would employ some tactics against him, for then the subsequent betrayal would not weigh upon his conscience. As for Fang Xiang, though he remained oblivious to the winds of change, he was in utter disarray. His elder brother had entered the room with their master. Chapter 31, Foster Father Master, that won't do. It's impossible. Jiang Sheng hastily intervened to prevent Mu Hongli from unleashing her spiritual power recklessly within his body. He had become adept at severing his own meridians, knowing how to expedite their recovery. Yet, for several days, Mu Hongli had persistently sought to reconnect his meridians, leaving him in a state of torment. As Mu Hongli halted her latest attempt at torment, Jiang Sheng let out a long sigh of relief. Your injuries are indeed peculiar. At times, they appear to show signs of healing, only to rapidly collapse again. I am quite curious about the techniques you practice. The gleam of inquiry sparkled in Mu Hongli's eyes. Jiang Sheng had no profound techniques to speak of. He merely severed his own meridians and employed the revival of vitality to reconnect them. Though painful, the repeated severance and restoration had rendered his meridians increasingly resilient. It is a technique bestowed by a master. As a disciple, I cannot disclose it without permission, Jiang Sheng replied, somewhat awkwardly. Mu Hongli waved her hand dismissively. Enough. We are only a few hundred miles from Yanglan City, the largest gathering place of arcs among the surrounding provinces. Various merchant guilds and traveling cultivators frequently converge here to transport goods and facilitate long-distance travel. With time still remaining before the Ascension Conference, you and Fang Xiang should explore the nearby cities. Perhaps unexpected treasures await you. Jiang Sheng nodded and stepped out of the quiet chamber. Just as he opened the door, a figure nearly collided with him. Elder brother. Heh. Fang Xiang chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Jiang Sheng furrowed his brow and asked with a hint of confusion, "Why are you lying here instead of cultivating?" Fang Xiang said nothing, merely giving him a thumbs up. Once the two had moved away from the quiet chamber, Fang Xiang whispered, "Brother, I realize now that my perspective was too narrow. I previously thought you still harbored feelings for Yiya and felt a pang of sorrow because of it. But now, it seems I was mistaken. Your vision is indeed broad and your mindset expansive." Fang Xiang winked at Jiang Sheng, adding, "Brother, why don't you take on the role of the future leader of the Great Sun sect? I could serve as your elder." Jiang Sheng quickly discerned Fang Xiang's misinterpretation and couldn't help but admire his audacity. Not only did he eavesdrop, but he also dared to discuss such matters in his presence, as if he believed Jiang Sheng's backstabbing system was merely for show. Detected backstab target. Fang Xiang, backstab mission. Inform Mu Hongli of Fang Xiang's disparaging thoughts about the master. Backstab reward. Sky dance technique. Jiang Sheng sternly admonished, "Fang Xiang, how could you think such things? What do you take our master for? The master is healing my wounds, and here you are, lacking any reverence for him." It seems I must fulfill the responsibilities of an elder brother and properly educate you. Fang Xiang was taken aback by Jiang Sheng's words. What was he acting all high and mighty for? He had heard such sounds in the room before. However, this time the noise was particularly intense, igniting his curiosity to the point where he could no longer restrain himself from subtly probing. Now he felt a twinge of panic, for Jiang Sheng's voice was alarmingly loud. Before he could offer an explanation, a powerful gust of wind surged forth from the quiet chamber. Like crashing waves, it instantly knocked Fang Xiang off his feet. "Ah!" he screamed as his body plummeted from the heights. Few Qi refinement practitioners possess the ability to manipulate objects or fly, and Fang Xiang clearly did not belong to that category. Falling from such a height, he hoped the trees below would cushion his fall, and with the protection of spiritual energy, he braced himself for at least a severe injury. Despair washed over him, and he wished he could slap himself twice for his reckless words. The fierce wind was unmistakably a manifestation of their master's power. Little did he know that the greatest peril he faced was the consequence of his own tongue. "Master, I was wrong. Elder brother, save me," he cried. But the words were swallowed by the howling wind. As the ground rushed closer, Fang Xiang enveloped himself in spiritual energy and tightly shut his eyes. Yet, the roaring wind suddenly ceased, and he felt no pain. When he opened his eyes, he saw Jiang Sheng gently lowering him to the ground. Tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes. "Elder brother, I knew you wouldn't abandon me," Fang Xiang exclaimed, throwing his arms around Jiang Sheng. The adrenaline of having narrowly escaped disaster left him momentarily breathless, his emotions amplified. Jiang Sheng's lips twitched, struggling to suppress the urge to lift Fang Xiang into the sky once more and let him fall again. He patted Fang Xiang's shoulder, urging him to step back. "The ark serves as the instrument of my esteemed master, who has reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. How could she remain unaware of your utterances upon it? Initially, I believed that if I reprimanded you, my master would not hold it against you. It appears, however, that you have indeed provoked her ire." Upon hearing this, Fang Xiang's previous grievances towards Jiang Sheng dissipated like smoke. It was not Jiang Sheng's outcry that alerted the master, rather, it was his complacency and penchant for trouble that had incited her wrath. He hastily inquired, "Is it my fault? What must I do to earn my master's forgiveness?" No sooner had Fang Xiang finished speaking than the ark materialized above the two of them. At the forefront of the vessel, Mu Hongli regarded them with an icy gaze, her demeanor growing even more severe upon witnessing Fang Xiang's apparent lack of concern. "Have you forgotten the most fundamental principle of respecting your master? Perhaps it is best if you forego attending the Ascension Conference and remain here to fend for yourself," Mu Hongli stated coldly. "Jiang Sheng, come up." Fang Xiang's heart raced, the fleeting sense of relief evaporating instantly, leaving him tense and anxious. He called out urgently, "Master, it was unintentional. I recognize my mistake." Jiang Sheng, observing Fang Xiang's flustered demeanor, shook his head, acknowledging that the fault lay with himself. Foundation establishment cultivators do not constantly project their awareness, especially since Mu Hongli's meditation chamber is imbued with a minor array that dampens external disturbances. Had he not vocalized his thoughts, Mu Hongli would have struggled to hear them. Yet, even if the master had not detected it this time, given Fang Xiang's mentality, he would eventually be caught for other transgressions. This was a consequence of Fang Xiang's indulgence in a position of dominance within the sect, leading to a lack of adequate reverence for his master. Stepping forward, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, stating, "Master, Fang Xiang has erred. As the senior disciple, I have failed in my duty to maintain discipline, and I willingly accept punishment. Please do not revoke his qualifications for the conference." "Elder brother." Fang Xiang gazed at Jiang Sheng with profound gratitude. A multitude of sentiments distilled into that single address. "I am at a loss as to when your brotherly bond grew so profound. According to your reasoning, should I not also face reprimand for being lax in my teachings?" "I dare not," Jiang Sheng replied, lowering himself further in humility. However, they were now approaching Yanglan City, and it would be too late for the sect's disciples to arrive. Jiang Sheng's self-serving intentions were rooted in the desire for Fang Xiang's assistance, as it would significantly enhance his chances of acquiring healing elixirs. He implored, "Master, I beg for your mercy. I shall bear any fault alone." Mu Hongli cast a disdainful glance at the dazed Fang Xiang standing nearby, and then at Jiang Sheng, who was willing to suffer for Fang Xiang's sake. She could not help but reflect on the vast disparities that exist among individuals. Jiang Sheng's admission of selfish motives was not only incredulous to her, but even to Fang Xiang himself. Even if Jiang Sheng had ulterior motives, they were undoubtedly for the sake of the sect, placed above personal gain. Mu Hongli's desire to punish Fang Xiang dissipated. It simply seemed unnecessary to become agitated over such a disciple. What benefit would it yield to grant Jiang Sheng a favor? This matter shall be set aside for the time being, to be reconsidered after the Ascension Conference. Had it not been for the urgency of replacing personnel, which would waste a precious opportunity, I would have certainly replaced both of you. You too shall proceed to Yanglan City on your own. After establishing the authority befitting my master, Mu Hongli summoned her spiritual energy, and the arc vanished from their sight at an astonishing speed. As Fang Xiang watched Mu Hongli's figure fade from view, he could no longer contain himself. Senior brother. Fang Xiang's clenched fists trembled with anxiety. At this moment, he comprehended the truth. Mu Hongli held no intimate connection with Jiang Sheng. Instead, his own indiscretion had led to the misfortune of his senior brother. If they were fortunate enough to seize an opportunity at the Ascension Conference, it would be well. However, should fortune elude them, based on Mu Hongli's reaction, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. This Mu Hongli is utterly excessive. Merely a few words of critique, and she threatens to strip me of my opportunity. Fang Xiang exclaimed in anger. If senior brother places the blame on me, I assure you, should she hold a grudge in the future, I will not allow you to suffer alongside me. At this moment, he was filled with trepidation. Had Jiang Sheng not interceded on his behalf, the hard-won opportunity would have slipped away. How could he then return to the sect with any semblance of honor? How could he face Yi? Mind your words. Jiang Sheng admonished sternly. Without the need for further explanation, Fang Xiang promptly fell silent, fearing a retaliatory strike from Mu Hongli. Though he could refrain from speaking, the resentment in his heart was unceasing. He looked at Jiang Sheng, unsure how to express his gratitude. Once again, the senior brother had come to his rescue, not only sparing him from grave injury, but also willingly accepting punishment for the sake of his opportunity. He clenched his fists, resolute in his decision. Regardless of the outcome at the Ascension Conference, he must participate in the trials of the Lingdan sect. He was determined to procure a healing elixir for his senior brother. Second brother, I shall teach you the art of flight, to prevent such incidents from occurring in the future. Jiang Sheng felt a twinge of compassion. The technique of sky dance was not particularly advanced. He learned it with a mere glance. He had experienced such petty betrayals before, dismissing them without a second thought. However, the ramifications of this seemingly trivial betrayal had exceeded his expectations. Had he not witnessed Fang Xiang openly berating Mu Hongli? He had not anticipated the extent of Mu Hongli's wrath, so readily casting aside a disciple. A rift between master and disciple could spell the doom of the sect. Hearing this, Fang Xiang felt tears of gratitude welling up. Not only did his senior brother not blame him, but he also sought to teach him the flight technique out of concern. His own father had never shown him such kindness. Were it not for the fear of Jiang Sheng's discomfort, he would have knelt and called him foster father at that moment. Chapter 32. Luan Jinwei. The body moves as the mind desires, yet the essence remains still. Jiang Sheng floated in midair, guiding Fang Xiang as they wove through the forest. Fang Xiang, under his guidance, grew increasingly adept. I can fly. I am capable of flight. Fang, akin to a child who has just received a cherished toy, was overwhelmed with excitement. Although the technique of flight was rather elementary, its rarity rendered it precious. Flight was a hallmark exclusive to the foundational stage, allowing one to experience it prematurely during the Qi refinement stage. This not only showcased the depth of the sect, but also bestowed a significant advantage when facing opponents lacking aerial capabilities. Jiang Sheng curled his lip in disdain. To him, this flight technique felt utterly superfluous. The speed was lackluster, and ascending to greater heights proved challenging due to the intensifying gale. The energy consumption of the flight technique escalated with altitude, making it valuable only against those who lacked means to counter aerial assaults. A slight enhancement of strength was still beneficial, albeit one should be cautious. Presently, the only person capable of ambushing was Fang. Jiang Sheng gazed at Fang's steadily advancing silhouette, a warm smile gracing his features. Senior brother, save me. Before Jiang Sheng could quicken his pace to catch up, he beheld Fang approaching him in a state of panic, skillfully maneuvering through the flight technique. The ground trembled beneath them as trees toppled like mere stalks of straw. A spirit-eating beast? Jiang Sheng's pupils constricted. A colossal creature, resembling a rhinoceros yet several times larger, was charging towards them. Following Fang were a man and a woman, both of whom surpassed Fang in speed. Though trailing behind, they swiftly overtook him. Senior brother, what do we do about the outsiders? The handsome, tall man inquired, redirecting his course. Our master has instructed us, the Wanjin guards, to uphold justice in our endeavors. Entangling others is not just. You protect them while I lead the spirit-eating beast away. We will communicate via the sound transmission talisman shortly. Upon uttering these words, the elegant man vanished from Jiang Sheng's sight in an instant. A deafening roar erupted from the spirit-eating beast as it pursued the man. Jiang Sheng covered his ears, every cell in his body vibrating with trepidation. Fang, feeling overwhelmed, found himself unable to properly execute the flight technique and plummeted to the ground. Had the colossal beast not been diverted, both would have met their demise there. Spirit-eating beasts. How could there be one here? Jiang Sheng's heart raced with fear, his very soul quaking at the thought. These beasts favored regions rich in spiritual energy, often found amidst spirit stone veins and abundant medicinal herbs. It was said that wherever one encountered a spirit-eating beast, there would surely be treasures to uncover. However, these creatures were typically at the foundational stage, and judging by the size and roar of the one pursuing them, it was unmistakably at the peak of the foundational stage, nearing the golden core stage. To snatch food from such a formidable beast's maw indicated that the two individuals must possess formidable cultivation. Unaware of the exchange between the two, Jiang Sheng eyed the approaching woman with trepidation. A glimmer of golden light shone in his eyes as he scrutinized her. Were she enveloped in dark energy, he would abandon Fang and attempt to escape using the 9 steps of the earth. However, upon a mere glance, his apprehension dissipated. The woman was surrounded by a halo of white energy, interspersed with faint golden glimmers, signifying her benevolence. Although the distinction between good and evil is not so absolute, it is sufficient to bring him some relief. Ah, your spell is rather intriguing, as it has managed to penetrate my protective barrier. Just as the woman lifted her head from the ground where Fang Xiang had fainted, she suddenly turned her gaze towards Jiang Sheng, her eyes brimming with curiosity. However, she did not press further. Instead, with a graceful movement, she approached Jiang Sheng, grasping his collar with one hand, and together they soared into the distance. After a while, they encountered an open space, where she unceremoniously released them. State your names, sects, and the purpose of your visit, she said, folding her arms in a manner reminiscent of an interrogation. Jiang Sheng, undeterred by her demeanor, responded earnestly, I am Jiang Sheng of the Daylight Sect, and this is my junior brother Fang Xiang. We intend to travel to Yanglan City to participate in the Ascension Conference by means of a flying vessel. Thank you for your assistance, fair maiden. He offered a polite bow, exuding grace and composure without bowing excessively before her, despite her being a Foundation establishment cultivator. Fair maiden. The woman chuckled heartily. You appear quite earnest, yet possess a silver tongue. This incident originated from us, and thus we ought to apologize instead. She produced a communication talisman and stated, inquire whether there are individuals named Jiang Sheng and Fang Xiang within the Daylight Sect. Before long, a voice emanated from the talisman, not only recounting their various deeds, but also providing descriptions of their appearances. With a mere glance, the woman confirmed their identities. She then smiled at Jiang Sheng and said, Luan Jinwei, Jian Qingshu. Jiang Sheng had anticipated her mannerisms and her use of the communication talisman, but only upon hearing her words could he be certain. Luan Jinwei, a subordinate of the Great Yin dynasty, operates independently, directly under the Emperor of Flames, overseeing the various sects within the flame domain and addressing matters concerning cultivators. Many righteous cultivators engage in training with Luan Jinwei upon departing from their sects, though most are disciples from the 8 great sects and the 4 great immortal sects. For cultivators from the 300 smaller sects, entering Luan Jinwei is akin to scaling a mountain. In the eyes of those from smaller sects and wandering cultivators, Luan Jinwei stands as a formidable presence, beyond reproach. Jiang Sheng had witnessed their operations before, and his impression of them was one of strength, decisiveness, and excellence. I have encountered your esteemed organization. Jiang Sheng offered another respectful bow. You have quite the knowledge of Luan Jinwei, Jian Qingshu remarked, her curiosity piqued. Based on the information relayed through the communication talisman, this handsome young man before her was undeniably a paragon of virtue. Furthermore, the spell he had employed earlier piqued her interest. In the guise of loyalty often lies treachery, and vice versa. As for the spell itself, she was indifferent. Having encountered many wondrous techniques before, what intrigued her was whether Jiang Sheng was indeed as virtuous as the report suggested. After all, she had heard of many individuals of this ilk, yet had never encountered one in the flesh. My lord jested. It is rare for cultivators venturing outside to be unaware of Luan Jinwei's reputation. It is precisely their existence that has curbed the rampant behavior of demonic cultivators. Becoming a member of the Luan Jinwei has long been the aspiration of us cultivators. Jiang Sheng clasped his hands respectfully and inquired, Might I ask if you require any assistance, esteemed sir? Although my brother and I possess humble abilities, we are willing to lend our meager strength. Jiang Sheng indeed harbored considerable admiration for Luan Jinwei. In a fragment of the future involving Nangong Yaya, he witnessed Luan Jinwei suppressing the ensuing chaos with decisive action. It was only after Nangong Yaya ascended as the empress of the Dian dynasty and purged the ranks that Luan Jinwei transformed into her exclusive instrument, no longer an arbiter of justice, but a bloody blade. Moreover, the woman before him seemed somewhat familiar, though he could not recall why. Fang Xiang intended to pay his respects, expressing gratitude for the rescue. Upon hearing Jiang Sheng mention his own involvement, he hastily rose from the ground and offered a bow to Jian Qingshu, feeling rather anxious. One of them was grievously injured, while the other had only reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. The colossal beast they had just witnessed could easily send him flying with a mere breath. Assistance? What nonsense. After speaking, Fang Xiang shot a glance at Jiang Sheng, signaling him to refrain from further comments and to temper his sense of justice. Jian Qingshu chuckled lightly at the scene, as their personalities indeed aligned with the intelligence they had gathered. Perhaps you two may consider offering assistance once you reach the foundation establishment stage. This place is perilous. I will escort you away first. Should you have aspirations, you may seek assessment at the Luanjin Tower in Linyang City upon achieving foundation establishment. She directed her words to Jiang Sheng rather than Fang Xiang, contemplating that a kind-hearted righteous cultivator at the 9th layer of qi refinement might have a chance to join Luanjin Wei, provided he could break through to the foundation establishment stage. At the very least, scrutiny in that regard would not be a concern. Do not trouble yourself, esteemed sir. You should hasten to assist your colleagues, Jian Qingshu replied nonchalantly. Once a golden devouring beast has set its sights on you, it is challenging to shake it off. Rest assured, my senior brother is quite formidable. If not for the fact that he had taken something from them, he would have dealt with it already. With that, she smiled at Jiang Sheng and looked around, her gaze becoming somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, she soared into the air, ascending to a vantage point from which she could see nothing but trees stretching endlessly. As her brow furrowed deeper, she discerned her surroundings for quite some time before descending once more. I actually do require your assistance. It seems I have lost my way. Chapter 33. The Enchantress of the Hahuan Sect. Can you hear me? I am lost in the Springstone Forest. Location? Beneath a tree resembling a cow's horn, next to a large stone covered in moss. If you cannot find this, what use are you? Jian Qingshu exclaimed in frustration as she retracted the sound transmission talisman. She regarded the two individuals before her with a grave expression. I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Let us hear the good news, Jiang Sheng replied. Recognizing that the bad news was likely self-evident, she was lost. He and Fang Xiang had only just entered the forest and were unaware of their disorientation. The forest resembled a natural labyrinth, compelling one to instinctively tread towards the sun's direction. Yet, as one walked, they would inevitably find themselves back in familiar territory. Observing the tree rings, the sparse rings indicated a southern orientation, while the dense ones pointed north, a method not commonly employed. In such circumstances, unless one possessed formidable intuition, akin to the adept abilities of Hong Li or the senior brother of Jian Qingshu, discerning the correct path would prove challenging. Alternatively, only those well acquainted with this maze could guide them out. Otherwise, they would be left to spend time navigating slowly. The silver lining was that once the rescuers arrived, I could create a significant commotion to attract their attention. Jian Qingshu continued without waiting for Jiang Sheng to inquire. The unfortunate news is that my senior brother and I are here to apprehend the demonists of the Hahuan sect. Should I provoke too much noise, it would not be the rescuers I fear finding us, but rather the Hahuan demonists arriving first, making it easy for her to ambush us, given that there is only one foundational cultivator and 2 qi refiners present. Hahuan sect. Jiang Sheng muttered those 3 words. His previous impression of the Hahuan sect had been quite unfavorable, enticing men, manipulating mortals, indulging in both genders, and discarding any moral boundaries in pursuit of self-enhancement. Thus, whenever he encountered someone from the Hahuan sect, he would not hesitate to strike them down. If he were unable, he would seek external assistance. However, after meeting Yu Yanling, his rigid views about the Hahuan sect had begun to shift. He also recalled her words before her departure. We shall meet again. Could it be so fortuitous? Jiang Sheng mused inwardly. Seeing that Jiang Sheng remained silent, Fang Xiang eagerly interjected. Let us first attempt to find our way out on our own. My innate sense of direction is excellent. Perhaps I can lead us out in one go. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sheng recognized that Fang Xiang was speaking nonsense. In the current predicament, merely having a good sense of direction would not suffice. It was largely a matter of luck. Nonetheless, he refrained from contradicting Fang Xiang, as it would be best to avoid making too much noise. He feared encountering Yu Yanling, worried that she might take him away and prevent him from attending the Ascension Conference. Equally, he dreaded not seeing her at all, lest his life be in jeopardy. Detected backstab target. Fang Xiang, backstab mission. Shortly, Fang Xiang will enter the lair of the demon beasts. Please seize the opportunity to advance before him. Backstab reward. 9th step of ground traversal. 4th step. Jiang Sheng hardly regarded the 9th step of ground traversal, as the techniques of the nascent soul stage felt far too distant for him, with the possibility of cultivation only emerging upon reaching the golden core stage. However, the backstab mission genuinely excited him. Truly, the greatest tool of Nangong Yaya in the early stages, he seemed to encounter opportunities wherever he went, Jiang Sheng thought. Yet, he confidently asserted, I believe in Fang Xiang's luck. He will surely lead us out. Then let us proceed. After all, we are merely wandering aimlessly here. As long as you don't lead me to the Hahuan demonists, Jian Qingshu remarked nonchalantly. I will give it a try, Fang Xiang replied, gritting his teeth. Initially, he had feared that Jian Qingshu might attract the attention of demonic cultivators, but now he found himself thrust into the fray. Jiang Sheng gently patted Fang Xiang's shoulder and confidently declared, "I believe in you. Simply follow your instincts. Senior brother, leave the leading to me." Encouraged by the words, Fang Xiang's excitement surged as he grasped Jiang Sheng's hand, his eyes sparkling with confidence. "You two brothers share quite a bond," Jian Qingshu remarked suddenly, observing their interaction. "It seems your relationship is so close that it feels a bit peculiar." Jiang Sheng abruptly realized the implications of Fang Xiang's grasp and his exuberant expression. He quickly withdrew his hand, adopting a serious demeanor as he advised, "Junior brother, it would be best to avoid excessive physical contact in the future to prevent misunderstandings." Fang Xiang scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Senior brother treated him so well that it made him want to draw closer. Jiang Sheng reflected on the situation. Should he perhaps remove the parasite? While deceiving Fang Xiang with the parasite was straightforward. The goo of the Hehuan sect was designed to incite affection from men towards their host. It felt fundamentally wrong to use such means between two men. With this thought, he approached Fang Xiang again, patting his shoulder and simultaneously extracting the parasite, saying, "Lead the way, we shall follow you." "All right." Fang Xiang suddenly felt a void in his heart, but unable to pinpoint the source, he dismissed the feeling. He glanced around, randomly chose a direction, and employed his flight technique to guide the two onward. It was not a display of his newly acquired aerial prowess, but rather a necessity due to the dense underbrush obscuring his view. Jiang Sheng and Jian Qingshu followed behind, strolling along the ground. Both moved swiftly, one due to foundational cultivation and the other owing to his mastery of the 9 steps of ground traversing. Even without exerting their full speed, they were still sufficiently quick to catch Jian Qingshu's attention. To my knowledge, the Daylight sect is rather inconspicuous among the 300 minor sections. Yet, it seems there is more to it than meets the eye. Not only does this flight technique seem beyond the reach of typical minor sects, but your footwork appears quite profound as well. As a member of the Luanjin Guard, Jian Qingshu always harbored a curiosity towards discrepancies in the information, which often led to the detection of significant occurrences, allowing for their swift suppression. Jiang Sheng, aware of her inquisitiveness, merely smiled and replied, "It is merely a matter of personal fortune. As long as disciples from other minor sects do not cling too tightly to their sects, they will inevitably encounter some opportunities." In an instant, Jian Qingshu recalled the information regarding the Daylight sect and Jiang Sheng. Upon hearing his words, she nodded in agreement. Indeed, in the path of cultivation, one must either advance or regress. Without a striving heart, even opportunities will elude you. You are doing quite well in this regard. It is regrettable that your sect is too weak and the disciples lack the ambition to progress. With your talents, you should not be constrained by the Daylight sect. Jiang Sheng shook his head, realizing that even if he harbored intentions of departure, he could not express them openly. A rapid shift in persona would only lead to complications. The sect leader has shown me grace. Jian Qingshu remained silent, secretly wishing to persuade Jiang Sheng to leave the Dai sect and join one of the 8 great sects, where he might have the opportunity to become part of the Luanjin way. Even if he wished to repay his sect, he could do so upon attaining a higher status and level of cultivation. Remaining stagnant in a minor sect was merely a waste of time. However, deep conversations with superficial acquaintances were unnecessary. It would be wiser to allow him to comprehend the truth on his own. By the way, what is this matter about capturing the demoness of the Hehuan sect? Jiang Sheng inquired with a hint of curiosity, his heart racing with unease. Jian Qingshu, oblivious to Jiang Sheng's anxiety, candidly responded, "The city of Goya, located outside the Quanshur forest, has been seized by the Hehuan sect. Their audacity is astounding. They disguise themselves as members of the Luanjin way, exploiting the guise of accommodating disciples from various sections. The female cultivators brainwash and manipulate others to draw them into the Hehuan sect. Those who refuse are sold to the Yinyang sect to become cauldrons. Truly despicable." Jiang Sheng could not help but click his tongue at the revelation. Most disciples of the Hehuan sect were found in brothels and taverns. As practitioners of demonic cultivation, they lured disciples through deceit or by covertly ensnaring the unfortunate souls in such establishments. Their audacity to act under the pretense of the Luanjin way was indeed remarkable. Moreover, they were indiscriminate, preying on both men and women. They could cultivate while simultaneously recruiting new disciples, ultimately profiting from those who resisted. Such a scheme yielded for benefits while significantly depleting the righteous sect's potential. The Hehuan sect, capable of devising such a plan and executing it, must possess formidable power and a ruthless heart. Merely imagining the trials he faced, Jiang Sheng recalled how he was just on the verge of embarking on his journey when he encountered individuals claiming to be from the Luanjin way, requesting to wait for others to join them in boarding the flying vessel. He was inclined to believe them. After all, as a Qi refinement practitioner, how could he suspect several Foundation establishment cultivators of deceiving him? That night, a fairy from the Luan Jinwei unexpectedly burst into his room, confessing her affection for him and expressing a desire to engage in intimate relations. One was a fledgling cultivator from a minor sect with an uncertain future, while the other was an alluring and accomplished individual who would not seize such an opportunity to ascend. Yet, there would be no future for him, as he would lose his life at the peak of his existence, becoming sustenance for another. Perhaps in his final moments, he would dream of a bright future, imagining how he might soar to great heights with the help of a favorable wind, lamenting the myriad talents of the Luan Jinwei fairies. It was truly insidious. Jiang Sheng could not help but exclaim. Jian Qingshu shook her head, asserting, as long as one harbors no greedy thoughts, how could one be deceived? If one's mind is sufficiently astute, how could one fail to perceive the signs? What is infuriating is that this has persisted for so long without anyone noticing. Now, there are hardly any minor sect cultivators left in Goya, were it not for intelligence indicating traces of the golden swallowing beast in the Quanxia forest. In our discovery of the issue, you too would have fallen into the same trap. Jiang Sheng nodded in agreement, refraining from rebuttal. Fang Xiang, undoubtedly, could not escape from such a predicament. However, given the fortuitous nature of his companion, he might very well thrive within the Harmony sect. Although he possessed the eye of judgment to discern good from evil, there was no need to divulge this information to Jian Qingshu. How many enchantresses are there in the Harmony sect? What are their cultivations and distinguishing features? I fear I may not recognize them should we encounter them in the future. Jiang Sheng inquired with curiosity. Jian Qingshu pondered for a moment before replying. This information will eventually be publicly announced within the city and can also be observed in the various Luanjin towers. Since we have some leisure time, it would not hurt to discuss this now. There are 6 enchantresses in total within the Harmony sect, all at the foundation establishment stage. The most formidable among them is a certain Zhao Qinghuan, who has reached the late foundation establishment stage. 2 of the initial stage enchantresses have already fallen to me and my senior brother, leaving the rest adept in footwork and concealment techniques. As Jian Qingshu recounted these details, Jiang Sheng compared the individuals mentioned with his recollections of Yu Yanling. When he reached the final enchantress, a sigh of relief escaped him, only to be swiftly replaced by a heavy sense of impending dread. Although Yu Yanling was indeed absent from this group, encountering a wild enchantress from the Harmony sect in the wilderness would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences, should he dare to utter Yu Yanling's name. It was not merely Jian Qingshu who would not spare him. Even the enchantresses of the Harmony sect would see to his demise, for he was precisely the target of Yu Yanling's current mission. They would not let such an opportunity to assist the next holy maiden slip by. Who are you? Do not approach. Jiang Sheng was jolted from his thoughts as he lifted his gaze, noticing Fang Xiang had halted, suspended in midair. His expression somewhat awkward as he gesticulated animatedly, seemingly attempting to explain something. Jiang Sheng and Jian Qingshu exchanged glances, both recognizing the skepticism mirrored in each other's eyes. It was already peculiar for Jiang Sheng and Fang Xiang to encounter one another in this remote wilderness, let alone the presence of other cultivators. Unbeknownst to one another, they crouched down to conceal their whereabouts and stealthily approached the source of the voice. Upon reaching Fang Xiang's vicinity, they finally discerned the unfolding scene. A striking woman clad in moon-white attire, draped in snowy feathers, stood poised with a long sword, confronting Fang Xiang. Bloodstains marred her waist, the moon-white garment only partially concealing her upper body, while the snowy feathers failed to obscure her curves, revealing glimpses of her alabaster skin and delicate blue binding. It was evident that the woman was tending to her wounds, and Fang Xiang had inadvertently glimpsed something he ought not to have. Chapter 34. When in doubt, turn and flee, fellow cultivator. It is a misunderstanding. I am not a villain. I did not see anything, at least not anything critical, Fang Xiang exclaimed, waving his hands in desperation. You lecher. Prepare to die? Hearing Fang Xiang's unguarded confession, the woman's face flushed with anger, and disregarding her injuries, she lunged at him with her sword. However, her cultivation was not particularly high, and after a prolonged struggle, she was unable to subdue Fang Xiang. Instead, the exertion exacerbated her injuries, causing beads of cold sweat to form on her forehead. Desist, for you cannot hope to prevail against me. Why persist in futility? Although I am not inclined to strike a woman, should you continue your assault, do not blame me for resorting to harsh measures. Fang Xiang, recognizing that his adversary was no match for him, displayed a newfound confidence. After all, since departing from his sect, he had either been journeying with his master aboard a flying vessel or encountering formidable beasts such as the Golden Devourer and Jian Qingshu in the forest. Each encounter had showcased opponents of increasingly formidable cultivation. He found himself unable to demonstrate his prowess. Constantly employing the spirit butterfly steps, he moved provocatively around the woman, his gaze unabashedly scrutinizing her. How he wished to observe her unrestrainedly. It was infuriating, had it not been for my unfortunate injury caused by the Golden Devourer. Your arrogance would not have reached such heights. A flush of color appeared on the woman's pale face, revealing her mounting ire. Your peers do not resemble righteous cultivators, Jiang Sheng remarked, preparing to step out from the shadows. However, Jiang Sheng promptly intercepted her. What are you doing? Jiang Sheng inquired, her tone laced with displeasure. She had initially wished to observe the situation further, wary of potential traps set by the enchantresses of the Hahuan sect. Yet, upon learning that the woman had been accidentally injured by the rampaging golden devourer, her patience waned. The turmoil caused by the beast was, after all, a consequence of her and her senior brother's actions. Out of both obligation and morality, she felt compelled to take responsibility for the woman, even if not directly accountable. She could not stand idly by while Fang Xiang toyed with her. Though she perceived no immediate danger, an unsettling feeling lingered. It was exceedingly peculiar for a female cultivator to venture into such a perilous locale, especially without any means of defense should she be harmed. Jiang Sheng had refrained from using the golden light in his eyes, recognizing that those bearing treasures or possessing keen senses could detect his scrutiny. Jiang Shingshu's attempt to intervene revealed that she was aware of his observations. Thus, he too remained hidden, assessing the situation. As Jiang Shingshu prepared to emerge, Jiang Sheng furrowed his brow and spoke, "If you are indeed this female cultivator, knowing the dangers that abound here and that the vessel bound for Pingluansu will not depart for some time, would you choose to circumvent the peril or plunge headlong into it? Of course, I would charge forward. As cultivators, we fear not danger. It is a part of our trials," Jiang Shingshu replied confidently. Jiang Sheng pursed his lips, remaining silent. Jiang Shingshu sensed her own abruptness. Her boldness stemmed from the numerous safeguards she possessed, capable of preserving her life, defending herself, and fleeing. Yet this woman before her appeared devoid of such advantages. Your reasoning holds merit, yet what if even the slightest possibility exists? I refuse to let malevolent conjecture extinguish hope. If left unchecked, the woman might soon be drained of life by Fang Xiang's relentless taunts. Moreover, she was merely at the qi refinement stage, unlikely to pose any significant threat. Jiang Shingshu understood this, but felt compelled to act. In the next moment, her figure leaped from the shadows, positioning herself between the two. The aura of her foundation establishment cultivation radiated, instantly subduing both parties. "Cease this at once." Jiang Shingshu turned to the female cultivator, her voice calm as she stated, "I am Jiang Shingshu of the Longjing Guard, Great Yin Empire. Here is my identity badge." As she spoke, she retrieved a copper token from her storage bag. Inscribed upon its front were the three prominent characters for Longjing Wei, which seemed to emanate an aura of mystique, evoking a sense of reverence merely by gazing upon it. Conversely, the reverse bore the name Jiang Shingshu. "Be cautious, my lord. This female cultivator has a fierce disposition, and one must be wary of her potential to inflict harm." Fang Xiang timidly cautioned from behind Jiang Shingshu, seemingly justifying the reason for their impending confrontation. "Silence," Jiang Shingshu retorted with a disapproving glare directed at Fang Xiang. After reprimanding him, she turned her attention to the female cultivator, inquiring, "Pray tell, from which sect do you hail, and what brings you here?" Upon seeing the token, the female cultivator exhaled deeply, the resoluteness and ire that had adorned her visage dissipating, revealing a fragile demeanor. "I am Sun Yao, a disciple of the Dream Sect, accompanying my senior sister to participate in the Ascension Conference in Yanglan City. I had anticipated ample time to hone my skills in the outskirts of the Springstone Forest prior to the event, but upon entering, we found ourselves ensnared, delving deeper into an unknown expanse. Soon after, we encountered a rampaging golden devourer. The residual shockwaves from its rampage separated my sister and me, and now I am left in the dark about her fate," she lamented, her voice growing choked with sorrow. Listening to the woman's quiet sobs, Jiang Shingshu bit her lip, her expression shifting to one of unease. Though her heart stirred with compassion, she maintained her professional integrity as a Longjing Wei and promptly produced a communication talisman to inquire about information regarding Sun Yao of the Dream Sect. In a short span, the gathered intelligence aligned with the individual before her, amplifying her sense of guilt towards Sun Yao. Consequently, she retrieved a healing elixir from her storage ring and extended it to her, offering aid for her injuries. Fang Xiang continued to murmur apologies to Sun Yao. Concealed in the shadows, Jiang Sheng refrained from following them outside, inwardly chastising Jiang Shingshu for her folly. Despite sensing the precariousness of the situation, she still chose to reveal herself. Had this been in the past, he would have undoubtedly followed her, embracing the role of a fool alongside her. Yet, with life hanging in the balance, he had no time to uphold his amicable persona. His gaze, now glimmering with a golden light, fixated intently on the female cultivator. In an instant, layers of black mist began to emanate from her, reminiscent of decaying filth, exuding a foul stench into the air. Jiang Sheng merely cast a glance before swiftly averting his eyes. An evildoer, he thought. A virtuous person might err, often enveloped in a shroud of white mist intertwined with black. Yet, this woman, despite her exquisite features and alluring form, was engulfed in a swirling mass of darkness, with only a trace of white mist attempting to pierce through, destined to be consumed. Clearly, she had committed numerous malevolent acts, far from the delicate persona she projected. Jiang Sheng immediately felt the urge to withdraw. To encounter a female cultivator masquerading as a member of another sect at such a juncture could only signify the presence of a seductress from the pleasure sect. When faced with uncertainty, retreat is the wisest course. While opportunities are indeed precious, one's life is of paramount importance. After Jiang Sheng utilized his golden light to probe his surroundings, he began to retreat cautiously, his gaze fixed ahead to avoid being detected by the woman. However, before he could take more than a few steps back, he collided with something soft, nearly losing his balance. You are quite cunning. How can you lack the righteous heart of a true cultivator? He turned to see a voluptuous woman, her alluring features accentuated as she confronted him with a displeased expression. Jiang Sheng swallowed hard, bowing his head in respect. You must be senior sister Sun Yao. Your junior sister is injured and resting ahead. Allow me to guide you. Upon lifting his gaze, he found the woman smiling at him, her eyes glinting with mischief, showing no inclination to move. Realizing the peril, he thought to himself that this enchanting woman had no intention of playing along. Instantly, he activated the 9th step of ground traversing, his figure becoming ethereal and elusive. The 2nd step of this technique excelled in long-distance movement, and although he was merely at the chi refinement stage, in actual combat, even those at the foundation establishment stage would struggle to keep pace with him. Moreover, he didn't need to shake off the woman. He merely had to create enough commotion for Jiang Sheng to hear. Yet, in the next moment, the woman appeared before him and struck his chest with a palm. He flew backward like a shattered doll, blood spraying into the air. What a precise technique. Had it not been for my own proficiency in footwork, I might have allowed you to escape, she remarked in admiration, waving her hand to dissipate both the bloodstains and the lingering scent in the air. She glanced at the unconscious Jiang Sheng, pondered for a moment, and then seized him by the collar before vanishing once more. Chapter 35. The Tendon Challenge in the Clearing. Sun Yao had consumed the pill given by Jiang Sheng, her complexion visibly brightening. She turned her back to don her clothing properly, then respectfully bowed to Jiang Sheng. Thank you, esteemed one, for the healing elixir. Once I reach Lonely Wild City and contact my sect, I shall return the favor. Jiang Sheng waved her hand dismissively. It is merely a healing remedy, no need for formality. You will accompany us shortly, and do not overly concern yourself with your senior sister. She may have fortuitously made her way out of the forest ahead of you. Sun Yao's spirits plummeted at these words. She shook her head, her expression turning bitter. No. My senior sister and I have a special means of communication. We can locate each other from a distance. She remains somewhere within the forest and has not moved for quite some time. I had intended to heal my injuries and then seek her out, but I encountered you, esteemed one, just as I was preparing to apply the medicinal herbs. He is not my colleague, Jiang Sheng interjected with a slight smirk, quickly distancing herself from Fang Xiang. Like you, he is here to participate in the Ascension Conference. Fang Xiang, having been mistakenly identified as Luan Jinwei, felt his reputation tarnished. I am Fang Xiang, from the Daylight Sect, and I came here with our sect's senior brother. He introduced himself at the opportune moment. As he spoke, a sudden realization dawned upon him, and his gaze swept around the vicinity, yet he saw no sign of life after a prolonged moment. Before he could voice his inquiry, Jiang Sheng remarked, just now, when I was conversing with Sun Yao, I sensed his presence gradually receding. It appears he harbors suspicions about Sun Yao and has abandoned us to flee on his own. Impossible. Fang Xiang protested vehemently, shaking his head in denial. Others may flee. I might. You might. But the senior brother would never. I know him. He is not that kind of person. Ironically, the very individual who had previously disparaged Jiang Sheng's character and held him in contempt now exhibited profound trust in him. This transformation was partly due to the indoctrination Jiang Sheng had subjected him to in recent days, and partly a testament to Jiang Sheng's long-standing integrity. Thus, Fang Xiang immediately grew vigilant. The senior brother has either sensed danger or encountered trouble. We must seek him out. Listen, I am not your caretaker. His decision to stay or leave is of no concern to me. If you wish to search for him, you may do so on your own, Jiang Sheng replied, her expression revealing her displeasure. She had clearly perceived that Jiang Sheng had departed on his own accord. There was no imminent threat in the surroundings, if there were. How could Jiang Sheng, a mere foundation-building cultivator, have sensed it before her? How foolish of her to have regarded Jiang Sheng with such esteem previously. Upon hearing her words, Fang Xiang's face flushed crimson. In the entire De sect, apart from Yiya, Jiang Sheng, and the master, no one dared to address him in such a manner. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, repeatedly reminding himself, this is not within the sect. Following a foundation-building cultivator is certainly preferable to venturing alone. Ah, senior brother. You were the one who abandoned me first. I cannot be blamed for not seeking you. After a bout of self-persuasion, he obediently positioned himself behind Jiang Sheng, refraining from mentioning the search for Jiang Sheng again. Jiang Sheng paid no heed to Fang Xiang, instead turning to Sun Yao and suggesting, since we are aimlessly wandering, why not seek your senior sister? A larger group would provide us with greater safety. Thank you, esteemed one. Sun Yao exclaimed with enthusiasm. No need for such formalities. Jiang Sheng waved her hand dismissively, feeling a twinge of guilt. The separation between you and your senior sister is, after all, my responsibility. There is no cause for gratitude. Then, esteemed one, I shall lead the way, Sun Yao declared decisively, retrieving a compass from her storage bag. After a moment of observation, she chose a direction and set forth. Jiang Sheng extended her consciousness to sense the surroundings, yet still, Jiang Sheng's figure was nowhere to be found. She pursed her lips, casting a glance at Fang Xiang, who had caught up with Sun Yao, and contemplated speaking but ultimately remained silent, quickening her pace to follow. In the depths of the springstone forest, amidst a clearing where trees had collapsed and the ground was pockmarked with holes, two young women reclined languidly against each other on a stone. The woman clad in pink wore scant fabric, and beneath the split hem of her skirt, her long, slender legs swayed enticingly, as if any movement might reveal a glimpse of her allure. The upper body was barely concealed by a sheer veil, with only the essential areas draped in a slightly thicker fabric, teasingly hinting at what lay beneath. Despite the minimal attire, it was comfortable. Donning layers of clothing to portray a fairy in the city was indeed quite exhausting. However, the experience of the disciples from the righteous sects was far superior to the feeble attempts we encountered in other cities. Moreover, there was no need to nurture them for fear of their demise. One could simply indulge in their essence at will. I felt my cultivation advancing, and I yearned for more. The woman clad in pink gauze licked her lips, expressing her lingering desire. Beside her, another woman in a flowing blue dress, while polishing her sword, remarked coldly, do not forget how Li Meng and Wang Lu met their demise. Was it not due to their weakness? The woman in pink dismissed the concern, saying, if they had been in the mid-foundation stage, they would have escaped. Sistering, do tell me, how is it that you can draw so little from male cultivators, yet advance so swiftly? The pink-clad woman leaned forward, her garments slipping naturally, half unraveled at her waist. She resembled a serpentine figure, languidly nestled in the arms of the woman in blue, fluttering her enchanting eyes. With a swift motion, the blue-clad woman tested her sword against the blade, which resonated immediately. Under the light-s reflection, the sword appeared particularly frigid. If you are feeling restless, go fetch a stone to alleviate it. Otherwise, I shall assist you. Just as the pink-clad woman was about to agree, she noticed the blue-clad woman raising her sword, her gaze trailing down to her waist. A shiver ran through her, and she pouted, discontent, as she rose from the embrace, a frown of self-pity crossing her features. No need for your concern, sister. However, your words have piqued my interest, she said, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. That Luanjing guard pursuing us is quite appealing. If only I could share a moment with him, I would surely surpass Sister Qinghuan in the later stages of foundation establishment. Huh, go seek him out then. The blue-clad woman scoffed. As for collecting corpses, I must confess I lack the courage for such tasks, but upon my return to the sect, I shall slay 2 male cultivators atop your grave to keep you company. The pink-clad woman paid no mind to the blue woman's biting sarcasm. Her gaze grew increasingly dazed as her hands wandered over her form. Yet, before long, she halted, her dreamy eyes sharpening with caution. The blue-clad woman also dismounted from the stone, sword in hand, surveying the surroundings. Meiying, Tangyan, it is I. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the two relaxed their guard. The pink-clad woman, Tangyan, pouted in complaint before even seeing her. Sister Qinghuan, you have finally returned. Being with this blockhead is stifling. She remains silent, and even when I try to amuse her, she shows no gratitude. Would you teach her a lesson for me? Impudent girl. Do you wish to be cut down? Meiying shot her a glance, raising her sword once more. As the two exchanged banter, Zhao Qinghuan led Jiang Sheng into the clearing. Noticing the unfamiliar man, Mei Ying's brow furrowed. Senior sister, who is this? Certainly. This is the reserve food brought to me by my senior sister. Tang Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she stepped forward to take the Jiang Sheng from Zhao Qinghuan's hands. However, before she could reach out, a sword was abruptly placed before her, blocking her advance. Do not cause trouble. Listen to your senior sister, came the admonition. Tang Yan, pouting in displeasure, retorted, see, I told you that you lack a sense of humor. I was merely joking. Despite her words, her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Sheng, scrutinizing him from head to toe, seemingly contemplating why her senior sister had brought a man back, and if she had a chance to win him over. Zhao Qinghuan, witnessing their bickering, felt a headache brewing. If only the people from Wan Jinwei had targeted you too instead, she sighed. Senior sister, your words truly wound, Tang Yin replied, feeling even more aggrieved. She extended her hand like a little girl asking for candy, playfully saying, you must compensate me with this man, otherwise I shall not forgive you. Mei Ying remained silent, merely tightening her grip on the sword in her hand. Zhao Qinghuan rubbed her temples in exasperation, saying, this man possesses some merit. Not only is he perceptive, but he also exhibits a formidable stepping technique. While Jianqing and Shu were oblivious to Ali's clues, this man noticed them. Had I not been tailing Alu, he might have indeed caused trouble. Zhao Qinghuan tossed Jiang Sheng onto the ground and addressed Mei Ying, keep an eye on him. Do not let him escape. Inquire about the origins of the poison insects on him, and see if we can extract his stepping technique and perception method. If we cannot, then he may as well be executed. With a single pronouncement, she sealed Jiang Sheng's fate. Upon hearing this, Tang Yan's eyes brightened. Do not waste him. It would be better to give him to me. Come, let us check on the trap arrangements. Zhao Qinghuan decisively declared, offering Tang Yin no chance for rebuttal. Tang Yin pouted but refrained from arguing, leading Zhao Qinghuan toward the cave behind them. Once the two departed, Mei Ying stepped forward, beginning to examine the man lying on the ground. He was remarkably handsome, fitting the type favored by many female cultivators of the Hehuan sect. His cultivation level was also commendable at the 9th stage of qi refinement, a rarity among the promising candidates attending the Ascension Conference. They had been in the desolate city for quite some time and had only encountered one other cultivator at the same level. After Zhao Qinghuan entered his room, that cultivator had not been seen again. Frowning slightly, she swung her sword, causing sprays of blood to erupt from Jiang Sheng's body. In an instant, blood oozed from his wrists and ankles. Any normal person, unless deceased, would exhibit some instinctive reactions if their tendons were severed, even if they did not cry out in pain. Stop pretending to be dead. Tell me how you came by those poison insects. Mei Ying pressed the tip of her sword against Jiang Sheng's neck. The cold touch sent shivers across his skin. He opened his eyes to meet the icy gaze of the woman standing before him and managed a bitter smile. Are you a fairy of the Hehuan sect? This is a misunderstanding. I am one of your own. Jiang Sheng had no intention of feigning death. He simply could not devise a strategy to confront such an predicament. As for the physical pain, it was trivial for someone like him, who often inflicted harm upon his own meridians. In the span of those 2 sentences, the tendons in his hands and feet gradually began to heal under the restorative influence of life energy. Chapter 36. Killing with Heart. Jiang Sheng never anticipated such misfortune. Initially, he had hoped to enlist Fang Xiang's guidance to accomplish a backstabbing mission, which would not only grant him the 4th step of the 9 steps of earthly movement, but also allow him to seize Fang Xiang's opportunities. Moreover, by cultivating a good rapport with the members of Wan Jinwei, he thought he might find future utility in their alliance, and everything seemed to be progressing positively. Yet, Fang Xiang, in his folly, chose to leap into a trap. Now, as he found himself in this dire predicament, Jiang Sheng reflected on his actions. Had he been more decisive in his escape, utilizing the 9 steps of earthly movement at the first sign of trouble, with Jianqing Shu by his side, the enchanting woman from the Hehuan sect would have struggled to capture him openly. Instead, he hesitated before fleeing, resulting in his pursuers closing in from behind. The distance had become insurmountable. Even his speed, comparable to that of a foundation stage cultivator, was rendered useless. Alternatively, he could have employed the golden light to discern good from evil and trusted Jianqing Shu to relay his abilities to the others. With Jianqing Shu as a formidable ally, they could have concocted a plan should their adversaries remain calm. Even if hostilities ensued, he would have had ample time to escape. Alas, it was too late to lament now. My name is Jiang Sheng, the senior disciple of the Daylight sect, and I am also affiliated with the Yuyan Ling of your sect. Currently, I am undercover within the righteous path, preparing to achieve a commendable rank at the Ascension Conference. Intending to infiltrate the 8 major sects, Jiang Sheng declared solemnly. His only means of salvation now rested upon his connections to Yuyan Ling. He earnestly hoped that these individuals would show some leniency and spare his life. I am the most crucial component of her plan. Given my prior good reputation, my background check would pass effortlessly. Once the time comes, I could dismantle the 8 major sects from within, whether by deceiving their disciples or infiltrating Wan Jinwei, which would yield substantial benefits for the Hehuan sect. Upon hearing this, Mei Ying furrowed her brow, and her sword suddenly pierced Jiang Sheng's thigh with force. As she withdrew it, his face turned pale, devoid of color. Blood gushed from his leg, clearly having struck an artery. Cooperate, and I will staunch your bleeding. If you refuse to speak the truth, you will perish. Mei Ying coldly presented him with an ultimatum, offering no explanation for the inaccuracies in Jiang Sheng's statements. His head spun at her words. The injuries he sustained were not his primary concern. It was this unreasonable adversary that left him at a loss for words. Was he truly meant to let her kill him, holding on to the belief that as long as he believed he wouldn't die, he would escape death? While not entirely impossible, he now feared that she might summon a woman named Tang Yin to drain his life force. Life can be renewed even after its demise. Yet the essence lost is indeed irreplaceable. Should you doubt my words, feel free to end my life. Yu Yinling has marked me, and should I perish, she will not spare you. Jiang Sheng turned over, exposing his chest, gritting his teeth in silence, unwilling to argue. He feared that his adversary might aim for his head rather than strike a fatal blow to his heart or throat, which he believed he could mend. However, the prospect of decapitation filled him with uncertainty about survival. Thus he hunched his shoulders to conceal his neck, presenting his chest as a more inviting target. He had never before found himself in such dire straits. Do you truly think I hesitate to kill you? Mei Ying's eyes glinted coldly as she raised her sword high. Yet, before her blade could descend, a voice echoed from the cave. Wait, I have questions for him. Zhao Qinghuan and Tang Yin returned. Mei Ying, sword poised for the strike, queried in confusion, why shouldn't I slay him, sister? This fellow is clearly lying. The parasitic insects on him are of a mere qi refining stage. He resembles an infiltrator more than a victim of our sect's disciple. Moreover, what connection could Yu Shiji possibly have with him? Yet, he had indeed uttered Yu Shiji's name. Allow me to interrogate him. I shall extract the truth from him willingly. Tang Yin said, her lips glistening with allure. Zhao Qinghuan paid no heed to Tang Yin's insinuations and fixed her gaze on Jiang Sheng, inquiring, elaborate further. Do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claims? Jiang Sheng exhaled deeply, recognizing that reason had prevailed. The woman who posed the inquiry seemed to be the most persuasive among the trio. Clearing his throat, he replied, though I lack tangible proof. If you escort me to the Hahuan sect, and I meet with Yu Yinling, the truth will become evident. If you are well informed, you should be aware that your next generation saintess has come to the Daylight sect on a mission. I am her target. Does my continued existence not speak volumes? With a bittersweet expression, Jiang Sheng continued, I only accompanied Jian Qingshu upon hearing that she intended to apprehend you. I thought perhaps I could assist. Mei Ying and Tang Yin exchanged glances, clearly unaware of this information, while Zhao Qinghuan appeared contemplative, arms crossed. Her tone icy. You are quite articulate. Yet why did you flee at that time? Jiang Sheng sensed a glimmer of belief from her and intensified his plea. My identity is of utmost significance. Had it not been a matter of life and death, I would not have divulged this to you. If any among you are righteous spies, I would inadvertently jeopardize Yu Yinling's mission. Utter nonsense. Mei Ying scoffed, thrusting her sword towards Jiang Sheng's other leg. Even now, you attempt to sow discord among us. However, her sword remained suspended in midair, unable to descend, as though someone were restraining her arm, preventing her from delivering the strike. There was a sense of urgency in his words, which bore a semblance of truth. Zhao Qinghuan flicked the colorful ribbon in her hand, and the force binding Mei Ying dissipated. Surely, Sister Mei could not truly be provoked by him. What legitimate sect would send someone to infiltrate the Hahuan sect? Tang Yin nimbly circled around Mei Ying, whispering softly in her ear. Jiang Sheng glanced at the group, sensing an inexplicable discord. Although the three appeared harmonious, there lingered an air of tension, especially between Mei Ying and Tang Yin, whose animosity was palpable. Could it be that someone was genuinely infiltrating the Hahuan sect? This Mei Ying, perhaps? The thought flitted through Jiang Sheng's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Which righteous sect would dispatch a female disciple to the Hahuan sect? If such a sect existed, could it still be deemed righteous? Zhao Qinghuan ignored the two, instead squatting down before Jiang Sheng. In an instant, he felt as though the world had dimmed. The light above vanished, and aside from the residual glow revealing a few surroundings, everything else was obscured. Zhao Qinghuan seemed to sense something amiss. Being so close, she too could not see Jiang Sheng. She took a couple of steps back, allowing their gazes to finally meet. I believe you. If you had not interacted with Yu Yinling as a disciple of a lesser sect, you would not know she is the next holy maiden of our sect. However, I cannot ascertain the veracity of your other claims. After all, I have perused your dossier. And as the target of the next holy maiden, your background reveals that the senior disciple of Darazong is renowned as one of the most virtuous individuals among several lesser sections. A smile graced Zhao Qinghuan's face. With someone like you, who is yet to be infected by Yu Yinling's goo worm, how can I trust that you have indeed betrayed the righteous path? You are not attempting to deceive my little holy maiden, are you? Zhao Qinghuan's smile grew increasingly perilous. Although Yu Yinling possessed considerable cultivation, her years spent within the sect had limited her exposure to the outside world. This task was meant to be an easy one, yet now, the target not only remained unharmed but stood before her, prompting deep contemplation. After a brief reflection on Yu Yinling's character, she reached a conclusion. While Jiang Sheng's assertions held a modicum of possibility, the odds were exceedingly slim. If Yu Yinling were capable of such cunning, she would not need to undertake this mission at all. Thus, You need not fear encountering Yu Yanling, for you may indeed be speaking the truth. It is not the 8 great sects that harbor an infiltrator, but rather the Hehuan sect, Zhao Qinghuan asserted with growing confidence, ultimately arriving at her conclusion. Jiang Sheng was taken aback by her line of reasoning. Initially believing he could escape the torment of Mei Ying's foolishness, he now found himself confronted with another abnormality. It seemed as if he were being led toward the Hehuan sect, when in truth, he was merely expressing a desperate plea to avoid a deadlock. Yet, this woman had misconstrued his intentions as a desire to infiltrate the Hehuan sect. In the face of such uniquely peculiar individuals, one must never oppose them. Jiang Sheng pressed his lips together and inquired, "What do you wish to do? If you trust me, release me or take me to meet Yu Yanling. If you do not, then kill me. I bear the mark left by Yu Yanling. Should I perish, she will not spare you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qinghuan furrowed her brows, believing herself well-versed in understanding men, yet she detected no hint of fear of death in Jiang Sheng's eyes. At that moment, Tang Yin interjected. "Why not let me feed him a parasite? That will surely clarify matters. I can guarantee he will be willing to confess everything. However, the parasite's effects are not immediate, and there is no time to test him now." Zhao Qinghuan rose, her gaze directed eastward. "Our junior sister is drawing ever closer. As for how to test him, I have a superior idea. I am concerned he may still be a good person attempting to infiltrate the Hehuan sect. Our bewitching array and dragon-trapping array can prevent Jian Qingshu's distress signal from being sent out, revealing her true self before we ultimately eliminate her. However, at this moment, I no longer wish to kill her. Not kill her." Tang Yan's eyelids twitched, and she curiously asked, "Are we not avenging our sister? To suffer a loss and not retaliate? Surely that is not the way of a demonic cultivator?" Zhao Qinghuan did not respond, merely casting a smile at Jiang Sheng. "This lad has it easy. Let's throw him into the formation. The tainted Luanzhenwei will be slain, and Yu Yanling cannot blame us. If he survives, it will be up to him to handle Jian Qingshu. Should he falter, he will become useless, but if he succeeds with her assistance, he will find it easier to enter the 8 great sects." Zhao Qinghuan addressed the other 2 women. "Killing Jian Qingshu will not deplete Luanzhenwei's strength. Yet to humiliate her will cause her distress for a lifetime, especially since Ji Lingchun holds some affection for his junior sister, if he were to learn of this. Can you imagine the spectacle? A heartless act indeed." Chapter 37. The trap. Are we not there yet? My legs are about to give way. Fang Xiang complained while swatting away the mosquitoes in the forest. Jian Qingshu glanced back at him with a cold expression and replied, "If you are unwilling to proceed, find your own way." Fang Xiang immediately chuckled awkwardly and waved his hand. "That is not what I meant. I just feel something is amiss. We have not encountered a single beast along this path, as if it has been cleared away. Do you think there might be a trap ahead?" As he spoke, his voice grew quieter, and he turned to observe the expression of Sun Yao, who was leading the way, finding it equally unsettling. Although he did not consider his instincts particularly accurate, the entire journey had indeed felt off. If he could notice it, there was no reason Jian Qingshu could not as well. Were it not for Jiang Sheng previously informing him of the Luanzhenwei matter, he might suspect these 2 were setting a trap for him. "Are we nearly there?" Jian Qingshu suddenly asked Sun Yao. Hearing her voice, Sun Yao hastily halted her steps. Fang Xiang's grievances could be disregarded, yet Jian Qingshu's could not. "My lord, the compass indicates it is just ahead," she stated. Sun Yao, appearing somewhat innocent, gazed around with bewildered eyes. However, the surroundings were eerily silent. Not a single beast nor even a living creature could be seen. "If you fear there may be danger ahead, I can seek out my senior sister alone," Sun Yao declared, her resolve evident as she prepared to venture forth alone. Fang Xiang felt a stir of emotion. Rather than searching for some senior sister, he yearned to depart this forest at the earliest opportunity. He had come to participate in the Ascension Conference, not for an adventure. Had it not been for Mu Hongli abandoning him midway, he would have already entered the city to rest. At this thought, he could not help but remember Jiang Sheng. Were it not for Jiang Sheng's timely rescue, he would have surely sustained grave injuries from such a high fall. His senior brother not only shared in his punishment, but also taught him a precious flight technique. Yet now, with Jiang Sheng's fate uncertain, he found himself cowering beneath another's wings, hesitant to seek him out. This realization filled Fang Xiang with self-reproach. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his mind. If there were traps ahead, they would surely be aimed at Jian Qingshu. Following her would only increase his peril. As a practitioner nearing the 7th level of Qi refinement, he believed that as long as fortune favored him, escaping the forest should not pose a significant challenge. Why should he accompany her, bearing the risk of her whims? With this newfound clarity, he clasped his hands and spoke, "My lord, I shall not accompany you any longer. I am genuinely concerned for my senior brother's safety. Since we departed the sect together, even if I managed to leave the forest, I would be too ashamed to face my master. I take my leave first, as Miss Sun does, to seek the whereabouts of my brother." Having spoken, he observed Jian Qingshu's lack of response, bowed, and turned to depart. He felt an unprecedented sharpness of mind. A potential danger had been deftly averted. Once he had distanced himself, he turned back to glance at the path obscured by trees, dim and devoid of light. As if a colossal beast lay in wait within the darkness, its maw agape, yearning for prey. My lord. Sun Yao looked towards Fang Xiang's departing form, then shifted her gaze back to Jiang Sheng, her expression somewhat uneasy. Clearly, her demeanor belied her earlier words. Let us proceed, Jiang Sheng said as she matched her pace with Sun Yao, walking side by side. This path leads to the lair of the devourer beast. My senior brother and I traveled this way before. The devourer beast is formidable. Even its unconscious aura is enough to deter any nearby creatures from approaching. Jiang Sheng explained as they continued onward. Then why did you not stop Taoist Fang? Sun Yao inquired, puzzled. Would it not be safer for him to accompany us? Each has their own aspirations, Jiang Sheng replied calmly. We are not destined to walk the same path. Forcing our paths together would only lead to complications. It is better to part ways sooner. A person once remarked on the accuracy of his intuition, suggesting that perhaps there lies a danger ahead. If he could evade it, it would indeed be his fortune. As Sun Yao appeared ready to explain herself, Jiang Sheng smiled and said, I am merely speculating. At present, the spirit-eating beast had pursued her senior brother and would not return for a while. Should he return, he would notify her using a communication talisman. This moment, they found themselves in what was likely the safest place within the forest. Your senior sister certainly knows how to choose her locations, Jiang Sheng commented. Sun Yao's face brightened at this. My senior sister is quite astute. The most perilous places may indeed be the safest. Perhaps she has not encountered any trouble and remains stationary, healing just as I am. Jiang Sheng nodded with a smile, and as they approached the nest, their pace quickened. Before long, they arrived at a clearing riddled with depressions in the ground, surrounded by fallen trees. A cave loomed before them. Senior sister, Sun Yao called out loudly. Senior sister, it's me, Sun Yao. She called again, but silence met her pleas. Glancing at Jiang Sheng, her expression darkened. Esteemed one, please wait here for a moment. I shall venture inside to assess any dangers, Sun Yao said, biting her lip. Jiang Sheng shook her head. Allow me to go, if there is true peril within. I may have a chance to escape, but you may not. Before Sun Yao could protest, Jiang Sheng leaped forward, reaching the cave entrance in the blink of an eye. The interior was shrouded in darkness, visibility exceedingly poor. Even with her ability to see in the dark, the treacherous terrain and jagged rock walls obscured her view. Just before entering the cave, for reasons unknown, the words of Jiang Sheng and Fang Xiang resurfaced in her mind. A female practitioner who chooses not to take the long route, but instead boldly traverses this forest. Do you not find something amiss? Having journeyed for so long without encountering a single beast felt peculiar, as if someone had cleared the path for them. I trust my junior brother. His intuition is remarkably precise. Strangely, thoughts she had previously dismissed now flooded back to her. She turned to glance at Sun Yao, who was hurrying towards her. Am I being overly suspicious? Jiang Sheng mused with a self-deprecating smile. She had never wished to think ill of others, nor would she elevate anyone to an unrealistic pedestal. Unless presented with evidence and facts, she would not easily be swayed. The familiar adage echoed in her mind. What if? To declare someone good or bad based solely on baseless conjecture is far too hasty. Conversely, knowing that one could assist, yet choosing to harbor malicious suspicions and remain inactive is no different from wrongdoing. Even if she were truly mistaken this time, she wished to witness the truth with her own eyes. Jiang Sheng squeezed the communication talisman in her hand and stepped into the cave, scattering luminous pearls from her storage bag throughout its corners. With each step she took, the cave illuminated further. Only after turning several corners did she finally halt her steps upon encountering a natural glow ahead. Jiang Sheng had indeed attempted to probe her surroundings with her spiritual sense. However, the unique nature of this space severely suppressed her abilities, rendering her incapable of extending her perception far beyond her immediate vicinity. In contrast to her spiritual exploration, her physical sight revealed a clearer view. Previously, she and her senior brother had concealed their presence to arrive at this location, the dwelling of the spirit-devouring beast, which guarded a precious herb, the golden swallow grass, essential for advancing to the golden core stage. After obtaining the golden swallow grass, they had swiftly departed, leaving her now with the opportunity to observe the open space before her. Before her lay a completely enclosed cavernous expanse, the ceiling adorned with numerous sharp stalactites resembling the fangs of a ferocious beast, exuding an aura of terror. The walls of the cave were embellished with several luminous pearls that illuminated the ground, revealing its condition. These were the lighting devices she and her senior brother had previously left behind, as they were of little value and thus not retrieved after their departure. Now, they granted her a clear view of the cave's interior. The ground was level, devoid of any chaotic stones, and at the center of the expanse lay a person. Initially, she could not discern the identity of the individual on the ground. However, as she approached, intending to call out, the person suddenly sat up. Run. It's a trap. Jiang Sheng recognized the individual before her, illuminated by the light of the pearls on the rock wall. Before she could hear a word from the person, realization dawned upon her. Without waiting for her reaction, a powerful force from behind propelled her forward several steps. When she turned back, she saw Sun Yao, who, despite her speed, stood behind her with a beaming smile. Jian Tongwei, it seems you truly are forgetful, unable to recognize me upon our reunion. It is rather disheartening. Considering how you pursued me relentlessly in the past, she remarked, her fingers brushing her face. The transformation of her features was remarkable. Her eyes had grown larger, and their corners had become more alluring. As she turned again, her entire form had undergone a significant change, her stature elevated and her physique rounded. Huang Lu? Jiang Qingshu uttered the name, her peripheral vision scanning behind Huang Lu for an opportune moment to flee. She felt no fear at the sight of Huang Lu alone. Yet, given the elaborate lengths Huang Lu had gone to in luring her here, it was evident that matters were not so straightforward. However, in the next moment, 3 scantily clad women emerged from behind Huang Lu, completely blocking the entrance. Jian Tongwei, it's delightful to see you again, still maintaining your charm. I would love to show you around our Hahuan sect to witness your downfall, Tang Yin said with a mischievous grin. But it's not too late. Soon you will experience the utmost joy that a woman can know. Zhao Qinghuan stepped forward, not directing any taunts at Jian Qingshu, but rather looking at Jiang Sheng and stating, I knew something was amiss with you. Nevertheless, it matters not. After today, as long as you survive, you will undoubtedly gain notoriety. I shall not disturb you any longer. Do enjoy the gift I have bestowed upon you. With a cold smirk, she was the first to exit the stone cave. Mei Ying cast a frosty glance at Jiang Sheng and Jian Qingshu before following suit. Before Tang Yin and Huang Lu could depart, Jian Qingshu, after a prolonged observation, finally sprang into action. She unleashed 2 streams of light from her hands, directing them towards Huang Lu and Tang Yin. In the very instant her attack was released, she pivoted and grasped Jiang Sheng's arm, her figure flickering as she retreated. Upon reaching the rock wall, she spun her hand thrice in the air, summoning 3 waves of water that encircled her arm. As the waves swirled, she forcefully struck the wall with her palm. A radiant moon materialized in her hand, and as the moon's ethereal image detached from her grasp, it expanded in size with each inch it advanced. Yet, when it collided with the wall, it stirred not a ripple, revealing the disparity between grandeur and impact. The 3 rings reflecting the bright moon were indeed a commendable technique. Tang Yin applauded, her demeanor cheerful as she regarded the duo. Jian Qingshu's earlier assault had not grazed them in the slightest. It halted abruptly a mere inch from them. 2 golden needles clattered to the ground, producing a metallic clash. Alas, relying solely on brute force would not suffice. No sooner had Tang Yin spoken, than Jian Qingshu swiftly withdrew a few steps with Jiang Sheng in tow. In the very spot she had struck, a black fissure suddenly emerged, engulfed in darkness devoid of light. Yet, as Jian Qingshu's flowing hair brushed past the crevice, it vanished without a trace. A spatial rift? Jian Qingshu exclaimed in disbelief. How can this be? Certainly, it was plausible, for the space here was exceedingly unstable, allowing even foundational level attacks to create fissures. Thus, if one wished to avoid being consumed by the rift, they ought to remain compliant. With a smile, Tang Yin concluded her words, playfully tapped Huang Li's backside, and linked arms with her as they exited the cave. As the group departed, the space within fell into an eerie silence. Jiang Sheng could even hear the sound of their breathing. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Initially, he had wholeheartedly supported Zhao Qinghuan's plan. Jian Qingshu, though appearing astute, was, in fact, quite foolish. He deemed it necessary to teach her a lesson that would sharpen her wits. A lesson learned would ensure she would not act so naively in the future. Crucially, it posed no detriment to him, had he not discerned the signs and attempted to retreat, only to be ensnared by Zhao Qinghuan. With her dragging Yu Yanling into the fray, it would have been Fang Xiang and Jian Qingshu who found themselves in this cave. In such a case, it would have been Fang Xiang who benefited. It was only when Zhao Qinghuan uttered Ji Lingchen's name that he regained clarity. This also elucidated his familiarity with Jian Qingshu. Ji Lingchen was the 8th prince of the Great Yin dynasty. If Nangong Yaya's greatest rival for the throne was Yu Yanling, then the most formidable obstacle to her future reign over the Great Yin dynasty would undoubtedly be him. He led the Wanjing guards in a protracted conflict against Nangong Yaya. The entire realm of flames was tumultuously stirred by this grand battle, with countless participants. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and rivers of blood flowed profusely. Although the ultimate victor was Nangong Yaya, Ji Lingchen undoubtedly played an exceptionally significant role in the unfolding of her future narrative. He was among the rare few men who did not succumb to the allure of Nangong Yaya. Jiang Sheng served as Ji Lingchen's vice commander in this fierce conflict. The valiant and striking female general wielded her sword with lethal precision, claiming numerous adversaries. Her profound cultivation rendering her an unstoppable force that could cause the very heavens and earth to tremble. However, at that moment, all eyes were fixated on Ji Lingchen and Nangong Yaya, overshadowing the brilliance of others, which is why Jiang Sheng failed to recall her immediately. The present demeanor of Jiang Sheng starkly contrasted with her future iron-willed persona, obscuring any thoughts of teaching her a lesson. He glanced at Jiang Sheng, whose expression was grave, and let out a rueful smile, lamenting the absence of his junior disciple. Otherwise, perhaps there would have been a chance to escape. Where is he? Is he unharmed? Jiang Sheng shook her head, her spirits low as she replied, I am uncertain. He separated from us midway, claiming he would seek you out. It appears he indeed possesses keen instincts, sensing danger and opting not to follow us, which is a blessing in disguise. A mere 6th-tier Qi refinement cultivator would be of little use here. Jiang Sheng raised her gaze, observing the translucent ripples that ensnared them, while a black fissure in the distance writhed incessantly, as if alive. The 4 symbols confining dragon formation, laid down by 4 foundation establishment cultivators, would be a formidable barrier even for her senior brother to breach. Moreover, the surrounding space was fragile. Any forceful attempt to break free could trigger a collapse, burying them within a natural killing array. The more she spoke, the more despondent she became, evidently at a loss for any means of escape. Jiang Sheng sighed deeply, convinced that if Fang Xiang were here, he would undoubtedly find a way out. Though he dared not voice it, he held unwavering faith in Fang Xiang's capability. After all, how else could he have secured his fortune in the betrayal mission? A sudden spark of energy ignited within Jiang Sheng. Indeed, if he had not remained with the group, Fang Xiang would not have sought him out, leaving only the 3 of them trapped here. Did this not imply that Fang Xiang's fortune was to be found in this very place? With renewed vigor, Jiang Sheng rose from the ground. His previous injuries mended by the regenerative vitality he possessed, he began to scour the confined space, meticulously examining even the smallest of stones for hidden secrets. Jiang Sheng, bewildered by his fervent determination, could no longer contain herself after watching him for a while, saying, I misjudged you for not heeding your advice. In this lifetime, I owe you a debt of gratitude. I shall repay you in the next. Jiang Sheng cast a glance at Jiang Sheng, internally pleading, please let this fortune not be tied to her. May it not refer to her. Chapter 39, Surviving Alone, or Venturing Forth. Do not exert yourself any further. I have already scoured the surroundings, and there are no crevices through which we might escape, Jiang Sheng urged, observing Jiang Sheng's futile search within the cave. Though she recognized her words might dampen his spirits, witnessing him persist in seeking an exit only deepened her own discomfort. In truth, she was not entirely passive. Prior to entering the cave, a foreboding sense had compelled her to send messages to her elder brother and to those associated with Wan Jinwei. It was unrealistic to expect Wan Jinwei's people to locate him in a short span. However, should her elder brother manage to elude the devouring spirit beast, he would undoubtedly come to her rescue upon receiving word. Yet, she remained uncertain whether the enchanting women of the Hahuan sect possessed means of detection, and thus refrained from sharing her thoughts with Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng finally ceased his search, turning to Jiang Sheng, hesitating before speaking. After a prolonged pause, he declared, not only does this place harbor the 4 symbols confining dragon formation, but it also conceals an enchantment array. The longer we linger here, the greater my peril becomes. The mention of the Hahuan sect's enchantment array stirred Jiang Sheng's emotions, which until then had been subdued. She could no longer maintain her composure upon hearing those words. It was no wonder Jiang Sheng expressed that the longer he remained, the more dangerous it was. Should the enchantment array be activated, she would be compelled to eliminate Jiang Sheng first, followed by her own demise. Such a malicious fate. Jiang Sheng repeated this thought internally. Her gaze upon Jiang Sheng filled with increasing remorse. It appeared that evading this calamity was now beyond their reach. If only she had heeded his advice from the beginning. Alas, it was too late for regrets. After scanning the area once more without uncovering any clues, Jiang Sheng settled onto the ground, abandoning further search. Yet, his eyes frequently darted towards the ominous fissure behind Jiang Sheng. Do you have any insight into spatial rifts? Can they facilitate transportation? He inquired, recalling how Nangong Yaya traversed distances by tearing through space in her visions of the future. If she could do so, might they not also attempt it? Jiang Sheng shook her head. I advise against harboring such thoughts. The moment you come into contact with a spatial rift, it would rend you to shreds. Your physical form would be devoured, and only fragments might be expelled elsewhere. Those of great power can accomplish such feats, as they possess the ability to stabilize space and their bodies are resilient, allowing for brief interactions with spatial rifts without the threat of mortality. But you and I, one at the foundation establishment stage and the other at the chi refining stage, should not choose such a tragic demise, for it is far too undignified. Hearing her words, Jiang Sheng furrowed his brow, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Could it be that the opportunity did not lie within the spatial rift? If I were to become Fang Xiang, what would transpire here? Although Jiang Sheng lacked foreknowledge of Fang Xiang's future, his understanding of Fang Xiang's character led him to ponder. If Fang Xiang and Jian Qingshu were trapped within this cave, at the moment the enchantment array activated, Fang Xiang would likely plead for mercy from Jian Qingshu, insisting upon his innocence and even resorting to moral appeals to bind her. Do not allow her to indiscriminately slay the innocent. Given Jian Qingshu's inherently righteous character, it is highly probable that she would resort to self-termination, and the method would undoubtedly be one that leaves Fang Xiang powerless to alter her lifeless form. Such a method seems to lie before him. Jiang Sheng's gaze fell once more upon the fissure. It appeared that fortune lay within reach. A thought began to take shape in his mind, yet he hesitated to act upon it. After all, these were merely his speculations. Should he be mistaken, even with a chance to return, he would be unable to restore himself from a state of dismemberment. He could only await his senior brother's rescue. Jiang Sheng sighed and seated himself upon the ground, albeit at a considerable distance from Jian Qingshu, occupying the farthest corner of the cavern. Silence enveloped them, the stillness punctuated only by the sound of their breaths reverberating in the air. Time slipped away unnoticed until Jiang Sheng suddenly felt a wave of heat coursing through his body, his heartbeat quickening incrementally. A delightful fragrance wafted through the air, one that struck him as vaguely familiar, reminiscent of the incense he had once placed in Nangong Yaya's bridal chamber. Yet, this aroma was not solitary. It mingled with a plethora of other scents. The sensations intensified as he inhaled, and in mere moments, his body responded. His gaze began to blur. In a daze, the surroundings transformed before him, shifting from the dim, damp grotto to a plush, inviting bed. Before him danced a group of youthful maidens, clad in diaphanous fabrics, exuding an enchanting allure, beckoning him with graceful gestures. Hold your breath. Jiang Sheng turned toward the source of the voice. Jian Qingshu's cheeks were flushed, and at that moment, with a delicate twist of her wrist, a bubble enveloped him. Instantly, Jiang Sheng felt a resurgence of clarity, dissipating much of the earlier allure. At the very least, the illusions before him had vanished. Yet, he realized that the bubble would not endure for long. This intoxicating haze was not merely a matter of scent, but was accompanied by visions. Moreover, as the formation progressed, it threatened to ensnare the senses, blurring the lines between reality and illusion, akin to a poison that could not be easily dispelled even upon exiting the formation. Jian Qingshu's voice trembled. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the effect. I can endure for a while longer, but if I can no longer hold on, I shall kill you before taking my own life. Upon uttering these words, the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding her became increasingly pronounced. Streams of water erupted from her being, forming rings that encircled her. She pinched her thumb and index finger, and a drop of blood was ensconced within the water rings. The cocoon formed by the rings instantly turned a vivid crimson, obscuring the scene within from Jiang Sheng's view. Observing this, Jiang Sheng let out a sigh, feeling utterly powerless in the face of such circumstances. Having not yet reached the foundational stage, the array-breaking efficacy of the 9 steps on the ground could not be wielded by him. However, he was not devoid of alternatives. He could allow Jian Qingshu to take his life. Afterward, he would wait for her to end her own existence. His demise would not be absolute. He would simply bide his time until the enchantress of the Huanhe sect departed, allowing him to escape from this place. In such a scenario, only Jian Qingshu would perish. As long as he departed swiftly and avoided encountering Ji Lingchen, he could proceed to the Ascension Conference as if nothing had transpired, continuing along his chosen path. For a moment, Jiang Sheng found himself ensnared in a web of conflict, to survive alone or to venture forth with Jian Qingshu into the unknown realm of possibility. Before he could ponder further, a torrent of desires surged within him. He retrieved a long sword from his storage bag and plunged it into his thigh. The searing pain sharpened his senses, anchoring his awareness and preventing him from losing composure. Initially, he could maintain his consciousness through self-inflicted wounds. Yet as time progressed, the poison coursing through him deepened. It was as if unseen hands caressed his body, heightening his sensitivity to an unimaginable degree. Even the water enveloping him would evoke waves of pleasure. A muffled groan escaped Jiang Sheng's lips as he once more drove the long sword into his flesh. Blood flowed freely from his wounds, draining the color from his face and leaving him with numerous gaping holes. Yet this time, the sensation of pain seemed to vanish, replaced by an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. So intoxicating was the relief that he yearned to drive the blade into himself again. However, before he could act, the blood cocoon before him suddenly burst open, and a figure stumbled forth. Jiang Shingshu's gaze immediately fixed upon Jiang Sheng the moment she emerged from the cocoon. For an instant, her eyes shimmered with a dreamy haze, her face blooming with vitality, and her smile radiated warmth. Her steps quickened as she rushed towards Jiang Sheng, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. "Wake up!" Jiang Sheng gritted his teeth, feeling as if a nerve in his brain was on the verge of bursting. A woman, a living, breathing woman stood before him. Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Shingshu's dazed expression diminished considerably. However, upon witnessing Jiang Sheng's dire condition, a flicker of remorse crossed her eyes. To endure for so long was indeed remarkable. A bittersweet smile graced her lips as she conjured swirling rings of water around her hand, honing in on Jiang Sheng's heart. "It seems we shall not wait for my senior brother any longer. Soon, you will no longer suffer." Jiang Shingshu's voice trembled, guilt weighing heavily upon her heart. Since joining the Wanjin Guard, she had never mistakenly harmed an innocent nor spared a villain. Yet now, she was fully aware that Jiang Sheng was a good person, and yet she was compelled to take his life. Similarly, she was willing to acknowledge that Jiang Sheng was indeed a true gentleman, a good man. She believed that, under such circumstances, others would have long revealed their true colors and rushed towards her. Even so, she could understand, for this was not Jiang Sheng's true intention, but rather the influence of the enchantment. Yet, in such an environment, Jiang Sheng managed to remain steadfast in his principles. His resilience left her in awe. "If there is a road to the underworld, I shall accompany you for a stretch." Jiang Shingshu had reached her limit. She extended her hand to disperse the waters encircling Jiang Sheng. With her other hand, she conjured 3 rings of water that surged towards Jiang Sheng's chest. The ethereal image of the moon detached from her grasp. Jiang Sheng wished to speak, but as desire enveloped him, he could only grit his teeth, fearful of losing control. He dreaded that if he relaxed even for a moment, he would not first tell Jiang Shingshu about traversing the spatial rift, but rather leap towards her directly. Given the circumstances, Jiang Sheng could only calmly close his eyes. It felt like an instant, yet it also seemed to stretch on for ages. He remained oblivious to the pain coursing through his body, as relentless desire assailed his mind. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed a figure standing behind Jiang Shingshu. Lifting her arm to her side, the 3 rings reflecting the moonlight struck the space beside Jiang Sheng, creating a rift. Did I not mention that the more spiritual power used within the enchantment, the more susceptible one becomes? Tang Yan, pressed against Jiang Shingshu's back, wrapped her arms around her waist, inching upwards. "After waiting so long for a performance, how could I allow you to disrupt it? Allow me to assist you." With a swift motion, Tang Yan slapped Jiang Shingshu's body, sending a cloud of pink mist into her. Jiang Shingshu attempted to resist, but the unusual sensations in her body made it arduous to summon her spiritual energy. In the time it took to turn, Tang Yan had already reached Jiang Sheng's side. She crouched down, her fingers curling under Jiang Sheng's chin, and gazed at his pallid face, unable to suppress a click of her tongue. "Oh, a tough nut like you is my favorite. If only I could find another man, I would certainly have my fun with you." After speaking, she produced a pill from her storage ring and inserted it into Jiang Sheng's mouth. The pill melted instantly. However, the intense desire Jiang Sheng had anticipated did not manifest. Instead, a tingling sensation coursed through his body, and the wounds he had inflicted were steadily healing. "A healing elixir, surprise, surprise?" Tang Yin remarked with a playful smile. "I made a wager with my sisters. I bet you wouldn't last 30 seconds under the allure of the disoriented Jiang Shingshu." The others were even bolder. Sister Zhao wagered 10 seconds, while Huang Lu bet on 20. Only Mei Ying seemed to have some faith in you, believing you could endure until Jiang Shingshu took her own life. Her fingers glided down from Jiang Sheng's chin to his chest, pausing there. "You wouldn't want to see me lose, would you? So please, do your best to hold on." Upon uttering those words, Tang Yan's figure gradually faded away within the cave. Jiang Sheng was acutely aware that Tang Yan and her companions had not departed. Instead, they lurked in the shadows of the cavern, observing him and Jiang Shingshu. Even if Jiang Shingshu harbored intentions of harm, she was incapable of executing them. Were she to possess alternative means of self-destruction, she might have succeeded. However, as Jiang Sheng gazed at Jiang Shingshu, whose eyes had become utterly unfocused, her entire being pressed against him, he felt a profound weight in his heart. He was left pondering what Tang Yan had done to her. At this moment, Jiang Shingshu was fixated solely on him, devoid of any rational thought. Her hands roamed incessantly over her own body, descending from her chest until they halted at a critical juncture. Once under her influence, Jiang Sheng's eyes instantly flushed crimson. Waves of heat surged from his core to his mind, and the taut nerves within him could no longer withstand the pressure. All notions of decorum, dignity, and being observed by others were cast aside. What did it matter to be the future prince or a vice-general? What of the iron-blooded female general? Others might engage in battle on horseback. Why could he not ride as well? If he dared to confront the future empress, What was Jiang Sheng in comparison? This line of thought gradually took root, and Jiang Sheng ceased to remain indifferent. The atmosphere became increasingly charged. Senior brother. Jiang Shengshu's cheeks flushed crimson as if they could bleed. She lifted her gaze dreamily, murmuring unconsciously. Her hands continued their exploration, her body almost adhering to Jiang Sheng. Yet, the utterance of senior brother momentarily jolted him back to clarity. In that instant of lucidity, he swiftly lifted Jiang Shengshu into his arms, and she responded with even greater fervor. Their garments were scattered in disarray. The hidden women in the shadows were wide-eyed, sensing an exciting spectacle unfolding. How many seconds? How many seconds? Not even 10 seconds. Is the recording stone ready? We must capture this moment. One remarked, I told you, no man is without flaw. I thought he might surprise us. However, in the next moment, all the enchanting women of the Hahuan sect gasped in astonishment. For in a state of confusion, Jiang Sheng leapt with Jiang Shengshu into the spatial rift. The suddenness took everyone by surprise, and within the blink of an eye, the two vanished from sight. What? Has he gone mad? The women exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe their eyes. They could comprehend Jiang Shengshu's desire to murder or even take her own life for the sake of her reputation. After all, Wan Jinwei's name held paramount importance. Moreover, Jiang Shengshu was a fiercely independent woman. Yet, Jiang Sheng, a man, refused to seize the opportunity presented to him, choosing humiliation over succumbing to temptation. Perhaps men could indeed possess redeeming qualities. Mei Ying gazed toward the rift, pursed her lips, and left with that thought. Tang Yin, tilting her head in confusion, found herself unable to fathom the situation. She leaped into the formation, approaching the rift in space, and brandished a silk scarf near the fissure. Half of the scarf remained in her grasp, while the other half vanished without a trace. The outcome of jumping into this rift was unmistakable. One would be consumed and torn apart. Truly, a fool with a singular focus. Tang Yin pursed her lips. Her mood severely dampened as the anticipated spectacle eluded her. Huang Lu furrowed his brow as he glanced at Zhao Qinghuan. Was he truly unscathed? She had gleaned the origins of Jiang Sheng from several of her sisters. They were indifferent to Jiang Shengshu's demise. However, Jiang Sheng's connection to Yu Yanling rendered the situation precarious. His actions were indicative of a righteous cultivator. Any notion of being an undercover agent was mere deception. Yet his previous assertions were undoubtedly linked to the little saintess. If the little saintess were to discover that they had led this man to his demise, would she hold a grudge against them? Zhao Qinghuan narrowed her eyes. If he is dead, then so be it. We did not slay him, and moreover, we did not even seize his storage bag. Even if the little saintess marked him, she would be unable to trace us. He is merely a chi refining cultivator from a minor sect. Even if the little saintess were to learn of it, what could she do? Would she demand our lives in compensation? Chapter 41. Task completed. Supreme Gathering Spirit Pill detected betrayal target. Fang Xiang. Betrayal task. Soon. Fang Xiang will enter the lair of the beasts. Please preemptively enter the land of opportunity before him. Betrayal reward. 9th step of the earthly path. 4th step? Task completed. Jiang Sheng stirred from his unconscious state, and before he could discern his surroundings, he was greeted by a cacophony of sounds. He had truly survived. He had truly survived. Jiang Sheng, having grasped the words around him, let out an excited low roar. Yet, not knowing his location, he quickly adopted a cautious demeanor and began to survey his surroundings. He found himself in a spacious stone chamber, furnished as if it were an ordinary home. Against the wall stood a bookshelf, most of the tomes decayed with age. There were also several vials containing elixirs, coated in dust. Looking down, he noticed a layer of bedding on the ground, upon which he sat. The bedding appeared almost new, starkly contrasting with the time-worn surroundings, especially as it bore traces of blood. With a sharp clap, Jiang Sheng smacked his face, shaking off the remnants of confusion. What was this talk of bedding unweathered by time? It was evidently brand new, and the bloodstains were even more perplexing. His gaze swiftly scanned the room until he faintly discerned a figure behind a folding screen. Jin girl? Jiang Sheng croaked, calling out. You're awake? Jiang Shengshu emerged from behind the screen, tossing a yellowed paper book toward him. I awoke slightly before you and took a thorough look around the room. The titles of the books adorning the walls were indecipherable, and the bottle contained no elixirs, appearing more ornamental than functional. Would you care to come and take a look? Behind the screen lies a skeletal remains. Jiang Shengshu exhibited no signs of distress. Her speech and actions were remarkably composed and efficient. Jiang Sheng even began to question whether he had misunderstood the situation. Yet, fleeting images of madness danced through his mind, leading him to a tentative conclusion. However, since the young woman chose not to mention the matter, neither demanding his accountability nor harboring intentions of silencing him, he saw no reason to broach the subject and create discomfort between them, especially considering they had only known each other for a day. Jiang Sheng glanced down at the technique he had placed on his lap, turning a page. The title inscribed read "World" in the palm. A few more pages revealed the nature of this technique. It pertains to spatial manipulation. Such a technique is far beyond the reach of mere chi refinement stage flying spells, as it belongs exclusively to the realm of the nascent soul stage. Those of the nascent soul can effortlessly rend the fabric of space, their spells imbued with terrifying power. Only upon reaching the spirit transformation stage can one begin to grasp spatial techniques. Any technique associated with space is exceedingly rare and precious. This technique, I have observed, cultivates the mastery of space at one's fingertips, enabling the entrapment or strangulation of foes, as well as the storage of items. It is entirely inaccessible to those in the chi refinement stage. Only in the foundation establishment stage, and under exceptional talent, might one create a small space for storage. For us, at this moment, it holds no practical use. Jiang Sheng elucidated as Jiang Sheng perused the technique. After all, even the space a foundation establishment cultivator can create can hold only a limited number of items, far inferior to the capabilities of a storage ring. To call it a mere trifle would not be an exaggeration. It is only upon reaching the nascent soul and spirit transformation stages that one can truly harness this technique. That should suffice. Jiang Sheng mused inwardly. Although storage bags can hold items, they lack the concealment offered by this palm-sized space. After all, who would suspect that a foundation establishment cultivator might have means of hiding items beyond a storage bag? When he was captured by the enchantress of the Hahuan sect, he had not feared for his life, but rather worried about the potential loss of his storage bag. Other possessions mattered little. His perfect foundation establishment pill was contained within. Had he not mentioned that the fish and swallow spirit had marked him, they might have seized his storage bag without hesitation. However, with the world in the palm technique, he could securely store the perfect foundation establishment pill, mitigating the risk of losing his storage bag. Having noted the technique, he raised his gaze towards Jiang Sheng. Have you discovered a passage for our departure? Jiang Sheng surveyed his surroundings. The room was sealed, with luminous pearls embedded in the ceiling illuminating the space. Yet, without an exit, this room could easily be a prison. Having entered through a spatial rift, must they also take a gamble to leave? Jiang Sheng seemed to have divined Jiang Sheng's thoughts, shaking her head as she spoke. It is futile. I have attempted to strike the surrounding walls. They are remarkably sturdy, and the stability of this space renders my assaults incapable of creating a spatial fissure. The notion of relying on such a crack for our return is no longer feasible and far too audacious. Jiang Sheng rose from the ground, stepping beyond the confines of the bedding to search the room. As Jiang Sheng noticed the bloodstains on the bed, her complexion grew pale. With a graceful motion of her hand, torrents of water surged forth, entwining around the bedding, constricting and suffocating it. In the blink of an eye, the bedding was shredded into tatters, vanishing entirely with the retreat of the water. Though Jiang Sheng heard the commotion behind him, he refrained from turning around, feigning nonchalance as he continued to tap and probe the walls in search of potential mechanisms. It was only when he approached the screen that he halted, for behind it lay a secluded space, upon which rested a meditation cushion, atop which sat a skeletal figure. The technique Jiang Sheng had previously tossed to him had originated from this very bone. Instantly, Jiang Sheng recalled certain legendary methods of obtaining fortuitous encounters, such as bowing thrice before the skeleton or uttering solemn promises before it, hoping that its lingering spirit would acknowledge him and reveal a portal. He immediately bowed and spoke assurances to the skeleton, yet received no response. Just as he contemplated other approaches, Jiang Sheng could no longer contain herself. Have you been indulging too much in tales of immortal cultivation? Such absurdity is what you can conceive? Jiang Sheng shrugged his shoulders, exclaiming in exasperation, what else is there to do? After narrowly escaping a den of tigers, I now find myself ensnared once more. I cannot possibly remain trapped in this place for eternity. It would be far preferable to be torn apart by a spatial rift. He then retrieved the tome of the world in his palm, pondering whether it might contain a means of escape. Jiang Sheng, however, remained contemplative, furrowing her brow without interrupting him. After a considerable pause, she suddenly recalled a location yet to be explored, murmuring softly to herself, "Forgive me." As her words fell, a distinct cracking sound resonated, and her voice brightened with surprise. Indeed, the exit is here. Jiang Sheng lifted his gaze, his eyes widening in astonishment. The skeletal figure that had once sat upon the cushion was now displaced by Jiang Sheng, the cushion itself upturned. Beneath it lay a transparent passage, glimmering like glass, unveiled before them. To disturb the remains of the dead is not the path of righteousness. Yet, the owner of this stone chamber was no virtuous soul, who would conceal a passage beneath themselves, compelling others to trespass. Jiang Sheng peered into the passage, revealing a river adorned with waterfalls below, encircled by a clearing free of obstructing trees. Beyond this clearing stretched an endless forest, while in the foreground, the picturesque view of a village nestled at the foot of the mountains came into sight. The river cascades down the mountainside, branching out at every fork, ultimately forming a drinkable spring for the village downstream. It is evident that this location marks the boundary of the, and by following the river, one can easily exit the forest. However, confronted with the path to leave, neither of the two moved. It was not that they were afraid of the height. One possessed the skill of aerial maneuvering, while the other was in the foundational stage of cultivation, and thus, the altitude did not intimidate them. They exchanged a glance, both hesitating to speak. I shall not disclose this matter. Once we leave this place, I will forget everything that transpired. Jiang Sheng spoke first. After all, events had already unfolded. He could not pretend as if nothing had occurred. Jiang Sheng had already shown a disposition of indifference, and to continue feigning ignorance would be unbecoming of him. I am more lucid than you. There have been numerous occasions when I contemplated ending your life before taking my own. Jiang Sheng did not respond to Jiang Sheng, but rather spoke to herself. Yet, every time I was about to act, I recalled your warning about the peculiarities of Sun Yao, disguised as Huang Lo. It was my obstinacy that led me into the trap, and it was also my actions that ensnared you. Simultaneously, images of Jiang Sheng in the cave, restraining himself and inflicting wounds upon his own body in a bid to remain conscious, surfaced in her mind. Even in a state of confusion, unable to kill him, he did not take advantage of her vulnerability. In that moment, it would have been natural to let things unfold without self-imposed torment. Yet he chose instead to embrace her in a shared demise. As Jiang Shengshu's voice grew softer, her gaze towards Jiang Sheng softened as well. How could I bring myself to kill someone like you, who regards life and death with such indifference? Fortunately, I have come to realize that I still have unfulfilled aspirations. Why should I seek death when I can live? She looked directly at Jiang Sheng, suddenly breaking into a radiant smile. That smile was brilliantly enchanting, akin to the rippling waves of the mountain spring emanating from the whirlpool of her lips, illuminating her entire face. Even Jiang Sheng, who had encountered many ethereal beings, found himself momentarily entranced. Yet, in the next instant, a cold splash of reality doused his reverie. While I do not hold a grudge against you, you must understand that I do not harbor feelings for you. The one I have always cherished is my senior brother, yet now I find myself in a precarious position, no longer daring to indulge in romantic notions. My only desire is to assist him in achieving greatness. Jiang Sheng opened his mouth, filled with words he longed to express. But as they lingered on the tip of his tongue, nothing emerged. Perhaps in Jiang Shengshu's eyes, they were inhabitants of entirely different worlds. She, a disciple of a minor sect, and he, a lofty figure with boundless prospects, Lord Luan Jinwei. Had it not been for this unforeseen incident, their paths would have naturally diverged. He had taken advantage of the situation. How could he articulate anything else? Now, do not wear such a forlorn expression. To share a bed with a beauty such as myself would be a dream come true for many. With a graceful and carefree gesture, Jiang Shengshu gently patted Jiang Sheng on the shoulder and remarked, aside from your somewhat lacking cultivation and humble status, you possess numerous commendable qualities. You are courageous, resolute, kind-hearted, generous, meticulous, and intelligent. Even when you occasionally act in peculiar ways, it does not render you foolish. Not to mention your admirable traits of unwavering composure in the face of demonic temptations and steadfastness in the face of death. Should you succeed in the Ascension Conference and gain entry into one of the 8 great sects, followed by passing the assessment of Luan Jinwei, we may yet have the chance to meet again. Upon finishing her words, she tossed a small vial to Jiang Sheng and gracefully leaped down the passage, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Jiang Sheng also utilized the sky dance technique to descend through the passage, gazing longingly at the direction Jiang Shengshu had departed, lost in thought for quite some time. In contrast to Nangong Yaya, his feelings towards Jiang Shengshu were not merely vengeful. He harbored no sense of guilt afterward, as everything was a result of his meticulous scheming. However, his perception of Jiang Shengshu had evolved from viewing her as competent and astute to considering her a foolish woman, and finally, after experiencing various events in the cave, he realized she was not as foolish as he had initially thought. At the very least, he was certain that if he were in Fang Xiang's position, Fang Xiang would never have allowed the situation to deteriorate to such an extent. It was either Jiang Shengshu's demise or Fang Xiang's. The fact that he was alive now, devoid of any resentment, was a result of a multitude of preceding circumstances. Jiang Sheng examined the small vial in his hand, and upon opening it, a rich wave of spiritual energy immediately emanated from within. It was a top-grade gathering spirit pill. He could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. Even within the treasury of the Daylight sect, only mid-grade gathering spirit pills were available, and those were treated as treasures, seldom brought forth. In stark contrast, Jiang Shengshu had casually presented him with a top-grade gathering spirit pill, highlighting the vast disparity between large and small sections. After contemplating the differences between the two, Jiang Sheng suddenly sensed something amiss. Am I being taken advantage of? He glanced at the newly appeared affection level list before him, his expression a mixture of complexity. In addition to Nangong Yaya, Fang Xiang, and Mu Hongli, another name had unexpectedly surfaced, Jian Qingshu affection level, 80. Chapter 42. The perfection of qi refinement. Jiang Sheng sat cross-legged beside the waterfall, with spiritual energy continuously surging around him. The Renwang Sutra was being diligently channeled, creating ripples of energy in his surroundings. As the spiritual energy around him reached its zenith, he promptly consumed the top-grade gathering spirit pill in his hand. Instantly, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy filled his entire being. With a crack, Jiang Sheng rose from his seated position, his garments rustling in the energetic waves as he stood tall and spirited. The perfection of qi refinement, Jiang Sheng murmured softly, his heart swelling with excitement as he clenched his fists. This was a realm unattainable for many practitioners of minor sections. Regardless of the limitations imposed by resources or innate talent, cultivators who attain the pinnacle of qi refinement are exceedingly rare. Once one reaches this level, they stand at the threshold of the foundation establishment stage. The degree of spiritual energy they can harness and the potency of their techniques far surpass those of a mere 9th-layer qi refiner. Although they may not yet reach the foundation establishment stage, they can be referred to as half-steps into foundation establishment. The reasons such cultivators do not directly advance to foundation establishment are twofold. Either they lack the foundation establishment pill, or they aspire to achieve a higher quality in their foundation, thus beginning to gather resources upon reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement. The original trajectory of one's journey was altered by the lingering internal injuries sustained, resulting in a 5-year struggle to reach this stage. Yet, in a mere month, he has accomplished 2 consecutive leaps, advancing from the 8th layer of qi refinement to the pinnacle. However, to achieve a flawless foundation, the auxiliary materials required are far superior to those needed by other cultivators. In the flame domain, it is well known among sect-affiliated cultivators that the method for perfect foundation establishment is not a closely guarded secret. However, even publicly disclosed, it remains a feat few can accomplish. The perfect foundation establishment pill is not something that just anyone can concoct. Without the primary medicinal ingredient, even with all auxiliary materials at hand, it would yield no results. To procure the perfect foundation establishment pill, one must either join one of the 4 great sects or 8 major clans and become a true disciple of a specific lineage, or venture into ancient ruins and rely on fortune. Jiang Sheng gazed upward at the spot from which he had previously fallen. How could a relic belonging to a master of spatial techniques contain only a single technique? Once I master the world in my palm, I shall return to see if there are other resources within this space, he silently noted. He cast a glance back at the forest behind him, where the sounds of insects and birds mingled with the rustling leaves and swaying branches, creating a symphony of nature. He wondered if Jian Qingshu had found her senior brother, and where Fang Xiang might be at this moment. Sir, please set me down. This has nothing to do with me. In the depths of the forest, Fang Xiang dangled in the air like a decorative ornament, swaying with the wind. The one holding him was Ji Lingchun, who had been awaited by Jian Qingshu. At this moment, his long hair billowed, his expression grave, and as he shifted, the gusts of energy he generated caused the trees below to sway violently. Before him, a woman clad in a yellow gauze dress was frantically fleeing, but her speed was no match for Ji Lingchun, who quickly caught up to her, blocking her path. The woman in the yellow dress reacted swiftly. Realizing the dire situation, she raised her hand, summoning a cloud of pink mist around her. However, before she could take further action, a fierce gale swept through, dispersing the mist entirely. She was struck by a roaring wind, sending her hurtling into a tree, whereupon she spat out a mouthful of blood. When she finally managed to lift her head, she saw Ji Lingchun hovering above her, commanding the storm. His gaze fixed upon her with an air of authority. In the center of his palm, he cradled a swirling vortex, pointing it towards the fallen woman. Huang Lu, where's my junior sister? Ji Lingchun inquired coldly. Huang Lu wore a face of deep grievance as she exclaimed, how could I possibly know? We have been hiding from you all along. How could I have encountered your junior sister? Moreover, why do you persistently pursue me out of all of us? If you would let me go, I could lead you to Mei Ying and Tang Yan. Her eyes glistened with innocence, her tone laden with complaint. Ji Lingchun let out a cold snort and prepared to hurl Fang Xiang to the ground. Do you know her? Fang Xiang's head was still spinning. After parting ways with Jian Qingshu, he had been intent on locating Jiang Sheng while simultaneously seeking a way out. However, after wandering for a while, he had encountered this frail man, who immediately demanded to know the whereabouts of Jian Qingshu. How could he possibly know where she was? Yet, due to the man's formidable prowess, he could only convey what little information he possessed. Thus, he found himself dragged along by the man. And now that he was finally released, he felt as if he might be blown away by the wind. He forced himself to slap his face to regain clarity. Steadying himself, he gazed at Huang Lu, and after a few moments of contemplation, he turned back in confusion and said, she seems somewhat familiar. But this is our first encounter. She must be the one you mentioned, the injured individual who sought your senior sister. Both of you carry the aura of my junior sister, and it is far more pronounced than that of other demonesses. Jiang Sheng spoke with an icy demeanor, demoness. Even now, you refuse to speak the truth. Although I am not fond of employing interrogation tactics, when it concerns my junior sister, I will resort to any means necessary. I will tell you. Huang Lu cried out in haste. Your junior sister is here. Yet her words trailed off as her half-reclining figure beneath the tree began to wane, appearing as if it might vanish with the slightest breeze. Stubborn and unyielding, Jiang Sheng summoned a swirling vortex from his palm, which expanded rapidly, soon transforming into a roaring tornado. The sky darkened ominously as sand and stones were swept away, trees uprooted and drawn into the chaos. The scope and magnitude of the tempest were akin to the end of days, as if harvesting straw, clearing a vast space below in an instant. Huang Lu, who had just vanished, was also engulfed by this ferocious wind, her body swirling within the tornado. She attempted to escape, but breaking free from the cyclone's grip proved impossible. Despite exhausting all means, she remained ensnared. Trees and debris struck her relentlessly, leaving her reeling. Suddenly, the winds grew sharp and fierce, their rotation accelerating, each gust slicing into Huang Li's flesh like a blade. In no time, her body was riddled with wounds, and the blood and flesh severed from her were obliterated by the keen edges of the wind, leaving no trace behind. Speak. Where is my junior sister? Jiang Sheng stood upon the whirlwind, gliding through the air until he confronted Huang Lu, his voice commanding. Though she appeared battered, upon hearing his inquiry, Huang Lu burst into laughter. Don't you have any suspicions in your heart? Your junior sister was deceived by us. What fate could await her other than death? With that, she laughed heartily, her voice dripping with scorn. Evidently, she had already foreseen her fate after being captured by Jiang Sheng. If it were someone else, she might have resorted to seduction or betrayal of her sisters to save her life. However, Jiang Sheng was notoriously impervious to such tactics. For a demon cultivator who encountered him, the only outcomes were either to flee or to perish. Though she was destined to die, she contemplated provoking Jiang Sheng in her final moments, inflicting upon him the anguish of losing loved ones, thus ensuring that even in death, she found a measure of satisfaction. Still deceiving me? Jiang Sheng furrowed his brows, as more blades of wind lashed against Huang Li's battered body. Yet, despite her injuries, she continued to laugh heartily. How could the esteemed Lord Luan Jinwei not confront reality? Your junior sister is dead. I witnessed her being embraced and leaping into the spatial rift. She is likely in a far worse condition than I am now, reduced to mere fragments of flesh. Blood flowed incessantly from Huang Lu, but the fresh crimson was swiftly swept away by the wind, numbing her body. Even the most excruciating torture could not extinguish her fervent spirit. Jiang Sheng's frown deepened. Madness? He muttered before addressing Huang Lu. I know not what trick you are playing, but my junior sister is undoubtedly still alive. I have forged a bond of life perception with her, and I am well aware of her state. Do you suppose that if she were dead, I would still be here interrogating you? Huang Lu found herself doubting the conviction of her own words. However, if Jian Qingshu were indeed alive, then their actions would amount to nothing but folly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Huang Lu shouted, a renewed mirth returning to her face. I personally witnessed that lad named Jiang Sheng leap into the spatial rift with your junior sister. Upon uttering this, her gaze towards Jiang Sheng shifted, as if she were regarding a jester. Jiang Sheng reciprocated, regarding Huang Lu with a similar expression of disbelief. This mutual recognition of the other's insanity did not persist for long. Jiang Sheng retrieved a communication talisman from his robes, closed his eyes to attune himself, and a look of joy instantly illuminated his face. With a wave of his hand, a colossal tornado surged into the sky, sweeping distant trees into its vortex. The clouds above coalesced, heralding thunder and lightning, a striking sight amidst the vastness of the springstone forest. Suspended in midair, he addressed Huang Lu, who was at the center of the whirlwind. Your fate shall be determined by my junior sister. We shall see whether she intends to kill you or imprison you instead. Huang Li's brows knitted slightly, as if she were pondering something profound. Chapter 43. Such remarkable individuals if this were a performance. She would deem Jiang Sheng's acting to be unparalleled, utterly indistinguishable from reality. If it were genuine, then how had Jian Qingshu and Jiang Sheng survived? Could it be? She did not have to wait long, as a graceful figure soared towards them from the distance. Upon recognizing the silhouette, Huang Li's blood-streaked eyes widened in disbelief. Jian Qingshu, you are truly alive, she exclaimed, incredulous. At this moment, however, no one paid her any heed. Jiang Sheng approached Jian Qingshu and, upon noticing the absence of visible injuries on her, he finally exhaled in relief. Are you in any distress? He inquired. Jian Qingshu shook her head, her peripheral gaze sweeping over Huang Lu, who was ensconced in the vortex, her expression unchanged, as if she were observing a mere specter. Yet, when her gaze shifted to the ground, and she beheld Fang Xiang, desperately clutching the earth to avoid being swept away, her countenance suddenly became strained. Junior sister. Is this person also problematic? Ji Lingchen, keenly attuned to Jiang Shengshu's emotional shift, posed the question aloud. Since both he and Huang Lu are present, do you wish to eliminate him or interrogate him? Such practitioners of the Heping sect, who assisted demonic cultivators in ensnaring Wan Jinwei, were to be executed on the spot. This individual poses no threat, Jiang Shengshu responded, regaining her composure and shaking her head. She had initially anticipated that seeing Huang Lu would ignite her fury. Filled with vengeance for the peril she had endured, having lost something of great significance due to him. Yet, confronted with Huang Li's incapacity to resist, she felt no stirrings of emotion within her. Instead, her thoughts drifted to Fang Xiang, a fellow disciple of Jiang Sheng. And visions of Jiang Sheng himself flickered in her mind, rendering her uncomfortable in Ji Lingchen's presence. Senior brother, I feel somewhat fatigued and wish to retreat to the sect for a period of seclusion, she declared. Ji Lingchen, furrowing his brow with concern, asked, do you harbor any internal injuries? It was considered impolite to probe someone's condition directly with divine sense, yet without Jiang Shengshu's disclosure, he was left uncertain about her state. No matter how he regarded her, he sensed something amiss in her demeanor. Her usual laughter, which never waned in his company, was conspicuously absent now, replaced by an unsettling calmness. Lady Jian, have you seen my senior brother? Fang Xiang hesitated before speaking up. After all, that enchantress from the Heping sect had claimed that Jiang Sheng had leapt into the spatial rift with Jiang Shengshu. Now that Jiang Shengshu was unharmed, she would surely possess knowledge of Jiang Sheng's fate. Even if Jiang Sheng had perished, he needed to ascertain the circumstances of his demise, ideally with Jiang Shengshu providing testimony, lest he find himself unable to account for it before their master. His master had always looked upon him with disfavor, and with his senior brother now gone, he was left with no defense. He is not dead, Jiang Shengshu replied after a moment's hesitation, before Fang Xiang could further inquire about Jiang Sheng's whereabouts. A piercing laughter reached their ears. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Huang Lu, who had remained within the tempest, suddenly widened her eyes as a realization dawned upon her. How splendid it is that he is alive. She could not suppress her applause, a smile emerging on her face that appeared almost ghastly. Ji Lingchen, what can you do? Your junior sister has already been sullied by that boy. The Luan Jinwei shall inevitably be shamed. What nonsense are you spouting? Ji Lingchen exclaimed, abruptly turning around and sweeping his hand with force. A gust of wind materialized into a slap that struck Huang Lu across the face. Huang Lu spat out fragments of his shattered teeth, yet his face remained twisted in a maniacal grin. Your junior sister and that fellow named Jiang Sheng have both fallen into a love trap. Your junior sister even endured Tang Yan's exquisite palm strike. The fact that she remains unscathed and clear-headed indicates she has been cured of the poison. There is but one method to achieve such rapid detoxification. Ha ha ha. Ji Lingchen's countenance darkened in an instant. He spread his palm and clenched it forcefully. The colossal whirlwind responded to his movements, abruptly contracting. In the blink of an eye, the dark clouds above dispersed, and the tornado vanished. All the debris, sand, stones, and trees, previously caught within the vortex was ground to dust by the relentless winds. Huang Lu, too, had disappeared. Fang Xiang, lying on the ground, was nearly paralyzed with fear at this sight. What had he just heard? Jiang Sheng and Jiang Shengshu? He suddenly felt his tongue had betrayed him, foolishly questioning Jiang Sheng's intentions. Hearing such words, he sensed his own doom. The demonic beast had failed to end his life, and he had evaded the traps set by the enchanting women of the Hehuan sect. Yet, encountering the righteous master Luan Jinwei had instead introduced a perilous threat. Where could he seek justice for this? His senior brother was to blame. He could only bury his head in the ground, feigning unconsciousness due to the whirlwind, claiming he had heard nothing. After eliminating Huang Lu, Ji Lingchen turned back, his expression slightly softening. With a cautious tone, he addressed his junior sister. Do not let the words of those enchantresses provoke you. The women of the Hehuan sect speak without restraint. You must not allow them to anger you. Jiang Shengshu, witnessing the concern etched on her senior brother's face, felt a warm glow within her heart, but it was swiftly overshadowed by a wave of guilt. Jiang Sheng's visage resurfaced in her mind. She bit her lip, though she faced Ji Lingchen. Her gaze wandered, evading direct contact. Senior brother, she is not wrong. Upon hearing this, Ji Lingchen's expression froze. Fang Xiang, still concealed below, trembled, internally screaming, help. I am truly going to die. Junior sister, are you blaming me for not coming to your aid in time? Jiang Shengshu shook her head. I do not wish to deceive you. It was that fellow named Jiang Sheng. Ji Lingchen pressed his lips together, his demeanor growing grave, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from his eyes. The intensity of this malevolence was so profound that even Fang Xiang, with his head buried underground, could feel it, sending chills racing down his spine. Jiang Sheng nodded, her voice steady. It was he. However, he did not take advantage of my plight, but rather saved my life. She recounted all that had transpired inside and outside the cave, leaving nothing concealed. She understood her senior brother's character, upright, honorable, and a man of justice, akin to Jiang Sheng. Thus, she understood that as long as she clarified the situation, her senior would certainly refrain from causing trouble for Jiang Sheng. Furthermore, matters like this cannot be concealed for long. If she were to be evasive, her senior would undoubtedly become suspicious, which would ultimately be detrimental to Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng, with a stern visage, furrowed his brow and inquired, "According to your account, Jiang Sheng is indeed a rare and virtuous individual. Yet, he has taken something precious from you, and he is unworthy of you." Jiang Sheng recognized that his thoughts were somewhat extreme. From Jiang Shengshu's narration, it was evident that Jiang Sheng was truly a good person, which was precisely why Jiang Shengshu had refrained from ending his life. To kill him would contradict her sense of justice. However, if she did not eliminate him, the repercussions of this incident would undoubtedly have a significant impact on her. To quell this turmoil, one option would be to silence all witnesses, whether they be Fang Xiang, Jiang Sheng, or the enchanting maidens of the Hahuan sect. None could be spared. Alternatively, Jiang Sheng must prove himself worthy of Jiang Shengshu. Otherwise, she would inevitably become a subject of ridicule. With these private thoughts weighing heavily on him, Jiang Sheng descended from the heights to Fang Xiang's side. He needed to ascertain the true character of Jiang Sheng and determine if he was indeed a part of the nefarious schemes of the Hahuan sect's enchanting maidens. A small whirlwind manifested in his palm, enveloping Fang Xiang and lifting him from the ground. Fang Xiang, terrified, turned pale, and amidst the tempest, he flailed his arms and shouted, "I haven't heard anything. Jiang Sheng and I are from the same sect. We hardly know each other. I even took away his beloved. I am his greatest enemy." Jiang Shengshu also descended from the air, and her brows knitted at Fang Xiang's declarations. It sounded as if Fang Xiang was spouting nonsense. Could it be that the prior camaraderie had been a mere fade? Yet, Jiang Shengshu felt a flicker of curiosity ignited within her. She had only encountered Jiang Sheng's past in written records, lacking any first-hand experience. However, through the words of a fellow disciple, perhaps she could gain a more comprehensive understanding of this person. It must be said, although she did not foresee further interactions with Jiang Sheng in the future, her desire to learn more about him persisted. "I am about to employ a technique known as the hard inquiry, a minor method from my Wanjin guard used to probe information solely to ensure your honesty. It poses no harm to you," Jiang Sheng informed him with urgency, yet still maintaining decorum. However, before Fang Xiang could refuse, his gaze inadvertently locked with Jiang Sheng's. In an instant, Fang Xiang's mind went blank. Although the Wanjin guard acted righteously, it did not imply they would refrain from taking action against the weak, especially when the latter held information of interest. The strong do not prey upon the weak. This is a form of kindness. By the time Fang Xiang regained his senses, it felt as if an eternity had passed, though it could have been merely a fleeting moment. The expressions on Jiang Sheng and Jiang Shengshu's faces had become rather peculiar. Jiang Shengshu appeared astonished, yet there was also an air of inevitability about her reaction. Jiang Sheng's gaze appeared somewhat vacant, and after a moment's hesitation, he murmured to himself, "Is there truly such a person? I must personally investigate him." The confusion etched on Jiang Sheng's face dissipated, and he stood tall, hands clasped behind his back. Addressing Jiang Shengshu, "Understanding through others may merely be a fade. Only witnessing with my own eyes will reveal the truth. Should he indeed be a sage, I shall not harm him, but rather assist in his growth. Yet, if I uncover him to be a villain, harboring ill intentions, I will undoubtedly aid you in eliminating any future threats." Jiang Shengshu opened her mouth, her lips moving, but ultimately refrained from speaking. Regardless of what manner of person Jiang Sheng may be, she had no desire to engage with him any longer. At present, her only wish was to elevate her own cultivation to aid her senior brother, feeling a deep sense of remorse. If she could attain his level of mastery, then all schemes would merely become a jest. Chapter 44. This young master demands it. Lonely Wild City lies in a remote location, encircled by mountains. Its form seemingly hewn from the very stone itself, lacking the symmetry of other cities, yet possessing an awe-inspiring beauty. Due to its proximity to the largest arc city within a 100-mile radius, it has become a popular resting place for merchants, leading to a flourishing trade even in its secluded surroundings. Jiang Sheng stood outside the city, his gaze immediately drawn to the sculpted visages of past city lords carved into the mountainside, as if they were watching every soul that entered the city, instilling a sense of trepidation. The city gates were twofold: one, a grand entrance for the common folk, while the other, situated to the side, served as the entry point for practitioners. The cultivator guarding this entrance was beyond Jiang Sheng's discernment, at least a foundation establishment stage. How extravagant, Jiang Sheng mused, taken aback by the presence of a foundation establishment cultivator at the gate. However, recalling Jian Qingshu's mention of recent events in Lonely Wild City, he came to understand the necessity of heightened vigilance. He did not wish to conceal his intentions and boldly approached the gate designated for practitioners. The sect, cultivation level, and purpose of entering the city. The foundation establishment cultivator seated at the entrance glanced up at Jiang Sheng, and upon recognizing his perfect qi refinement stage, his demeanor softened considerably. The perfect qi refinement stage was of an entirely different echelon compared to the mere qi refinement phase. Even among the 8 great sects, such a disciple was worthy of attention. Moreover, Jiang Sheng appeared remarkably youthful, his future prospects seemingly boundless. Thus, the cultivator could hardly afford to treat him with disdain. Daesun sect, qi refinement stage, here for a brief respite. Do you possess credentials? Jiang Sheng nodded and produced his identity token as a disciple of the Daesun sect. All righteous cultivators, regardless of their sect's stature, would register their information with the Luanjin Guard to verify their identities. Even rogue cultivators required a specially crafted token from the Luanjin Guard to gain entry into the Grand City. In the past, Lonely Wild City was not considered a major city, and such stringent checks were unnecessary. However, with the upcoming Ascension Conference and the chaos wrought by demonic cultivators, coupled with the recent invasion by a demoness from the Hehuan sect, the city had tightened its security measures. After the identification plate was confirmed, a smile appeared on the face of the Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Welcome to Guyu City. The period of the Ascension Conference is the most prosperous time for trade in Guyu City. If you wish to procure some fine items, you may stroll through the market located on South and Street, which has been cleared to accommodate only the transactions of cultivators. Should you prefer not to exchange items, there are also suitable shops lining the streets. I wish you success in finding the resources you seek. Jiang Sheng nodded and stepped into the city, reflecting on his journey. As his cultivation level increased, the demeanor of those he encountered became notably more amiable. In the past, when he was at the 8th level of qi refinement, Foundation Establishment cultivators would hardly spare him a glance. Now, although he had yet to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage, he was already treated as if he belonged to that realm. Jiang Sheng felt fortunate. The Renwang Sutra had enabled him to smoothly transition from the 9th level of qi refinement to the great perfection of qi refinement. And the Supreme Gathering Spirit Pill had elevated his cultivation level significantly. It would be even better if he could find the perfect supplementary materials for Foundation Establishment in the market. After he departed, the Foundation Establishment cultivator retrieved a sound transmission talisman and remarked, "A genius from a minor sect has arrived in the city, on the verge of Foundation Establishment. Hasn't the young master just returned from Yanglan City? Perhaps he could forge a connection with this individual, which may prove beneficial for participating in the Ascension Conference. He must exercise restraint over his pride." Once the message was transmitted, the cultivator returned to his seat, gazing in the direction Jiang Sheng had taken, shaking his head in disbelief. Each year around this time, many geniuses emerged from minor sects, but it was the first time he had encountered someone like Jiang Sheng, who had achieved complete mastery in qi refinement before the Ascension Conference. Such talent was akin to a gem hidden in the mud, only revealing its brilliance now. Before long, a reply came through the sound transmission talisman. The previously relaxed Foundation Establishment cultivator sprang to his feet upon hearing the news. The young master is in the market? We must hurry. We cannot allow him to offend the other party. Guided by the cultivator's directions, Jiang Sheng arrived at South and Street. Despite the recent turmoil caused by the enchanting women of the Hehuan sect, the damage to the city was minimal. Although many minor sect cultivators had been drained by the enchanting women, new cultivators entered the city daily, restoring it to its former state within a few days. Upon his arrival, Jiang Sheng overheard someone boasting about being targeted by the enchanting women of the Hehuan sect, claiming to have enjoyed a night of pleasure without consequence. A testament to his robust physique. Jiang Sheng merely smiled and turned toward the shops behind the market, halting before a storefront named Lingdan Pavilion. This establishment was operated by the Pill sect, one of the 8 major sects, with shops located in various cities. Similarly, there were the Treasure Artifact Pavilion of the Treasure Artifact sect, the Talisman Pavilion of the Talisman sect, and the Formation Pavilion of the Formation sect. Relying on the support of the 8 major sects, the resources available here far surpass those of other shops, ensuring a higher level of transaction security and alleviating concerns about counterfeit medicinal materials. However, the prices are correspondingly higher than those at ordinary establishments. The perfect foundational materials sought by Jiang Sheng are exceedingly rare, rendering the marketplace transactions impractical for him. Only within the Treasure Pavilion might he find what he requires. As he stepped through the entrance of the Treasure Pavilion, a strikingly beautiful woman approached him, her face adorned with a warm smile. "Esteemed sir, How may I assist you today? She inquired. Whether you seek enhancement pills, elixirs, or valuable medicinal formulas, you will find them all here. Please, what are your requirements? I would be delighted to assist you in your selection. With that, she leaned slightly forward, attentively awaiting Jiang Sheng's response. Setting aside all else, the level of service provided here is unmatched by any other shop. Do you have a catalog of medicinal materials? He asked. Indeed, we do. The catalog details the age and efficacy of each material, and everything listed is available for purchase. The woman retrieved a catalog from her storage pouch and handed it to Jiang Sheng, standing by quietly in anticipation. As he perused the pages, his gaze suddenly fixed upon a particular entry, the heart-settling herb. This herb possesses the ability to stabilize one's mind and body, protecting the spirit from external malevolence and ensuring its solidity, especially crucial during critical breakthroughs when spiritual energy may become chaotic. The presence of the heart-settling herb can significantly enhance the success rate of such breakthroughs, rendering it exceptionally valuable. Jiang Sheng glanced at the price of the heart-settling herb. 666 mid-grade spirit stones, equivalent to over 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. The monthly stipend for disciples of the Great Sun sect is a mere 10 low-grade spirit stones. With approximately 300 disciples in the sect, the total monthly expenditure amounts to 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Thus, a single heart-settling herb is worth the equivalent of 2 years' worth of stipends for a disciple of the Great Sun sect. The sheer figure left Jiang Sheng feeling dizzy. It is no wonder that those from smaller sects find it challenging to achieve any significant accomplishments. Merely acquiring the required resources would necessitate the full force of the sect's collective efforts. Moreover, such resources would need to be dispensed over a 2-year period, with each herb provided in installments. Even if Jiang Sheng were to liquidate all his possessions, he could not amass the required sum. The only alternative would be to part with his cultivation techniques, whether it be the Renwan Classic, the Palm World, or the 9 steps through the earth. Any of these would fetch an astronomical price at auction. Yet, while selling these items may be feasible, safeguarding one's wealth poses a significant challenge. Without protection, presenting such high-value items would be akin to carrying a mobile treasure trove. After contemplating for a considerable time, Jiang Sheng finally raised his gaze and inquired, "Is it possible to exchange goods for goods?" "Certainly," she replied. "If the item you wish to purchase does not surpass the value of the item you offer in exchange, we will compensate for the difference. May I inquire which herb you wish to exchange?" she asked respectfully. Jiang Sheng flipped the catalog and pointed to the page he had been examining. "I wish to exchange for the heart-settling herb." "The heart-settling herb?" The woman's smile momentarily faltered as her gaze discreetly assessed Jiang Sheng. However, her professional demeanor quickly restored her smile. "Young master, you possess discerning taste. This heart-calming herb has only just arrived today, and we at the Baokai Pavilion procured it at great expense, with only this single specimen available. If you wish to exchange, you must present an item of comparable value. Furthermore, we only accept elixirs, medicinal herbs, and recipes." Jiang Sheng, upon hearing her words, did not exhibit any displeasure. It was evident that she was subtly implying the exorbitant price of the heart-calming herb. Without an equivalent item, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to acquire it. Moreover, only a few in the city could trade for such a rarity. Clearly, Jiang Sheng was not among the targeted clientele. Silently, he produced a vial from his possession and extracted a single elixir. "What is the worth of this?" As a member of Baokai Pavilion, regardless of her cultivation level, the woman possessed considerable knowledge. A mere glance was sufficient for her to recognize the elixir. An exquisite spirit-gathering pill, valued at 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. And due to its scarcity, it commanded a premium in the market. Any ambitious cultivator would hesitate to sell such a treasure. Unlike the heart-calming herb, the spirit-gathering pill had a broader audience. Even the smallest sects could regard it as a treasured possession. Instantly, her excitement surged. This transaction must succeed. She swiftly turned to retrieve the heart-calming herb. Encased in a box exuding a potent herbal aroma, she opened it to reveal the precious item within. Many in the city were interested in purchasing the heart-calming herb, yet most hesitated due to its high value. "I was previously concerned that this treasure would gather dust until I encountered you," she remarked, cradling the box delicately as she presented it to Jiang Sheng. Although Jiang Sheng recognized her flattery, a pleasant sensation blossomed within him. It was no wonder Baokai Pavilion overshadowed other merchants. Her eloquence was indeed commendable. However, before he could take the box and examine its contents, another figure abruptly stepped in front of him, fixated on the heart-calming herb. "Yes, this is the one. I just returned and heard that Baokai Pavilion had acquired a heart-calming herb. I shall take it." Chapter 45. This plot is too clitch. Jiang Sheng furrowed his brow and tapped the shoulder of the man before him. "My friend, it's rather impolite to cut in line. Don't you think? What do you want?" The man, visibly irritated, shrugged off Jiang Sheng's hand and scrutinized him from head to toe. With a disdainful tone, he remarked, What status do you possess to dare touch me? You are blocking my way. It's fortunate that I haven't punished you yet. And you still have the audacity to cause trouble? Simultaneously, Jiang Sheng assessed the man standing before him. Though still youthful, the attire of the individual bore the unmistakable marks of craftsmanship, suggesting a notable defensive capability. The jade adorning his waist and the ring he held in his hand indicated a person of exceptional status, undoubtedly possessing considerable wealth. However, the way he raised an eyebrow, held his head high, and exhibited an air of arrogance rendered his otherwise handsome features somewhat peculiar. Every gesture and expression seemed to invite disdain. As if he were a natural-born target for reprimand, even in silence, one would be compelled to confront him. Jiang Sheng, adept at concealing his emotions, felt an involuntary twitch of his temples upon encountering this man. The mere fact that he stood unscathed before him was a clear indication of his substantial background. What do you want, young master? Had I not promised my father to refrain from causing a ruckus in the city, I would have already plucked your eyes from their sockets, the man declared, addressing Jiang Sheng with an air of disdain as he nonchalantly tossed a spirit stone toward Jiang Sheng's waist. Jiang Sheng instinctively caught it. Take my money and leave my sight. Your presence brings me misfortune. The man scoffed, his voice dripping with contempt. Jiang Sheng tightened his fist, his resolve hardening. Just as he prepared to retaliate, the energy emanating from the spirit stone coursed through his body. He glanced down, eyes widening in disbelief. A mid-grade spirit stone? Had this man casually discarded the equivalent of 10 months' salary for an ordinary disciple of the Great Sun sect? Not only was he wealthy, but he also appeared to be a prodigal. Never seen a mid-grade spirit stone, have you? The man sneered. If it weren't for your slight cultivation, I would have merely given you a pouch of low-grade spirit stones to send you on your way. With a dismissive wave, he signaled for Jiang Sheng to depart. As one might dismiss a beggar. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Sheng, a grown man, could not endure such indignity. As he stowed the spirit stone away, he asserted, I have decided to purchase that heart-calming herb. You have arrived late. Kindly step aside. What? The man mocked, laughter escaping his lips. You think you are worthy of buying the heart-calming herb? Do you know its price? 666 mid-grade spirit stones, certainly beyond the means of a mere cultivator with a storage bag. After finishing his derision, he paused, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. You aren't trying to extort more spirit stones from me, are you? I'm generous, but I'm no fool. Have you not inquired about who I am? Daring to scheme against my wealth? Do you wish to perish? Who are you? Jiang Sheng inquired, genuine curiosity lacing his voice. The sole heir of the Lord of Guyu City, soon to participate in the Ascension Conference and join one of the 8 great sects, one of the 4 celestial sects. The most outstanding young cultivator of Guyu City, currently at the 8th level of Qi refinement, Tang Ding. Jiang Sheng was left speechless. He had merely asked a question, and the man had nearly divulged his entire lineage. Quite the candid fellow. Perhaps it was uncertain. He would probe further. I have heard that Guyu City was besieged by the demonists of the Hahuan sect. With your prowess, how is it that you have not driven them away? Is the defensive strength of Gloomy Wild City merely as flimsy as paper? Upon hearing these words, Tang Ding immediately became agitated. His almost folded neck suddenly straightened, and he fixed a steely gaze upon Jiang Sheng. You speak nonsense. My father is in seclusion at Springstone Forest, and my second uncle has taken me to seek opportunities. Otherwise, how could those demonesses dare to act so recklessly? Speaking of my father, Tang Shan, he is a golden core cultivator, renowned for safeguarding Springstone Forest against the tumult of beastly incursions. Do you comprehend the magnitude of such a figure? My second uncle, Tang Feng, is at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, having slain countless demonic cultivators. Those mere demonesses of the Hahuan sect could be effortlessly obliterated by either my father or my uncle. As Tang Ding's voice grew louder, he proudly arched his neck back again, refusing to acknowledge Jiang Sheng. Thus, the calamity that has befallen Gloomy Wild City stems entirely from you, Jiang Sheng stated with an air of certainty. Were it not for you, your second uncle would not have departed Gloomy Wild City, and the Hahuan sect demonesses would not have seized the opportunity to invade. So, are you implying that the demise of those young disciples attending the Ascension Conference is your doing? Upon hearing this, a sheen of sweat broke out on Tang Ding's brow. Those words were particularly venomous. If word spread and others believed such a notion, he would surely become the target of their animosity. Not to mention, his father would undoubtedly reprimand him severely. Tang Ding could no longer maintain his former arrogance, his face flushed with anger. I am the son of the city lord of Gloomy Wild City. You will apologize to me and retract your previous statement. Otherwise, I shall ensure you cannot leave Gloomy Wild City. Tang Ding ceased to engage in a battle of wits. He laid his cards on the table. As the son of a golden core cultivator, he demanded Jiang Sheng apologize and rescind his earlier words. After all, arguing would only lead him into a pit. Thus, he opted to leverage his background instead. This tactic had never failed him before. Jiang Sheng understood this all too well. Before him stood a grown infant, a spoiled scion indulged by his father. Dealing with such a character was exceedingly simple. One merely needed to appease him to smooth over any ruffled feathers. However, he was no longer the same. Registered as a righteous cultivator, at the pinnacle of qi refinement, he was a prodigy poised to attend the Ascension Conference. If anything were to happen to him in gloomy Wild City, Luan Jinwei was not one to be trifled with. Moreover, he was well aware that Luan Jinwei was currently in Springstone Forest. What did he have to fear? Young masters, please do not let tempers flare. A woman from the treasure pavilion interjected during a lull in the conversation. Noticing both men looking her way, she quickly added, I am most grateful for your consideration of the treasure pavilion's business. However, it is indeed this young master who arrived first to purchase the heart-calming herb. If young Master Tang requires the herb, we can communicate with the treasure pavilions of other cities, and should any heart-calming herbs be available, we shall expedite their delivery to meet your needs. What nonsense! Tang Ding shot a glance at Jiang Sheng, indignantly retorting, Are you certain he can afford the heart-calming herb? Moreover, such medicinal herbs are scarce in other cities as well. How could they possibly be transported here? Even if they could be, it would be too late for me. Soon, the ark heading to Pingluansu will set sail. Can you possibly deliver it to me then? The female cultivator from the Baokai Pavilion faced the challenge without flinching, maintaining a warm smile. This young master can certainly afford the heart-settling herb, and as long as you are willing to increase your offer, there is no herb that Baokai Pavilion cannot procure for you. Though we cannot deliver it to the ark, we can ensure that it will be presented to you as soon as you disembark. Increase my offer? Tang Ding scoffed, his gaze sharp as he questioned the female cultivator. Do you truly consider me a fool? While I am indeed wealthy, I would never hand over my coins to such bloodsuckers as yourselves. My sincerest apologies, she replied, bowing slightly with a look of regret. Our establishment prides itself on integrity and operates on a first-come, first-served basis. Young master, please let me know if you have any other needs, and I can arrange a discount for you. Are you insulting me again? Tang Ding's expression darkened further. For someone of his esteemed status to request a discount when making a purchase was nothing short of a humiliation. Who in Gaiacity did not know that he was wealthy enough to casually toss spirit stones onto the street, just as he was about to lose his temper? He suddenly recalled the loophole in her words. You mean to say that there is no herb that Baokai Pavilion cannot find? Then I demand a premium gathering spirit pill. Find one for me, and I will increase my offer. Whether it be double, triple, or even more, I will accept it. Having declared this with bravado, he sank into the guest chair and propped his leg up, his tone shifting. But if you fail to procure it, do not blame me for my wrath. His words were resolute and fierce. As a merchant in Gaiacity, even one backed by the spirit pill sect should not dare to disrespect him. Though he had deliberately posed a challenge, he harbored a glimmer of hope. Premium gathering spirit pills were indeed rare, but he was confident that Baokai Pavilion, being affiliated with the spirit pill sect, must possess them. The scarcity meant that they were primarily consumed internally, with very few available for external distribution. If he could indeed provoke them into producing a premium gathering spirit pill, it would be worth any amount of spirit stones. With the Ascension Conference approaching, the higher one's cultivation, the better the performance and treatment upon entering the sect. His father often claimed that he was not clever enough, and now he wished to demonstrate his wit. Surely, this scheme was invincible. Upon hearing Tang Ding's demand, the expression of the female cultivator shifted to one of peculiarity. She glanced at Jiang Sheng, noticing that his expression had also become subtly complex, and he appeared somewhat restless. A plan began to form in her mind. Yet her demeanor became increasingly troubled. What is the matter? Are you unable to produce it? Tang Ding's pride swelled even further. He tapped his fingers on the table, his demeanor growing more frivolous. Now, tell me, how will you compensate me? I consider myself quite magnanimous. As long as you publicly apologize to me and sell me the heart-calming herb, I shall refrain from pursuing the matter further. The female cultivator from Lingbao Pavilion shook her head, clearly troubled, and replied, That is simply not feasible. While we do not possess it, I am aware of a source for supreme spirit-gathering pills, and the owner resides in Guyu City. Upon hearing this, Tang Ding immediately sprang from his chair. Urgency etched on his face. Does that individual have any intention to sell? Who are they? Where can I find them? I command you to take me to them at once. I am willing to pay any price. The female cultivator observed his frantic demeanor and deliberately slowed her speech. This is rather complicated. Although it is true that in commerce, one often engages in deceit, purchasing the supreme spirit-gathering pill at a lower price to resell at a profit is indeed a lucrative endeavor. However, what relevance does this have for me? I am merely an employee. The spirit stones I could earn would be minimal, perhaps just a mere acknowledgement of my efforts. Rather than that, I might as well take advantage of this arrogant fool and enjoy the spectacle. I can confirm that the gentleman possessing the supreme spirit-gathering pill has the intent to sell, but I cannot guarantee he would sell it to you. She hesitated to add, Tang Ding's urgency intensified as he questioned, "What do you mean? Does he harbor a grudge against me? Not previously, but he certainly does now," she assured him. Tang Ding was taken aback, perplexed by her words. What did she mean by not previously and now he should? He had just returned from Yanglin City and had not offended anyone. He glanced at Jiang Sheng, who was watching the unfolding drama with his arms crossed. Dismissing that line of thought, how could this seemingly destitute cultivator possess something he himself lacked? Who else could it be? Tang Ding pondered incessantly. Seeing Tang Ding's bewildered expression, Jiang Sheng felt a pang of sympathy. He interjected, "That individual is indeed not a person of great stature, and because of you. His initial desire to sell may now have vanished." Tang Ding shot Jiang Sheng an irritated glance and retorted, "As if you know him. I still have matters to settle with you. Wait until I figure things out before I hold you accountable." "Young Master Tang, this gentleman is the very owner of the Supreme Spirit Gathering Pill," the kind-hearted female cultivator from Baokai Pavilion interjected. At her words, Tang Ding fell into a stupor, pointing at Jiang Sheng and casting a bewildered look at the female cultivator. It was only when she nodded affirmatively that he realized he had not misheard. Goodness, he had indeed just offended the very person he sought to approach. If this fellow possessed the Supreme Spirit Gathering Pill, based on their earlier dialogue, it seemed his hopes were slim. What a predicament! The very elixir he desired most was in the hands of someone he had just wronged. Such a plotline would be deemed too far-fetched even for storytellers. Do you truly possess the Supreme Spirit Gathering Pill? Are you deceiving the people of Baokai Pavilion, claiming to have it when in fact you do not? Tang Ding's inquiry appeared more as a self-reflection than a question. He remained unconvinced that Jiang Sheng possessed the exquisite Gathering Spirit Pill. This scenario was akin to him casually scattering spirit stones on the bustling streets, only for a beggar to pick them up, and the beggar still being unsatisfied, demanding more spirit stones. While reprimanding the beggar, he inadvertently dropped the token that belonged to Luan Jinwei. The absurdity of the situation was beyond belief. Here he was, the esteemed young lord of Lonely Wild City, standing above the masses, having been raised with spirit stones since childhood. If he did not possess such wealth, what right did this beggar have to it? Just as Tang Ding shook his head in disbelief, Jiang Sheng placed the exquisite Gathering Spirit Pill in the palm of his hand, presenting it before Tang Ding's eyes. "You truly have it." Tang Ding's gaze was ensnared, fixated on the Gathering Spirit Pill, his eyes betraying a singular desire to possess it, a profound longing. Were it not for the remnants of rationality within him, he would have been unable to resist the urge to pounce and seize it. Yet, such actions within the treasure pavilion would surely lead to expulsion, even for the son of the city lord. Moreover, could an individual who possessed an exquisite Gathering Spirit Pill be an ordinary person? If he managed to overpower them, it would be one thing. If not, it would only serve to humiliate him further. With this thought, he regained his composure. How could he acquire the exquisite Gathering Spirit Pill? Should he admit fault and soften his stance? Impossible. Was he not the son of the city lord of Lonely Wild City? Did he not care for his dignity? Yet, if he refused to comply, how could he possibly obtain the pill from Jiang Sheng? In a moment, he found himself ensnared in deep inner turmoil. Jiang Sheng, observing Tang Ding's predicament, found amusement in the spectacle. The sight of someone wanting to apologize yet unwilling to sacrifice their pride was undeniably comical. He did not genuinely wish to withhold the Gathering Spirit Pill from Tang Ding, who would hold a grudge against a spendthrift. However, witnessing Tang Ding's demeanor stirred his benevolent heart. After all, this was a potential source of cultivation. He resolved to lend a hand. "Do you desire the exquisite Gathering Spirit Pill?" "Indeed you do. I am the son of the city lord of Lonely Wild City. You shall grant it to me." Tang Ding promptly nodded in agreement. After much contemplation, the only leverage he had was his proud identity. Jiang Sheng quickly interjected, No. You cannot even utter a sound. If you wish for the exquisite Gathering Spirit Pill, you must reflect. Reflect on where you went wrong, and then apologize. I shall decide whether to sell it to you based on your attitude of contrition. You." Tang Ding had a torrent of invectives poised on the tip of his tongue. Especially upon seeing the ambiguous smile on Jiang Sheng's face, his anger flared even more. Reflect? Admit fault? What nonsense! With a dark expression and resolute demeanor, Tang Ding declared, "Do you think my status as the young lord of Lonely Wild City is so easily cast aside? If I were to apologize, I would not only lose face, but also tarnish the reputations of my uncle and father. The entire city would share in my humiliation. Can you bear the weight of my apology?" Jiang Sheng crossed his arms, remaining silent, merely gazing intently at Tang Ding. His demeanor conveyed an unyielding stance. Unless an apology was forthcoming, the coveted spirit gathering pill would not be his for the taking. Tang Ding's voice lowered further. "What would it take for you to sell me the spirit gathering pill? Double the price, or perhaps triple? Any matter that can be settled with spirit stones is trivial." Yet, Jiang Sheng continued to maintain his silence, his eyes fixed unwaveringly upon him. "Oh, So you are aware that I require the spirit-gathering pill to participate in the Ascension Conference, and now you choose to raise the price? How despicable. Utterly contemptible. Are all cultivators outside the city so vile? Even if I fail to advance, opting for a lesser sect and forfeiting any chance at high status, ruining my path of cultivation for life, I shall not plead with you. I was wrong. I should not have jumped the queue and spoken so disrespectfully. I have come to deeply recognize my errors, so please, grant me the exquisite spirit-gathering pill. Tang Ding's expression hardened as he shouted, his frustration mounting. The more he contemplated the situation, the more he felt compelled to act. If he were to truly become the person he had described, then a moment of capitulation would mean nothing. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. Jiang Sheng nearly burst into laughter. The oscillation of Tang Ding's attitude was indeed amusing, particularly as his expression remained stern while his words were soft. Clearly, he was temporarily bowing for the sake of the exquisite spirit-gathering pill, all the while dismissing the matter in his heart. Why would he relent? Not sincere enough. Tang Ding exclaimed incredulously. I, the son of the Lord of Lonely Wild City, have apologized to you, and yet you are still dissatisfied? His eyes widened in disbelief, as though he believed that an apology would suffice to absolve any grave transgression. You know whether your apology is sincere. If this is your attitude, then I believe there is no need for us to engage in any transaction, Jiang Sheng stated decisively. You. Tang Ding pointed at Jiang Sheng, his countenance darkening. When had he ever been subjected to such indignity? I had intended to converse with you as an ordinary individual, but since you insist on making things difficult for me, I shall cease my pretense. You wish to compel me to teach you a lesson with my cultivation at the 8th level of qi refinement, do you? Tang Ding clenched his fists, his expression turning menacing. I will first give you a beating until you are willing to sell. Jiang Sheng remained unperturbed. This brat had revealed his entire hand. Should a confrontation ensue, all he needed to do was to restrain his strength and avoid killing the lad. He had somewhat abandoned his intention to persuade Tang Ding toward kindness, for he realized the youth was not inherently malevolent. Even when pushed to his limits, he merely sought to thrash him, engaging in coercive bargaining rather than outright theft. A flicker of golden light danced in Jiang Sheng's eyes as he observed Tang Ding, whose aura was a swirling blend of 3 colors. Predominantly white, it was interspersed with glimmers of gold and hints of darkness. In fact, the golden light, symbolizing virtue, outweighed the malevolent aspects considerably. Such individuals, unless guided towards becoming virtuous beings, are incapable of providing substantial cultivation. One must not act disrespectfully. Before Tang Ding could make a move, a figure strode in from outside. Jiang Sheng had yet to discern the other's appearance when a sharp slap landed on Tang Ding's head. The blow made Tang Ding clutch his head and yelp. And though a torrent of curses almost escaped his lips, he hastily swallowed them back. A smile of feigned amiability appeared on his face. Second uncle, what brings you here? I haven't done anything wrong. I came to the Baokai Pavilion to purchase medicinal herbs and am currently negotiating with this brother for the elixir he possesses. As he spoke, a hint of surprise flickered across his anxious countenance. With a sudden leap, he darted behind the middle-aged man, pointing at Jiang Sheng. Second uncle. He refuses to sell the elixir to me and insists that I apologize. You must help me. Without a moment's hesitation, the middle-aged man turned and delivered another slap to Tang Ding's head. Apologize? Huh? Tang Ding exclaimed, bewildered, as he clutched his head. You want me to apologize to this kid? Don't you care about who is right or wrong? His face twisted in a sorrowful expression, making him look even more deserving of a reprimand. The middle-aged man fought against the urge to strike him again and spoke in a deep voice. Isn't it simple? Whenever you find yourself in conflict with others, it is invariably your fault. Upon uttering this, he squinted at Jiang Sheng, and upon sensing Jiang Sheng's peak foundation cultivation, a look of contrition quickly spread across his face. Young brother, it is my lack of discipline that has caused you to witness this. Apologize now? He seized Tang Ding's collar and pulled him forward. Tang Ding did not even glance at Jiang Sheng. Instead, he stared intently at the middle-aged man, deeply suspicious of whether this person was genuine. Was this truly his second uncle, or was he the uncle of this young man? Why was he so inclined to side with him? But upon meeting his second uncle's fierce gaze, resembling that of a bull, all his doubts vanished. I'm sorry. I was wrong, Tang Ding mumbled reluctantly, his expression one of extreme unwillingness, yet he had no choice but to apologize again. Jiang Sheng, not daring to overstep, recognized that a cultivator at the peak of the foundation stage was on par with his master. Moreover, he had just encountered a conflict with the other's kin. Even if the man now appeared amicable, caution crept into his heart. He clasped his hands and said, Jiang Sheng pays his respects to the esteemed elder. I had a minor misunderstanding with your young master, which has now been resolved. My insistence was merely a personal whim, hoping to encourage your young master to reconsider his approach, which is harmless. Tang Feng wore a benevolent smile, clapping his hands together as he declared, Not only must you apologize, but you should also express your gratitude. My nephew has been spoiled by his father since childhood, lacking respect for others. While both I and his father can manage him here in gloomy Wild City, with the upcoming Ascension Conference. If he is fortunate enough to enter one of the 8 great sects, with his temperament, he would either be beaten or deceived. A look of sorrow emerged on Tang Feng's face as he shook his head and sighed. I have been troubled by this matter for quite some time. Thus, I owe you my gratitude for assisting in educating him. Jiang Sheng sensed an unsettling undercurrent in his words. To see a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator lamenting before him seemed inherently suspect, and he was certain that this concern was related to Tang Ding. As expected, Tang Feng abruptly inquired, I observe that you are young yet possess remarkable cultivation. Might you also be attending the Ascension Conference? Jiang Sheng smirked, realizing that the Fade was unraveling. At his age and level of cultivation, it was entirely plausible for him to be a disciple of one of the 8 great sects. Tang Feng had evidently uncovered his identity and was merely putting on an act. Nevertheless, Jiang Sheng could not afford to treat Tang Feng with the same disdain as he did Tang Ding. After all, strength was the fundamental basis of dialogue. Indeed, I have come to participate in the Ascension Conference, he replied. You are quite accomplished for your age, Tang Feng exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration. To have reached the peak of qi refinement at such a young age is simply astonishing for a minor sect disciple. It appears your sect master has nurtured you well, allowing you to dedicate years to your cultivation, preparing you for a remarkable debut. Peak of qi refinement? Tang Ding exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at Jiang Sheng. Him? He has reached the peak of qi refinement? Tang Feng playfully kicked Tang Ding's backside, silencing his incredulous remark. As if nothing had transpired, he continued. May I inquire what brings you to the Baokai Pavilion? Heart-calming herb, Tang Ding muttered softly. I wish to procure it for my breakthrough. Yet this fellow has jumped the queue. Receiving a sidelong glance from Tang Feng, Tang Ding promptly closed his mouth, turning his attention back to Jiang Sheng. Tang Feng once again adorned his face with a smile. Very well, I shall purchase this heart-calming herb and present it to you as a token of my apology. If you could assist in guiding my rather disappointing nephew, I would be immensely grateful. Jiang Sheng grasped the underlying message. This was not merely an apology, but an indication of Tang Feng's recognition of his potential, a preemptive investment in his future. Such investment could only stem from a thorough investigation of his background and character. Otherwise, it would be illogical to entrust a nephew's education to someone whose integrity was unknown. It was indeed pitiable for Tang Ding's elder. Such valuable offerings were willingly bestowed. Before Jiang Sheng could respond, Tang Ding, who had been lurking nearby, interjected anxiously. That cannot be. If he receives the heart-calming herb, what shall I use? Moreover, uncle, this fellow possesses a supreme gathering spirit pill. Initially, Tang Feng appeared somewhat annoyed by Tang Ding's interruption, but upon hearing about the supreme gathering spirit pill, he fell silent in astonishment. Chapter 47. Bidding Tang Feng had long sought to procure a supreme gathering spirit pill for Tang Ding, hoping to elevate him to the 9th layer of qi refinement before the Ascension Conference. However, everyone that entered the market was immediately snatched up. The city of Solitary Wilderness has yet to reveal any trace of the exquisite spirit-gathering pills. Initially, I had intended to wait until I arrived at Pingluanzhu to see if I could exchange resources with the 8 great sects. However, that would be a matter of chance, without any guarantee of success, and it would also depend on the whims of others. Now, upon hearing that Jiang Sheng possesses such pills, one cannot help but feel astonished. Young friend, do you truly have exquisite spirit-gathering pills? Indeed, I had come with the intention of selling them, Jiang Sheng replied candidly. Tang Feng's eyes lit up instantaneously. Yet, he quickly grasped the situation. It must be that Jiang Sheng was purchasing the Heart's Ease herb while simultaneously selling the exquisite spirit-gathering pills. His nephew's attempt at coercive bargaining had offended others, leading to the current predicament. The thought of this made him wish he could give Tang Ding a good kicking. Tang Feng pressed his lips together, pondering for a moment before speaking. Might I inquire if you would be willing to sell the spirit-gathering pills to me? Once my son reaches the qi refinement stage, a single pill would ease his journey considerably. Before Jiang Sheng could respond, Tang Ding grew anxious. Second uncle, are you jesting? After being single for so many years, where would you have a son? Give it to me. I am about to participate in the Ascension Conference. Tang Feng stood upright, refraining from reprimanding or striking Tang Ding, and instead spoke in a calm tone. Then it shall go to the highest bidder. It would be more prudent to wait until I have a son to use it, rather than squander it now. Tang Ding's face flushed with indignation. Yet, against his second uncle, he dared not curse nor assert his status. He could only resentfully declare, I will offer double the market price. Triple, Tang Feng replied calmly. 3.5 times, Tang Ding countered, knowing full well that the funds came from his father, and that 3,500 medium-grade spirit stones would deplete his savings entirely. He would even have to sell some cherished possessions to gather enough. For times. 4,000 medium-grade spirit stones, Tang Feng stated, observing Tang Ding with an air of leisure. I know how many spirit stones you possess. Any further increase is beyond your means. Should you dare to shout arbitrary prices, I shall not hesitate to discipline you. The tone of this last remark bore a hint of menace. Typically, it was Tang Ding who threatened others. Now he found himself at the mercy of his second uncle. Unable to compete in strength, lacking spirit stones, and recognizing that his uncle was more adept at rallying support, his once reliable tactics had become futile. Thus, after hearing his uncle's words, he could only sulk and murmur, "How can this be? Young friend, would you be willing to sell for 4,000 medium-grade spirit stones?" Tang Feng ignored him and instead turned to Jiang Sheng with a warm smile. "If you prefer not to accept spirit stones, I could grant you access to the city lord's treasury, allowing you to select treasures of equivalent value." Jiang Sheng could not help but admire Tang Feng's acumen, which far surpassed that of Tang Ding in terms of social dealings. Moreover, this gesture of goodwill was not at all off-putting. The bidding was clearly an attempt to acquire his exquisite spirit-gathering pills at a premium price. The excess shall be regarded as hiring him to care for Tang Ding and as compensation for the apology. It is easy to add flowers to a brocade, yet difficult to deliver coal in the snow. Tang Feng's audacity in placing such a wager is indeed commendable. How could he possibly refuse? He is magnanimous beyond measure compared to his master. The elder's generosity is not one to be declined. Jiang Sheng clasped his hands and said, "There is no need for spirit stones. If the elder could assist me in procuring some materials for exchange, I would be most grateful." What materials, one might ask? The heart-piece herb and the void elixir, both of which can be found at the treasure pavilion. In addition, I wish to acquire a technique for breath regulation. Upon hearing this, Tang Feng pondered for a moment. The heart-piece herb is worth 666 mid-grade spirit stones, while the void elixir is 500. Combined, their value does not even equate to that of a single premium gathering spirit pill. Even if he were to add a technique for breath regulation, it would still fall short of the value of the gathering spirit pill. Initially, he had intended to have Jiang Sheng owe him a favor. Yet by fulfilling Jiang Sheng's request, he inadvertently found himself in debt to Jiang Sheng instead. It is no wonder that such a talented individual has achieved the pinnacle of qi refinement at such a young age. There is much for Dinger to learn from you. Tang Feng could not help but compare and let out a deep sigh. Indeed, the disparity between individuals can be quite disheartening. Are there any specific requirements for the breath regulation technique? It must remain undetectable below the golden core stage. With Tang Feng's presence, he could seek assistance from him. Otherwise, he would truly need to search the market for a suitable technique. Previously, on the flying vessel, he had continuously damaged his meridians, resulting in a leakage of spiritual energy. His exposed cultivation was merely at the 8th level of qi refinement, which was enough to deceive Mu Hongli. Yet now, having attained the pinnacle of qi refinement, his internal spiritual energy is vast and perfectly cyclical, without a trace of leakage, radiating brilliance from his eyes. Such cultivation, even if he were to damage his meridians, would be impossible to conceal. However, if it cannot be hidden, would that not be detrimental? Who among us has sustained injuries severe enough to damage their foundation, yet sees their cultivation advance rather than decline? As long as Mu Hongli is not a fool, she will certainly perceive his anomalies. The breath regulation technique he seeks is not intended for the guise of a pig to eat a tiger, but merely to keep Mu Hongli in the dark. Very well, Tang Feng nodded and said, "Dinger, take this young friend to my residence for some rest. Should I find out that you dare to disrespect him again, I shall break your legs." Tang Ding, feeling indignant and wanting to protest, could only awkwardly nod in compliance due to his uncle's authority. Seeing Tang Ding acquiesce, Tang Feng turned to Jiang Sheng with a gentle smile. "As it happens, I have nearly concluded matters in gloomy Wild City. Tomorrow, I must escort Tang Ding to Yanglan City. How about you rest for the night, and we shall travel together?" "That would trouble you, esteemed elder," Jiang Sheng replied respectfully. "Not at all, not at all," Tang Feng said cheerfully. Jiang Sheng's agreement to travel together signifies his commitment to looking after Tang Ding. The Ascension Conference permits only disciples to participate. Should any unforeseen occurrences arise, the influence of someone at the pinnacle of qi refinement would far surpass that of someone at the peak of foundation establishment. Moreover, from their earlier conversation, he discerned that Jiang Xingyuan did not possess the typical arrogance of a genius. Rather, he exhibited a composure that far surpassed that of his peers. Such an individual, barring unforeseen circumstances, undoubtedly holds limitless potential for the future. If Tang Ding could secure this formidable ally, it would undoubtedly provide substantial assistance to his own prospects. Setting aside other considerations, the mere fact that Jiang Sheng possessed a top-tier gathering spirit pill speaks volumes. It either indicates exceptional luck or suggests that he has substantial backing. He silently resolved not to underestimate this matter. Thus, Tang Feng promptly decided to purchase the heart-calming herb and the void pill from the Baokai Pavilion. handing them over to Jiang Sheng on the spot. In turn, Jiang Sheng presented the exquisite gathering spirit pill to Tang Feng. Their transaction was nearly complete, awaiting only the transfer of the breath-concealing technique from Tang Feng to Jiang Sheng. For a peak foundation establishment cultivator, it was not difficult to find a technique suitable for a qi refinement practitioner that would effectively conceal his own abilities. Once this matter was concluded, Tang Ding reluctantly led Jiang Sheng away from the Baokai pavilion. Before they departed, the female cultivator from the pavilion offered Jiang Sheng a grateful smile. Although she did not receive the gathering spirit pill, the heart-calming herb and the returning essence pill would still add to her accomplishments. Particularly, the void pill, which was nearly unsellable, was specifically designed for challenges at the foundation establishment stage. It could unleash the spiritual energy contained within it in an instant. However, this vast energy would not linger for long, and if not absorbed quickly, it would return to the heavens. As its name suggests, the void pill's energy is ephemeral. Using it might yield less energy than one could absorb from nature through one's own cultivation. In the end, it would all dissipate into nothingness, akin to expended spirit stones that vanish without a trace. Rarely could qi refinement practitioners afford such pills, and even if they could, they would find little use for them. Conversely, foundation establishment cultivators could benefit significantly, as it allowed for a rapid replenishment of spiritual energy. Nonetheless, there were numerous alternative pills available, rendering the void pill somewhat superfluous. After the group departed, the female cultivator suddenly recalled something. The heart-calming herb and the void pill could both serve a singular purpose, perfecting the foundation establishment. Chapter 48. 3 rounds. Why are you staring at me like that? Jiang Sheng and Tang Ding quickly arrived at Tang Feng's residence, a grand estate located in the heart of the city. It featured an expansive courtyard adorned with pavilions and terraces, offering a breathtaking view of the entire cityscape. Despite the splendid surroundings, Tang Ding's unwavering gaze made Jiang Sheng feel increasingly uncomfortable. Are you truly at the peak of qi refinement? Tang Ding still found it hard to believe. Jiang Sheng sighed, a powerful wave of spiritual energy emanating from within him. Its intensity rivaled that of a newly initiated foundation establishment cultivator. As Tang Ding sensed the formidable presence radiating from Jiang Sheng, his mouth fell agape. It was genuine. He had thought his own cultivation level was among the elite among his contemporaries. However, a living embodiment of the perfected qi refinement appeared before him, shattering all of his pride in an instant. Why do you even intend to participate in the Ascension Conference with your qualifications and cultivation? You could simply approach one of the 8 great sects, and surely someone would welcome you. Tang Ding found it incomprehensible that someone as exceptional as Jiang Sheng would compete with him for a place. Wasn't this a blatant dimensional suppression? Yet, Jiang Sheng had indeed contemplated this matter. The distinction between entering one of the 8 great sects through the Ascension Conference and bypassing it altogether was monumental. Take, for instance, the Spirit Sword Sect's Spirit Treasure Trial, where one selects a sword from the Spirit Treasure Cave. Fang Xiang, possessing merely the 6th level of qi refinement and on the brink of breaking into the 7th, managed to select a top-tier spirit treasure within the cave. Consequently, he was absorbed into the Spirit Sword Sect, instantly elevating from a mere outer disciple to an inner disciple. Moreover, due to his affinity with the sword's master, he was taken as a disciple by the peak's leader. From being the second disciple of a minor sect, he transformed into a true inheritor of a major sect. The leap he made was not something Jiang Sheng could achieve in a short time after entering a major sect. However, individuals as fortunate as Fang Xiang were rare. Most merely returned to their sects with a single magical artifact in hand, tails tucked between their legs. Jiang Sheng, now well aware of how to acquire a top-tier spirit treasure, would not seek distant shores when the means were at hand. He replied with a smile. As a cultivator emerging from a minor sect, what else could I participate in if not the Ascension Conference? Moreover, my cultivation level is far from impressive. Tang Ding grimaced, mimicking Jiang Sheng's tone with a sarcastic edge. Your cultivation level is nothing to scoff at. In the context of the 8 great sects, you would undoubtedly be an inner disciple. If you were even a tad younger, becoming a true inheritor would be well within reach. Tang Ding exclaimed indignantly. Yet, as a thought crossed his mind, he quickly became exhilarated. You understand my uncle's intention, right? He suggests you guide me, but he really means for you to be my protector. During the Ascension Conference, you must ensure my safety. Jiang Sheng remained non-committal regarding the term protector. His relationship with Tang Feng was essentially one of equal exchange. He owed nothing to the other. At most, if he felt inclined due to Tang Feng's goodwill, he might look out for Tang Ding, but if he failed to do so, his conscience would remain clear. If we are not participating in the same sex trial, how can I protect you? Jiang Sheng suddenly realized the crux of the issue. He had never participated in the Ascension Conference himself. Even though he knew Fang Xiang would take part, he only knew that Fang had acquired a top-tier spirit treasure during the Spirit Sword Sect's trials. When Fang Xiang later chatted with him privately upon returning to his sect, He recounted his journey to the pinnacle, sparing no detail about how he secured the treasure, ostensibly to taunt Jiang Sheng into relinquishing his spot at the Ascension Conference. Jiang Sheng had only registered the necessity of taking part in the Spirit Sword sect's trial and how to supplant Fang Xiang. However, from Tang Ding's comments, it seemed that the situation was far more intricate than he had initially perceived. Tang Ding regarded Jiang Sheng with an expression reminiscent of one observing an extraterrestrial being. Are you truly unaware of this? How insular is your sect that you cannot muster even a single participant for the Ascension Conference trials? Tang Ding inquired, astonished. Jiang Sheng furrowed his brow and replied, Our sect has but one quota every 3 years. I missed the first opportunity. This is my second chance. The nature of the trials cannot be identical each time, can it? Of course not, Tang Ding affirmed with a hint of certainty. However, the initial trial parameters are indeed predetermined. The first trial takes place on the Pingwan Plain in Pingwan Prefecture. There exists a designated forest enclosing demonic beasts released by the 8 major sections. We are required to survive within for 3 days. And only those who remain in the forest until the end may proceed to the subsequent trials of the 8 sections. Luck and strength are both essential. This was the first time Jiang Sheng had encountered such an explanation. Nangong Yaya had participated in the Ascension Conference once, but only mentioned her inadequate strength leading to her elimination, lacking the finer details of the 8 major sects trials. The Lingdan sect evaluates potential alchemical talent. The Baoqi sect assesses aptitude for artifact crafting, and similarly, other sects determine whether the disciples of lesser sects meet their selection criteria. It is not that other sects lack alchemists or artifact smiths. Rather, they emphasize different aspects, resulting in varied trial content. Upon hearing Tang Ding speak of a preliminary selection before the trials of the 8 major sects, Jiang Sheng began to understand much more. Perhaps Nangong Yaya did not even reach the trials of the 8 sects. She likely was eliminated before the first hurdle and, out of pride, refrained from admitting she squandered such a precious opportunity, thus fabricating her narrative. What level of cultivation do these demonic beasts possess? Moreover, considering what you've mentioned, the mortality rate at the Ascension Conference cannot be low. After all, once one enters the forest, escaping it is not a trivial endeavor, is it? Jiang Sheng voiced his doubts, to which Tang Ding immediately responded with a hint of arrogance. Simpleton, allow me to enlighten you. The 8 major sects are not composed of demonic cultivators. Even in selecting disciples, they do not operate as if nurturing poisonous insects. The beasts within the forest are all of the first tier, and the environment is entirely enclosed. The forest is fortified with multiple defensive formations. Should one choose to withdraw, they may simply step into the formation. The demonic beasts cannot penetrate it. After 3 days, the protective barriers surrounding the forest will be lifted by the disciples of the 8 sects, allowing the retrieval of the released beasts, enabling safe passage. Tang Ding spoke with the rapidity of a machine gun, revealing various details about the Ascension Conference and survival strategies with an air of boastfulness. I have heard that in the past, the Ascension Conference was frequently disrupted by demonic cultivators. Now, with the presence of Luan Jinwei providing protection, the scrutiny of participants has increased manifold. Eventually, the demonic cultivators, unable to infiltrate, began to gather forces to eliminate both the participants of the Ascension Conference and the disciples of the 8 sects altogether. Yet what was the outcome? They were all vanquished by the esteemed Luan Jinwei. The current Ascension Conference trials are meticulously monitored by the 8 major sects, ensuring an absolute prevention of demonic infiltration, rendering any attempts at indiscriminate killing during the trials utterly futile. Tang Ding, pondering over this, posed a somewhat perplexed question. Isn't it true that my second uncle's method of concealing one's aura is meant for the beast trials? Although those beasts are all of the first rank, some are comparable to the 9th level of Qi refinement. And I have even heard tales of a past event where beasts akin to the pinnacle of Qi refinement emerged, despite your superior cultivation. Encountering a few of such formidable beasts would undoubtedly necessitate retreat. Therefore, the techniques of movement, concealment, and combat are of paramount importance. He held his head high, a smile gracing his face. My second uncle has already drilled these techniques into me, whether it be movement, concealment, or combat. They are all of the highest caliber within the same realm. Though your cultivation may surpass mine, should we find ourselves within the forest of chaos, you may not outlast me. Furthermore, even if we were to engage in a duel now, I would not concede that I am at a disadvantage. Jiang Sheng observed Tang Ding and felt an unsettling familiarity. The visage of Fang Xiang suddenly flashed before his mind. Tang Ding's demeanor was strikingly reminiscent of Fang Xiang before his education. Convinced of his own genius, believing that despite being outmatched in cultivation, he would not falter in combat. Such notions are misguided. In the path of cultivation, strength in cultivation invariably surpasses weakness. Not everyone is a protagonist, capable of battling above their level. Those who perish early are often individuals like Tang Ding, self-important, and ultimately meeting their demise prematurely. Your second uncle wishes for me to look after you, and I cannot disregard his intention, Jiang Sheng said with a serene demeanor. How about this? Let us engage in a contest. If you can withstand 3 rounds against me, I shall serve as your protector from now until the Ascension Conference, adhering to your every command. However, should you fail to endure, you will heed my words thereafter. Tang Ding hesitated, for he had never contemplated the option of yielding to Jiang Sheng. Who was he? The young lord of Lonely Wild City, a future true disciple of the 8 major sects, the most exceptional genius of Lonely Wild City. How could he possibly heed the words of Jiang Sheng, a mere outsider? His agreement to his second uncle was merely a facade. Once he entered the 8 major sects through the Ascension Conference, he would soar freely, unbound by anyone's authority. Noticing his hesitation, Jiang Sheng added softly, "Are you afraid?" This phrase acted like a stimulant, instantly igniting Tang Ding's fervor. What a jest, given my status. How could I possibly fear you? I will not only endure 3 rounds, but 10. I shall make you realize that mere cultivation cannot rival the strength of technique. Stop. Stop. I concede. Chapter 49. Heart to heart, little Sheng. It seems that entrusting you with the guidance of my nephew was indeed a wise decision. Alas, had I encountered you sooner, this young lad might have achieved much more. Aboard the flying vessel, Jiang Sheng sat cross-legged at the bow, gazing at the splendid scenery below, his heart filled with profound reflections. Tang Ding, this young man, is far better educated than he had anticipated. After delivering a severe blow with the Nio hand seal, Tang Ding ceased to put on airs before him. Much like Tang Ding with his uncle, he could not overpower him, and in terms of background, Tang Feng was entirely supported by Jiang Sheng. It was effortless for him to deal with Tang Ding. Now, whenever Tang Ding displayed his spoiled demeanor, it was met with a swift reprimand. In just a day, Tang Ding had been thoroughly disciplined, akin to training a dog. He would eventually learn his lesson. Senior Tang, you flatter me, Jiang Sheng remarked as he rose and clasped his hands toward Tang Feng. Ha ha ha, you are far too modest, Tang Feng laughed heartily. I know very well what kind of scoundrel Tang Ding is. If he could learn even half of what you know, I would be completely satisfied. I shall call you Xiao Sheng from now on, and you may address me as Uncle Tang. Tang Feng spoke with a hearty candor. He had conducted a thorough investigation into Jiang Sheng and was astonished to discover that he hailed from the minor sect of the Dei sect. He had also learned from others about the commendable reputation Jiang Sheng held among disciples of various sects, unanimously regarded as a paragon of virtue. Upon further inquiry, he found it hard to believe that this young man before him was indeed a selfless benefactor, sacrificing his own interests for the sake of others. This was evident without the need for further corroboration, merely considering Jiang Sheng's cultivation level and talent, as well as the fact that he had relinquished his opportunity at the last Ascension Conference for another, spoke volumes. Xiao Sheng, how have you fared with the breath control technique I provided? I have already made some progress, Jiang Sheng replied respectfully. The scrutiny Tang Feng had conducted on him was thorough, yet he himself knew little about Tang Feng. He had merely used his eye of good and evil to assess the colors surrounding him, predominantly white with a good deal of gold. It was evident he was a good person. However, the eye of good and evil was merely a supplementary tool and could not definitively judge a person's character. What if a virtuous individual suddenly harbored ill intentions, thinking they had obtained a supreme spirit-gathering elixir and possessed a secret worth interrogating? Although the probability of such a scenario was infinitesimally small, Jiang Sheng was unwilling to wager on human nature. Have you truly made progress? Tang Feng murmured. Somewhat lost in thought, Jiang Sheng remained silent, merely channeling the cocoon technique that Tang Feng had entrusted to him. In an instant, it was as if a thin membrane enveloped him, the brilliance in his eyes dimmed, and his spiritual energy began to leak out involuntarily. This leakage was imperceptible to himself. Yet high-level practitioners could discern the extent of a person's internal energy dispersion and thus assess their cultivation and mastery of techniques. Upon completing the technique, Jiang Sheng transitioned from the peak of qi refinement to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Impressive, Tang Feng could not help but praise. To have successfully cultivated a technique in just a day speaks volumes of your remarkable insight and extraordinary talent for cultivation. Jiang Sheng felt a twinge of embarrassment from the praise and could only respond with a sheepish smile, saying, I have merely attained the 1st layer, and my cultivation can only remain at the 9th level of qi refinement. I cannot achieve any lower. Tang Feng shook his head. Do not belittle yourself. Setting aside the speed at which you have progressed to this 1st layer, your mastery of the technique alone is astonishing. Even now, I find it difficult to perceive the true extent of your cultivation. All I can discern is that you are a practitioner at the 9th level of qi refinement. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sheng was at a loss for words. His innate talent had never been this remarkable before. To be able to grasp a technique in a single day was unprecedented. Ever since he had acquired the Sacred Heart and completed the Renwang Classic, it was as if a new door had opened for him. His ability to learn had accelerated significantly. Even the world within his palm, which he had little time to practice, had begun to reveal its secrets to him. With dedicated effort, he could grasp the fundamentals in no time. Little Sheng, you are now at the pinnacle of qi refinement. Your injuries must have healed, Tang Feng suddenly remarked, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Sheng's astonishment. Everyone has their own fortuitous encounters. The recovery from injuries and the rapid advancement in cultivation can be discerned by those who are observant enough to investigate, and it would lead them to conclude that you have experienced a stroke of luck. However, who among us has not encountered their own serendipity along the way? Tang Feng chuckled heartily. It was witnessing your practice of the breath-holding technique that prompted me to offer you this counsel. His expression grew serious for a moment. What I wish to convey is that possessing talent and cultivation necessitates showcasing it. Do not allow the fear of attracting unwanted attention to stifle your potential. While revealing your gifts may invite the ire of demonic cultivators or the envy of your peers, it will equally garner the attention of your sect, granting you access to greater resources. With your innate ability, you will swiftly outpace your contemporaries. At this moment, Tang Feng resembled a caring elder imparting wisdom to Jiang Sheng. His gaze was earnest as he said, when your cultivation reaches new heights and your strength becomes formidable, the schemes and machinations of others will seem trivial, and their jealousy will remain unvoiced. However, if you choose to conceal your talents and a nefarious individual detects your anomalies, you, without a support system, will find yourself perpetually ensnared in peril. Sometimes, those closest to you can be more dangerous than demonic cultivators. Jiang Sheng pressed his lips together, a flicker of light dancing in his eyes. He understood the truth in Tang Feng's words, but had never encountered an elder who spoke so sincerely to him. Mu Hongli had never taken an interest in his well-being, merely imparting techniques and leaving him to fend for himself. The manner in which Tang Feng, as a senior, offered guidance on matters of importance deeply touched him. Whether Tang Feng genuinely valued his talent or sought to foster a good rapport for the sake of looking after Tang Ding in the future, his words enveloped Jiang Sheng like a layer of warm jade on a winter's day, igniting a warmth in his heart. After a moment of hesitation, he managed to croak out, "Uncle Tang, I understand." Upon hearing Jiang Sheng's advice, Tang Feng continued with a smile, "If I am not mistaken, you aspire to achieve a perfect foundation, correct?" He tossed a spatial ring to Jiang Sheng, stating, "The value of a supreme gathering spirit pill is immense. As your elder, I cannot allow you, a junior, to suffer losses." Inside the ring were materials for crafting a perfect foundation. Although I doubt your ability to procure a perfect foundation pill, it is always prudent to be prepared. Jiang Sheng held the spatial ring in silence for a long moment before he finally responded, extending it forward. "Uncle Tang, I cannot accept this. Do not decline. A kind-hearted person like you should not take unnecessary detours. Frankly, your master is rather irresponsible, abandoning the sect to focus solely on her cultivation. And as for the disciples of your sect, they shamelessly exploit your generosity." Tang Feng expressed his dissatisfaction. "In my opinion, you are too benevolent. If it were my sect, I would have no qualms about abandoning it. As for those two, Nangong Yaya and Fang Xiang, they are utterly despicable. You should not have aided them or shared your knowledge and treasures with them. If it were me, I would have incapacitated them and exposed their misdeeds to the public, creating a stir within the sect to see if your master could still maintain her seclusion." Jiang Sheng's heart raced as he listened. The golden light discerned good from evil, and it was evident that Tang Feng was indeed a good man. Yet, his words seemed to stray far from that notion. Was this excessive? Jiang Sheng cautiously inquired. "What does it matter? Your Uncle Tang is not a villain, but when others have already inflicted harm upon you, repaying kindness with kindness is foolishness. When confronted with such individuals, you must ensure they feel the repercussions of their actions. Only then will they think twice about offending you." "Is it akin to how you hit me?" Tang Ding timidly interjected from the side. Tang Feng suddenly clapped his hands and nodded. "Precisely. Just like how you hit Tang Ding." He then noticed something and looked at Jiang Sheng with a smile. "You should understand this now, right?" Jiang Sheng returned the smile. "I did not comprehend it before, but I have gained some insight now. My master has shown me great kindness. If I were to disrespect her, I would not be worthy of being her disciple. My junior brothers and sisters are still inexperienced. All I can do is guide them towards virtue." However, Jiang Sheng bit his lip and continued, "I have repaid my master's kindness over the years, yet my junior siblings refuse to change. There is little more I can do. Thankfully, I will participate in the Ascension Conference and live for myself this time." This was the first time Jiang Sheng articulated his thoughts, and he felt considerably relieved. "That's the spirit," Tang Feng said, both pleased and somewhat regretful. "If you were my disciple, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. Do not seek out your master for a while. Let that reclusive cultivator take Fang Xiang to the Ascension Conference. It would be the perfect opportunity for you to publicly declare your departure from the sect, infuriating that cultivation fanatic." Jiang Sheng couldn't help but chuckle at Tang Feng's indignant demeanor. Although Tang Feng's actions bring a sense of relief, it is likely that his image as a benevolent figure will be irreparably tarnished. This serves as a protective shield for his misdeeds. No, rather, it safeguards him from the repercussions of actions he deems virtuous, yet which the external world fails to comprehend. This protective layer has already proven invaluable to him. Whether it be Jiang Sheng or the current Tang Feng, their favorable impressions stem from his myriad deeds within the sect. Even the little saintess of the Hahuan sect, Yu Yinling, refrained from taking his life due to her inherent kindness. A person may feign virtue for a moment, but what of a lifetime of pretense? Jiang Sheng would never engage in such self-destructive behavior. He must showcase his exceptional talent at the Ascension Conference. If an opportunity presents itself for perfect foundation establishment, he shall seize it. If resources are inadequate, he will reveal his saintly heart. His ambition is to have his name resonate throughout the entire flame domain, to astonish all. With his innate gifts and cultivation, not merely the 8 great sects, but even the 4 great immortal sects may not be beyond his reach. When the time comes for them to seek him, can Mu Hongli truly obstruct his path? It is ideal for everything to unfold seamlessly. Thus, upon hearing Tang Feng's words, he merely clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Senior. I still wish to participate in the Ascension Conference as a disciple of the Daylight Sect. If the disciples and my master require time for enlightenment, then the resources I acquire from joining the 8 great sects will be sufficient to awaken them and sustain them for a while." Tang Feng observed Jiang Sheng in silence for an extended moment, before eventually sighing deeply. "You are far too magnanimous, my boy. I cannot compare to you." Chapter 50. Betraying Tang Feng. Yonglin City sprawls desolately, akin to a colossal stone giant standing amidst the wilderness. Surrounding it are no other edifices. Only a network of roads converging upon this grand city. Even before entering, one can witness numerous flying vessels gliding in and out of the airspace. Above, the towering city walls feature dedicated flight passages for these vessels. Some foundation-building cultivators, unwilling to enter through the same gates as others, opt to soar above and utilize these aerial pathways. Jiang Sheng boarded Tang Feng's flying vessel to enter Yonglin City, and contrary to his expectations, there were no identity checks. A cultivator need only pay a low-grade spirit stone to gain entry, which reflects the Lord's confidence in the city's defensive strength. Tomorrow marks the day the ark to Pingluansu will set sail, and prior to departure, Yonglin City will host a grand auction. It appears the time is drawing near. Little saint, come along with me. Perhaps there are resources you require. There is no rush regarding your master's matters. You will surely encounter him once aboard the ark. Jiang Sheng did not hesitate to agree. Previously, the materials for perfect foundation establishment that Tang Feng had given him had been nearly gathered. Each item was rather costly. In comparison, the storage rings utilized by foundation-building cultivators seem utterly trivial. With the resources of earth and water attributes secured, only the gold attributes golden sharp fruit, the fire attributes flame lotus, and the wood attributes ebony root remain elusive. Jiang Sheng felt a tinge of uncertainty within. The exquisite spirit-gathering pill gifted to him by Jiang Sheng contained 3 pills in total. After consuming one, he achieved the pinnacle of qi refinement, leaving him with 2, one given to Tang Feng, leaving just a solitary pill. The other 3 medicinal ingredients were exceedingly rare and quite costly. He was uncertain whether a single exquisite spirit-gathering pill could be exchanged for any of them. As he pondered what items he possessed that could be traded for spirit stones, the trio arrived at the largest auction house in Yonglin City. This establishment, backed by the city lord, offered substantial security and fair pricing. Its prime location was among the best in the city, easily visible as one approached the city center along the main thoroughfare. Atop the grand structure stood a plaque carved from a massive spirit stone, emblazoned with the words Yonglin Auction House. Before the group could enter, a woman approached them with an air of anticipation. "I sensed a distinguished guest was arriving, so I came early to await your arrival," she said, smiling as she gracefully approached. She naturally linked her arm with Tang Feng's, casting curious glances at Jiang Sheng. "Who is this?" she inquired. "My son," Tang Feng replied nonchalantly. In an instant, Jiang Sheng felt a piercing gaze fixate upon him, as if it were a blade ready to strike. It was evident that there was something amiss between Tang Feng and this woman. He hastily interjected, "Sister, please do not misunderstand. I have no relationship with Uncle Tang." Upon uttering these words, Jiang Sheng was momentarily taken aback, realizing how peculiar they sounded, akin to the rivalry of concubines vying for favor within a palace. The beautiful woman's expression shifted, becoming somewhat awkward. Tang Feng, exasperated, remarked, "Please refrain from glaring at him as if you mean to slay him. He is a promising junior I hold in high regard, and he is here to attend the Ascension Conference. I brought him along to see if there are any items that could enhance his strength." Upon hearing this, the woman finally smiled, though a hint of grievance crept into her voice as she pouted, "You're the one teasing me, and now I've frightened him. After her complaint, she turned to Jiang Sheng with a warm smile and introduced herself. I am Wang Yin, the proprietress of the Yanglin auction house. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope you find something to your liking here. After a brief moment of contemplation, she touched the ring on her finger and handed Jiang Sheng a black card. What is this? He inquired. This is a special VIP card for Yanglin City. Presenting this card at the auction house grants you access to a private room, and you will enjoy discounts on non-auction items. Most importantly, it contains a credit of 500 middle-grade spirit stones, and transactions incur no handling fees. Just as Jiang Sheng expressed his confusion, Tang Feng, astonished, eagerly explained the card's benefits. Before Jiang Sheng could decline, Tang Ding exclaimed in frustration, Aunt Wang, you are quite biased. I have asked you for so long without success, yet you freely bestow upon him after just one meeting? After posing his question, Tang Ding couldn't help but glance at Jiang Sheng, murmuring, is it possible that you possess some extraordinary charm, causing everyone to take a liking to you and wish to gift you things? Even my second uncle has succumbed, and now Aunt Wang has changed as well. Jiang Sheng rolled his eyes at this, but, mindful of the presence of others, restrained his impulse to retaliate. He chose to ignore Tang Ding's remarks and silently sought clarification from Tang Feng. This expenditure is substantial, 500 mid-grade spirit stones right off the bat. Such wealth could very well be life-saving. You needn't inquire, just accept it, Wang Yin cheerfully responded, and then she turned to explain to Tang Ding, don't ask me. Inquire with your second uncle instead. Also, you've certainly reaped enough benefits from me. It would be best if you made yourself scarce at the Ascension Conference. Her annoyance was palpable at his presence. Tang Ding was left perplexed. Yet, none of the three present came to Tang Ding's defense, leading him to question whether he ought to be there at all. Tang Feng, with a hint of resignation, said, you should go about your business. I have some matters to discuss with Xiao Sheng, so you needn't concern yourself with me. Wang Yin cast a few lingering glances at Tang Feng and reluctantly replied, then I shan't intrude any longer. I've reserved a room for you, same location as always. Should you require anything, just call for me. After saying this, she shot Tang Feng a wistful look, fluttering her eyelashes, and upon receiving no response, she stomped away in discontent. Jiang Sheng politely bid her farewell, goodbye, Aunt Tang. Wang Yin halted, her laughter ringing like a bell, while Tang Feng shot Jiang Sheng an exasperated glance. Jiang Sheng smiled. His curiosity piqued as he observed both Tang Feng and the departing Wang Yin. Stop smiling and head inside, Tang Feng urged, giving Jiang Sheng a hearty pat on the shoulder. If you fancy something, feel free to bid. Your uncle will cover the expenses. Although Guyi City may not rival Yanglin City, it is still a vital trade route. There is no need to spare your uncle. He is quite affluent in spirit stones. Detected backstab target, Tang Feng, backstab mission, spend 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones at Yanglin auction house, and have Tang Feng foot the bill. Backstab reward, 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Jiang Sheng realized that the backstab mission had emerged just as his affinity with Tang Feng had reached 80. This was not the gradual affection he had built with Nangang Yaya, nor the special bond formed through shared significant experiences with Jin Qingshu. Rather, it was Tang Feng's genuine regard for him, treating him as a protege, that fostered this camaraderie. He already owed Tang Feng quite a bit. Forcing Tang Feng to pay for a 10,000 mid-grade spirit stone expenditure would be ungrateful, treating him as a mere fool. Furthermore, the materials within the spatial ring Tang Feng had gifted him had already cost Tang Feng a considerable sum of spirit stones. If Tang Feng were to spend another 10,000 spirit stones, it would truly be a swift path to his financial ruin. Yet, the allure of the task's reward was simply too enticing. Upon its completion, he would be free from any worries regarding spirit stones for a considerable time. No longer would he need to barter goods to obtain what he desired. The exquisite spirit-gathering pill that Jian Qingshu had gifted him always evoked a sense of indebtedness. Observing the generous smile upon Tang Feng's face, Jiang Sheng silently mused, Uncle Tang, this is not my desire either. Chapter 51. A setup. As they entered the auction house, the group traversed the exclusive VIP passage. An elevated walkway stretched above, while below in the grand hall, there were shops dedicated to the auction house, alongside stalls set up by various cultivators. The atmosphere was bustling with activity. Cultivators in the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages were abundant, particularly the younger disciples venturing out of their sects for the first time. Their naive curiosity made them stand out in the crowd, eager to inquire about everything they encountered. Those accompanied by mentors fared better, but those alone or in pairs were warmly welcomed by the stall-holding cultivators, as if little lambs were written above their heads. Jiang Sheng observed thoughtfully. At this moment, the cultivators bore little difference from ordinary mortals. Had it been before, he would have likely been among the throng below. However, he no longer needed to wait in the crowd or take chances with the stallholders. By simply remaining in the VIP room until the auction commenced, he could sift through the items he desired. This was indeed a chain reaction born from seizing Fang Xiang's opportunity. Once the female cultivator had ushered them into the VIP room, Tang Feng waved his hand dismissively, signaling for her to depart. Isn't it rather fascinating? He began. From the VIP room, one can see the happenings outside, yet those outside are oblivious to what transpires within. He continued explaining to Jiang Sheng, before the auction begins. A catalog of the items for sale will be presented. Take note of what you desire. By channeling your spiritual energy into the orb ahead, you can place a bid. If you wish to announce a higher price verbally, simply do so. The room is inscribed with arrays to prevent eavesdropping, so there is no need to worry about your identity being discovered. If you find waiting here tedious, you may stroll around below and return when the auction officially commences. Oh, come now, uncle. I am already well aware of this, Tang Ding interjected impatiently. Go find Aunt Wang. I shall discuss the rest with Jiang Sheng. You brat. Tang Feng shot him a sharp glance, ready to scold him. Yet, Jiang Sheng chimed in. Uncle Tang, do attend to your business. We shall remain here for a while. Did you not notice Aunt Wang's subtle hints as she left? Do pay her a visit when you have the chance. Tang Feng looked at Jiang Sheng in surprise. As if to say, how can you indulge Tang Ding's antics as well? Jiang Sheng merely smiled. Having received her gift, it would feel remiss not to offer some assistance. At this, Tang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. You impudent rascal, accepting gifts while allowing your Uncle Tang to take the blame. How can this be justified? Never mind. It does facilitate conversation between the two of you young ones. Tang Feng seemed to recall something and, feigning contemplation, eventually declared, how about this? I shall retreat to the adjacent VIP room. Simply call for me if needed. Very well. Both Jiang Sheng and Tang Ding nodded in agreement. As soon as Tang Feng departed, Tang Ding exhaled deeply, a hint of relief in his voice. Thank goodness you initiated the conversation. Otherwise, I would have faced a beating again. I cannot quite discern whether he is my second uncle or yours. What is the matter with these two? Jiang Sheng inquired curiously. Gossip is akin to a mosquito bite. When unknown, it barely itches, but once familiar, a gentle scratch transforms it into an incessant annoyance. One may either ignore it until it subsides or scratch it mercilessly until the pain eclipses the itch. If it were anyone else, Jiang Sheng might have refrained from asking, fearing it too forward. Yet Tang Ding's mouth was like a trumpet. A single question would elicit all he knew. How could Jiang Sheng resist? As expected, no sooner had he spoken than Tang Ding scoffed. What could possibly be unclear? Aunt Wang has affections for my second uncle. Yet he remains wholly absorbed in his cultivation and demon slaying, disregarding matters of family. Over the years, he has consistently rebuffed Aunt Wang, despite her myriad attempts to win him over. Now, however, they seem to have reached a more amicable understanding. Seated on the soft cushion, Tang Ding plucked a grape from the nearby table and popped it into his mouth. In my view, my second uncle won't hold out for much longer. They ought to have another child for me. When my father and my second uncle beat me, I shall retaliate against my second uncle's son. I wonder who would dare to lay a hand on me then. Jiang Sheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy for Tang Ding's cleverness. It appeared as fresh as if it had never been used. Who would dare strike him? If Tang Ding truly pursued this path, it would no longer be a simple duo. Aunt Wang would likely join forces for a formidable trio. He approached the transparent wall ahead and reached out to touch it. A wave of chilly metal sensation coursing through his fingertips. This metal was unlike anything he had encountered before. It allowed visibility from the inside, while concealing the interior from the outside. Moreover, it was fortified with a barrier formation. Engaging in any illicit activity within this enclosure would surely be exhilarating. He dispelled his wandering thoughts, scanning below for any signs. Mu Hongli had mentioned an intention to visit the auction house in the city, hoping to discover a healing elixir. If Fang did not encounter any mishaps in the Springstone Forest, he would undoubtedly arrive in Yanglan City. Even without spirit stones, he would surely not miss the opportunity to experience such a grand auction. In truth, Jiang Sheng was more eager to find Jian Qingshu than to locate these two. As long as he could fulfill the task of undermining Uncle Tang, acquiring spirit stones would enable him to return the exquisite spirit-gathering pill. He had reaped the benefits. Thus, it was he who should make amends, not Jian Qingshu. However, after searching for a considerable time, he could only glimpse the figure of Fang Xiang. Fang Xiang was precisely the type of person Jiang Sheng had described, with the words easy target emblazoned across his forehead, eliciting fervent enthusiasm from every stall owner. Observing Fang Xiang's uplifted head, radiating an air of universal admiration, even Jiang Sheng could not help but sigh. Were it not for the fact that he was soon to be financially secure, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to deceive Fang Xiang. Given his familiarity with Fang Xiang, it would be a disservice not to empty the young man's pockets of spirit stones, especially considering the foolishness he displayed. Do you know him? Tang Ding approached, following Jiang Sheng's gaze. My junior brother, Jiang Sheng replied. Tang Ding scrutinized Fang Xiang further, turning back to Jiang Sheng with a look of confusion. Have you been swindled by this sort? His tone was thick with mockery. Jiang Sheng had just raised his hand when Tang Ding hastily interjected. No. I meant I'll go teach him a lesson. How dare he deceive my brother without considering who I am? With that, he rushed out of the VIP room as if fleeing. Jiang Sheng made no attempt to stop him. In a certain sense, Tang Ding bore a resemblance to Fang Xiang. Neither was particularly astute. He felt a curiosity about what consequences would ensue should Fang Xiang fall victim to Tang Ding's bullying. Would he manage to turn the tide? Or would he succumb to relentless torment? The proprietress of this auction house was affiliated with Tang Ding, and if he wished to ensnare someone, he could certainly do so to devastating effect. However, with such a condition in play, Fang Xiang might remain unscathed. Thus, Jiang Sheng recognized the necessity to cultivate a favorable relationship with Fang Xiang. He did not have to wait long. After descending the stairs, Tang Ding set his sights on Fang Xiang and collided with him. Fang Xiang had just purchased an extraordinarily powerful magical artifact, the Nine Heavens glazed lamp. Once ignited, it would burn indefinitely, and when infused with spiritual energy, it could unleash a formidable spiritual flame. Not only could it be used in combat, but it was also invaluable for refining elixirs and crafting magical tools. The stall owner, sensing a connection, had sold it to him for a mere 1,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. A staggering bargain compared to the original price of 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Although it nearly depleted his savings, it was undoubtedly worth the value, a 100-fold discount. This was nothing short of a windfall. Before he could even stow the glazed lamp away, a sudden force collided with him, causing the lamp to tumble from his grasp and sending him sprawling. Just as he was about to express his anger, a haughty voice rang out. Are you blind? You've dirted my clothes. You owe me compensation. Fang Xiang, momentarily dazed, looked up to see a young man whose demeanor was exceedingly infuriating. Arrogantly tilting his head back and looking down upon him, he quickly assessed the young man's attire, particularly fixating on the spatial ring adorning Tang Ding's hand. After a moment of contemplation, he snapped back to reality. What had this world come to? Were the affluent now extorting the beggars? Chapter 52. The mindless antagonist realizing the situation, Fang Xiang refrained from engaging further and hurried to retrieve the fallen Nine Heavens glazed lamp. Upon witnessing the emergence of cracks upon the surface of the Nine Heavens glazed lamp, his heart shattered. My dear brother, are you not being a tad unreasonable? He exclaimed. It was clearly you who collided with me, and my Nine Heavens glazed lamp has been shattered as a result. Shouldn't I be the one demanding compensation? A chuckle escaped Tang Ding as he cast a glance at the object in Fang Xiang's hand, his tone laced with derision. You, my friend, have become so desperate that you dare to extort me? You expect me to compensate you for this fragile trinket? My attire, on the other hand, is a superior magical artifact. Is it unreasonable to ask for 100 medium-grade spirit stones as compensation for you tarnishing it? Fang Xiang was overwhelmed by the enormity of the demand. 100 medium-grade spirit stones equated to a staggering 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even if he were to empty his pockets, he could not procure such a sum, as he surveyed the increasing crowd of onlookers. His earlier confidence dissipated like mist in the morning sun. This was Tang Ding, the young lord of lonely wild city, whose father was a golden core cultivator. Provoking him was an ill-fated endeavor. Rumor had it that the proprietress of this auction house had ties to Tang Ding, and should he fail to appease this esteemed individual, it was likely that he would find it difficult to leave the premises unscathed. There's nothing of interest here. Merely offer compensation and an apology, he thought, suddenly feeling the sting of being kicked while down. Compensation and an apology? Setting aside whether he was at fault, the crux of the matter was that he could not afford it. His gaze darted around, hoping for a benevolent soul, akin to his senior brother, to come forth and rescue him from this predicament. Yet, the onlookers, unfamiliar with Fang Xiang, were unlikely to speak in his favor, especially upon learning of Tang Ding's identity. Who would wish to invite trouble upon themselves? Each individual watched with cold indifference, some even reveling in his misfortune. At that moment, Fang Xiang longed for Jiang Sheng. If Jiang Sheng were present, regardless of the spirit stones, he would certainly not stand idly by whilst Fang Xiang was bullied. As long as Jiang Sheng intervened, the conflict would shift, and he would no longer bear the brunt of it. Clenching his teeth, Fang Xiang resolutely declared, I have no money. I spent all my funds on this glazed lamp, which originally cost 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Would you accept that as compensation? He understood well that the value of 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones was a mere illusion. The object was nothing more than a piece of junk. He could not fathom what trickery the vendor employed to make it emit such intense spiritual flames when infused with spiritual energy. What kind of magical artifact shatters upon the slightest touch? Tang Ding snorted derisively, his disdain palpable. Do you take me for a fool? You can't possibly be unable to produce even 100 medium-grade spirit stones, can you? He crossed his arms, his tone languid. How about this? I am not an unreasonable person. Surely you can manage 10 medium-grade spirit stones? You cannot simply walk away without any form of acknowledgement after colliding with me. That would be a blow to my dignity. Fang Xiang, upon hearing this, felt a surge of both urgency and anger. He deeply regretted being overly indulged, purchasing an excessive amount of unnecessary items. Now, his spatial pouch contained little more than 100 low-grade spirit stones. I do not have even 10 pieces, Fang Xiang stammered. As soon as these words escaped his lips, the onlookers regarded him with disdainful glances, as if to say, "What business do you have in an auction house when you are so impoverished?" Some perceived Fang Xiang as lacking awareness, believing that a mere 10 medium-grade spirit stones could resolve the matter, yet they were unwilling to part with their wealth. In the vast disparity of status, even the unreasonable actions of Tang Ding appeared justified under the halo of being a son of the Golden Core. No one would think that Tang Ding would falter over 10 medium-grade spirit stones, while most believed that Fang Xiang was unworthy of consideration. Although I currently lack funds, my senior brother possesses ample resources. He too is attending the Ascension Conference. Once I locate him, I shall have him reimburse you for the spirit stones. The more Fang Xiang absorbed the surrounding conversations, the further his head sank. He could scarcely muster the courage to meet Tang Ding's gaze. In that moment, he felt as though he were the target of 1,000 accusations, as if he had committed a heinous crime. Reluctantly, he decided to acquiesce, wishing merely to resolve the situation at hand. At that moment, he no longer yearned to return to the Daylight sect as its leader. He only wished to join one of the 8 major sects, and once he attained status and cultivation, he would surely exact his revenge. Tang Ding could not suppress a smirk at these words, and he retorted with scorn, "What is your senior brother worth? Merely a character as insignificant as a worm's egg. Am I to wait indefinitely for your senior brother's arrival? Do you truly believe I am in need of these 10 medium-grade spirit stones? What do you intend to do?" Fang Xiang clenched his fists tightly, his voice hoarse as he replied, "If you kneel and apologize, I shall forgive you." Standing before the transparent wall of the VIP room, Jiang Sheng observed the unfolding drama below and could not help but marvel at Tang Ding's qualifications as a villain. He even managed to insult Fang Xiang while indulging in his own satisfaction. It was a mindless act of self-serving folly. A mindless antagonist? He chuckled softly, redirecting his attention to the two individuals. He was intrigued to see how Fang Xiang would respond. Would he suppress his humiliation and kneel in apology? Or would he erupt in fury and retaliate? Should he choose the former, Fang Xiang's reputation at the Ascension Conference would undoubtedly suffer. Especially under the scrutiny of so many witnesses, the incident would spread widely, becoming the subject of ridicule. No one would regard him as a worthy opponent. And the major sects would not welcome a figure of mockery. If he opted for the latter, with Tang Ding's cultivation and backing, he could incapacitate Fang Xiang without facing repercussions, leaving Fang Xiang truly ruined and powerless. Both paths led to a dead end. Even if Jiang Sheng imagined himself in Fang Xiang's position, he could not conceive of a way to rescue him, unless Mu Hongli were to appear at the auction house at this very moment. Meanwhile, Fang Xiang found himself entangled in a web of conflict. Reason dictated that unless a miracle occurred, he would be compelled to kneel, even if he wished to resist. Yet, should he indeed kneel before the crowd, Mu Hongli would swiftly ensure his return to the sect. Just as he hesitated, 2 figures descended from the VIP area. Tang Ding, you impudent rascal, have you succumbed to your illness again just 2 days later? You dare demand that others kneel before you. Let me show you how to bring you to your knees. With a commanding presence that parted the crowd, Tang Feng advanced towards Tang Ding in just a few strides. Yet, Wang Yin kept pace effortlessly with Tang Feng. Just as Tang Feng was about to take a step, Wang Yin hastily restrained him. What are you doing? We are in public. Show some respect for Tang Ding. Allow me to handle this. I shall speak on your behalf. Tang Feng snorted coldly, his anger still simmering. Wang Yin turned around, her expression stern. Tang Ding, do you realize this is your Aunt Wang's auction house? Have you not been informed that no disputes are permitted here? If you wish to avoid being thrown out by me, apologize to this young friend and assure your second uncle that you shall never bully others again. Fang Xiang observed Tang Feng and Wang Yin, recognizing that both exuded an aura of brilliance at this moment. This was the essence of a true elder, cultured and refined. They had rescued him from a dire situation, instilling in him a silent resolve. In his future endeavors, should he achieve success, he would repay the kindness of these 2 seniors by ensuring his vengeance against Tang Ding was tempered. At most, he would render his cultivation useless. But he would spare his life. I will not apologize, Tang Ding defiantly declared, his arrogance unabated. Tang Feng's temper flared instantly. He turned to glare at Tang Ding, raising his hand, ready to deliver a strike to this insolent brat. Even Wang Yin did not intervene at this moment, merely sighing, her expression reflecting the notion that this child was beyond redemption. However, just as Tang Feng's hand was about to descend, Tang Ding suddenly mouthed 3 words, Great Sun Sect. Tang Feng's hand froze mid-air, comprehension dawning upon him. This individual was a disciple of Jiang Sheng, and Tang Ding was deliberately provoking him to vent Jiang Sheng's grievances. A clever lad, indeed, how commendable. Tang Feng's eyes sparkled with satisfaction, and he withdrew his hand. Yet, he could not overtly condone such behavior. Feigning indignation, he declared, "I can no longer concern myself with you. Do as you please." With that, Tang Feng turned to leave. Fang Xiang was taken aback. What had initially been a straightforward situation had suddenly spiraled out of control. How could one abandon their responsibility halfway? It was utterly irresponsible. He cautiously glanced at Tang Ding, hoping Tang Feng's reprimand would temper his arrogance. Yet, Tang Ding continued to glare defiantly. "What are you waiting for? Kneel. If you do not kneel and admit your mistake, I shall force you to." Wang Yan, observing the chaotic scene, felt somewhat bewildered, uncertain whether to intervene or not. Upholding the decorum of the auction house was her duty, and she knew she must take action. However, with Tang Feng's sudden departure, having allowed Tang Ding to act as he pleased, she found it hard to believe there was no ulterior motive at play. As she stood there, it felt inappropriate to pretend she had seen nothing. On one side was Tang Feng, and on the other, the reputation of the auction house. She swiftly made her decision. "Wait for me. I have something to discuss with you." Wang Yin immediately pursued Tang Feng. This left not only Fang Xiang stunned, but also the other onlookers in shock. Even a fool could discern that Fang Xiang had undoubtedly offended them. Otherwise, why would Wang Yin leave if Fang Xiang was merely driven away in anger? The rapid rise and fall left Fang Xiang's nerves in a daze, as if Tang Feng and Wang Yan's appearance was solely to toy with him. He remained silent, patiently awaiting a potential savior. However, Tang Ding was devoid of such patience. Observing Fang Xiang's silence, he stepped forward and struck Fang Xiang's face with a resounding slap. The palm, imbued with spiritual energy, was far from weak. After the blow, Fang Xiang was sent flying. His face turned crimson, and it felt as though his bones had been deformed. Just as he attempted to rise and retaliate, a foot pressed down on his back. A surge of force emanated from behind, preventing Fang Xiang from standing upright, and as Tang Ding increased his strength, Fang Xiang's legs began to bend unnaturally. Just when his legs were about to touch the ground, a searing flame approached Tang Ding from the entrance of the auction house, like a serpent. Tang Ding had no time to react. His ceremonial robe sensed the danger and instinctively unleashed a protective shield, yet it disintegrated under the onslaught, sending him hurtling away. Fang Xiang sprang to his feet, and upon seeing the graceful figure at the auction house entrance, all his grievances erupted at that moment. "Master!" he shouted, his voice filled with frustration. Mu Hongli, with a stern expression, leaped before Fang Xiang. Without sparing him a glance, he coldly admonished Tang Ding, who was now flying backward. "How dare you, wretch? Do you believe my Deri sect to be without defenders?" At that moment, Fang Xiang was no longer merely himself. He embodied the very essence of the Deri sect. If the disciple representing Deri sect at the Ascension Conference were forced to kneel, who would ever join Deri sect in the future? Mu Hongli, who valued the future of Deri sect above all, could hardly contain his fury. "Master, he deliberately collided with me and demanded I compensate for his clothing. If I refused to kneel and apologize, he would force me to do so." Fang Xiang felt as though he had found his anchor, pouring out his grievances. Mu Hongli cast him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Fool, be silent. Since leaving the sect, you have caused nothing but trouble. Why did you not collide with someone else?" Fang Xiang felt as if he had been struck hard. Yet Mu Hongli did not cease his scolding. "Had I known this would happen, I would never have allowed you to attend the Ascension Conference. If it had been your senior brother, he would never have caused me such troubles." Each of Mu Hongli's words pierced Fang Xiang's heart like a dagger. He is the victim. How is it that he received no solace, but rather faces blame? Jiang Sheng watched the scene unfold in the VIP room, exclaiming in delight. Indeed, Mu Hongli had been summoned. However, with Tang Ding being assaulted, it was certain that Uncle Tang would not remain indifferent, and Aunt Wang would undoubtedly assist him. If no unforeseen circumstances arose, it was not merely Fang Xiang who needed to apologize. Even Mu Hongli would owe an apology and compensation. Jiang Sheng felt as though he were the hidden instigator behind this chaos, testing a hypothesis. This sensation caused him to press his hand against his chest. Oh, the heart of the saint feels no pain. Chapter 53. Repaying kindred actions in kind. Below, Tang Ding began to rise from the ground. He glanced down at his abdomen, where his outer garment lay tattered, revealing the golden silkworm armor beneath. Had it not been for his uncle's acquisition of this armor, that blow would have severely wounded him. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. In the auction house of Yanglan City, his own territory, could he allow others to bully him? "Uncle!" Tang Ding's voice rang out, more resounding than Fang Xiang's cries of indignation. Before he could shout further, the onlookers scattered, retreating to a safe distance. Those of lesser cultivation hurried outside the auction house, fearing they would be caught in the impending conflict. Friends, disputes among children should be resolved amongst themselves. Is it not somewhat shameless for a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator to assault a Qi refinement practitioner? Tang Feng said, his gaze fixed on Mu Hongli. He stood as if he had never left. As the crowd parted, Tang Feng positioned himself at the center. Mu Hongli's anger faltered. Indubitably, her actions were somewhat akin to bullying the weak. Yet, if her disciple could not hold his ground against others, what choice did she have to preserve the sect's dignity? Before the assembly, she could not concede. With a cold expression, she declared, "His cultivation is inferior. It is only natural he suffers such injuries at my hands. If you wish to defend him, then take action. There is no need for mere words." Tang Feng nodded. In the outside world, only strength holds sway. "Have you learned this, Tang Ding?" He turned to the visibly frustrated Tang Ding. "In the upcoming Immortal Ascension Conference, without my guidance, you will have to endure such indignities. Relying solely on your background will not suffice. If someone is determined to harm you, do you think your lineage will deter them?" Tang Ding pressed his lips together, remaining silent but nodding to indicate his understanding. His uncle had previously imparted similar wisdom. Yet, hearing it 1,000 times could not compare to a single personal experience in terms of impact. Observing Tang Ding deep in thought, Tang Feng smiled. Suffering a bit of hardship was inconsequential, as long as it led to lasting wisdom. After all, he was still present to guide him. Tang Feng shifted his focus back to Mu Hongli, sensing the intense desire for battle radiating from his opponent. He let out a derisive chuckle. "Since you delight in bullying the weak, I shall refrain from engaging you in combat. I find your perspective quite agreeable. If I am not mistaken, you must be the leader of the Daybreak sect. Consequently, I intend to visit your sect with my brother. I wish to see how you will speak so shamelessly in the presence of a Golden Core practitioner." Upon hearing this, Mu Hongli's battle spirit gradually waned. Her brow furrowed as she muttered, "Golden Core practitioner?" Tang Feng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. The child you injured is not only my nephew but also the son of the Lord of Lonely Wild City, a child of a Golden Core practitioner. How you treat others, I shall ensure others treat you in kind. This seems quite fair, does it not? Furthermore, I shall report this matter to Luan Jinwei and investigate whether the Daybreak sect still serves a purpose." With a cold snort, Tang Feng expressed his disdain. "I have heard your sect is quite renowned, with a single disciple bearing the entire sect's burdens. As the sect leader, you confine yourself to closed-door cultivation, entirely neglecting the affairs of your sect. Do you not feel a tinge of shame?" His words incited immediate agitation among the onlookers. The notion of a disciple shouldering the sect's responsibilities was unprecedented to them. Inquiries arose, and explanations soon followed, particularly from neighboring sects familiar with the Daybreak sect's affairs. They were well informed about recent significant events, and soon, individuals began elucidating the situation to others. After listening to the explanations, the gazes directed at Mu Hongli shifted dramatically. Although no one mocked her as openly as Tang Feng, the disdain in their eyes spoke volumes. Even practitioners of the demonic path would not engage in such absurd behavior. Yet, here was Mu Hongli, a righteous sect leader, committing such an egregious act, an oppression that was unparalleled. As Mu Hongli noticed the scornful glances from the crowd, her countenance darkened. What had she done wrong? Shouldn't a capable disciple be allowed to showcase their abilities? Moreover, as the sect leader, her own elevated cultivation was essential to safeguard the sect. Instead, she found herself troubled at the mere mention of bringing a Golden Core practitioner to the Daybreak sect. This could not stand. The Daybreak sect must not be brought to ruin under her watch. She pressed her parched lips together, her voice hoarse as she asked, "What do you desire?" "Apologize to my nephew until he forgives you." "What? You expect me to apologize to him?" Mu Hongli raised an eyebrow, her tone rising in indignation. If it were a matter of apologizing to Tang Feng, that might be acceptable, but to apologize to a junior was an affront to her dignity. After all, she was the leader of a sect. Many in the guest chamber unsealed their soundproofing formations, turning their attention to Mu Hongli. Compared to the petty squabbles among Qi refinement practitioners, they relished the spectacle of a confrontation at the foundation establishment stage. They were eager to see whether Mu Hongli would capitulate or prioritize her dignity over her sect's welfare. Through the whispers of others, it was widely believed that the second possibility held a greater likelihood. Jiang Sheng was silently observing as well. The method employed by Mu Hongli had been repurposed by Tang Feng, rendering the scene deeply ironic. Furthermore, Tang Feng had the audacity to remember to conceal their acquaintance, all while avoiding trouble for himself and vocally condemning Mu Hongli with fervor. It truly moved me to tears. Given his understanding of Mu Hongli, the likelihood of her swallowing this indignation was exceedingly high. A person who places immense value on their sect would never allow such a situation to unfold. While losing face was unfortunate, bowing to a Golden Core cultivator was not an act of shame. In fact, if Mu Hongli were to genuinely humble herself for the sake of her sect, others might even respect her more. Jiang Sheng turned his gaze towards Fang Xiang, who was hiding behind Mu Hongli. Only Mu Hongli could save Fang Xiang at this juncture. Now that Mu Hongli had emerged, it seemed futile. He was genuinely curious whether Fang Xiang could still evade this impending crisis. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a figure suddenly appeared between Tang Feng and Mu Hongli. It was a man adorned in splendid attire, possessing striking features. Yet, the aura he exuded was far more formidable than the tense standoff between Tang Feng and Mu Hongli, even hinting at an oppressive presence. "Gentlemen, must we escalate this discord?" he inquired. "We are all here in Yanglan City for the Ascension Conference. Might I request that you cease hostilities for my sake?" Both Tang Feng and Mu Hongli were taken aback. They had not even noticed how he had appeared before them. As peak Foundation Establishment cultivators, only a practitioner at the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment, on the cusp of Golden Core, could accomplish such a feat. "Who are you?" Mu Hongli asked, perplexed. The man turned to her and smiled. "I have yet to introduce myself. I am Jiang Sheng of the Luan Jinwei, tasked with overseeing the righteous sects and combating demonic cultivators." Chapter 54. A dead friend is better than a living one. Mu Hongli nodded, her expression somewhat complex. She was certainly aware of the Luan Jinwei. Before assuming her responsibilities in the sect, she had contemplated joining their ranks. However, after years of seclusion, that fervor had long since faded. After introducing himself, Jiang Sheng addressed Tang Feng with a gentle tone. "Deputy City Lord Tang, it is good to see you again." Tang Feng was somewhat surprised to see Jiang Sheng here, yet it felt somewhat inevitable. Jiang Sheng's involvement in the affairs of Gully City was merely a matter of convenience. His primary duty was to escort the junior sect disciples to the pacification state. Tang Feng clasped his hands in greeting. "I have the honor of meeting you, Officer Ji." His older brother was in closed-door cultivation in the Quanxia Forest, and he was accompanying Tang Ding to gather resources. Had the Luan Jinwei not intervened in Gully City, significant trouble might have ensued. For both public and private reasons, Tang Feng felt it necessary to maintain the proper respect towards Jiang Sheng. "City Lord Tang, I was already aware of the circumstances upon my arrival," Jiang Sheng continued. "Both parties bear some fault, and since Tang Ding and Fang Xiang have already faced consequences, it would be prudent to let this matter rest." Jiang Sheng took a step back, observing both their reactions keenly. Upon hearing his words, Mu Hongli naturally acquiesced. Nodding in agreement, "I have no objections." However, Tang Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing the overt bias. If Jiang Sheng had not intervened, Mu Hongli would have been the one to bow her head. Moreover, it was entirely plausible that Jiang Sheng was acquainted with Tang Ding. Given that he was the most notorious wastrel in the nearby cities, anyone who had visited Gaicheng would have likely heard his name. The name Fang Xiang was one Jiang Sheng had come across during his initial investigation into Jiang Sheng. Yet, how did Jiang Sheng come to know of it? "Tang City Lord, I beseech you to grant me this favor. Jiang Sheng of the Great Sun Sect has shown me kindness, and now that his master and fellow disciple are in peril, I cannot turn a blind eye." Jiang Sheng had no desire to conceal his intentions. He cupped his hands in respect towards Tang Feng, saying, "Let it be regarded as a gesture for my assistance in expelling the demonists from Gaicheng." Tang Feng opened his mouth, but words eluded him for a time. What a predicament! The floodwaters had indeed swept through the Dragon King Temple, turning kin against kin. He had permitted Tang Ding to trouble Fang Xiang out of a desire to avenge Jiang Sheng. Now, Jiang Sheng's intervention was equally aimed at repaying Jiang Sheng's kindness. Unfortunately, he could not divulge the truth to Jiang Sheng, so he merely cast a cold glance at Mu Hongli and scoffed. "Consider yourselves fortunate. This matter will be settled, and I shall grant Ji Tongwei this favor." With that, he beckoned to Tang Ding and turned to make his way towards the VIP area. Tang Ding rubbed his belly. Despite the lingering pain, he held his head high as he passed by Fang Xiang and Mu Hongli, exuding an air of arrogance once more, casting them scornful glances as if to say, "What are you two worth?" This infuriated Mu Hongli, who nearly lost her composure again. Yet, a fragment of rationality urged her not to provoke further trouble, and she managed to suppress her restless hands. Fang Xiang, meanwhile, kept his head down, fists clenched tightly. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. A gentleman does not forget his grievances. He may act wildly today, but the humiliation I endure must be repaid 100-fold in the future. He repeated these words in his mind, gradually alleviating his pent-up frustration. When the onlookers saw that the esteemed official of Luan Jinwei had arrived to take charge, they understood that the spectacle was over and began to disperse. Still, a few disciples from smaller sects cast curious glances at Jiang Sheng, inquiring with their elders about who Luan Jinwei was. They found Jiang Sheng to be quite imposing, having diffused what could have escalated into a significant conflict with just a few words. "Thank you, fellow cultivator," Mu Hongli said, cupping her hands in gratitude towards Jiang Sheng. "There is no need for such formalities," Jiang Sheng replied gently. "I have come to understand that Tang, the deputy city lord, is someone who, once he declares a matter settled, will not seek further trouble. However, Tang Ding, on the other hand, is vengeful and possesses many shortcomings. It would be wise for you to keep your disciple close. That way, even if Tang Ding wishes to create chaos, he will find it difficult to do so." Mu Hongli nodded slightly and turned to call out to Fang Xiang. "Hurry and express your gratitude to the senior." Fang Xiang promptly stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect, and said, "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your timely intervention. Should I achieve any success in the future, I shall surely repay your kindness. Do not thank me. Rather, extend your gratitude to your master brother," Ji Lingshan replied, his expression somewhat awkward. He scanned the auction house, yet failed to locate Jiang Sheng. Meanwhile, Mu Hongli found herself increasingly displeased with Fang Xiang. The two disciples had participated in the Ascension Conference together. One seemed intent on causing her trouble, nearly dragging the sect into chaos, while the other, though absent, had forged a benevolent connection by rescuing them from peril. The disparity was stark. As she contemplated this, she suddenly realized that Jiang Sheng was not alongside Fang Xiang. They had both entered the Springstone Forest together, and it had been half a day without a trace of Jiang Sheng. Worry crept into her heart as she furrowed her brow and asked Fang Xiang, "Where is Jiang Sheng?" At her words, Ji Lingshan also directed his gaze toward Fang Xiang. After exiting the Springstone Forest, the junior sister had returned to the sect via boat, while he had been searching the city for Jiang Sheng. Hoping to discern his character, Fang Xiang had diverged from him upon entering the city. Now, seeing Fang Xiang again without Jiang Sheng was quite unexpected. Feeling the intense scrutiny from both, Fang Xiang stammered, I don't know. You entered the Springstone Forest with Jiang Sheng, and you claim to know nothing of his whereabouts?" Mu Hongli's expression darkened instantly. Various scenarios flashed through her mind, including the notion that Fang Xiang harbored ill will towards Jiang Sheng, possibly taking advantage of his injuries to betray him. She envisioned a scene where they encountered a formidable beast, with Jiang Sheng valiantly facing it alone while Fang Xiang escaped. The more she thought, the colder her gaze became towards Fang Xiang. He felt as if he were being pierced by her icy stare, sensing a hint of murderous intent. In desperation, he looked to Ji Lingshan for help. He couldn't speak the truth. The consequences would be dire. Yet, fabricating a lie would likely be detected by Mu Hongli's keen senses. Ji Lingshan's eyes flickered as he spoke up. "I had thought Jiang Sheng would join the auction here in Yanglan City for some entertainment. After rescuing my junior sister, he left the Springstone Forest. Perhaps he was detained by other matters." With a smile, he continued, "Why don't you both accompany me upstairs to the VIP room? Once the auction begins, if Jiang Sheng arrives, he will be easily spotted. It would also give me a chance to learn more about him from you two. I still haven't determined how to repay his kindness." At these words, Fang Xiang withdrew his neck slightly. To learn about Jiang Sheng, hadn't he already gleaned much from his own experiences? It was evident that Ji Lingshan intended to keep them close until their master brother appeared, leaving Fang Xiang uncertain about how Ji Lingshan would approach Jiang Sheng in that moment. But the death of a friend does not equate to the demise of a cultivator. Given the formidable presence exhibited by Ji Lingshan earlier and the identity of Wan Jinwei, even standing beside Mu Hongli, she felt no sense of security and could only remain silent. Mu Hongli initially intended to refuse. Staying here after losing face would only invite ridicule. However, the possibility of encountering a medicinal pill capable of healing Jiang Sheng's injuries made it difficult for her to depart. Having already promised Jiang Sheng, it would indeed be rather unreasonable not to attend the auction. Furthermore, given that Ji Lingshan had just aided her, a sudden refusal would be rather impolite. With these thoughts in mind, she nodded. "Then I shall trouble you, esteemed sir." Chapter 55. The Nine Heavens glazed lamp. Jiang Sheng stood against the wall, and upon the appearance of Ji Lingshan, he activated the silence formation. He settled onto the mat and began to meditate with closed eyes. Fang Xiang was indeed his best brother. To think he could remain unscathed. It was hard to believe that Fang Xiang lacked fortune. Being near him felt like a safeguard. Not to mention, Fang Xiang also allowed him to fulfill his daily backstabbing tasks. Sometimes, he even managed to seize some of Fang Xiang's opportunities. With Fang Xiang's luck, succeeding at the Ascension Conference should pose no problem. The only concern was how to persuade Fang Xiang to join the same sect as him, which would certainly facilitate matters. While Jiang Sheng contemplated with closed eyes, the door behind him was forcefully pushed open. Tang Ding entered the room, exclaiming, "Damn, I've truly suffered a loss. I helped you vent your frustrations, yet I ended up taking a beating myself." Jiang Sheng turned his head, slightly frowning, and feigned ignorance. "Did you truly seek trouble with Fang Xiang? But how could someone at the 8th level of qi refining suffer at his hands? You have certainly opened my eyes to your weakness." Tang Ding, upon witnessing Jiang Sheng's puzzled expression, was nearly infuriated. He had never been so insulted. He pointed a finger at Jiang Sheng, struggling to articulate a response. Tang Feng, who had just approached from outside, felt somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this. He had previously intervened on Jiang Sheng's behalf, assuming Jiang Sheng could see from the VIP room, and thus did not stop. However, it seemed Jiang Sheng had been engrossed in cultivation, entirely unaware of the events below. This rendered his earlier actions somewhat peculiar. While Tang Ding's bullying of Fang Xiang could be dismissed as youthful antics, his direct harassment of Jiang Sheng's master was indeed excessive. If Jiang Sheng had no intention of seeking revenge, then Tang Ding had merely overstepped. Fortunately, Tang Ding could not contain his emotions and quickly divulged what had transpired below. Jiang Sheng, however, did not display any signs of anger. How absurd. Not only did you cause a ruckus, but Uncle Tang joined in as well. If word of this got out, although the reputation of the Daylight sect would suffer, the reputation of Guyu City would also take a hit, truly a case of losing more than one gains. Jiang Sheng sighed and remarked, I have long since let go of any resentment towards my master and Fang Xiang. However, it serves as a lesson for my junior brother, reminding him to exercise greater caution while venturing into the world. Tang Ding interjected, your junior brother indeed requires some education. You wouldn't believe it. He claimed to have spent all his savings on that 9 heavens glazed lamp, and it shattered the moment I touched it. He even said he would compensate me for that worthless item, which nearly made me laugh aloud. As he spoke, he chuckled awkwardly, only to halt abruptly upon noticing Jiang Sheng's lack of amusement. Jiang Sheng's expression was so stern that it rendered Tang Ding apprehensive. When Jiang Sheng smiled, he felt compelled to smile in return, yet refrained when Jiang Sheng's demeanor was serious, lest he face retribution. Detection of betrayal target. Fang Xiang. Betrayal task. Obtain the 9 heavens glazed lamp from Fang Xiang. Task reward. The correct method to unveil the 9 heavens glazed lamp, upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the task before him. Jiang Sheng comprehended its implications. It presented him with another opportunity to seize something from Fang Xiang. Although he was unaware of the true nature of the 9 heavens glazed lamp, he knew that anything originating from Fang Xiang's possession could not be of poor quality. He felt no remorse about acquiring items from Fang Xiang, reasoning that in the end, Fang Xiang would pass the treasures to Nangong Yaya. Thus, he was merely safeguarding the treasures from being tarnished, which alleviated his conscience greatly. Tang Ding, noticing Jiang Sheng's prolonged silence, began to feel uneasy. Suspecting that Jiang Sheng might be upset, he awkwardly chuckled and said, your master and junior brother have gone to the VIP room of Ji Tongwei. Are you not going to join them? Ji Tongwei mentioned that you are the savior of his junior sister and wishes to express his gratitude. Such an opportunity to cultivate a relationship with Wan Jinwei is exceedingly rare. Had it not been for the inopportune timing, I would have already sought to establish a connection with Ji Tongwei. As soon as Ji Lingxin was mentioned, Tang Ding became animated, chattering incessantly, you may not know, but Ji Lingxin is remarkably formidable. Though he is quite young, his cultivation is impressive. It is said he is on the verge of ascending to Silver Guard. With the corpses of demon cultivators he has slain being enough to encircle Yanglan City, especially since he holds great affection for his junior sister. You saved her, so there is bound to be some reward. If you could be recommended to join Wan Jinwei, your future would be limitless. Jiang Sheng felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Limitless future? He suddenly recalled that Jian Qingshu had called out to her elder brother when she was emotional. Listening to Tang Ding's words now, it was evident that there existed a tender bond between the siblings. He found himself an unwitting third party in their relationship. Though not his intention, Ji Lingxin would likely not view it as such. Should Ji Lingxin confront him, the outcome would surely not be a bright future, but rather a dismal one. With this thought, Jiang Sheng promptly shook his head, declaring, perhaps it would be best to refrain from involvement. Though this situation is not of my choosing, I must avoid unnecessary suspicion. After the Immortal Ascension Conference concludes, I shall explain everything to my master and junior brother. Tang Ding opened his mouth, intending to express something. Yet upon recalling that the situation had arisen due to his actions, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and refrained from speaking. He could only close the door, deactivating the soundproof and vision-blocking formations. The auction was about to commence. As he released the formations, he noticed that the stage below had already been set. The host, an elderly man, stood behind a large platform, capable of displaying any item for all to observe. He held a wooden gavel and was passionately delivering the opening remarks, welcoming the esteemed guests and extolling the virtues of the auctioned items. Such rhetoric ignited the enthusiasm of all present. Although many were mere spectators, should they encounter a rare treasure that piqued their interest, they would not hesitate to part with their spirit stones. As the host warmed up the audience, the attendants of the auction house distributed the list of items to each VIP room. Jiang Sheng, holding the booklet, had yet to turn to the first page when he noticed a phrase inscribed on the cover. Little Sheng, if you fancy something, bid directly. Your Uncle Tang will cover the costs. Tang Ding's eyes sparkled with delight. After perusing the booklet for a while, he confirmed, this is indeed my second uncle's handwriting. It seems he was not jesting when he mentioned he would splurge. A grin spread across his face as he exclaimed, Brother Sheng, from now on, you shall be like a true brother to me. If I fancy something, may I also place a bid? Let my second uncle foot the bill? He inquired with an ingratiating tone. I understand the rules and will be reasonable. As long as you agree, I shall heed your wishes henceforth. Jiang Sheng understood the underlying sentiment. It appeared that Tang Feng believed he was unaware of the goings-on below and felt guilty enough to reiterate his offer. Yet, he had no intention of sparing Tang Feng's spirit stones. Jiang Sheng regarded Tang Ding with an odd expression. Ah, here comes the scapegoat, he thought, nodding and replying. Very well, since you have taken to calling me brother, I cannot let you do so in vain. However, I have one stipulation. You must assist me in bidding for whatever catches my eye. Otherwise, it would be challenging to explain to my master and fellow disciples why I am in your VIP room. Tang Ding immediately responded with a cheerful demeanor. Of course. Whenever you find something you desire, just inform your little brother, and I shall assist you in bidding. My reputation in Yanglan City carries some weight. Few would dare to compete with me in bidding. He paid little mind to the matter, convinced that Jiang Sheng would not be inclined to bid on many items. After all, Jiang Sheng was known for his good nature, and good people often felt shy about spending another's spirit stones. But Tang Ding was different. He was a pure rogue, relishing the opportunity to expend his second uncle's spirit stones, eager to see him squirm. Especially when it came to acquiring the exquisite gathering spirit pills and having Jiang Sheng assist in the endeavor. The first auction item was unveiled, a low-grade spirit weapon. The flying dragon crossbow. The host, having sufficiently warmed up the audience, promptly announced the first item for bidding. As the attendant placed the auction item upon the display stand, the auctioneer commenced recounting the origins of the piece. It is widely acknowledged that a cultivator's weapon is akin to a third arm. A superior weapon can enable its wielder to triumph over the formidable. The flying dragon crossbow, a weapon utilized by foundational cultivators, launches bolts with the swiftness and might of a soaring dragon. Moreover, it possesses the significant advantage of being operable by higher-tier chi refining cultivators. When wielded adeptly, even foundational cultivators can inflict harm upon their adversaries. The auctioneer's voice rose and fell dramatically, and upon mentioning that it could be utilized by chi refining practitioners, many in the audience felt a surge of excitement. Most had gathered to attend the Ascension Conference. Acquiring the flying dragon crossbow could serve as a formidable trump card, a potential lifeline in times of peril, akin to a protective talisman. However, the crossbow is not without its drawbacks. A cultivator at the 7th level of chi refining would exhaust all their spiritual energy upon its use, while an 8th level practitioner could still retain some. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the capacity to conserve spiritual energy. Similarly, a 9th level practitioner could utilize it twice before becoming fatigued. Yet this would be sufficient to intimidate any would-be assailants. The auctioneer stepped forward, aiming the flying dragon crossbow at the open sky and releasing a bolt that soared forth like an ethereal dragon, accompanied by a resonant roar. After the demonstration, he proclaimed, "The starting bid is 300 mid-grade spirit stones, with each increment not less than 10 stones. Once the gavel falls, no further bids will be accepted. Please place your bids." Following the display of the crossbow's might, many began to stir with anticipation. However, upon hearing the starting price of 300 mid-grade spirit stones, the eyes of some disciples from smaller sects dimmed. It was exorbitant. Nevertheless, as the first item up for auction, it had already widened their horizons. 301. 305. The price of the flying dragon crossbow quickly escalated to 500 mid-grade spirit stones. In the VIP room, Tang Ding could no longer contain himself. 1,000. His declaration immediately silenced any potential rivals. Doubling the bid showcased the bidder's boldness and unwavering determination to possess the item. Moreover, to them, a low-grade spirit weapon should not command such a lofty price. The auctioneer himself was taken aback by this figure. By his estimation, the flying dragon crossbow would fetch a maximum of 600 spirit stones, making the 1,000 stones utterly unexpected. He hastily announced, 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones from the esteemed patron in VIP room 8. Is there a higher bid? If not, 3, 2, 1 bang. The crisp sound of the gavel resonated throughout the auction hall. The auctioneer exuberantly declared, "Congratulations to the esteemed patron of VIP room 8 for acquiring the flying dragon crossbow. The treasure will be delivered to your quarters shortly. Now, I shall begin the introduction of the second auction item." Within VIP room 8, Tang Ding wore a proud grin, exuding an air of superiority that seemed to challenge anyone to contest him. Especially as he observed the astonished expressions of the disciples below, his vanity was immensely gratified. "Did you see that? No one dares to bid against me once I make my move." After the display, he hastily remarked, "Where will you put everything? Just give it to me when the Ascension Conference begins. Otherwise, I'm afraid my uncle won't settle the bill." All right, Jiang Sheng replied with remarkable tolerance. In the nearby VIP room 5, Fang Xiang and Mu Hongli sat separately on their chairs. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Fang Xiang felt like his teeth might shatter. How could one possess such wealth? 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. If they were already so affluent, why extort me? He simply could not fathom it. He even lamented the unfairness of fate. Tang Ding, with his infuriating demeanor, had such a formidable background, while he, possessing both handsomeness and talent, remained impoverished. He clenched his fists. He must elevate his strength and earn more spirit stones. That way, treasures would not slip through his fingers. Unlike now, when he desperately desired the flying dragon crossbow, but could not even produce the minimum bid of spirit stones. All his savings had gone into acquiring a 9 heavens glazed lamp, which shattered at the slightest touch. Fang Xiang retrieved the 9 heavens glazed lamp, gazing at its cracked surface, seething with rage and wishing to hurl it to the ground. The tales of the 9 heavens' spiritual fire within promised to enhance the quality of alchemy and artifact forging, as well as empower one in combat. Most significantly, it could be absorbed into the body, creating an eternal source of fire. It was all a deception. Yet, just as he was about to discard it, he realized that perhaps this item was not entirely worthless. If the vendor could deceive him, why couldn't he use this item to deceive others? It would not work at the auction house, as everyone knew his 9 heavens glazed lamp was a laughingstock. Who didn't he know? After a moment of contemplation, his eyes suddenly sparkled. The senior brother. He hadn't participated in the auction. Fang Xiang clapped his hands, feeling this was an excellent plan. In the Daylight Sect, others might lack spirit stones, but his senior brother certainly did not. After all resources were obtained by him. How could he not set aside a portion? Fang Xiang placed his hand on his chest. A twinge of guilt. Yet, when he thought that his senior brother providing spirit stones was a form of assistance, and if he performed well at the Ascension Conference, it would bring honor to the Daylight Sect, the pang of conscience dissipated. Chapter 56. Who will make the payment? The auction house had accumulated quite a collection of items, all prepared for the final day of the Ark's launch. Among them were treasures that even those in the Foundation establishment stage coveted. Each item commanded a price exceeding 1,000 spirit stones, markedly different from the petty squabbles of the Qi refinement stage. The atmosphere in the auction house gradually intensified, especially as Tang Ding frequently made bids. Perhaps it was due to the extravagance of the first item, or perhaps out of respect for his background. The subsequent items were acquired by Tang Ding at relatively low prices. In total, he spent 4,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Almost there, and there rest nothing more I desire. If I spend any longer, my uncle will surely become anxious, Tang Ding remarked, his words trailing off with a hint of reluctance. He scarcely considered whether Jiang Sheng wished to procure anything. There were a few commendable items earlier, but they overlapped with the treasures he possessed. He had inquired with Jiang Sheng, who merely shook his head. Much like Tang Ding surmised, Jiang Sheng was somewhat bashful, reluctant to spend another's money. Now, there were merely 2 artifacts remaining, and they would undoubtedly not disappoint the esteemed audience. One was provided by the Treasure Pavilion, and the other by the Artifact Pavilion, both exceedingly rare and of considerable worth. Without further ado, let us present the auction items. The auctioneer proclaimed with fervor as, with the conclusion of his words, a crimson lotus was brought to the stage. Unlike other items, this lotus was encased in a crystal dome, leaving the spectators only a vague silhouette to behold. The auctioneer stepped forward and removed the crystal cover. Instantly, a wave of warmth surged forth, causing the temperature in the entire hall to rise rapidly. The flame lotus. Someone in the crowd recognized the flower. At that moment, the auctioneer began to elaborate. The flame lotus, which could only be found in the realm of extreme heat, was a premier material used for concocting elixirs or aiding in cultivation. For practitioners of fire attribute techniques, consuming this lotus could potentially generate a flame seed within them, leading to the creation of flame fire. The starting bid was set at 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As the auctioneer's words concluded, the bidding commenced. Most of the participants were Foundation establishment cultivators. In the flame domain, any item related to fire commanded a high price, especially this herb, which could enable practitioners to manifest extraordinary fire, was invaluable. Though the flame fire might not stand out among the myriad of extraordinary fires in the flame domain, it was the most accessible and comprehensible. It held immense allure for those practicing fire attribute techniques, as well as for alchemists and artifact masters alike. The value of the flame lotus swiftly soared to 3,000 spirit stones, then 4,000. Suddenly, a voice emerged from VIP room number 5, causing others to pause. It was the first instance of room number 5 entering the bidding, and the voice was familiar to them. It belonged to Luan Jinwei's Jiang Sheng. Some prospective bidders hesitated, contemplating whether their bids would offend him. However, soon after, bidding commenced from VIP room number 8. 5,000. In room number 5, Jiang Sheng was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Tang Ding's voice. He then raised his bid to 5,500 mid-grade spirit stones. His junior sister had a keen interest in alchemy, given that she was somewhat downcast at the moment. Gifting her a flame lotus might afford her the opportunity to grasp the extraordinary fire within. However, 5,000 spirit stones was the utmost value he assigned to this flame lotus in his heart. Adding another 1,000 would be acceptable, but any more would be unwise. Meanwhile, in VIP room number 8, Jiang Sheng urged Tang Ding to continue bidding. 7,000, he announced. Are you still hesitating? Tang Ding was drenched in sweat. Previously, his total purchases amounted to merely 4,000 spirit stones. Jiang Sheng's bold offer of 7,000 spirit stones surpassed all his prior acquisitions combined. How foolish he had been to think Jiang Sheng was too bashful to speak up. This was a calculated move. Could his uncle possibly believe this was his own doing? Bid. Jiang Sheng declared resolutely. He was determined to acquire the flame lotus. While other materials were relatively easy to gather, the flame lotus was rare and highly sought after. The presence of the flame lotus at the Yanglin auction house had him elated. 7,000, Tang Ding stammered. The surrounding bidders were perplexed by his timid tone, as if someone were threatening him from behind. Ji Lingchen refrained from bidding further, casting a puzzled glance at the wall beside him, as if he could see the 8th VIP room. Even with his extensive experience, he found it baffling why Tang Ding so eagerly inflated his bids. While he understood that Gubwa City was affluent, such extravagance was unwarranted. Wasn't Tang Feng going to intervene? Fang Xiang, listening nearby, felt his teeth grinding. 7,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Not even selling himself would yield that amount. Not to mention, even the entire Daylight sect couldn't afford such a sum. The disparity among people was infuriating. Noticing that Ji Lingchen remained silent, the auctioneer swiftly brought down the gavel, excitedly announcing that the item had been secured by the 8th VIP room. In Tang Feng's chamber, his brows furrowed deeply. Where had that little rascal Tang Ding acquired such funds? Beside him, Wang Yin chuckled. You dote on Tang Ding too much. He has already spent over 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. At this rate, you'll deplete Gubwa City's reserves. He had only 4,000 spirit stones in his pocket. He truly dares to call out. Tang Feng gritted his teeth. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes narrowed. It would be best if his elder brother had secretly gifted him spirit stones. If that little brat was using Jiang Sheng's name to make him pay, he would make him pay dearly. In the 5th VIP room, Tang Ding exclaimed, Brother, we can't bid any higher. We've already spent 11,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It's a miracle my uncle hasn't rushed in yet. As Tang Ding reached the final item, Jiang Sheng continued to encourage him to bid, sweat pouring down his face. The last item was a low-grade spiritual treasure, potent enough for peak foundation establishment practitioners to wield 3/10 of golden core power. The starting price was 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, quickly escalating to 5,000. Yet Jiang Sheng still wanted him to place a bid. It was as if he regarded spirit stones as mere trifles. What use did a perfected chi refinement practitioner have for a golden core practitioner's treasure? Bid. The door is locked tight. Uncle Tang can't get in, he insisted. I will not bid, not even if it costs me my life. Tang Ding vehemently shook his head. I have already squandered those 4,000 spirit stones, so I need not rely on my second uncle for reimbursement. You, my friend, should cease to complicate my affairs. The low-grade spiritual treasure is something that even those at the peak of foundation establishment covet. Did you not notice that my second uncle has already begun to bid? To compete with him would be sheer folly, regardless of what Jiang Sheng may assert. Tang Ding resolutely shook his head, pressing his lips together in a gesture that conveyed his unwillingness to speak, as if to say, no matter the consequences, I shall remain silent. The price below was firmly established at 7,000 middle-grade spirit stones, announced from the VIP room where Tang Feng resided. Several seconds passed without any new bids being placed. Jiang Sheng began to feel a sense of urgency. All the previous items had been acquired by Tang Ding, and he had only secured a single flame lotus for himself, valued at 7,000. Compared to the limit of 10,000, he still found himself 3,000 short. The final item, a kettle-shaped low-grade spiritual treasure, was one he was determined to bid on. 7,500 middle-grade spirit stones. At the auction's closing, he finally voiced his bid for the first time. As his voice resonated, the two individuals in VIP room 3, where Ji Lingchen was situated, were momentarily taken aback. 7,500 middle-grade spirit stones. What a substantial sum. It was astonishing to discover that the spirit stone reserves of GY City were so plentiful. Ji Lingchen couldn't help but marvel. The son of a mere city lord could produce nearly 20,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Even if the city lord were a golden core cultivator, he still found it remarkable. What surprised him even more was that the bidders were none other than Tang Feng and Tang Ding. The uncle and nephew pair seemed to regard other participants as mere trifles, engaging in an overt internal bidding war. Meanwhile, Fang Xiang and Mu Hongli both furrowed their brows in unison, their expressions laden with contemplation. Master, does that voice not resemble that of big brother Jiang Sheng? Ji Lingchen inquired. Are you suggesting that the voice emanating from VIP room 5 belongs to Jiang Sheng? He hadn't noticed earlier, but now that he reflected in silence, it was indeed distinct from Tang Ding's. He cast a glance at Mu Hongli, who, uncertainly, remarked, without a doubt, the voice is Jiang Sheng's. However, how could he possibly muster over 7,000 middle-grade spirit stones? And how could he be connected to GY City? You little rascal, do not obstruct me. I shall have my vengeance upon him. Has he developed an addiction to bidding against me? If he wishes to retaliate against your second uncle, he ought not to squander spirit stones. And he even had the audacity to enlist Jiang Sheng to assist him in bidding. This is utterly outrageous. Tang Feng was nearly beside himself with rage, abandoning his bidding to confront Tang Ding. It was only Wang Yin who intervened to restrain him. The VIP rooms had been locked since the auction commenced. To enter, one would need Tang Ding's permission. After all, they were family. What difference did it make who bid? There would be time for reckoning after the auction concluded. I shall stand with you in that endeavor. After much soothing, Wang Yin finally managed to quell Tang Feng's fury. Even she felt that Tang Ding had overstepped. Knowing full well that his second uncle desired the item, he still bid publicly, thereby embarrassing Tang Feng in front of others. It would be a miracle if he escaped unscathed. 8,000. A voice emerged from VIP room 2. As Tang Feng was about to continue bidding, he heard another voice from the adjacent room. 9,000. Jiang Sheng called out once more, eliciting gasps from the crowd below. 9,000 medium-grade spirit stones equated to a staggering 90,000 low-grade spirit stones. Many female cultivators began to gaze dreamily at the VIP room where Jiang Sheng resided. If they could associate with the esteemed individuals within, their future cultivation resources would be secured. However, the exorbitant price of 9,000 quickly deterred many participants. Although low-grade spiritual treasures were desirable, they were still merely low-grade treasures. Tang Ding, watching from the side, began to scratch his head, muttering incessantly, "Madness. Someone is aiding you. And you still want to let go? You continue to bid? I truly misjudged you. It's not shyness or reluctance to spend another's money. You are shameless." Suddenly, he lunged forward to cover Jiang Sheng's mouth, attempting to prevent him from continuing his bidding. Jiang Sheng waved his hand in the air, and in the next moment, Tang Ding found himself physically silenced by Jiang Sheng. "Let me bid. I wish to spend." His voice synchronized with that of the auctioneer below. For the final time, 9,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Sold. Let us congratulate the esteemed guest in room 8, who has not only secured the flame lotus, but also acquired a low-grade spiritual treasure. Shortly, a servant will bring the items to the VIP room along with some small gifts we have prepared for your enjoyment. We hope you find them to your liking. Thus, the auction concluded. Some unsold items were subsequently offered at discounted prices in the store, while other cultivators resumed their stalls. Whether through spirit stone transactions or barter, most found products to their liking. Outside room 8, Tang Feng, Wang Yin, and Mu Hongli stood at the entrance, alongside a servant who had come to deliver the treasures. The servant asked in confusion. He had knocked for quite some time without a response. Conversely, guests from other rooms had congregated here. Initially, he thought to use a sound transmission talisman to raise an alarm, notifying the proprietress of a disturbance. However, upon spotting her amidst the throng, he quickly abandoned that notion and weakly inquired, "There's no movement inside. Who is making the payment?" Chapter 57. Open the door. Reveal yourself, Tang Ding. You little rascal. Open the door. Come out. I assure you I won't harm you. It has been ages since we last chatted. I wish to have a heart-to-heart with you. Hearing the voice outside, Tang Ding remained unfazed, crossing his arms with no hint of panic on his face. Humph, who does that old man think he is fooling? Not harm me. If he can't kill me, he'll surely beat me to a pulp. I refuse to go out. He tilted his head arrogantly towards the door. After uttering those words, his expression turned sorrowful. You say not to open the door, but if it opens later, you must take responsibility. I have only expended 4,000 spirit stones, which I personally covered. The additional 7,000 for the flame lotus was on you. And the 9,000 for that inferior spiritual treasure was also yours. The total of 16,000 medium-grade spirit stones was entirely your expenditure. Jiang Sheng remained comfortably seated on the meditation mat, indifferent to the events unfolding outside. He instructed Tang Ding to keep the door closed, allowing him to handle the ensuing matters. Consequently, Tang Ding adopted a more subdued demeanor. Sitting behind Jiang Sheng, he observed Jiang Sheng's increasingly peculiar gaze, a smirk involuntarily forming at the corners of his mouth. Could this person truly be virtuous? What sort of righteous individual shamelessly squanders another's funds to acquire such extravagant items for themselves? Were he in the same position, he could never stoop to such depths. It was utterly brazen. Witnessing someone else squander another's money for personal gain was a first for him. Nonetheless, a sense of glee bubbled within him. His uncle was no fool and would undoubtedly be infuriated at being so brazenly exploited. At that juncture, his uncle would surely revoke Jiang Sheng's oversight over him. Perhaps he would even administer a severe beating to the lad. In that case, roles would certainly reverse, with him taking charge of Jiang Sheng. With a perfected Qi refinement stage practitioner as his subordinate, who among the participants at the Ascension Conference could boast such prestige? Tang Ding gazed menacingly at Jiang Sheng's back, an involuntary grin threatening to escape his lips. Meanwhile, at the entrance, the attendant regretted uttering the question concerning the payment. The proprietress was nearby, and such words were inviting reprimand. Before the attendant could explain, Tang Feng, with a sullen expression, declared, "I shall pay. Hand over the goods." He tossed a storage bag to the attendant. After a thorough inspection, the attendant respectfully handed the auction items to Tang Feng and hurriedly departed from the door. "What do you intend by gathering at my nephew's door?" Tang Feng inquired, turning to face Jiang Sheng and his companions. "Surely, you are not here to seize the auction items?" "Mayor Tang, your jest lacks humor," Jiang Sheng replied, shaking his head. With a serious demeanor, he continued, "Is Jiang Sheng within the room? His master and fellow disciple have come in search of him. They suspect that you have imprisoned Jiang Sheng and seek my assistance for his rescue. Might you open the door so I can ascertain the truth?" Jiang Sheng's gaze shifted to Wang Yan, aware that as the proprietress of the auction house, she possessed secret passages in each VIP room. In other words, she could forcibly enter without the consent of those inside. "Out of gratitude, Jiang Sheng has rendered me assistance, and I cannot feign ignorance if he is in peril. Moreover, as a member of the Longjing Guard, I bear the responsibility of safeguarding righteous cultivators." Jiang Sheng's words left Wang Yan in a state of indecision. Tang Feng, standing nearby, also found himself in a quandary. If only Tang Ding were inside, cooperating with the Longjing Guard to inspect the room would pose no significant issue. However, if Jiang Sheng truly lay within, what would become of him if he were to appear at that moment? Would he join forces with Tang Ding to bully his own master and fellow disciple? Such news would surely tarnish Jiang Sheng's reputation. No, this cannot be allowed. He resolutely shook his head. As soon as he spoke, the expressions of the others shifted dramatically. Jiang Sheng squinted and questioned, "Has Lord Tang truly imprisoned Jiang Sheng?" Mu Hongli furrowed her brow, briefly rubbing her thumb against her space ring. Yet, upon recalling the formidable golden core background of the other party, she hesitated and lowered her fingers. "Lord Tang, Jiang Sheng is young and inexperienced. Should he have offended you, I am more than willing to apologize on his behalf. I kindly ask you to spare him." Wang Yan, bewildered, was the most perplexed among them. In her eyes, Jiang Sheng was a junior of Tang Feng, while Mu Hongli was Jiang Sheng's master. Previously, Tang Feng had clashed with Mu Hongli and her disciple, and now he forbade them from seeing Jiang Sheng. It resembled a domestic quarrel over child custody. What on earth was happening? Just as the conversation unfolded, the door of the VIP room number 8 swung open abruptly. All eyes turned towards the entrance. Before they could discern the interior, Jiang Sheng emerged, followed closely by Tang Ding, who appeared rather timid. The moment Tang Feng spotted Tang Ding, his anger flared. His eyes narrowed, and before he could utter a word, Tang Ding hastily ducked behind Jiang Sheng, pointing at him with both hands. He bought it. I was merely assisting him with the bidding. It has nothing to do with me. How dare you pin this on little Sheng? I see you're itching for trouble." Tang Feng's hand instinctively reached for his space ring, and a spiked wolf fawn club materialized in his grasp. The glinting spikes promised to create gaping wounds if they struck flesh. "Uncle, I am your own nephew. You must believe me," Tang Ding shouted desperately, turning to flee. Just as Tang Feng intended to pursue, he was blocked by Jiang Sheng. "Lord Tang, those items were indeed meant for Tang Ding. However, I failed to supervise him properly, and I share the responsibility." Tang Ding, who had not run far, stumbled at this declaration and fell to the ground. He turned to explain, only to see the fiery wrath in Tang Feng's eyes, steam seeming to rise from his head. It was evident he was furious. In such a state, returning home would undoubtedly lead to a beating. Tang Ding scrambled to his feet and continued his flight. Jiang Sheng observed Tang Ding's retreating figure, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. With Tang Ding's simplistic mind, he could easily deduce his thoughts. He believed the previous auction items were his, but now he was backstabbing himself the moment he stepped outside. It was always others who betrayed him. How could he be the one to be betrayed? He turned his unwavering gaze towards Tang Feng, disregarding the dazed expressions of Mu Hongli and Fang Xiang beside him. "Lord Tang, my duty is to ensure Tang Ding's safe entry into the Ascension Conference and to enhance his chances of passing the trials. Although this incident is not directly related to my responsibilities, it is indeed a result of my inadequate supervision. If Lord Tang is willing to delegate authority and grant me the freedom to manage Tang Ding, I assure you, such occurrences will not repeat." Tang Feng was utterly perplexed. Yet upon encountering Jiang Sheng's resolute gaze and recalling his earlier words, he suddenly grasped the underlying meaning. He inwardly marveled at Jiang Sheng's cleverness. "I grant you this authority. If you wish to strike him, then strike him. If you desire to scold him, then scold him. From this moment forth, you shall be his elder brother." Suppressing his anger towards Tang Ding, Tang Feng clasped his hands towards Mu Hongli, speaking with a somewhat rigid tone. "I was unaware of your esteemed position as little Sheng's master and apologize for any offense caused." Having uttered these words, he paid no heed to Mu Hongli's reaction and turned to Jiang Sheng, stating, "I shall apprehend that insufferable brat. You may reminisce with your master and fellow disciple. Return on the day the arc is activated." With a swift motion, his figure vanished without a trace. Immediately, anguished cries echoed from outside the auction house. Before the pinnacle of foundation establishment, even Tang Ding found it exceedingly difficult to flee. Just as Wang Yin cast a perplexed glance at Jiang Sheng, preparing to join Tang Feng in confronting Tang Ding. Chapter 58. I shall assist you in examining your health. Jiang Sheng, however, performed a respectful gesture and presented her with a storage bag. This is a portion of the remuneration that Lord Tang previously bestowed upon me. I would be grateful if you could return it to him. Wang Yin was about to decline, suggesting that Jiang Sheng should return it himself. When she turned to see Jiang Sheng winking at her over his shoulder, his gaze fleetingly resting on the storage bag. Sensing something amiss, her refusal was swiftly swallowed back. Curiosity began to stir within her. Not only was she intrigued by Jiang Sheng, but also by the contents of the storage bag he had given her. Very well. I shall deliver it for you are also a valued guest of mine, she replied with a playful smile, swaying her hips as she gracefully exited the VIP room. Once she was a distance away, she opened the storage bag as per Jiang Sheng's suggestion. Upon seeing the contents, astonishment flickered in her beautiful eyes. 16,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Such a sum was reasonable for Tang Feng to present. Yet Jiang Sheng's sudden display of such wealth seemed rather peculiar. There was also a note enclosed. Aunt Tang. These spirit stones are intended for the purchase of the flame lotus and a low-grade spirit treasure. If Uncle Tang has made an advance payment, I kindly ask you to return his spirit stones. Please keep the flame lotus for him, and the low-grade spirit treasure is a gift from me to him. These two items are indeed what I wish to procure. Please do not be too harsh on Tang Ding. If Uncle Tang is unwilling to accept them, I would appreciate your assistance in persuading him. Upon reading the salutation, a radiant smile blossomed on Wang Yan's face. After finishing the note, she couldn't help but click her tongue in admiration. This younger generation, Tang Feng, was indeed very considerate towards him, gifting a low-grade spirit treasure worth 9,000 mid-grade spirit stones so readily. Her steps lightened as she made her way back to Tang Feng, retaining his composure. Tang Feng refrained from publicly humiliating Tang Ding. The two found themselves in an alley adjacent to the auction house, where Tang Feng had set up a minor formation at the entrance to obscure the situation within from the outside world. As Wang Yin entered, she immediately beheld Tang Ding, who was cowering with his head in his hands, scurrying about like a frightened mouse. However, the alley was narrow, and he could not outpace Tang Feng, who soon caught up and delivered a swift kick. The stick in Tang Feng's hand relentlessly struck Tang Ding's behind. Tang Ding, with tears and snot streaming down his face, upon seeing Wang Yin, rushed towards her as if she were a long-lost relative, exclaiming, "Save me, Aunt Wang. My second uncle is going to kill me." Wang Yin merely curled her lip, finally understanding why Tang Ding was so unpopular. Hadn't she heard Jiang Sheng refer to him as Aunt Tang? With a stoic expression, she replied, "I cannot intervene in your second uncle's method of educating you." Tang Ding, upon hearing this, was further distraught, wailing, "Who educates a child like this? Others would consider a kick or a punch excessive. He.s. using a spiked club, swinging it at me." Though Tang Ding's clothes were tattered and torn, there were no visible wounds on his body, as his inner golden silk armor had shielded him. In the next moment, Tang Feng reappeared behind him, raising the glistening spiked club high, poised to strike Tang Ding's backside. It was then that Wang Yin intervened, grasping the hem of Tang Ding's garment and gently pulling him aside, causing Tang Feng's attack to miss its mark. "Hold on. Here, take this," Wang Yin said, handing Tang Feng a note along with a storage bag. After perusing the contents of both, Tang Feng let out a deep sigh. What a good child. If only Jiang Sheng were my nephew. He was not particularly worried that Jiang Sheng might sever ties with him. Despite their brief acquaintance, he had developed confidence in Jiang Sheng's character through first-hand observation and knowledge of his past. If Jiang Sheng could repay kindness with kindness, even towards someone like Mu Hongli, he certainly would not harbor ill feelings towards himself. With the spiked club in hand, he glared at Tang Ding, who was cowering behind Wang Yin, his anger boiling over. "You better learn well from Jiang Sheng. If I hear you speak ill of him again, you shall see how I deal with you." Tears streamed down Tang Ding's face as he murmured, "How could this be? It's all his fault." Jiang Sheng firmly stated, "If not for Tang Ding cutting in line, I would not have been employed by the city lord of Tang. So it is all Tang Ding's fault." This remark indicated that Tang Feng was quite discerning about right and wrong. Mu Hongli stroked his fingers, a faint smile gracing his face. The group was currently in the VIP room of the Yanglan auction house, where Jiang Sheng recounted his experience to them, albeit with slight modifications. He transformed his intent to purchase materials for perfect foundation building into a quest to buy medicinal pills for healing injuries. The encounter with Tang Ding cutting in line led to a clash between the two, until Tang Feng arrived. Recognizing Jiang Sheng's exceptional abilities and hiring him as Tang Ding's bodyguard, though his role had now evolved into that of a disciplinarian. Vice City Lord Tang Feng is a person I am somewhat familiar with. He is known for his strong sense of justice and has never engaged in acts of oppression against the weak. His reputation in the surrounding area is quite commendable. In stark contrast, Tang Ding is infamous, and even the residents of Yanglan City are aware of his notoriety. Ji Lingchen, standing nearby, provided an explanation to Mu Hongli and Fang Xiang. He then shifted the subject, remarking that Brother Jiang's luck had been rather fortuitous. Not only had he saved my junior sister, but he had also established a connection with Tang Feng. With his support, even if he were not selected for the Ascension Conference, Jiang Sheng's future would be significantly brighter. Mu Hongli's eyes sparkled with interest. She had never intended for Jiang Sheng to be chosen for the Ascension Conference. Her purpose for being here was solely for his healing. If he could fully recover before the conference, there would be no need for his participation. As a potential future sect leader, Jiang Sheng's alliance with a force backed by a golden core cultivator would yield benefits that far outweighed any unpleasantness between her and Tang Feng. This is the epitome of an ideal successor. She cast a discreet glance at Fang Xiang, her eyes brimming with disdain. Fang Xiang, in turn, looked at Jiang Sheng with jealousy and resentment. Why should he endure punishment while Jiang Sheng received such attention? It was profoundly unfair. Mu Hongli perceived these emotions with keen insight but chose to disregard them, having already resolved to revoke Fang Xiang's eligibility for the Ascension Conference. For now, she withheld her intention, merely as a precaution. Should there be no elixir capable of healing Jiang Sheng, Fang Xiang could serve as a useful tool to participate in the trials of the Lingdan sect, assisting Jiang Sheng in acquiring the necessary healing medicine. Little Sheng, your focus should be on the Ascension Conference and your recovery. Even if you have agreed to Tang Feng, you must prioritize your own interests. Mu Hongli could not help but advise. Jiang Sheng nodded in acknowledgement, expressing gratitude for his master's concern. However, he added, the compensation offered by City Lord Tang is a healing elixir that can mend my meridians. Having accepted his remuneration, how could I not give my utmost effort? Oh, has Brother Jiang sustained injuries? Ji Lingchen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He addressed Mu Hongli, saying, I happen to possess some knowledge of healing techniques. May I examine him? Perhaps I can offer a remedy. Of course, Mu Hongli unhesitatingly agreed on Jiang Sheng's behalf, revealing a facet of Jiang Sheng's annoyance towards her. She often disregarded his feelings, treating him as her possession, expecting him to comply with her wishes. Thus, even if Mu Hongli were to recognize her missteps now, Jiang Sheng harbored no fondness for this master of his. Brother Jiang, do you have any taboos? If not, I shall proceed with my examination. Ji Lingchen's gaze seemed to glimmer with intensity as he fixed his eyes on Jiang Sheng. Initially, he had merely harbored suspicions about Jiang Sheng, but through his investigation and insights gleaned from Mu Hongli and Fang Xiang, he began to perceive a more substantial issue. In this world, it is rare to find individuals who are truly benevolent. Moreover, by a stroke of fortune, Jiang Sheng found himself within the confines of the Springstone Forest, where he encountered both himself and his junior sister. Coincidentally, the two were ensnared by the enchanting demoness of the Hahuan sect. In the midst of such a dire predicament, they somehow managed to escape from the jaws of death, leaving Jiang Sheng feeling that the circumstances were far too fortuitous. It resembled an elaborate game of chess, with the pieces now falling into his lap, granting him the opportunity to investigate the pieces and upend the board. His body was already taut with anticipation, ready to spring into action at any moment. Indeed, he expressed his gratitude to Lord Ji with an open hand and sincere eyes. Chapter 59. Deception. Ji Lingchen placed his hand upon Jiang Sheng's shoulder. Through this contact, his consciousness began to probe Jiang Sheng's body. However, he was taken aback almost immediately. Jiang Sheng's physique resembled a sieve, riddled with countless wounds. The spiritual energy that had been absorbed into his body was largely dissipating. Internally, his meridians were fractured in multiple places, akin to a gravely injured patient on the brink of death. Ji Lingchen gazed at Jiang Sheng in astonishment. The fact that he could still stand upright before him without collapsing in a fit of blood was nothing short of miraculous. As he continued his exploration, he encountered an obstruction. A thin membrane at Jiang Sheng's heart thwarted his investigation. What is this obstruction within you? Ji Lingchen inquired, pointing to Jiang Sheng's chest. Jiang Sheng replied calmly, it is a secret technique. As you can see, my condition is dire. Had it not been for this technique sustaining my life, I would have already collapsed in a pool of blood. Therefore, you may examine every part of me, but the area around my heart cannot be unveiled. Should it be uncontrollable, I would be unable to partake in the Ascension Conference. Ji Lingchen nodded, withdrawing his hand from Jiang Sheng's shoulder. There was no longer a need for further examination. Given Jiang Sheng's grievous injuries, it was evident that he required healing medicine. Any ulterior motive was unwarranted. More importantly, although he could not scrutinize the heart in detail, he sensed a gentle aura emanating from it, akin to a soft breeze caressing his being. compelling him to draw closer to Jiang Sheng. He had heard that those who engage in virtuous deeds radiate an aura of goodness, such that even in silence, their presence is known as benevolent. Conversely, a person who has committed malevolent acts, even when performing good deeds, is shrouded in darkness that cannot be cleansed. Initially, he had dismissed such notions, yet upon observing Jiang Sheng, he found himself questioning their validity. How is his condition? Can he be healed? Mu Hongli, noticing Ji Lingqian's furrowed brow and contemplative demeanor, could not resist voicing her concern. Ji Lingqian shook his head. It is difficult to ascertain. His injuries are superficial, but I cannot determine whether his Dantian foundation has been compromised. However, the injuries I have detected are already astonishing. He fixed his gaze intently upon Jiang Sheng, contemplating the peculiar relationship he shared with his junior sister, unsure of the emotions stirring within him. Was it blessing or resentment? He even entertained the thought of eliminating Jiang Sheng, believing that no one would ever know of such an act. However, after hearing tales of Jiang Sheng's deeds and witnessing him firsthand, that notion began to wane. His master had once imparted wisdom to him, stating that regardless of one's cultivation level, a good person deserves respect. One must not indiscriminately harm the innocent. Only then can one cultivate with a clear conscience, free from the taint of inner demons. Moreover, he found himself devoid of any justification to slay Jiang Sheng, especially since Jiang Sheng had previously rescued his junior sister. I possess a vial of meridian restoration elixir, capable of mending your severed meridians. However, should your Dantian be compromised, I presently lack a remedy. Once the Immortal Ascension Conference concludes and I return to my sect, I shall seek out other healing potions for you. Consider it a reward for saving my junior sister. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Sheng's expression grew somewhat intricate. He had not anticipated encountering Ji Lingqian in this place. Yet it was indeed the most opportune setting. If Ji Lingqian truly intended to take his life, his master and Tang Feng could intervene. Nevertheless, the current demeanor exhibited by Ji Lingqian stirred a sense of unease within him. That is not true. I did not intentionally disrupt their relationship. I had no subjective intention in that situation. I merely sought to flee. Who could have foreseen such an occurrence? I was compelled. Once Jiang Sheng reconciled this in his mind, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He did not decline the elixir. To do so would only arouse suspicion given his current condition. Thank you, Lord Ji. Once I recover, I shall repay your kindness, Jiang Sheng said, cupping his hands in gratitude. Ji Lingqian regarded Jiang Sheng with a profound gaze before turning to Mu Hongli, stating, I must attend to the ark's maintenance. I shall take my leave. Should you require further assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, Lord Ji, Mu Hongli replied respectfully. After Ji Lingqian departed, Fang Xiang sighed as he watched the figure recede. When will I have the honor of becoming a person of such stature? Truly impressive. More so than even the sect leader. Then go ahead. You need not attend the Immortal Ascension Conference, Mu Hongli replied with a look of disdain directed at Fang Xiang. Suddenly realizing that he had expressed his inner thoughts aloud, Fang Xiang became flustered. Disciple did not mean it that way. I meant to strive towards becoming like Lord Ji. Jiang Sheng interjected. Master, please do not hold my junior brother's momentary slip of the tongue against him. When Mu Hongli turned her gaze towards Jiang Sheng, her expression softened considerably. How did you save Ji Lingqian's junior sister? As far as I know, she is also at the foundation establishment stage, Mu Hongli inquired curiously. Jiang Sheng shook his head. I promised her that I would not disclose the details of the matter, and I hope for your understanding, master. Seeing this, Mu Hongli refrained from probing further. She was not one to indulge in gossip. Her curiosity merely arose from the silence that enveloped the others. How is your injury faring? Thanks to your blessings, master, my condition is now manageable, and with the aid of secret techniques, my cultivation has even improved beyond what it was before. Upon hearing these words, the concern on Mu Hongli's face deepened. Jiang Sheng's secret technique was evidently one that would bring a person back to their previous state. Once the duration of the technique expired, Jiang Sheng would immediately revert to his original form, potentially exacerbating his injuries. The elixirs capable of treating such wounds would likely command exorbitant prices. Given her financial situation, procuring such a potion would prove exceedingly difficult. You must perform admirably at the Ascension Conference. Fang Xiang, you too must exert every effort to assist your senior brother in obtaining the healing elixir. Only then can you justify the additional quota I have granted you. With her words, both Jiang Sheng and Fang Xiang nodded earnestly. Let us return to the Ark and rest. We shall embark on our journey tomorrow. She led the way out of the auction house, with Jiang Sheng and Fang Xiang following closely behind. They had not traveled far before arriving at the embarkation site of the Ark. In a clearing to the south of Yanglan City, the massive vessel cast a shadow over the surrounding darkness. The ship's body was enveloped by swirling clouds, akin to riding the winds and breaking the waves. A towering spire adorned its structure, with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, exuding an air of grandeur. Those possessing means of flight could register their identities below and board the ship, while those without such abilities could only ascend via a cloud ladder. Moreover, disciples participating in the Ascension Conference, along with their accompanying mentors, were permitted to board free of charge, with accommodations situated upon the deck. Some cultivators, lacking sufficient spirit stones, could travel long distances by paying a nominal fee, yet their quarters would be located below deck, dark, damp, and reeking of unpleasant odors, with cramped spaces. In contrast, the upper tower was reserved for those with ample spirit stones and social standing. Although only Mu Hongli was at the foundation establishment stage, both Jiang Sheng and Fang Xiang were capable of flight. Amidst the envious gazes of ascending cultivators, the trio reached the deck. I shall retire to rest. You both should prepare yourselves. The journey is long, and we cannot foresee any dangers. Remain vigilant at all times, Mu Hongli advised before entering her quarters on the deck. Just as Jiang Sheng was about to leave, Fang Xiang pulled him back. Senior brother, are you going to serve as a guard for Tang Ding? The remuneration must be considerable, right? Fang Xiang inquired in a hushed tone. Not bad, Jiang Sheng replied, glancing at him with a hint of amusement. What is the matter? Are you short on spirit stones? Do you need me to lend you some for emergencies? Fang Xiang quickly waved his hand. He had no intention of accepting charity. Senior brother, I purchased a treasure at the auction. Your cultivation is higher than mine, so it would undoubtedly be useful to you. I wish to present it to you, Fang Xiang said, retreating while advancing. He retrieved a completely black cup, marred by cracks, from his storage bag and handed it to Jiang Sheng. Have you seen this? This is the Nine Heavens luminous cup, which harbors the Nine Heavens spirit fire within. It can be used for both alchemy and artifact crafting, as well as in combat. Most importantly, it offers the opportunity to comprehend its essence. That fire is exponentially more powerful than the flames found within the flame lotus. Jiang Sheng found Fang Xiang's embellishments amusing, yet he furrowed his brow, pointing at the cracks on the cup. What is this? These are the battle scars left from the clash between the Nine Heavens immortal emperor and the otherworldly demons. The treasures have been sealed and can only be awakened by those destined to do so. Fang Xiang hurriedly stated, I certainly cannot do it. But I believe that with senior brother's talents, he will surely be able to awaken it. Jiang Sheng looked at him with a hint of surprise. The lad had spun quite a tale. According to the mission, the Nine Heavens glazed lamp was indeed sealed, and he would need to deceive Fang Xiang to learn the method of its unsealing. Now, with Tang Ding's collision, cracks had appeared on the Nine Heavens glazed lamp, and Fang Xiang already deemed it a worthless item. Without his own words, Fang Xiang's rhetoric would surely fail to deceive others. He would not be willing to discard it either, believing that with time, the treasure would shed its dust and regain its brilliance. Good, Jiang Sheng exclaimed, a note of satisfaction in his voice. I truly did not misjudge you, junior brother. I shall accept this treasure, since you do not require spirit stones. I shall not insult you with them. Good brother, he added, I will return to study it at once. With a smile, Jiang Sheng swiftly placed the Nine Heavens glazed lamp into his storage ring. Fang Xiang opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Jiang Sheng had already turned to leave. Gazing at Jiang Sheng's retreating figure, he muttered in confusion, did I just get taken advantage of? Chapter 60. The shabby King Jiang Sheng entered his room, activating both the soundproof and protective formations. He surveyed the modest space, a bed, a table, and a chair, all arranged with simplicity. On the floor was a small spirit gathering formation, equipped with a disc for placing spirit stones to activate it. Jiang Sheng inspected his storage bag, discovering he had 84,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The low-grade spirit stones were his own stock, and since their total fell short of even a fraction of the mid-grade stones, he did not bother tallying them. The mid-grade spirit stones were procured after Tang Feng completed the payment outside the VIP room. He spent 16,000 and earned 84,000. There could be no more lucrative transaction. Moreover, he had done this without any initial investment, transforming himself into a wealthy individual in an instant. Furthermore, he had gifted the low-grade spirit treasure to Tang Feng for two reasons. The first was to reciprocate Tang Feng's investment in him. When someone offers a peach, one ought to return with a plum. Thus, when the Ascension Conference arrived, should he need to assist Tang Ding and seek benefits for himself, he could make decisions with a clear conscience. The second reason stemmed from his concern that Ji Lingshan might take action against him. He feared that Mu Hongli alone would not suffice to hold him back. Hence he invested in Tang Feng. However, Ji Lingshan proved to be far more amiable than he had anticipated, rendering the second intention unnecessary. And he merely solidified their bond instead. As Jiang Sheng sat cross-legged on his bed, he took the glazed lamp given to him by Fang Xiang and examined it closely. Upon further inspection, he discovered that the lamp was not black. It was merely a bronze hue, yet the ravages of time had left it heavily corroded, the origins of which were shrouded in the mists of antiquity. He traced his fingers across its surface, revealing a deep green beneath. With a resounding crash, he hurled the glass lamp to the ground, causing further fissures to mar its surface. Retrieving it once more, he struck it against the wall repeatedly, without employing even a trace of spiritual energy. Only when the outer shell had completely shed did he cease his efforts. A gentle shake caused the adhering fragments to cascade to the floor, unveiling a small, emerald-green lamp within. According to the intelligence acquired upon the completion of his task, this was the true treasure, while the outer shell was merely a protective patina formed over time due to prolonged neglect. The more extraordinary the treasure, the better it understood how to gather dust, eluding the notice of ordinary folk. Thus, the adage "a treasure finds its master, and a master finds his treasure" rings true. Furthermore, should he attempt to inflict damage using spiritual energy, that outer shell would, under the lamp's enhancement, become increasingly resilient and difficult to destroy. Ironically, it was only through the mundane act of physical impact that he could dislodge it. Jiang Sheng cradled the glass lamp in his hands, allowing a drop of blood to escape from between his fingers. As he activated his spiritual energy, a brilliant light erupted from the lamp, and in an instant, his blood was absorbed. A faint connection began to form between him and the lamp. This was the method of claiming ownership of the Nine Heavens glass lamp, first nurturing it with bodily blood, and ultimately using heart's blood as fuel, thereby establishing complete mastery over it. In this moment, he could wield the lamp to a certain extent. As his spiritual energy surged, a flicker of flame, no larger than a fingertip, ignited atop the lamp. The air around him warped instantaneously, an intense heat flooding the room. Jiang Sheng quickly severed the flow of spiritual energy, causing the flame to extinguish at once. With a deep breath, he felt his complexion pale. This spiritual fire consumed energy far more voraciously than he had anticipated. He placed the glass lamp into his spatial ring and settled into a meditative posture to restore his energy. Merely activating it had depleted more than half of his spiritual energy. If he permitted this flame to persist for even a moment longer, he would be utterly drained. No wonder it served as the vessel for the Nine Heavens' spiritual fire. Attempting to harness it without a seed of spiritual flame was far too taxing for him. Once Jiang Sheng had regained some of his spiritual energy, he contemplated the lamp's potential applications. Refining artifacts and concocting elixirs were out of the question. Prior to entering the foundation establishment stage, he simply could not bear the energy expenditure required for the fire's manifestation. Its sole utility lay in daily nurturing with spiritual energy, fostering a bond with the flame and endeavoring to assimilate it within himself, thus becoming part of his essence. In the ensuing days, Jiang Sheng remained sequestered, dedicating himself to the practice of breath-concealing techniques while nurturing the glass lamp with his spiritual energy and blood. This nurturing process allowed him to master the manipulation of his internal spiritual energy increasingly. For a cultivator immersed in practice, time slips away like a fleeting shadow, oblivious to the changing of day and night. When Jiang Sheng finally emerged from the room, the ark had already landed. They had reached their ultimate destination, Fang Xiang City in the tranquil state of Pingluan. Throughout the journey, they were accompanied by the steadfast protection of Luan Jinwei, rendering them untouched by any malevolent cultivators. Before Jiang Sheng could fully observe his surroundings, Fang Xiang rushed toward him with great enthusiasm. "Master brother, I've missed you dearly," he exclaimed earnestly. "What is it?" Jiang Sheng inquired. Fang Xiang rubbed his hands together, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. "I spent quite a sum of spirit stones when I purchased the Nine Heavens glazed lamp. Now that we've arrived in Fang Xiang City, he feigned restraint, thinking that with Jiang Sheng's character, receiving his gift would surely warrant a generous offering of spirit stones in return. However, Jiang Sheng, oblivious to his intentions, turned and walked away. Moreover, once the door closed behind him, he did not emerge again. If he remained silent now, he would miss the chance to speak later, especially when their master appeared. Yet, instead of their master, an unwanted figure materialized before him. "Well, if it isn't the King of Rags. Are you planning to use your tatters to deceive your master brother? How shameless." Tang Ding emerged from the central tower of Fang Xiang, a fan in hand. His voice reached them before he did. Fang Xiang's expression darkened instantly. In the initial days, he would often stroll on the deck, hoping to connect with disciples from other sects, believing that broadening his network could only bring benefits. However, upon seeing him on the deck, Tang Ding had come forth and recounted the events at the Yanglin auction house to everyone, leading to the widespread nickname of King of Rags being cast upon him. Consequently, he had since retreated into his room, too embarrassed to show his face. Thus, upon seeing Tang Ding now, his eyes reddened with fury. Had he not been outmatched and outclassed, he would have long since confronted Tang Ding head-on. "How dare you speak like that?" Jiang Sheng interjected with a huff. "My junior brother would never stoop to such behavior." Sensing Jiang Sheng's displeasure, Tang Ding immediately shrank back, hastily approaching Jiang Sheng to recount how Fang Xiang had been deceived and how worthless the glazed lamp was. Fang Xiang's face grew even more flushed as he indignantly retorted, "Nonsense. That was clearly a treasure, and it was a gift for my master brother. I never intended to ask for spirit stones. You didn't, T? Tang Ding shot him a sidelong glance, sneering, Saint brother, let us be on our way. After all, you are meant to protect me. He disdainfully glanced at Fang Xiang, adding, standing with certain individuals will only diminish our standing. Tang Ding, Jiang Sheng admonished loudly. Should you continue to slander my junior brother, I shall refuse to guard you, even if it means incurring the wrath of City Lord Tang. Master brother, Fang Xiang called out, touched. Jiang Sheng was willing to offend even Tang Feng in order to defend him. Such loyalty was pure and heartwarming beyond measure. Jiang Sheng continued, although my junior brother possesses mediocre character and lacks profound cultivation, ever aspiring for unattainable heights and often seeking shortcuts, he would never betray or harm me. With that, Jiang Sheng handed a storage bag to Fang Xiang. The reward bestowed upon me by Lord Tang is beyond my reach. This is the entirety of my personal savings. Please, junior brother, feel free to use it for anything you desire. Senior brother, this is too much, Fang Xiang exclaimed, glancing into the bag, where he discovered 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 10 mid-grade spirit stones. His previous savings amounted to no more than this. This is excessive. I have nothing I wish to purchase. Although Jiang Sheng's earlier remarks had caused a slight heaviness in his heart, his subsequent words warmed him. Yet, he also felt a pang of guilt, as if his conscience was rebuking him for his unease. How could he deceive Jiang Sheng with such triviality? He felt he deserved condemnation. Jiang Sheng faced this predicament without the slightest hesitation. On one hand, there was Tang Ding, whose rapport had yet to reach 80, thus unable to provide him with any betrayal missions. On the other hand, there was Fang Xiang, who frequently offered him tasks and remained unscathed in the face of danger. The choice of allegiance was abundantly clear. Chapter 61, Arrival at Fangqiu City. Tang Ding. You rascal. Tang Feng emerged from the tower and immediately laid eyes upon the standoff. Without a moment's thought, he approached and kicked Tang Ding. It was evident that the situation stemmed from Tang Ding's antics. After delivering the kick, he turned to Jiang Sheng with a friendly expression and inquired, what has transpired? Tang Ding. Jiang Sheng found himself both amused and exasperated. However, the conflict between Tang Ding and Fang Xiang resembled the childish squabbles of youth and was hardly worthy of serious consideration. He had no intention of discussing it with Tang Feng and merely cupped his hands in respect, saying, I have come at the behest of Tang Ding. There is nothing else to report. Gratitude filled Tang Ding's eyes. Had Jiang Sheng chosen to inform Tang Feng of his misdeeds while bullying Fang Xiang, even a token reprimand from Tang Feng would have resulted in another beating for him. He had grown wary of Jiang Sheng after being thoroughly tricked at the auction. Now, he felt thankful for not being taken advantage of again. Tang Feng, momentarily taken aback by the respectful address, soon smiled and said, if there are no further matters, accompany me. I shall take you to your lodgings in the city. I need to inform my master. Please wait a moment, Lord Tang. In the presence of many, Jiang Sheng's etiquette would remain impeccable. I understand. Go ahead, and do not bring shame upon the Daylight Sect. A voice emanated from the tower, where Mu Hongli was standing on one of the upper levels, observing the scene below. The tower's advantage lay in its panoramic view. Once the barrier array was lifted, the surroundings and the deck could be seen with crystal clarity. Mu Hongli also witnessed Jiang Sheng's defense of Fang Xiang. Although she harbored no fondness for Fang Xiang, seeing Jiang Sheng remain unmoved by Tang Feng's flattery brought her a sense of comfort, allowing her to feel more at ease with Jiang Sheng accompanying Tang Feng. Yes, master. Jiang Sheng replied respectfully, bowing toward the tower. He turned and gently patted Fang Xiang's shoulder, advising him not to squander the spirit stones, but to acquire artifacts and elixirs that would enhance his strength. As my senior brother, you have been entrusted with a task. I wonder if there will be another opportunity for our Dei sect to gain renown. All depends on you. Fang Xiang felt the weight of the hand on his shoulder. He nodded solemnly and earnestly declared, I shall not bring shame to the Dei sect. A chuckle escaped Tang Ding's lips, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts in the presence of Jiang Sheng and Tang Feng. As he prepared to depart, he could not resist glancing back at Fang Xiang, forming words with his lips. Just pray you do not encounter me during the trial. Tang Ding considered himself a scoundrel. Yet he had never encountered someone as despicable as Fang Xiang. To elicit such disdain from a wayward son like himself was truly remarkable. Moreover, he regarded Jiang Sheng as no paragon of virtue. Since he could not best Jiang Sheng, he would take pleasure in tormenting his disciple. The more Jiang Sheng valued Fang Xiang, the greater his satisfaction in bullying him became, akin to avenging himself upon Jiang Sheng. Fang Xiang deciphered Tang Ding's message and felt a pallor wash over his face. Jiang Sheng seemed to sense something amiss. He turned and furrowed his brow, saying, Tang Ding, to insult my disciple is to insult me. If you wish to avoid my protection, you may directly address Lord Tang. Upon hearing this, Tang Ding's eyes sparkled with excitement, seemingly invigorated rather than disheartened. No, how could that be? Let us hasten to see our competitors. Once the two had departed, Fang Xiang clenched his fists tightly, cursing inwardly. Curse it. If only I had spirit stones, I would not need to resort to deceiving my senior brother. If I possessed my senior brother's cultivation, I would not endure the humiliation from such a rogue. Gazing at Jiang Sheng's retreating figure, Fang Xiang felt a mix of gratitude and guilt. His senior brother had been exceedingly generous to him, gifting him 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. He resolved that if he could enter one of the 8 great sects, he would surely repay his senior brother, even if he could not heal his injuries. He would return the 1,000 low-grade spirit stones 100-fold. This thought flowed naturally, free from the control of the Hahuan sect's goo worms. Senior brother, thank you. Fang Xiang murmured softly to himself, head bowed. Meanwhile, Tang Feng and the others had disembarked from the ark and entered Fangqiu City. This city, viewed from above, exuded an imposing grandeur, its area surpassing that of 10 Yanglan cities. It was bustling with activity, boasting multiple establishments like the Treasure Pavilion and the Artifact Pavilion, alongside places of leisure such as the Stone Block Workshop and Spring Moon Tower, situated at the heart of the streets. The thoroughfares were teeming with people, and at a glance, it seemed that cultivators outnumbered mortals, with no discernible hierarchy among them. Upon entering the city, cultivators on either side of the street hurriedly approached. Top secret materials for the Ascension Conference. Only 10 low-grade spirit stones. One called out, I possess not only the comprehensive details of the trials from the 8 great sects, but also offer them for just 9 low-grade spirit stones. The freshly released rankings of this year's Ascension talents have arrived. Among the 300 minor sects, the top 100 sects are allotted 3 spots for the Ascension Conference, while those ranked 100 to 200 receive 2 spots. Conversely, sects like the Daylight sect, which are positioned lower in the rankings, are granted only a single spot. Occasionally, there are instances, like that of Mu Hongli, where individuals exchange contribution points for an additional spot. Furthermore, certain cities across the states and families of cultivators are also allocated a number of slots, leading to a total nearing 1,000 participants. For many sects situated in remote areas, accurately documenting their disciples is no easy feat. Jiang Sheng immediately recognized this as a scheme to swindle spirit stones, specifically targeting the Navi cultivators, as those with even a modicum of experience would not fall for such tricks. I would like a copy of this year's Ascension Talents ranking, said Tang Ding, as he produced 10 low-grade spirit stones to purchase one. Jiang Sheng looked at Tang Ding's expression as though he were gazing at a fool. He then turned his attention to Tang Feng, anticipating that Tang Feng would surely berate Tang Ding. However, before he could fully turn, he heard Tang Feng request, bring me a copy of the Foundation Establishment rankings. In that instant, Jiang Sheng comprehended their folly. How could they knowingly step into such a trap? 10 spirit stones were not a significant sum. The purchase was merely to satisfy their vanity by glimpsing their own rankings. What kind of pathetic ranking list is this? Refund my money. Tang Ding perused the list with lightning speed, scanning from top to bottom, only to discover that his name was conspicuously absent. To his astonishment, he even spotted Jiang Sheng's name. 101st place, Jiang Sheng, senior brother of the Daylight sect, with cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement. The names preceding Jiang Sheng were either well-known cultivators at the 8th or 9th levels of Qi refinement. Among the top ranks, there were even individuals suspected to be at the pinnacle of Qi refinement. The foremost position was held by a confirmed pinnacle Qi refinement cultivator named Yuan Tuoshi, a disciple of the dual polar sect, ranked first among the 300 minor sections. Although one could attempt foundation establishment upon reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement using a foundation establishment pill, the pinnacle cultivators are guaranteed a successful mid-grade foundation establishment. Unlike the 9th level cultivators who face potential failure and lack the chance for a flawless establishment, Yuan Tuoshi indeed lived up to his reputation. Even Tang Ding, typically so arrogant, couldn't help but express his admiration upon seeing this name. I had thought he had already been absorbed by one of the 8 major sects. Yet he is participating in the Ascension Conference alongside us. It seems a portion of my brilliance is destined to be overshadowed by him. Tang Ding sighed wistfully. Yuan Tuoshi, Jiang Sheng, initially uninterested in the talent rankings, felt memories resurface upon hearing this name. He recalled glimpses of this individual from Nangong Yai's memories. It was noted that he entered one of the 8 major sects through the Ascension Conference, rapidly advancing his cultivation during his time in the sect, achieving the legendary perfect foundation establishment, and catching the attention of the 4 great immortal sects, advancing by leaps and bounds. In fact, he had been discreetly accepted as a disciple by an elder of one of the 4 great sects long before participating in the Ascension Conference, only to be placed in a minor sect for the purpose of tempering his character. Through the Ascension Conference, he ascended step by step, truly embodying the archetype of a destined protagonist, enjoying a smooth path of cultivation without a hint of setback. Yet in reality, He was the son of the leader of the demonic path's heavenly demon sect. His father had enrolled him in the righteous way from a young age, allowing him to leverage his extraordinary talent to infiltrate the four great sects. After many years of intricate scheming and collaboration, chaos ensued, significantly impacting the balance of power, nearly transforming the four great sects into merely three. This was far beyond what the undercover fish Yanling in the Great Sun sect could compare to. The duration of his concealment, the subtlety of his methods, and the vastness of his ambitious plots were truly astonishing. Is he strong? Jiang Sheng inquired with curiosity. Tang Ding immediately displayed a look of disdain. Of course, he has achieved the pinnacle of qi refinement. However, as soon as he uttered those words, he realized Jiang Sheng was also at the pinnacle of qi refinement. The rank of 101 was merely a fade for Jiang Sheng's concealed prowess. Should his true strength be revealed, he would undoubtedly rank among the top contenders. Tang Ding quickly donned a sheepish smile. In comparison to others, he is indeed formidable. But in comparison to you, Brother Sheng, you undoubtedly surpass him. It's merely that you have not had the opportunity to demonstrate your might. Nonetheless, Brother Sheng, you must exercise caution when encountering him. It is said that he has slain Foundation establishment cultivators during the qi refinement stage, transcending a significant level to commit murder. Many would surely agree he is the strongest of his age. Has it been mentioned that Yu Wenqiushi is to participate in a sect trial? Jiang Sheng asked once more. Rather than reporting on Yu Wenqiushi, he was more concerned about distancing himself from this fellow. With Fish Yinling's foundation rooted in the demonic sect, revealing her identity would expose her disguise, leaving her no choice but to flee. In contrast, Yu Wenqiushi possessed his own identity, with backing from a small righteous sect and an elder from an immortal sect. If he succeeded in reporting, he would face retribution from the heavenly demon sect. If he failed, he might be subjected to counterattacks and targeted by righteous cultivators, leading to profound discontent. Regardless of the outcome, none would bode well. Thus he wisely chose inaction. As long as he maintained his distance, danger would not approach him. Chapter 62. An objective invitation to play. I truly do not know. Tang Ding shook his head. I've heard he is proficient in all disciplines, so it would be no surprise for him to participate in any sex trial. Regardless, it is said that Yu Wenqiushi has a pleasant temperament and enjoys a stellar reputation outside, as long as there are no direct conflicts. Encountering him in the Fangxiao forest might even allow one to cling to his coattails. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sheng's expression grew graver. From Tang Ding's description, he understood that Yu Wenqiushi had collided with his persona. He was acutely aware of the significance of donning the guise of a good person. He had already reaped considerable benefits. Yet, he was not inclined to temper his brilliance due to another. Even if displaying exceptional talent attracted the attention of demonic cultivators, he had to reveal himself, for only by doing so could he secure greater resources and ascend more rapidly. However, this realization indeed intensified his sense of urgency. This ranking list is quite commendable. Upon perusing the foundational stronghold rankings, Tang Feng's countenance instantaneously brightened with a smile. He tossed the list to Jiang Sheng, urging, "Take a look. Ensure you do not neglect any esteemed predecessors in the future." The rankings of foundational strongholds possess a veracity far superior to that of the disciples participating in the Ascension Conference, offering a more comprehensive overview. At the very least, those listed at the forefront are individuals of considerable repute. Jiang Sheng flipped through the pages until he spotted the name of Mu Hongli, who, despite being at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, held a rather low rank. In contrast, Tang Feng's name appeared prominently among the higher echelons. Before long, the trio arrived at an inn in Fangxiao City. After securing their accommodations, Jiang Sheng expressed a desire to explore the city. Rather than permitting him to venture out immediately, Tang Feng summoned both individuals into their quarters. He retrieved a flame lotus from his spatial ring and handed it to Jiang Sheng, saying, "Now that you possess the flame lotus, you should also seek the golden sharp fruit and the blackwood root." While speaking, he also presented a deep green card and a jade pendant to Jiang Sheng. "What is this?" Jiang Sheng inquired, slightly perplexed. "The card is a VIP pass from the Treasure Materials Pavilion. With this, your purchasing priority will be elevated. The jade pendant enables communication with me. Should you encounter peril within the city, do not act rashly. Contact me first," Tang Feng advised, his gaze toward Jiang Sheng imbued with warmth. He earnestly cautioned. Fangxiao City is unlike the desolate wilderness or Yanglan City. It is populated not only by various sect disciples, but also by numerous prominent figures from the 8 great sects. Exercise caution in your actions. While we do not seek trouble, we shall not shy away from it. With your Uncle Tang and Luan Jinwei present in the city, you are not without support. Moreover, the gift you bestowed upon me is greatly cherished," Tang Feng added, a smile gracing his features as he uttered the final words. Jiang Sheng nodded in agreement, responding with a smile, "I shall certainly remember Uncle Tang's admonitions." Tang Ding, observing Jiang Sheng and then Tang Feng, felt an intensified sense of familial connection between the two. Enough of the sentimentality. Brother Sheng, I have heard that Fangxiu City harbors many intriguing locales. Allow me to broaden your horizons, Tang Ding declared with a mischievous grin. Tang Feng's smile vanished in an instant, his expression turning stern as he retorted. You are not to go anywhere. Remain here at the inn. Wherever I go, you shall accompany me. What? On what grounds? Tang Ding exclaimed indignantly. Tang Feng replied curtly. Given your temperament, I cannot risk letting you roam freely without causing some sort of calamity. If you truly wish to go out, I will impose a restriction. As long as you remain silent, I shall permit you to leave. Tang Ding's expression was one of disbelief, as if to say, am I no longer your beloved nephew? His face flushed with indignation as he slammed his hand on the table. Fine, lock me up if you must. I am a living being, not a pet, and cannot possibly be confined within these walls. Do you have the golden sharp fruit and blackwood root? Indeed, Jiang Sheng replied, momentarily taken aback by the amiable demeanor of the shopkeeper. You do have them? Initially, he had presumed that with so many visitors in Fangxiu City, the resources at the Treasure Materials Pavilion might be nearly depleted. He had adopted a mindset of holding onto something unattainable, even only managing to procure a single material. However, upon reflection, he came to a realization. The worth of these two materials was considerable, yet their demand remained low. Those who could afford them had no need for them, while those in need could not afford them. The disciples of lesser sects, like Tang Ding, were ultimately few in number. Thus, he had successfully gathered all the materials required for a flawless foundation establishment. All that remained was to find a place rich in spiritual energy within the city, and he could commence his foundational cultivation. The mere thought of this sent a thrill through Jiang Sheng's heart. His future self had languished for years before achieving even the most rudimentary foundation establishment at the 9th level of qi refining. Yet now, in just a few months, he had already approached the threshold of perfect foundation establishment. I shall take both, he declared. A total of 1,400 medium-grade spirit stones. The shop assistant's smile blossomed even more brilliantly. Jiang Sheng placed the purchased Jinrui fruit and Wumu root into his spatial ring, exhaling softly. At this point, his preparations were complete. However, he did not intend to establish his foundation immediately. Instead, he planned to do so at the onset of the trial. The Ascension Conference was a trial aimed at disciples of lesser sects in the qi refining stage. Foundation establishment cultivators, provided their talents were adequate and backgrounds clean, could directly enter the 8 major sections. However, those entering in this manner would undoubtedly be inferior to those nurtured within the 8 major sects, and their status would merely be that of inner disciples. Although perfect foundation establishment differed from the usual, he was confident that he could become a true disciple of the Spirit Sword sect without it. Yet, if he were to present a perfect foundation establishment before the 8 major sects, rather than relying on the resources of his mentors after joining, it would hold far greater value. This would indicate his favorable fortune, as he would have obtained the elusive perfect foundation establishment elixir, something unattainable by ordinary means. Sometimes, fortune served as a hidden criterion in assessment. With excellent talent, a saintly heart, favorable fortune, and an exceptionally clean background, his reputation both within and outside the sect was commendable. Jiang Sheng felt that if he were among those responsible for recruiting disciples in the 8 major sects, possessing even one of these attributes would be sufficient to capture attention. 2 would warrant significant focus, and possessing all would undoubtedly attract fierce competition. Jiang Sheng turned to the side to see Tang Ding, who wore an impatient expression and held up a piece of paper inscribed with the words, "Hurry, follow me. Urgent. Very urgent." He was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. In the past, Jiang Sheng would never have heeded Tang Ding's words. However, now that his material collection was complete and the weight on his mind had lifted, he felt a desire to relax. Thus, he followed closely behind Tang Ding, allowing him to lead the way and see where he wished to explore. Although it was also Tang Ding's first visit to Fangxiu City, and his mouth had been sealed by Tang Feng, it was unclear how he had obtained the information to navigate through the city. As they soon arrived in front of a building known as Dinkhong Square after a few turns. After some time spent adjusting and then attempting their luck at the Baokai Pavilion, they had spent quite a bit of time. As the 2 individuals arrived at Dinkhangfeng, twilight had gradually enveloped the surroundings. The splendor of Fangxiu City was partially visible during the day, yet it revealed itself more vividly at night. Although the sky had darkened, the streets remained bustling with life, with vendors calling out incessantly, drawing both cultivators and mortals alike. It was precisely these mortals that infused the vast city of Fangxiu with a lively essence. Not long after they reached the entrance of Dinkhangfeng, a sweet, sticky voice floated into their ears. "Esteemed guests, come in and have some fun." Jiang Sheng looked up. On the 2nd floor of Dinkhangfeng, several enchanting women adorned in sheer fabrics were swaying their fans, calling down to the 2 below with bright smiles. A mere glance was enough for Jiang Sheng to discern that these women were mere mortals, devoid of any cultivation and reeking of worldly dust. He couldn't help but glance at Tang Ding. Is this truly the place you wish to indulge in? He frowned. Initially, he had thought that as the young lord of lonely wild city, Tang Ding would possess ample spirit stones in hand, seeking entertainment of a higher caliber. Yet, arriving at Dingkangfang felt rather pedestrian. To have someone of his upright character enter such a sordid establishment would surely invite ridicule. Just as he was about to depart, Tang Ding seized his arm, hastily producing paper and brush to write. There is a universe within. Trust me. Jiang Sheng's frown deepened. If anyone else had uttered such words, he would have readily believed them. However, Tang Ding seemed rather unreliable, leaving him uncertain, prompting him to inquire, what universe? Tang Ding wrote again. Every year, disciples of the righteous sect, Miaohui sect, come to Dingkangfang in Fangxiang City to temper their hearts amidst the mundane. If one earns their favor, instant fame follows. And the Miaohui sect rewards men who help their disciples break through, rather than harboring animosity. They can request spirit stones or resources without hesitation. This was Jiang Sheng's first encounter with such a peculiar sect. It seemed to encourage its disciples to entice the female cultivators of the Miaohui sect. Yet, he soon detected something amiss. Doesn't this resemble the practices of the Hahuan sect? The Hahuan sect was known for recruiting disciples in brothels, and many of its female disciples would seek the essence of men for their cultivation. The distinction lay in one enticing men, while the other required to be enticed. But the Miaohui sect was one of the 8 great sects. It was far beyond the realm of these minor sections. Noticing Jiang Sheng's confusion, Tang Ding quickly wrote, the Miaohui sect's founding ancestor is a branch that's separated from the Hahuan sect. They cultivate a completely different path, entering the mundane while severing desires. Today not only marks the appearance of the Miaohui sect's disciples, but many from the 8 great sects and numerous foundation establishment experts will also be present, offering a wealth of knowledge. Upon reading the text above, Jiang Sheng hastily pulled Jiang Sheng into the interior of Dingkangfang. The entrance to Dingkangfang was not concealed, yet it was sufficiently spacious, capable of accommodating dozens of individuals at once. Many ordinary people, yearning for the vibrancy of nightlife, along with cultivators, entered through this doorway. United by a shared purpose, indifferent to their differing identities, they all sought amusement. Jiang Sheng and Tang Ding were among the first to enter, following a group of guests. Observing the furtive demeanor of a few individuals who bowed their heads, it was evident, even without the use of spiritual awareness, that they were cultivators, young ones at that. Jiang Sheng chuckled softly. Since they had chosen to come, why hide in the shadows? If a cultivator could not confront their own heart with composure, how would they face future challenges? Noticing this negative example, Jiang Sheng strode in with his head held high. Upon entering, he beheld the men and women in the hall indulging in revelry, the air thick with a rich, peachy hue. A woman resembling a matron approached Jiang Sheng and Tang Ding, her eyes scanning the two before breaking into a warm smile. Ah, esteemed cultivators, please, to the back courtyard. The illustrious courtesan is about to make her appearance. Jiang Sheng glanced at Tang Ding, who gave him a thumbs up, seemingly acknowledging his impeccable timing. Jiang Sheng chose to disregard him, instead following the matron and her attendant through the hall towards the back courtyard. The back courtyard was no smaller than the hall, adorned with pavilions, flowing water, and lanterns, far more exquisite than the exterior. He gazed toward the center of the pond, where a pavilion stood, separated by a screen that obscured the view of those behind it. Only the flickering candlelight hanging from the pavilion's edge allowed for a vague glimpse of shadows within. Yet even those silhouettes were captivating. With identities from the 8 great sects, they maintained a tranquil disposition, untouched by worldly desires. Merely stirring their emotions could yield numerous rewards. The various conditions intertwined, igniting boundless imaginations among the crowd. Yet, it was only a minority who truly cared for such matters. The majority were merely there for the spectacle. Around the pond, people had gathered, predominantly young individuals, all eagerly gazing toward the pavilion at the pond center. Behind them, several young ladies played jade flutes, performing melodies. As moonlight draped them in a silvery veil, elevating the atmosphere to one of elegance and ethereal charm. It felt as though passing through Dingkangfang transported them to another realm. Quite the impressive facade. Jiang Sheng's mind suddenly entertained the notion that the Miaohui sect might be exclusively cultivating female disciples, using the guise of tranquility to ensnare admirers. If this were true, their methods indeed surpassed those of the Hahuan sect. He surveyed the cultivators before him, each with fervent gazes. Glancing at Tang Ding, although he remained silent, it did not diminish his enthusiasm in the slightest. At this moment, he held aloft a piece of paper inscribed with the name of the ethereal fairy, swaying it back and forth, a display both conspicuous and embarrassing. Jiang Sheng covered his face and retreated slightly to the side, curiosity about the disciples of the Miaohui sect stirring within him. With the eye of good and evil activated, he gazed toward the pavilion, but was unable to see clearly due to the screen obstructing his view. After scanning the surroundings, he approached a benevolent figure enveloped in a golden aura. Though a multitude of questions swirled in his mind, he refrained from voicing them, merely muttering in feigned dissatisfaction. What is so special about the female disciples of the Miaohui sect that draws such a crowd? She doesn't even dare to show her face. What if she is a hideous creature? Nonsense. The benevolent figure turned his head and scrutinized Jiang Sheng, his initial displeasure softening upon noticing Jiang Sheng's extraordinary demeanor. Yet, with a measured patience, he replied, which disciple of the Miaohui sect does not possess a beauty that could captivate a city? Especially those who are here to hone their skills during the Ascension Conference. They are among the finest of their peers. What use is beauty? Can it conjure miraculous elixirs? Jiang Sheng continued to provoke. It is not without merit. The benevolent man retorted, his expression darkening. If a disciple of the Miaohui sect falters, their cultivation can transfer a portion of their power to a male cultivator, thereby accelerating his progress. Look, I shouldn't even be explaining this to you. If you continue to slander the ethereal fairy, do not blame me for being impolite. Jiang Sheng offered an apology and shifted his position to continue gathering information. Through snippets of conversation from others, he gleaned a fair understanding of both the Miaohui sect and the ethereal fairy. Moreover, many notable figures were present today. Returning to Tang Ding's side, he pointed to a tall young man ahead, proclaiming, "That is Li Gu, the representative of the Jinyang sect. With cultivation at the 9th level of qi refinement, he is suspected to have achieved perfection in this realm. Should we become separated in the Fang Xiang forest, do not engage him in conflict." Noticing Tang Ding nodding, he gestured to another figure, a young gentleman clad in white. "This is the son of the deputy lord of Fang Xiang City. Both his status and cultivation surpass yours. Avoid conflict with him in the city. Most importantly, his father is more formidable than yours." Jiang Sheng identified various prominent individuals in the vicinity for Tang Ding, some with profound cultivation, others with formidable backgrounds. He also advised Tang Ding to be cautious of several renowned figures on the Foundation establishment rankings, knowing well that Tang Ding's temperament could lead to trouble. "Do you see the veiled woman at the forefront? That female cultivator is Zhuang Ning, a golden core practitioner of the Miaohui sect and one of the organizers of this Ascension Conference. The man beside her must also possess considerable status and cultivation." Both of them steadied their focus, gazing toward the man standing next to Zhuang Ning. "Uncle Tang?" Jiang Sheng could not help but exclaim this title. Tang Ding's eyes widened in astonishment as he hastily scribbled on a piece of paper. What the? In an instant, a vivid image sprang forth in Jiang Sheng's mind. He unexpectedly encountered Tang Feng here with Tang Ding. Tang Ding exclaimed, "Uncle, what a coincidence. We are brothers fighting tigers. And we are an uncle-nephew duo on the battlefield." Tang Feng retorted, "Get lost. Your uncle has been single for so long. Let him come first." Jiang Sheng interjected, "Enough of the bickering. I wish to stand out alone." Chapter 64. The Serene Fairy. When Jiang Sheng introduced the others, he spoke in hushed tones. However, upon seeing Tang Feng, he could not help but exclaim, "Who would have thought that this man, with his thick brows and bright eyes, seemingly upright, would also indulge in such tastes? His prowess has not diminished with age. No wonder he refused the advances of Wang Yan, the proprietress of the auction house in Yanglan City. He prefers to fly his own flag at home while seeking colorful banners elsewhere. As a peak Foundation establishment cultivator, his senses are incredibly acute. Even without consciously listening to the surrounding sounds, he can absorb all that he wishes to hear." Tang Feng was initially engrossed, yet the mention of uncle instantly snapped him to attention. He swiftly turned his head and locked eyes with Jiang Sheng and Tang Ding, observing their astonished expressions. His robust form involuntarily swayed. In a flash, he appeared before them. Neither Jiang Sheng nor Tang Feng spoke. They fell into an odd silence, while only Tang Ding seemed exhilarated. He pulled out paper and pen, scribbling furiously. Jiang Sheng caught a glimpse and saw shameless words that hinted he would inform Aunt Wang. He could already envision Tang Feng's reaction upon reading those lines. Simultaneously, he admired Tang Ding's reckless spirit, though he feared the fallout, leading him to quickly say, "Uncle, what a coincidence. You must be here to take Tang Ding away. I told him not to come to places like this. Please, you handle your business. I will take him home and give him a proper lesson." Before Jiang Sheng could finish, Tang Feng shook his head. "This time, I genuinely support your endeavor to give it a try." Without waiting for Jiang Sheng and Tang Ding to respond, he continued, "The female cultivators of the Miaohui sect are notoriously hard to sway. If any of you manage to capture their interest, a spot at the Ascension Conference will be assured. Since the Miaohui sect maintains good relations with other sects, gaining entry is merely a matter of their word. Although you, Xiaosheng, may not require it, this is still an opportunity for tempering your heart, and if successful, it can serve as a safety net. I knew that this little rascal, Tang Ding, would not let this opportunity slip by, which is precisely why I came to safeguard you both." At first, Tang Feng explained earnestly, but as he continued, He could not help but add a personal justification, particularly directed at Tang Ding. The lad's gaze was fixated on Zhuang Ning, and a glance at the paper revealed some glaring phrases. You old scoundrel, how dare you lie? If you have no peculiarities with Zhuang Ning of the Miaohui sect, I shall take my head and offer it as a ball for you to kick. His expression darkened instantly. A gentle tap on Tang Ding's neck liberated him from his speechless constraint. Xiao Ding, what would you like to say to your second uncle? I now grant you this opportunity. Seize it wisely. Observing the amiable smile on Tang Feng's face sent a shiver down Tang Ding's spine. He hastily tucked the paper into his storage pouch. How touching. It is truly moving that my second uncle could be so considerate. I almost mistook you for someone trying to please the serene fairy. Though Tang Ding had restrained himself considerably, the combination of his words and the tilt of his head made him appear rather mischievous. Had it not been for the embarrassment of striking a child, Tang Feng would have readily drawn his wolf fawn club. As the conversation unfolded, a melodious tune suddenly filled the pavilion, silencing the surrounding cultivators. The ethereal sound of the qin resonated, captivating all who gathered. The harmonious blend of strings and percussion seemed almost magical, cleansing the desires of the heart and allowing a profound clarity to emerge. With no desires clouding his mind, one could simply bask in the beauty of the music. Jiang Sheng glanced at Tang Feng, who had also paused to admire the direction of the pavilion, his eyes shimmering with appreciation. A similar enchantment enveloped the other foundation establishment cultivators present. A hint of something sinister crossed Jiang Sheng's mind. The ability of a single melody to influence everyone present hinted at a connection to some arcane art. Yet, he sensed no spiritual energy being invoked. It was merely the captivating sound of the qin that entranced all. As the melody reached its midpoint, the music from the other beautiful companions continued uninterrupted. Accompanied by the melodic strains, the figure of the serene fairy was illuminated by candlelight, gracefully dancing behind the screen. The music soared to a crescendo, and as if on cue, the fairy ascended into the air, revealing her enchanting visage to all. In that very moment, a collective gasp echoed among the spectators. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with delicate willow-like brows, eyes that sparkled like silver stars, a lunar visage that exuded charm, and a natural grace that was simply divine. Her figure resembled a swallow nestled among the willows, her voice as melodious as a nightingale's song. As she danced, she appeared like a celestial being descended from the heavens, each movement stirring the very soul. A single glance was enough to render one spellbound. Tang Feng could not help but murmur softly, such unparalleled grace. This was Jiang Sheng's first encounter with such a captivating woman, and he felt that their presence as mere spectators diminished her worth. Those gathered should have been the esteemed leaders of various sects or the prodigies of the 8 great sects, worthy of witnessing such a performance, rather than these humble disciples from lesser sections. The most beautiful women of the flame domain paled in comparison. Sensing the gaze upon her, the fairy turned gracefully, locking eyes with Jiang Sheng, a glint of mischief dancing in her gaze. With a subtle smile, she continued her enchanting dance. The fairy smiled at me. Tang Ding exclaimed excitedly. Nonsense, she smiled at me. The smile of the fairy has been deeply etched in my mind. If I could accompany her, even death would be worth it. Someone could not restrain their affections. However, they were soon kicked into the pond by another, who scornfully exclaimed, You dare think yourself worthy. The fairy is mine. Mine. Before long, that individual also found themselves in the pond, compelled to calm down. As the melody concluded, the enchanting figure hovered in midair, her zither gracing her presence. Yet, none of the onlookers could regain their composure. The lingering notes in her graceful dance were indelibly impressed upon their minds, leaving them in a state of reverie. Fairy, how might one capture your heart? Or perhaps, how may one please you? Someone ventured to ask the question that intrigued all. Today, we speak not of emotions, but of the path. With a delicate wave of her hand, the fairy summoned a series of array flags that illuminated the surroundings of the pond, raising a grand formation from the ground. A thick mist swiftly enveloped the entire area, reducing visibility to less than a meter. The first to reach the pavilion may debate with me for an entire night. Upon uttering these words, the fairy's figure was shrouded in mist, gradually becoming indistinct until it vanished entirely. Though her visage was obscured, everyone was invigorated by her proclamation. Debate for a night. Regardless of whether the discourse was genuine or feigned, the mere opportunity to be in the presence of such a celestial being as the fairy was a dream come true. As for the competition she incited among them, there was no resentment. After all, the fairy did not disdain their lowly cultivation levels nor their varying statuses, granting them an equitable chance to compete. How could they harbor any ill thoughts when they were met with such generosity? Soon, cultivators began to plunge into the water, swallowed by the mist. Notable figures from the Foundation establishment rankings and the top 300 disciples of various sects unfurled their strategies, attempting to traverse the waters on small boats or walking upon the surface. As the majority of cultivators vanished from sight, One exclaimed anxiously, "Brother, let us go." Yet, Jiang Sheng remained unmoved. He recalled the smile the fairy had bestowed upon him moments prior, furrowing his brow in contemplation. It felt so familiar. Yet this was indeed his first encounter with her. It was not until most had departed that he unearthed the corresponding memory of Nangong Yaya. Yu Yinling. This fairy is Yu Yinling. This revelation sent a tremor through him as the threads of information in his mind began to weave together. Yu Yinling had told him at the Daylight Sect that she would surely whisk him away upon their next meeting. The Miaohui sect was a former branch of the Hahuan sect, albeit one that pursued not desire, but rather the path of emotional detachment. Akin to the ice heart path Yu Yinling practiced in a certain sense. At this moment, the petite saintess of the Hahuan sect revealed her true self as a practitioner of the Miaohui sect, stepping into the mortal realm. The connections were unmistakable. The Miaohui sect bears a connection to the Hehuan sect, as it has not entirely severed ties. This is one of the 8 grand sects that surpasses the 300 lesser sects. He felt an overwhelming sense of difficulty along the righteous path, where challenges seemed to abound at every turn. Had it been in the past, his lack of talent would have been acceptable. However, now endowed with remarkable gifts, he naturally harbored hopes that no turmoil would arise within the righteous realm. His greatest fear was that Yu Yinling would recklessly abduct him, despite her current seemingly harmless demeanor. He dreaded the thought of her well-meaning intentions ultimately leading to his demise. "Brother Sheng, do take action. If I do not go, you must venture forth alone." Upon hearing Tang Ding's words, Jiang Sheng remained steadfast, closely adhering to Tang Feng's side. "If you do not descend, I dare not go either. These rascals appear increasingly deranged. I fear that should I plunge into the waters, I might be trampled before even catching a glimpse of the celestial maiden." Tang Ding fidgeted restlessly, akin to a monkey. However, upon listening to Jiang Sheng's introductions of others, he became genuinely concerned. He could not contend with the individuals Jiang Sheng mentioned. With a sense of self-awareness, he refrained from acting recklessly. More importantly, he had noticed several Foundation establishment practitioners entering the fray. Competing with juniors was truly shameless. "I shall not go." Jiang Sheng resolutely shook his head. "I have no interest in feminine allure. I shall strive for my own place at the Ascension Conference." "Ha ha ha, young Sheng. Your words carry a hint of insincerity," Tang Feng teased with a sly smile. "Have you never developed feelings for your junior sister?" His expression turned slightly grave as he continued. "As cultivators, we must not remain confined to a single place or person. You should seize this opportunity to witness more splendid vistas. I observe that this formation is tiered by realms. Foundation establishment practitioners gather separately from Qi refinement practitioners, so you need not worry about being overshadowed by those of higher realms." Stepping forward, Tang Feng grasped Jiang Sheng's arm and, with a sudden motion, hurled him into the mist. "Since you are so reluctant, allow your Uncle Tang to give you a push." Jiang Sheng's eyes widened in shock as he flailed in the air, attempting to grasp Tang Feng, but the latter's action was too swift for him to react. Observing Jiang Sheng's panic, Tang Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. "Now, this is the essence of youth. Uncle, you have thrown Jiang Sheng in. What about me?" Tang Ding asked, somewhat dazed. Tang Feng finally cast a glance at him. Upon seeing the young lad, his good mood dissipated instantly. Tang Ding's very presence irked him, prompting him to deliver a swift kick that sent Tang Ding tumbling into the pond. The sound of his entry was muffled by the mist, creating not a single splash. Having completed his antics, he exhaled deeply, feeling considerably relieved. "Do you hold high hopes for that young man?" Unbeknownst to him, Zhuang Ning had approached Tang Feng's side. Her voice was light, yet carried an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. Tang Feng did not meet her gaze, but merely nodded slightly. "Indeed, that lad is quite impressive." A flicker of intrigue passed through Zhuang Ning's eyes. "Could you enlighten me about the origins of that young man?" Tang Feng retracted his gaze and turned towards the enchanting lady beside him, his brow furrowing involuntarily. "What do you intend to do? I have never seen you display curiosity about that man." Zhuang Ning was a disciple of the Miaohui sect, participating in the Ascension Conference during that cohort. Just as now, she was surrounded by exceptional talent, all vying for her attention. Tang Feng was likewise among those prodigies, even ranking highly during Zhuang Ning's trials. Yet, she remained steadfast in her principles, showing no favoritism towards anyone. Following this worldly experience, Zhuang Ning's cultivation rapidly ascended, and she has since reached the golden core stage. At this moment, she suddenly found herself intrigued by Jiang Sheng. He had no inkling that Zhuang Ning might regard Jiang Sheng with favor. Rather, he surmised that Zhuang Ning had discerned the extraordinary nature of the young man and feared he might allure her disciples away, prompting her inquiry into his background. After all, the serene fairy had smiled directly at them earlier. While those in the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages might not perceive any subtleties, Zhuang Ning, as a golden core practitioner, and Tang Feng, at the peak of foundation establishment, would surely discern to whom the fairy's gaze was directed. In that moment, the fairy's eyes reflected only one individual. Heh, Zhuang Ning let out a light laugh. Are you afraid I might harm him? You truly hold him in high regard. Yet you underestimate me. A chi refinement practitioner, no matter how many merits or secrets he possesses, cannot capture my attention, for he is simply unworthy. Zhuang Ning's words were delivered with chilling indifference, yet they rang with stark truth. For a practitioner in the chi refinement stage, a golden core cultivator is a figure of immense stature. And for a golden core practitioner, eliminating a chi refinement individual is merely a matter of thought. Regardless of how exceptional the latter may be, he cannot escape the chasm of cultivation levels. Tang Feng could only smile wryly upon hearing this. He vividly recalled Zhuang Ning's ethereal beauty from years past. Her every frown and smile could evoke deep emotions. However, after her breakthrough to the golden core stage, Zhuang Ning's demeanor had grown increasingly aloof. Her emotions had become quite detached, treating others with a coldness, save for her fellow female practitioners and contemporaries. While remaining distant towards everyone else, she resembled an impervious, detached nun. Perhaps he will astonish you. If he truly manages to captivate your disciple, that would be quite the spectacle. Tang Feng chuckled, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed into the dense mist. Then I shall await the outcome with bated breath. Zhuang Ning remained non-committal, not taking his words to heart. A mere disciple from a small sect could hardly stir any significant waves. If it were a genius like Yuan Qiushi, she might regard him with a measure of respect. Yet, a chi refinement practitioner of the 8th layer, emerging from obscurity, would hardly warrant her attention. For a small wave could easily extinguish him. As for attempting to allure her disciple, he would first need to traverse the mist. Within the mist, Jiang Sheng had just entered and utilized the sky dance technique to align his body, floating midair. A torrent of curses swelled within him. Yet he found himself unable to voice them. As soon as he halted his body, he darted back to the path he had traversed. Unlike others who struggled to forge ahead, he now only yearned to flee. However, the moment he moved, the mist before him seemed to come alive, swiftly enveloping him. The howling wind surged, causing his body to sway. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding fog thickened, rendering any external contours indistinguishable. He had evidently plunged deeply into the fog. This is bad, Jiang Sheng thought to himself. At this moment, the mist shrouded him. With visibility reduced to less than half a meter, even the flowing water below was obscured by the dense fog. Jiang Sheng immediately activated the 9 steps of the earth. Running in the opposite direction according to the moonlight's projection, his figure flickered like a specter, occasionally materializing in the mist, only to vanish moments later. Yet, he soon sensed something colliding with him within the fog. It felt as though an invisible hand grasped him, unwilling to let him escape. The clash of ice and fire. Jiang Sheng exclaimed, forming a hand gesture as he struck towards the obstruction. A scream echoed from the depths of the mist. Following this, a barrage of attacks surged towards him. Jiang Sheng remained unfazed, launching palm strikes in response. With the methods of the Great King's handprint and the clash of ice and fire, he alternated his attacks. The cries of agony around him multiplied. Jiang Sheng's brow furrowed deeper. Were the techniques of Yu Yanling truly this sinister? Not only could they manipulate the mist to assault him, but they could also simulate the screams of the wounded. A sense of unease gradually settled in his heart. Yet, before he could delve into this discomfort, a furious roar erupted from within the fog. Find a way to disperse the mist. Let me see who dares slap me in the territory of Fang Xiang City. Chapter 66. The battle, is it a living person? Jiang Sheng was momentarily taken aback and refrained from striking again. He had initially believed the hands in the mist were also the machinations of Yu Yanling, aiming to prevent his escape. But now, it seemed that the one pulling him was a genuine person. Before he could ponder further, a gust of wind suddenly swept through, clearing the mist. A young gentleman clad in white, his cheeks marked with red imprints, glared at him angrily while covering his face. Behind him stood 2 middle-aged men, waving their arms, unleashing waves of immense spiritual energy that pushed the surrounding fog aside, increasing visibility to 50 meters. As the surroundings became clear, their gazes locked. Indeed, they were cultivators. The young gentleman narrowed his eyes and remarked, I had thought no one could surpass my speed, yet you have arrived before me. With a flick of his paper fan and a cold smirk, he continued, you intend to stop all who advance single-handedly, do you? I believed myself to be audacious enough. Yet you surpass even my arrogance. It was no wonder he thought this way. All who entered the mist were advancing towards the direction of the moonlight, and his speed was undoubtedly the swiftest, as his 2 guards had been closely following him since entering the mist. One at the 9th level of chi refinement, and the other at the pinnacle of the 8th level. Their prowess in dispersing the mist and advancing was unmatched by others. However, after walking for a considerable time, he suddenly sensed someone ahead. The other chi refinement practitioners had been left far behind, and who could it possibly be? It had to be the Serene Fairy. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the figure collided with him. He reached out to grasp the fairy, only to receive a slap in return. In an instant, he was jolted awake. The words spoken were anything but what a fairy would utter, and the tone was all wrong. He immediately began to retaliate, only to receive further blows. In a fit of exasperation, he quickly retreated, allowing his guards to disperse the mist ahead. Upon raising his eyes, he beheld a remarkably handsome young man suspended in midair. His stature was upright, and his aura was unfathomable. Even with his own pinnacle 8th level cultivation, he could not gauge the other's strength. The young man's visage did not correspond with any of the small sect's prodigies he knew. A surge of anger welled up within him. "Do not intervene," the young master commanded, fixing his gaze on Jiang Sheng. "I shall now demonstrate the cost of ambushing me." With that, he waved his paper fan forward, unleashing a tremendous gale that morphed into an invisible blade, aimed directly at Jiang Sheng's body. Should it strike, even with Jiang Sheng's resilient physique, he would be pierced like a sieve. Jiang Sheng executed the King Kong palm. Utilizing the 9 steps of earthly movement beneath his feet, he became a fleeting shadow. The attack passed through him harmlessly, stirring the mist into tumult before it was ultimately consumed. Having been struck with such ferocity, Jiang Sheng was not one to show mercy. His righteous aura surged forth, and a phantom hand materialized beside the young master, darting swiftly towards him. The other 2 9th-level Qi refinement cultivators maintaining the mist were caught off guard as the young master was sent flying. However, in the moment of being struck away, a burst of white light emanated from him, mitigating his injuries. He halted midair, quickly returning while flushed with anger, cursing, "Damn you! Cease maintaining the mist, and join me in the assault." Jiang Sheng recognized the opponent immediately, Ma Rong, the son of the deputy lord of Fangxiang City. With the Ascension tournament approaching, even the son of the city lord had to adhere to the rules. Yet the demonic cultivator Yu Yanling would certainly not abide by such constraints. He remained silent, observing the 2 9th-level Qi refinement practitioners approaching him, his spiritual energy swelling. The aura of complete mastery at the Qi refinement stage radiated freely from him. At that moment, he ceased to conceal his cultivation. With a flip of his hands, he sent both adversaries flying simultaneously. Ma Rong, positioned at the rear, was left astounded by the overwhelming aura emanating from Jiang Sheng. Complete mastery of Qi refinement? Only someone at that level could simultaneously defeat 2 9th-level practitioners. Jiang Sheng hovered in the air, the force unleashed by his palm causing his garments to rustle audibly. At that moment, he felt an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. The sensation of not having to conceal his prowess while standing against formidable foes was truly delightful. He cast a fleeting glance at Ma Rong, choosing silence as he moved away in the opposite direction of the moonlight. With a character akin to that of Tang Ding, he felt no compulsion to offer explanations. Such individuals are inherently self-centered. Any clarification from him would merely be perceived as fear. It was best to break through and disregard them. Behind Ma Rong, in the obscuring mist, countless eyes fixated upon him. This awareness pricked at Ma Rong like a thorn, for he recognized these to be the cultivators who had initially trailed him. They sought to navigate the path and dispel the fog through their own abilities. Some aimed to seize an opportunity, while others merely yearned to witness the true visage of the celestial beings. Ma Rong held them in utter disdain. Yet now, under the scrutinizing gazes, he felt his defenses crumble completely. The memory of Jiang Sheng's scornful glance further exacerbated his agitation. "Stop right there," Ma Rong thundered. "Those who have wronged me cannot simply walk away." Aware of his own limitations yet undeterred, he charged at Jiang Sheng. His paper fan fluttered vigorously as spiritual energy surged into it. The other 2 cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement wiped the blood from their lips and joined Ma Rong in the assault. To suffer disgrace is to invite death. If the young master could prevail, it would be one thing. However, should he falter, they were bound to fall before him. The 3 launched a concerted attack, a barrage of spiritual energy converging upon Jiang Sheng. With a swift step, Jiang Sheng's figure became an ethereal illusion. All attacks struck the mist behind him, dispersing a significant portion of it. The cultivators hidden within the fog were abruptly revealed, their eyes widening with despair as they beheld the 3 fierce assaults hurtling toward them. To be struck by such an onslaught would mean certain death. They had never anticipated that the trials of Miaohui's sect could pose a lethal threat. As the attacks drew perilously close, a towering figure emerged from the swirling mist, enveloping the group of cultivators before them. His eyes were clouded with confusion, but the ferocity of the impending strikes jolted him into action. Crossing his arms, a glimmer of golden steel enveloped him. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the shockwave surged forth. The imposing figure staggered back 2 steps, but ultimately absorbed the blow without sustaining any significant injury, save for a paler complexion. Full mastery of Qi refinement. The towering man did not cast a glance at Ma Rong and his companions. Instead, his gaze was fixated on the power-laden Jiang Sheng. His eyes sparkled with fervor, his entire being energized. Come forth and engage me in battle, he proclaimed, a triumphant smile gracing his lips as he charged toward Jiang Sheng, each step propelling him forward with astonishing speed, closing the distance in mere strides before unleashing a powerful punch. The golden-red radiance enveloped his fists, and a phantom emerged from his knuckles, striking the face of Jiang Sheng, who stood suspended in midair. Yet, this blow met only the vacuous air, and the figure before him shattered in an instant. He furrowed his brow, attuning himself to the undulations of space, and a smile soon graced his lips. I have found you. He abruptly retreated a step, delivering a punch to his side. At that very spot where he had just stood, a figure materialized. A powerful whip kick landed squarely on his abdomen. Too slow, Jiang Sheng remarked softly, merely stating a fact that rendered Li Ge, who was sent flying, crimson with rage. However, the exhilaration in his eyes remained undiminished. Again, he bellowed, as the golden-red spiritual energy enveloped his entire being. With a forceful stomp, he wavered and charged once more at Jiang Sheng. Marong, witnessing Li Ge's assault on Jiang Sheng, immediately brightened with inspiration. He called upon the other two cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement to join in. The three of them surged forward, swiftly encircling Jiang Sheng from various angles, with Marong hurling a stone into the sky to obscure Jiang Sheng from view. A barrage of fierce attacks descended upon him. However, Jiang Sheng exhibited no inclination to evade. You scoundrel! Li Ge shouted furiously upon seeing the other three join the fray against Jiang Sheng. Yet, as the initiator of the attack, he realized he could not retract his assault. A peak cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, two others at the 9th level, and one just shy of it. This combined onslaught approached the might of a foundational cultivator. Li Ge merely sought to contest with a fully realized Qi refinement practitioner. Never intending to kill, Jiang Sheng sensed the air around him thickening, as if he were submerged in a current. He glanced upward at the stone hovering above him, suddenly comprehending the source of the oppressive sensation, a magical artifact designed to sap my speed. You wish to take my life? Jiang Sheng's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Chapter 67. Living freely and authentically as the assaults were about to land upon him, Jiang Sheng's figure became insubstantial once more. All four strikes met only the emptiness. Where is he? Marong's pupils constricted as he quickly scanned his surroundings. The other two Qi refinement practitioners were also searching for Jiang Sheng's presence. However, one of them, upon catching sight of Marong, turned pale and exclaimed, Young master, behind you. What? Marong dared not look back. He lunged forward, attempting to dive into the water. Before he could even reach the flowing depths obscured by the mist, a foot loomed larger before his eyes. Instantly, he was propelled backward into the air. As his consciousness began to clear, he beheld that familiar foot descending upon his chest with tremendous force, only to rise and plunge down again. After several repetitions, he felt as if his entire body was on the verge of disintegration, and his consciousness began to blur. Just before sinking into unconsciousness, he seemed to catch a glimpse of his father. Xiaorong, remember, this world is vast, and Fangqiu City is merely a small corner of it. Once you leave the city, you must exercise utmost caution, especially upon entering the 8 great sects. If you find yourself bullied, do not entertain thoughts of revenge. Come back and seek your father's assistance. But what if I were to be bullied within the city? Then, my father would have to take his life. The scene gradually froze, and Ma Rong's awareness grew increasingly hazy. In an instant, he saw many figures. Behind his father stood his deceased great-grandfather and great-grandmother. Have you come to take me away? No. Ma Rong bit down hard on his tongue to regain his clarity. Without a moment's hesitation, he crushed the jade pendant at his waist and cried out, Father, help me. Upon uttering this plea, a figure shot up from the direction of the Fangqiu City Lord's residence, enveloping the entire city with an overwhelming aura. Almost everyone was bent over, as if bowing in reverence, like subjects before their sovereign. In the very center of this immense pressure, some were driven to the ground, as if bearing the weight of a mountain, their bones lamenting under the strain. However, this formidable pressure lasted only a fleeting moment before shifting elsewhere. Above Dingkong Square, a middle-aged man clad in a dark robe waved his hand, dispersing the mist below. His face contorted with anger, his voice thunderous. Who dares to harm my son? This furious shout immobilized everyone in place, causing those of higher cultivation and status to bleed from their ears, racked with pain. A burst of flame erupted from the man's palm, his gaze like lightning, aimed directly at Jiang Sheng, who hovered suspended in midair. Stop! Tang Feng shouted as he soared into the air. Yet, once the middle-aged man had locked onto his target, the flames had already been unleashed. In an instant, the flames transformed into a fierce tiger, roaring as it pounced downward. Before the attack could land, the intense heat caused the river below to boil. Some unsuited cultivators found their garments igniting spontaneously. Malong, you have crossed the line. Zhuang Ningsu waved her hand, causing the water in the pond to coalesce. With an upward motion, all the water converged into a single mass, compressing into a water dragon. The clash of dragon and tiger echoed as they battled, yet neither could overcome the other. The fire evaporated the water, while the water extinguished the fire. A thick mist of white steam enveloped the entire Dingkong square. Zhuang Ningsu, do you intend to stop me? Ma Long's voice was low and ominous. Zhuang Ning remained silent, her tone devoid of emotion as she asked, do you wish to kill the candidate for the Ascension Conference before me, or during my Miaohui sect's disciples' examination of others? Ma Long's gaze sharpened. His tone no longer as resolute as before, yet he still did not retreat an inch. I grant you a favor, refraining from taking action against others. I intend to leave with my son and the individual who has harmed him. The Ascension Conference will not be adversely affected by the absence of one participant. Zhuang Ning remained silent. It was unnecessary to offend a golden core cultivator for the sake of a mere disciple of a minor sect. However, despite her silence, Tang Feng resolutely stepped forward. Since the mists had been dispelled, he had come to understand the situation. Jiang Sheng had been mercilessly beaten by Ma Rong. Severely so. Given Ma Long's protective nature, he would certainly not let Jiang Sheng off the hook. If no one intervened, Jiang Sheng would indeed be in peril. Master Ma, this young man is my junior. Might you grant me the courtesy of sparing him? I am willing to bring him forward to apologize to your esteemed son. Tang Feng implored, gritting his teeth. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. In Guyu City, it would have been acceptable to confront Ma Rong, for he had someone to support him. Yet here, even if he were to emerge victorious against Ma Rong, it would be futile. There were still the city lord and the city guards to contend with. Seeking assistance from the 8 great sects would prove futile as well. Zhuang Ning's stance effectively represented the sentiments of a significant portion of those sections. Offending a golden core cultivator for the sake of a chi refinement stage individual was feasible, but it was unnecessary. City Lord Ma, are you certain you wish to become adversaries over this young man? Ma Rong squinted at Tang Feng. As the deputy city lord, despite the distance, there remained the opportunity for interaction. Especially with the presence of golden core cultivators back in Guyu City, he naturally held some impression of Tang Feng. Tang Feng stepped forward resolutely, his silence speaking volumes. Ma Long stamped his foot, unleashing the power inherent to a golden core cultivator. A radiant brilliance emanated from him, bearing down upon Tang Feng. The ground beneath Tang Feng's feet shattered instantly. He sensed that Ma Long was still affording him some leeway. Retreating a single step would allow him to escape this oppressive aura. Yet to retreat would signify his abandonment of Jiang Sheng. Faced with this dilemma, many understood what choice to make. Advancing would incur the wrath of a golden core cultivator, while retreating would ensure personal safety. After all, he had not come to Fangxiao City to protect Jiang Sheng, but to safeguard his nephew, Tang Ding. In the pond, the waters had already run dry, causing the low-level cultivators swimming within to plummet into the depths with a splash. Foundation establishment cultivators stood high above. The two groups were distinctly separated, delineated by the ability to fly. When the mists dissipated, the linear distance between them was a staggering 100 meters, illustrating the vast expanse of the shrouded area. Indeed, the entirety of the city might have been able to witness it. Yet, such a vast fog, which ensnared even the Foundation establishment cultivators, was effortlessly dispelled by Ma Long, akin to drawing back the curtains of a grand performance. His strength surpassed what could be fathomed by a chi refinement stage cultivator. The moment Jiang Sheng sensed the presence of the adversary, his body was rendered immobile. He felt as though a colossal stone weighed upon him, rendering all parts of his body motionless, save for his thoughts, much like fish on a chopping board. This was the first time he had experienced such profound helplessness. When confronted by the enchanting maiden of the Hahuan sect, although he could neither defeat her nor escape, he could discern the disparity in their strengths. Had he achieved the pinnacle of chi refinement, he would have been confident in his ability to flee using the 9 steps of earthly escape. With a nascent command over foundational spiritual energy, the 9 steps had already demonstrated efficacy in transcending formations. Even if the Hahuan maiden sought to ensnare him, she would not succeed. Yet, in the presence of the golden core cultivator, Ma Long, he found himself unable to even mobilize the 9 steps. A mere glance from Ma Long seemed to freeze his very thoughts. Jiang Sheng turned to Tang Feng, gritting his teeth. He was not entirely without recourse. If he could awaken the power of his heart and reveal the sacred heart before all, he refused to believe that none of the 8 major sects would come to his aid upon witnessing such a righteous talent. However, the feeling of entrusting his fate to others was utterly dismal. Had it not been for Ma Long's lethal intent towards him, he would not have retaliated so fiercely. He had never anticipated Ma Long's fierce protectiveness, bullying the weak under the very noses of the 8 major sections. Jiang Sheng prided himself on not being a reckless individual. Yet upon glimpsing his future self through Nan Gongya, who had endured so many grievances, he could no longer bear to live in subjugation. Uncle, what are you waiting for? Don't be timid. Strike that old wretch and don't let my brother suffer. Tang Ding shouted from the edge of the pond, unperturbed by the oppressive aura. In that moment, he finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. However, his words caused Jiang Sheng's body to tremble slightly. Chapter 68. Sacred Heart. Tang Ding was not oblivious to the formidable cultivation of the elder in the sky. Yet, if his uncle did not intervene, no one would come to Jiang Sheng's aid. Though Jiang Sheng often pummeled him, idly tormenting him and displaying a haughty demeanor while harboring a shrewd mind, he had to concede that Jiang Sheng was a good person. Good people should not be bullied. Uncle now? Tang Ding shouted once more. As Ma Long's gaze shifted towards him, he instinctively lowered his head like a turtle retreating into its shell, both brave and cowardly at once. At that moment, warmth surged within Jiang Sheng's chest, and he felt waves of power erupting from within. Having experienced something akin to this before, he quickly realized that the Sacred Heart had successfully influenced Tang Ding towards benevolence. During this time, Tang Ding had been subtly transformed by him, and immediately, a response in his cultivation manifested. Bang, bang, bang. His heart began to beat vigorously, rich spiritual energy coalescing around him, all drawn into the Sacred Heart. However, at this moment, his cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, and further advancement was unattainable. The immense spiritual energy swirled around him, dissipating the oppressive pressure that had weighed him down. Finally, he found himself capable of movement. A flicker of astonishment passed through Ma Long's eyes. He had not anticipated that his suppression could be breached. It was only then that his gaze shifted to Jiang Sheng, scrutinizing him with keen interest. In his perception, nothing about Jiang Sheng could remain concealed. Even the presence of a concealed breath-holding technique could not thwart the probing of a golden core cultivator. At the pinnacle of qi refinement, there lingered within him something that eluded Ma Long's understanding. The more he observed, the deeper his frown became. He should have realized that Ma Rong, accompanied by 2 9th-level qi refinement guards, could only be in dire straits if he sought aid from someone who was either at the foundation establishment stage or merely at the pinnacle of qi refinement. Under ordinary circumstances, even when encountering someone at the pinnacle of qi refinement during the Ascension Conference, he would have displayed some degree of goodwill. However, at this moment, his heart was consumed by murderous intent. This young man must not survive. Having already offended him, if he did not eliminate him now, it would become impossible to do so once this boy entered one of the 8 great sects and found protection. At that point, both he and Ma Rong would find themselves with an additional enemy lurking in the shadows. Although he did not perceive a direct threat to himself, the potential danger to Ma Rong constituted a significant liability. Out, Ma Long bellowed, and from his sleeve, a small black sword shot forth. This black sword was remarkably petite, akin to a child's toy, and bore no distinctive features. Yet, when one's gaze fell upon it, they would find themselves entranced, their eyes devoid of spirit as if their very souls had been drawn away. The soul-cutting sword. Zhuang Ning's pupils constricted as she beheld the speeding blade, her brow furrowing involuntarily. The soul-cutting sword did not cleave flesh, it severed the soul. While the body may perish, yet still hold the potential for survival. The annihilation of the soul guaranteed death without exception. She had not anticipated that Ma Long would brazenly attempt to take a life in front of so many witnesses. What a pity. Zhuang Ning shook her head, harboring no intention of intervening. Yet, in the following moment, a voice resonated in her ear, causing her calm demeanor to shift instantaneously. Spare no effort to save him. Upon hearing this message, her body instinctively sprang into action. With a graceful lift of her hand, a long sword soared from her storage ring, its icy blue blade seemingly freezing time itself. Cracks began to appear around the sword's body, with each fissure. The sword's speed intensified. However, she had not prepared for Ma Long's initial strike, and now, hastily executing her response, how could she hope to arrive ahead of him? Mayor Ma, halt! Zhuang Ning exclaimed, her voice firm as she summoned her spiritual power to its fullest extent. But once Ma Long's murderous intent had been ignited, he would not hold back. Neither Zhuang Ning's sudden intervention nor her vocal plea could extinguish his resolve to kill. At this moment, although Jiang Sheng's body could move, he remained rooted in place. From the instant the black sword had locked onto him, he was rendered immobile once more. Yet this time, the pressure he felt was far more severe than before. His thoughts seemed to have transformed into rusty components, unable to function swiftly, only able to emit a clattering sound as they conveyed the weight of their burden. Was he to perish? The black sword loomed larger in Jiang Sheng's vision. The closer one approached him, the more palpable the chilling intent to kill became. His form continued to swell, transforming from a mere dagger to the size of a grand cauldron, and then to that of an entire city. It weighed down upon the heads of those present, rendering any thoughts of resistance utterly futile. Yet, to the eyes of other cultivators, the black sword appeared only for a fleeting moment before vanishing from their sight, eluding any attempt to capture its trace. I cannot perish. Jiang Sheng fervently urged his heart, channeling spiritual energy into the sacred heart within. As long as an anomaly manifested, he would possess sufficient worth. After arduous efforts to reach this stage, having collected all the materials necessary for perfecting his foundation at the peak of chi refinement, it would be a tragedy for everything to dissolve into nothingness now. However, with his thoughts ensnared, how could he wield his spiritual energy with clarity? He felt akin to a dying elder, his consciousness fading into obscurity. Just as the black sword was about to pierce through his skull, a figure unexpectedly surged forth to stand before him. The broad expanse of their back shielded him, exuding a ferocious aura akin to that of a wild beast. Tang Feng, wielding a colossal blade, cleaved towards the black sword. A searing wave of heat erupted from the sword's body, turning the blade a fiery crimson, resembling a branding iron aflame. The clash between the great sword and the black sword resulted in the latter remaining unscathed, while the once brilliant blade began to cool rapidly, cracking and splintering as if it had encountered icy waters. With a resounding crack, the great sword soon shattered into fragments. Yet, these shards did not fall to the ground. Instead, they swiftly enveloped the black sword, forming a charred scabbard that sealed it within. Lord Tang, are you resolute in obstructing me? Ma Long's voice was as frigid as ice. Tang Feng exerted all his strength to manipulate the shards, the black sword trembling within their grasp. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "Old man, as a golden core cultivator, do you not feel any shame in attacking a mere junior in chi refinement? As long as I am here today, you shall not lay a finger on Jiang Sheng." The iron shard blade he commanded was the low-grade spiritual treasure that Jiang Sheng had secured at the auction for 9,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Its methods in combat were peculiar, capable of transforming one into 1,000 and vice versa. Most notably, it could corrode other magical artifacts, revealing boundless utility. When Ma Long had presented him with choices before, he had hesitated for a brief moment. However, the words of Tang Ding and the gift of this blade from Jiang Sheng solidified his resolve. Good people should not be bullied. Jiang Sheng was his junior. Although their time together was brief, he genuinely cherished the boy. Now that someone was tormenting his child, how could he possibly stand idly by? Little Sheng, can you move? If you can, hurry to the residence of the 8 great sects. They are staying at the Fang Xiang Tower next to the city lord's mansion. In the presence of all the high-ranking cultivators from the 8 great sects, Ma Long would not dare to harm you. Tang Feng hastily gathered his voice, transmitting his words into Jiang Sheng's ears. Though his words were bold and unrestrained, the sweat glistening on his brow and the rising heat emanating from his head betrayed the fact that he was struggling to fend off Ma Long's assault. In the next moment, the black sword emerged from the encirclement of iron shatter. With a single strike, it collided with Tang Feng's chest. Although the force had been somewhat mitigated by iron shatter's interference, the residual power was still sufficient to cause Tang Feng to spit out a mouthful of blood and stagger backward a few steps. Damn it! The disparity between the foundation building stage and the golden core stage is immense. Tang Feng cursed inwardly. While the physical assault was bearable, the psychic onslaught was rendering his consciousness hazy, as if a fragment of his soul had been torn away, the excruciating pain drenching him in cold sweat. Were it not for your fortunate brother, I would surely slay you. Ma Long, his expression darkened, manipulated the black sword to circumvent Tang Feng and aimed it once more at Jiang Sheng. Meanwhile, Jiang Sheng had tightly closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged in midair, seizing the moment of Tang Feng's protection to regain a measure of clarity. The spiritual energy within him converged toward his chest. In the blink of an eye, a beam of golden light erupted from his being, piercing the heavens. Though night enveloped the land, the radiance of this golden light illuminated the surroundings as if it were day, as if the night had failed to shroud this place. What is this? All the cultivators in the city looked up in awe at the brilliance, beholding a blurred phantom seated high in the sky, surveying the crowd below.